Chapter 696, The Trump Card, Saving Yuan. As soon as the ore appeared, everyone felt their hearts beating wildly. Even the Wisdom Elite's hair was standing up on end. Black Guardian and White Guardian shouted anxiously at the same time, "No, she must be getting ready to cast a killer move. Stop her." All eyes immediately turned toward Shitukin. Their spells blitzed toward her like shooting stars while the 8 Wisdom Elites shot toward her with their almighty mana raging. Their goal was not to take her out but to stop her from casting her spell. Qin Manyun kept playing her Guqin and the sound waves were like a waterfall pouring down from the sky, turning into an ocean and immersing everyone in it. The wisdom of the Guqin manifested itself, like the Milky Way falling for 9 days, transforming into a barrier. Yes, it was the sound of nature from the peerless music score, high mountains and flowing water. Dragon also took flight into the air and a domineering aura erupted from her body. At that time, she looked like a giant descending from heaven with enough power to suppress all the worlds and rip apart the chaos. "Return to source, demon devouring." A majestic voice was heard, shaking the entire chaos, evoking the power of devour, and distorting space and time. Nanan disappeared into a void and transformed into an endless black hole, sucking everything in. All the enemy's spells were thrown into chaos as they were sucked in by the black hole which Nanan then turned into her own power. Endless water, earth deluge. Dragon had rushed over with her ladle waving in the air. The mighty waters turned into endless seas. It was both a defense and attack move as it flooded her enemies. "They're so strong. What's going on in the 7th dimension? Don't they have a normal wisdom elite? What exactly is their cultivation? Hold on a second. It seems like the Guqin and the brush are all wisdom ultimate treasures, too. Shit. I have a bad feeling that a big conspiracy's hidden in the 7th dimension." Everyone was shocked by Nanan and the other two's performances. It gave them a lot of anxiety. The difference in power between the wisdom elites was obvious. At this level, each little increment would bring about unimaginable strength. Based on what they had seen so far, Nanan and the other two's combat powers were definitely more powerful than the 2 guardians. Moreover, they had in their possession wisdom ultimate treasures and seemed to be cultivating under the mentorship of some expert. They must have great fortune behind them to become this strong. My guess is that this great fortune would make them even more harmonious with wisdom and in turn, speed up their cultivation, said Black Guardian, giving one possibility. His eyes were slightly bloodshot as he thought about the great fortune. White Guardian had guessed as much. "Give it all you've got. These 3 are no match for the 8 of us combined." Then, he pointed at Nanan and the others. "Wisdom chaos. Earth-shattering spear. Sky-devouring divine fire." The ultimate spells of the 8 wisdom elites caused the chaos to explode as infinite power of wisdom swirled erratically around the void. This area of the chaos had become like the chaos ocean. Even the wisdom elites had to tread cautiously. The terrifying ultimate spells were like an inextinguishable flame as they radiated infinite power. Dragon's sea shook with magical powers as they turned into a tsunami and were gradually annihilated. Nanan's phantom black hole was trembling and it had already reached its limit. There was sweat covering Qin Manyun's forehead, and the sound of the Guqin was fading as it seemed to be gradually suppressed. Only Shitukin remained calm. Her closed eyes opened gradually and there was a bright galaxy breaking through the chaos as the pen in her hand moved slowly. At this moment, the power of wisdom that was originally erratic all converged at the tip of her brush as if being summoned. Just like 100 rivers returning to the sea, thousands of currents returning to the sea, the endless thread of wisdom turned into terrifying power under Shitukin's command. Behind her, the golden flower bud gradually bloomed. "When autumn comes on September 8th, I'll kill 100 flowers after the flowers bloom." Immediately, the flower of wisdom blossomed fully. As the verse said, this was a will that could not be expressed in words. The moment the poem was completed, all those ultimate spells were annihilated at the same time, as if they were withered flowers dropping onto the ground. The golden energy lit up the entire void as it rushed out like a vast ocean and devoured everything in its path. "Ah! What is this power? Fall back. Fall back. What kind of brush is that? What kind of poem is that? It's too terrifying. Even wisdom had to bow down to it. No, my Tao heart's shaking. Kill 100 flowers, kill 100 flowers. I get it now. It means we'll wither and die, too. She's so domineering. How is it possible for such a heaven-defying ultimate spell to exist?" In a split second, 2/3 of the people from the 4th dimension had been eliminated. Apart from the 8 wisdom elites, there were also many heavenly realm fighters and Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. All of them were not average fighters but skilled fighters in their own right. Even the wisdom elites were spewing blood from their lips. Their injuries were so serious that their origins of life were not able to heal them quickly. This made them start to fear for their lives. "Wow, that's an awesome killer move, Sister Tucken," said Nanan with awe in her voice. The calligraphy she had learned from Brother Lee's truly domineering. Every poem is equal to a powerful ultimate spell. "It's as if a switch has been turned on in her head," said Dragon. "And that's not all. Master has started teaching her how to draw, too. Her killer move will be even more powerful once she gets the hang of it." Chin Manyun sighed internally and promised herself that she would practice harder, to learn more scores from the experts so that not all the limelight will be on Shitucken. Nanan suddenly smacked her forehead and in a vexed tone said, "Oh, no. Sister Tucken, that was a little too heavy-handed. You should have left some of them alive so we can bring some game meat back to Brother Lee. Hurry, we need to capture as many as we can so that we can start a zoo for Brother Lee," said Dragon anxiously. She shot out and brought her ladle down on a bald guy who immediately collapsed without a sound. He transformed into a big hippo with black scales and red fangs. "Ha ha! This is a new animal," said Dragon happily. "Let me do it, too. Let me do it, too," said Nanan excitedly as she waved her shovel around. "Game meat? Zoo? What do they think we are? How dare they look down on us? This is too much. Too much, I say." Black Guardian roared frantically. He stared at everyone, raised his hand to Gu Yuan, and sneered, "Don't you want to save your comrade? Drop your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, I'll kill him." Gu Yuan tried his best to speak and said hoarsely, "Don't listen to him. You don't have to worry about me." Xiao Changfeng gave Gu Yuan a relieved look. "Oh, we're not worried about you at all." Cultivator Junjun snorted coldly. "Oh, grow up? Do you think we're still little kids? Don't you think we know the difference between him dying and the whole bunch of us dying?" Nanan shook her head contemptuously and said, "Asking us to surrender? How naive can you get?" Yang Jing held up a portrait and said to Gu Yuan, "Don't worry, Brother Gu Yuan, the expert has personally painted a portrait of you. You can die with peace whenever you're ready." Looking at the portrait, Gu Yuan burst into tears. "Thank you. I'm deeply touched." "Ha ha ha, fine. Guess you leave me no choice but to use that move, though it does feel like a little bit of an overkill on you guys." Black Guardian and White Guardian looked at each other. Their faces were twisted with a bloodthirsty smile. "You'll pay for your arrogance." The two of them raised their hands and waved at the same time. A halo gathered in the void and an extremely terrifying coercive force shot down on everyone. It was a skeleton, glowing like white jade. The surrounding wisdom was prosperous, and the laws were stretched. Although it was just a skeleton, the power contained in it was more terrifying than a wisdom elite. Someone from the fourth dimension cried out in shock, Is that?" Young Khan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in shock, "It was rumored that the ancestor of the Yun family was living in his second body. His first body died during a catastrophe in the fourth dimension, leaving behind an immortal skeleton. Could that be the Yun ancestor's skeleton?" "Oh, I never expected you to know this." Black Guardian glanced at Young Kong in surprise. Then, he proudly said, "The ancestor of the Yun family's the most outstanding person in the fourth dimension since ancient times." Years later, he returned again, rising at a terrifying speed, and his cultivation base was even stronger than it was in the past, putting the Yun family at the pinnacle of power in the fourth dimension. White Guardian smiled lightly. "The average wisdom elite's incomparable to this skeleton. It has been refined yet again by the ancestor, and it can borrow part of our ancestor's power. This is our trump card." It looks so terrifying. They even brought the first skeleton of the Yun ancestor. They certainly came prepared. Will the Yun ancestor come? The seventh dimension will be toast. It's so strong. I don't dare to move under this coercive power. Ha ha ha. Look at the seventh dimension's dazed look. They must be in despair right now. The people from the fourth dimension were all smiling. Although the seventh dimension gave them a lot of shock, it was nothing compared to the shock they gave them now. "We respectfully invite our ancestor to come." The two guardians monosurged as they saluted the skeleton. In an instant, the coercive force became even stronger as it shot up to the sky. The light illuminating the skeleton began to flow, and in the skull's eye sockets, a little flame began to ignite as terrifying power flooded out like a river. Nanan and the others raised their brows. They tried to attack it but discovered their spells were no use as they watched them bounce off the skeleton. Black Guardian smiled and said triumphantly, "It's useless. These are the strongest bones that have taken the second step in the realm of wisdom elite. It coexists with great wisdom and cannot be wiped out by anything. The only thing you can do now is to wait for your death. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, red light exploded from the horizon as if raging fire with a powerful aura was rushing toward them. Instantly, they saw 3 giant flaming birds flying toward them. Most of the feathers on their body were red while their tails were tricolored. They looked beautiful and noble. The most important thing was that they were all in the realm of wisdom elite. What? What are those? How could 3 wisdom elites suddenly appear like this? Are they chaos divine phoenixes? The divine beasts of the chaos ocean? The number of appearances recorded over countless years is only a handful. What are they doing in the 7th dimension? How is it possible for 3 to appear at the same time? What's going on? Are they doing a buy 1 free 2 promotion? Their arrival isn't going to change anything now that the Yun ancestors here. As the Chaos Divine Phoenixes approached, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose and flames of great wisdom ignited the void. They turned to look at Gu Yuan at the same time. Don't worry, human pet Gu Yuan. We've come to rescue you. We've come to repay our debts. We were nothing but lowly chickens and look at us now. We'll pay them back 1,000-fold for what they did to you. Gu Yuan looked at them with tears rolling down both sides of his cheeks as his old eyes were filled with relief. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the scene when he was trying to catch them. He was full of emotions knowing that the chickens he had given to the expert had grown up. The next moment, the 3 chickens were also shocked by the Yun ancestor skeleton and a solemn expression appeared on their faces. Huh? That skeleton seems to be very powerful. It looks like the 3 of us aren't his match. They were worried that if all 10 of them left together, it would attract the attention of the expert. Hence, it was decided that only 3 of them would come. Don't worry. I brought the nest, too, said one of them proudly as it took out a nest made of straw. Hey, that's the nest the expert made for us to keep our eggs in. Didn't he keep reminding us not to place it near a fire? Now's not the time to worry so much. Take that, skeleton. The chicken flapped its wings lightly and threw the nest toward the skeleton. It looked so ordinary without the slightest halo and no spiritual fluctuations. The nest landed directly on top of the skull and it seemed as if the skeleton was wearing a straw hat. Immediately afterward, the feathers of the 3 chickens flashed at the same time. Their beaks opened and endless divine fire spewed out as a sea of flames filled the sky, enveloping the skeleton. The bright light in the skeleton's pupils flickered suddenly, and a boundless force crossed the dimension as a consciousness awakened from its slumber. Never in a million years would I have expected that the 7th dimension would force me into using my first skeleton. Now, let me take a good look at the situation at hand. A majestic voice came out from the skeleton. Yes, the divine consciousness of the Yun ancestor had descended upon the skeleton and the first thing he saw when it opened his eyes was divine fire rushing toward him. Huh? I've just arrived and an attack's already upon me? Oh, well, these flames might be strong but it won't hurt me. Wait a minute, what's this thing on my head? Who put a hat on me? The sacred fire descended on him and the straw hat was ignited. It was as if the flames ignited an explosive, and the qualitative change occurred in an instant. At this moment, the divine fire raged on, and the surrounding wisdom was turned into fuel as it burned fiercely. Gasp. No, this isn't possible. Ah. Chapter 697, Black Guardian broke down. A fierce flame passed by, dyeing the chaos fiery red. When the heat dissipated, there was nothing left in place. Everyone rubbed their eyes and stared blankly in the now empty space. The skeleton was gone, just like that. The Yun ancestor had not even arrived for 5 minutes because he was wiped out. Was he not supposed to be all-powerful? He was burned clean. There should be a limit to tooting one's own horn. No, come back, ancestor. Come back. Black Guardian roared hoarsely. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. His worldview just shattered. All the color had drained out of White Guardian's scared face and he was trembling non-stop. It's absolutely impossible for the flame to burn away the ancestor's skeleton. No, I must be hallucinating. This must be a mistake, he exclaimed. Suddenly, his body jerked and he said in fear, it must be because of that straw hat on the ancestor's head. After that thing was ignited, the flames shot up to the sky and a qualitative change must have occurred. How could this be? What kind of straw is that? It's so terrifying. Incredible. I was shocked to hear that there are too many secrets in the 7th dimension. It's just too scary. Why? Why do so many inexplicable things always happen in the 7th dimension? First, there was the shovel, then, the ladle. Even the straw hat's so terrifying. This is so unfair. Run, run for your lives. I'm getting out of here. The people from the fourth dimension started to panic. That was the first skeleton of the Yun ancestor, a terrifying thing that was claimed to be indelible. Yet, it had evaporated before it even had a chance to make the first move. How was it possible for them to continue fighting under these circumstances? The seventh dimension was far more terrifying than they thought. This time, they were not adequately prepared. Thus, it was best for them to report back to the fourth dimension as quickly as they could. However, the Heavenly Palace had already predicted their retreat. "Do you think you can come and go as you please? What do you take us for? There's no way we'll let our game meat go when they've just served themselves up on a platter for us. Spare no one. Charge." Nanan took the lead and immediately had her eyes on two wisdom elites. She activated her devouring power and with an inhale, she stopped them from running. "Hey, chickens, since you're here, do your part, too, and don't let them run away," said Dragon to the three chickens. All right. Leave it to us." One of the chickens stared at White Guardian. Suddenly, a bright light burst from its eyes as it said excitedly, "Oh? Are you what I think you are? Yes, you're a nice silkworm demon. My favorite food. Let me at it." Yang Jing quickly flew to the high platform and rescued Gu Yuan from the cross. "Are you okay?" he asked in a concerned voice. Gu Yuan smiled slightly. He, this is nothing." Xiao Changfeng also came over, smiled, and said, "Gu Yuan, you're the man. Well done. I've already captured Yi Jingshan and Lading. I'll leave them to you to vent out your anger," said the Jade Emperor. "Do you seriously think you're going to be alive much longer?" said Black Guardian suddenly. His tone was full of contempt. At this time, he was being besieged by Shitukan and a chicken and there was no way to fight back. His origins of life had almost fully withered away. He looked to be at the ends of his rope with the hair on his head still in flames. His body was so scorched that smoke continued to rise from him. A single spark can start a wildfire. With a casual flick of her brush, a poem turned into the power of great wisdom and crashed down on Black Guardian. At the same time, the divine fire of the Chaos Divine Phoenix shot out toward Black Guardian. The combined power was enough to burn his origins of life to a crisp. He probably knew that he could not escape death and started to go insane. He stared at Gu Yuan, eyes filled with bitter hatred. "I've had enough of you," he yelled at Gu Yuan. "I said you were already on my kill list, how could I let you live if I die? Ha ha ha." The hatred he had accumulated toward Gu Yuan had reached its peak. How dare an ant like Gu Yuan speak so disrespectfully towards him? What made it worse was he could not torture him with physical pain. That was why he had to resort to inflicting emotional pain on him, but alas, his plan did not come to fruition. However, he had already planted something in Gu Yuan's body to make his death inevitable. He could lose the war, but there was no way he was going to let Gu Yuan live. "Die, you scum," he shouted cruelly. The next moment, black flames rose from Gu Yuan's body like a fire snake, devouring him at an extremely fast speed, leaving him no chance to resist at all. Yang Jing and the others were all shocked but found that this black fire had long been connected with Gu Yuan's soul. There was nothing they could do at all. "Ha ha ha ha. Now that's what I call satisfying. Let me watch how you die with my own eyes," said Black Guardian happily. Gu Yuan's face was calm, and he glanced at Black Guardian with contempt. "What are you laughing about? Idiot. You and the rest of your crew are going down with me." Soon, Gu Yuan dissipated between heaven and earth. All the people from the seventh dimension were stunned. Yang Jing's eyes were red and Juling Shen was clenching his giant axe firmly. Yao Mengji let out a long sigh as his tears streamed down his face. "Farewell, old friend." However, an eye-piercing pure white light suddenly lit up the dark sky. "It's the portrait the expert drew. Look, Gu Yuan's portrait seems to have come alive. There's even an oar swirling around it. The expert must have foreseen this all along. There might still be hope for Gu Yuan. That must be it. That must be the reason why the expert drew this portrait." The eyes of all the people from the heavenly palace were as bright as stars as hope started to grow inside their hearts. "What's this? I won't be fooled by whatever trick this is," said Black Guardian with a sneer. Suddenly, his sneer froze and his eyes turned red as if he had seen the most despairing thing in the universe. "No. This is impossible," he screamed hoarsely. The portrait was floating midair and was swirling with a brilliant light as the drawing slowly disappeared. In front of it, a human-shaped light form was gradually condensing and they could sense the familiar aura, The familiar face, and that stubble. Who else could it belong to but Gu Yuan? Gu Yuan was also a little confused. He looked at himself up and down. In a tone of disbelief, he asked, "Did I just come back to life?" Yang Jing nodded. "Looks like it." Yao Mengji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He laughed and said, "Shit. I thought you were a goner. I cried for nothing. Although you're a spirit now, you've broken through to the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal Realm from the Saint Realm. Looks like I need to transfer you to the Underworld's establishment," said the Jade Emperor jokingly. The Heavenly Palace people laughed. "Impossible. I saw your body being annihilated with my own eyes. There shouldn't be a hint of your origins of life left. This can't be happening." Black Guardian's face was distorted with rage, and if his eyes popped out any further, it would be completely detached from their sockets. He charged toward Gu Yuan while roaring, "Die! You must die!" He had become obsessed with killing Gu Yuan. 1 second ago, he could accept his own death as long as Gu Yuan was no longer of this world. 2. The next second, he had completely broken down after knowing that Gu Yuan was still alive and well. How could he rest in peace like that? However, he was suppressed by Shi Tukan before he even got close to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan walked leisurely toward him, and with a smile, he said, "You can't kill me. Nay, nay, nay. I'm stronger than you." He then turned around and wiggled his butt at Black Guardian. "Are you mad? Tell me you're mad. Ha ha ha." Black Guardian was so mad that blood spurted out from his mouth and he started sobbing like a baby. He had completely broken down. "Why is my life so miserable? Kill me. Oh, please, kill me. I beg you. Even death's better than this." They had reached the tail end of the battle and no one from the fourth dimension would be spared. Shi Tukan did not put away her guqin, but instead, she continued playing. Her music drifted out, spreading to all 4 directions. "Oh no, we've been discovered. Run. Ah. This music's so weird. I can't move at all. Damn. I've told you we should have run away sooner. This 7th dimension's too weird." More than a dozen terrified figures had hidden in the dark and were struggling for their lives. They were all spies sent by the powerhouses of the 4th dimension and had sneakily followed the 2 guardians here to better observe the situation so they could report back to their masters. They never thought they would be discovered. Oh, no. War Angel's face changed and she could feel a pressurizing force coming down on her as the music drifted to where she was. Without hesitation, she unfolded her wings and turned to leave. However, a small fist suddenly fell from the sky and sent her flying. Huh? A human with wings? Is this a special being? Nanan could tell that she was not a demon and that was her original form. War Angel was surrounded by white radiance. She kindly said, "Sister, I'm War Angel from the Angel Clan. I came here out of curiosity and hold no malice toward you. I was never a part of the battle, so there's no need to see me as the enemy." The angels were naturally arrogant, and War Angel was the king of battle among the angels. However, when it came to dealing with Nanan and the others, she had no choice but to behave courteously to them. Nana nodded her head vigorously. "You're right." Then her tone turned sharp as she asked curiously, "By the way, what kind of demon are you? Can we eat you?" "Eat, me? This bunch of people wants to eat me?" Her heart sank and her expression became cold, but she managed to control the anger rising in her. "Of course not. That's not for you to decide. Brother Li has an interest in strange-looking creatures like you. Why don't you come back with me and let him decide?" asked Nanan in all seriousness. "You're not going to let me go?" War Angel suddenly became extremely cautious. She raised her hand and a bright sword appeared. Her battle spirit was increasing rapidly. "The Angel Clan's the king of the 4th dimension and stronger than the bunch of people you just fought. I advise you to back off while I'm still being nice." Dragon rushed over with the immortal trap rope. "Sister Nanan, let's tie her up since she won't cooperate." War Angel spread her wings and an incomparably holy brilliance fell as a mighty power rose to the sky. "Prepare yourself for a fight to the death if you insist on tying me up," she said coldly. In just a moment, War Angel was tied up and carried to the area of the gods by Dragon and Nanan. She never once stopped glaring at them. Meanwhile, at the Un's family manor back in the 4th dimension, an old man with a thin face suddenly opened his eyes and a torrent of aura suddenly exploded from his body. A roar came from the entire void, and the wisdom in the area trembled like a huge wave. An angry voice came from his mouth. "How dare the people of the 7th dimension destroy my skeleton?" He quickly received his memories sent back by his divine consciousness. "I can't believe I was wiped out within 5 minutes of my arrival. The divine fire was just an ordinary fire of wisdom. It doesn't have a strong enough destructive power to burn my skeleton, so it must be the straw hat. What exactly is it made of? It must be a spiritual root if it can induce such terrifying power. It looks like I've underestimated the 7th dimension. Never have I seen such treasures in the 4th dimension. However, spiritual roots are very rare, so they should have used up all their stock. They must be desperate if they used a Chaos Fire spiritual root, and that means it should be safe to proceed with the next step. Soon, Shitukin and the 3 girls arrived back at the 4-part architecture with an abundance of game meat. "How was it? Did you manage to drive off all the intruders?" asked Li Nianfan with concern when he saw them. "Yup. And we brought home some game meat for our zoo," said Dragon with a smile. "Oh? Show me," said Li Nianfan with a laugh. He was truly enjoying himself. In his previous life, he never expected to come across these exotic animals, but now, he had a zoo. Then there was also the fact that he could try out new kinds of meat. The new game meat opened up his eyes to a whole new world. However, he gasped when he saw a war angel. "Is this an angel? And a gorgeous lady at that?" He was shocked and quickly approached her to have a closer look. The angel was hanging upside down in a cage and bound up tightly with a rope. Her mouth was stuffed with some cloth and her blue eyes were glaring at everyone. She had a heart-shaped face, a slender neck, lips that were a little pale, and ears that were somewhat pointy. She looked just like a human. The most special thing about her was her snow-white skin and the pure white wings on her back. The wings were huge, beautiful, and spanned almost 2/3 of her height. Li Nianfan swept his eyes up and down War Angel. He was amazed by how the rope was accentuating her curves. "Who was the one who tied her up?" he asked. "We were only in charge of subduing her. The immortal trap rope was the one that wrapped itself around her." "Why do you ask?" said Nanan. "Oh, no reason," he said while thinking to himself that he might have to give the immortal trap rope a new name. Chapter 698, It will be all over soon. "How did you get your hands on an angel? Did she cause any offense to you?" asked Li Nianfan. "Not really. It's just that she looks a little different from us, so I brought her back to show you. And besides, she can join the zoo," said Nanan. Then, she paused before asking, "By the way, can we eat her?" "Eat her? Join the zoo?" Li Nianfan was a little speechless. How did a little girl like her get so twisted? Her first thought when meeting an angel was to find out whether she's edible. What's more, who'll come to our zoo? Then again, this angel really is gorgeous, almost as gorgeous as little Daji. Li Nianfan coughed lightly and said, "No, we cannot eat the angel." An angel that looked like a human. There would be no turning back if they ate her. Li Nianfan's gaze landed on the angel's wings. "It looks really fancy. I wonder what it feels like?" He really wanted to find out, so he courteously asked the angel, "Can I touch your wings?" War Angel struggled against the ropes violently and her blue eyes glared vehemently at Li Nianfan. It was a hard no. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Since you didn't say no, please, excuse me." He touched her wings. Wow, it's so soft and smooth. And warm, too. The feeling was similar to Little Fox's fur. He was a little saddened that he could not stroke Little Fox's fur now that she had transformed into her human form. However, there was a slight difference between the angel's wings and Little Fox's fur. The former was soft to the touch but very hard underneath, while the latter was finer and its texture harmonized with the softness of the body. Each had its weaknesses and strengths, but both were very comforting to touch. "I can't believe I'm touching a beautiful angel's wings right now. I definitely won the lottery of life." The smile never left his face. "Wow, this angel's wings are so comfortable. I can't get enough of it." War Angel was trembling and her face was flushed red. She was beyond frustrated. She would have ripped Li Nianfan into pieces if it was not for the rope that was binding her. Although she could tell that the rest of the people seemed to hold him in high regard, to her, he was a useless mortal who was no match for her. With difficulty, she used every strength in her body to say, "Take your dirty hands off me." Their wings were an angel's pride, a symbol of their uniqueness. Their wings were considered more precious than their lives, and she would kill anyone who dared to treat her wings with disrespect. War Angel's eyes were completely red as she glared at Li Nianfan. "Sorry," said Li Nianfan as he reluctantly withdrew his hand. "It's a shame I can't touch the wings as much as I want, but I should respect her wishes." "Brother Li, I'll kill this angel for disrespecting you," said Nanan angrily. Li Nianfan patted her head. "No. She didn't do anything to me. We cannot bully the weak," he said with a bitter smile. "This kid's obsessed with killing and has no empathy for others." Li Nianfan was at a loss at what to do with the angel. If he let her go, she would surely seek revenge, but he could not bear to kill an angel that did nothing to him. Oh well, might as well keep her here as a pet. Li Nianfan was happy with his decision and he continued to make his rounds around the zoo while evaluating the game meat. Oh, the chickens and peacock are in for a treat. I can make these ice silkworms into chicken feed. I bet that would make their eggs more nutritious. It worked when he fed them some locusts, so he made a mental note to include more bugs in their diet. What species is this hippo from? It looks kinda weird, said Li Nianfan when he came across a demon. His eyes shone brightly. I've never eaten hippo meat before. Come, let's drag him into the yard and we'll have it for dinner. The hippo's eyes opened wide in terror and it started wailing. Shit, so much game meat here, and he chose me? What rotten luck. The other game meat watched it being dragged away and their eyes were filled with both sorrow and happiness. Farewell, brother hippo. It's so sad to think that we've all ended up as someone's game meat. War Angel was shocked when she saw what happened. No wonder that little girl asked me if she could eat me. It looks like everyone who ends up here would be eaten sooner or later. Who is that man? They seriously brought us here just to feed him? Is he really that strong? There were too many questions in her mind. However, before she could figure the whole thing out, Nanan, a bald dog, and the others had already closed in on her. The bald dog was holding a big stick in his mouth. The stick had bumps all over it, making it look very disgusting. War Angel frowned and trembled. What? What are you going to do to me? Didn't that guy just say I'm not edible? She asked in a scared voice. Dragon smiled and said, Don't worry. We won't kill you because Brother Li explicitly told us not to. Then, what are you going to do to me? Asked War Angel weakly. She was still anxious. Nanan looked at Blackie and asked curiously, Blackie, why did you ask us to come here? Blackie put down the stick and said proudly, Amongst us all, I'm the one who knows Master the best. Didn't you see the Master's reaction just now? He really liked stroking the angel's feathers, so as his pet, it's my duty to share his burden. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. He's right. Why didn't I think of it? We can pluck her feathers and give it to Brother Li. The Master did say that the angel wings were really good. You're so smart, Blackie. They were all looking at War Angel's wings with a dangerous glint in their eyes. Of course, said Blackie with a smile. His smile became even wider when he looked at War Angel. Ha ha ha. I won't be the only bald one around here for much longer. What are we waiting for? Pluck 'em feathers, said Nanan eagerly. Chill. I've come prepared. We can use this. Blackie pointed at the big stick. The Master uses this to get rid of the hair on the game meat. It's convenient, fast, and does the job cleanly. Nanan and Dragon nodded and said excitedly, Oh. I've seen Brother Li use it before. Pluck my feathers? All the colors drained out of War Angel's face. She started to tremble when she saw the big stick. No, please. I beg of you. Don't do it. Nanan picked up the big stick and said, This is huge. I hope you can endure the pain. Then, she stretched the big stick toward War Angel. No. No. The usually arrogant War Angel was sobbing hysterically as she struggled weakly and helplessly. There. It'll all be over soon, said Dragon soothingly. You're not humans. Stop. No. Ah. After 2 or 3 minutes, War Angel was sobbing weakly on the ground. She was traumatized and wished for death to claim her. Her tears came down like torrential rain and her eyes were so puffy that she could barely see Dragon and the others walking toward the 4-part architecture with her feathers in their hands. She curled up and continued sobbing, all alone. Meanwhile, back at the 4-part architecture, the hippo demon had been slaughtered and was being cleaned by Li Nianfan and Xiao Bei. It would take them a while to thoroughly clean its huge body. The meat of this hippopotamus is quite firm. There's a large chunk of lean meat, too. It should be delicious. I wonder how I should cook it, said Li Nianfan. Suddenly, Nanan and the others ran over to him with excited, red faces. He quickly noticed the big bunch of feathers in their hands. Each feather was beautiful, its length a little longer than the average hand. It was even glowing lightly. Huh? Those feathers look familiar. Aren't they the feathers of the angel? His eyes grew wide open and he quickly asked, Are those the angel's feathers? Yup. We saw how much you liked them so we decided to pluck them for you, Brother Li, said Nanan proudly. Li Nianfan smacked his own forehead. He could not believe what they had done. How's the angel? He asked. Don't worry, Brother Li. She's fine. We didn't do anything to her, said Dragon. "Except for plucking her feathers," thought Li Nianfan. He smacked the back of their heads and quickly walked out of the four-part architecture. He did not immediately walk over to the angel but looked at her from a distance away. He saw her all curled up and sobbing. Her wings were like the skin of a Siamese cat now that all her feathers were removed. She folded the wings over herself as if wanting to hide from the world. Her wings were as white as her skin, so it did not look too bad. She must be traumatized, thought Li Nianfan. He was filled with sympathy and guilt. He went back to the four-part architecture, sighed, and said, "What's done is done. I need to quickly come up with an idea to make it better for her." His gaze landed on the bunch of feathers. He picked them up. They were still warm to the touch. "I can make a very comfortable blanket out of these," thought Li Nianfan. Then, he shook his head. "No, that won't do. There aren't enough feathers for that. Mat, throw blanket, duvet, table mat. How many angel feathers would it take to make more than one set? No, no. He could not be so wasteful." "Just say the word and I'll go get more feathers for you, Brother Li," volunteered Nanan. Li Nianfan smacked her head and reprimanded her. "Violence isn't the answer to everything. We aren't bandits. Remember this, don't cross others if they haven't crossed you. Understand?" He was worried that they would become even more twisted as time passed. The more powerful one was, the more important one's morals were. They could very well end up as real bandits if he did not teach them a lesson. Then, they would have become the bad guys instead of the good guys. Nanan pouted and said, "Yes, Brother Li. To prevent you all from taking the wrong path, each of you must write Zigui 100 times, said Li Nianfan. This was the only idea he could come up with since he could not overpower them with brute strength. He did it for their own good and his own safety. "Brother Li, what's Zigui?" asked Dragon curiously. "It's a book. I'll go get it for you now," said Li Nianfan. He went into the utility room and found a blue book after some digging around. On the cover of the book, 3 words were written on it, Zigui. When they saw the book, they felt the wisdom in their bodies surge wildly as an inexplicable pressure came crashing down on them. It was as if a terrifying rule was going to bind their wisdom. However, when they delved deeper into the pressure, they discovered that it was nowhere to be found or seen. It was as if it never existed. Li Nianfan passed the book to Dragon and said, "Try to memorize it in your heart while copying it." Dragon nodded obediently. She could feel the inexplicable pressure getting stronger when she held the book in her hand. However, she had absolute trust in Li Nianfan and without hesitation, she flipped open the book. "These are the rules for being a student, handed down to us by ancient sages. First, be filial to your own parents and respectful to all of your elders. Be trustworthy, cautious, and kind, and draw near to those who are good. Whatever time you have left should be devoted to learning. When your mother or father is calling, don't be slow to respond. When your parents tell you to do something, don't be lazy or sulky." Light began to flow out from the book and the words washed over everyone like a tidal wave. Instantly, the laws of the universe dissipated and wisdom lay dormant. Even the mana in their bodies calmed down as their wisdom was suppressed. Nanan, Shi Tukan, Qin Manyun, Little Daji, Fire Phoenix, and Little Fox all gathered around Dragon to read Zigui. They could hear the words being read. It was not the sound of wisdom but the sound of rules, and they felt as if they were being bound by chains. At that moment, they understood that the inexplicable pressure they felt earlier did not come from the outside world but from within themselves. They were their own worst enemy. It was not enough to reach enlightenment, but it was just as equally important to remain equanimous in life. If one's heart was not steady, it would be easy to lose oneself on the path of cultivation. They would be no different than the Eldritch if all they did was pursue higher realms without thinking of the consequences it would bring others. Chapter 699, Li Nianfan's Gift of Apology, the discussion in the fourth dimension. Whatever your parents like best, you should provide it for them soon. Whatever your parents dislike, you should do your best to remove it. If you carelessly injure your body, your parents will worry and fret. If you heedlessly damage your virtue, you bring shame and disgrace to your parents. Streams of strange aura swirled around them as peace descended in their hearts. The mana in the body became calm as well. Nanan had a very high perception and she started to recall all that she had done, as if she had entered a strange space and was watching a movie montage of her life. As she became stronger, though she did not become evil, she had hurt many people with her behavior. At that time, she thought she was right, but to the others, she was like a devil. "I had the good fortune of coming across many opportunities ever since meeting Brother Li," And I've advanced through the realms because of that. I now know a lot of things I didn't know before and I've become swollen with pride. This caused me to discard the values I hold dear and I acted in a superior way toward others. I treated everyone kindly when I was a mortal, but now, I look down on them. I forgot that I used to be immortal as well. Her brain began to buzz as if enlightenment was being poured into her brain. I'll definitely lose myself if I continue to act like this. Then, I'd become so cold-blooded that I'd squish other people's lives with no remorse. Beads of sweat began to trickle out of her forehead and she suddenly felt fear for her future. Although Tizigui did not do anything to increase her strength, it was easily the most helpful thing she had come across in her life. It had pulled her off the path of wrongdoing. Only by keeping a pure heart could she fully comprehend true wisdom. If not, she would definitely perish. Dragon, too, had quieted down. She bit her lip and looked troubled. "I've been a terrible kid," thought Dragon. While it was normal for kids to be naughty and cause their parents some headache, Dragon had surpassed the usual naughtiness and became a terror with terrifying destructive power. She started to reflect on her own behavior. "My actions have brought suffering to a lot of people and it's only natural they'd be afraid of me." Daji and the others had also discovered profound truths that would help them in their lives. Ah, so true. Wisdom's built on a foundation of a pure heart. One would become a devil if one takes the wrong path and loses themselves. To lose oneself is to become lost in the pursuit of wisdom and power. This won't only hurt myself but others as well. It must have taken true internal strength for the master to willingly become immortal. I can't even imagine how strong his mentality is. I get it now. Being the most powerful person in the universe doesn't mean I'm free from all rules. It means I have self-mastery and self-discipline. This is what the master wants us to understand. The book's worth was priceless. It was even more valuable than a wisdom ultimate treasure. One should not only cultivate wisdom but one's heart as well. They would do well to remember this. The book could be said to be the very foundation of cultivating wisdom. They were awestruck by the expert once again. Their respect for him washed over them like a tsunami. "Brother Lee, I'll work hard to rewrite this book 100 times. "Me, too. 100 times. Nanan and Dragon looked at Li Nianfan in all seriousness. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "That's the spirit. You two have a promising future ahead of you." Then, his gaze landed on the bunch of feathers again. Sigh, what should I do to make it up to her? It's not like I can give them back to her just like that. In the end, he carried a stool over, sat down next to the feathers, and started knitting. The feathers seemed to have come alive under his hands and little by little, they were knitted together. Halfway through the process, he went to the backyard to get a willow branch so that he could knit a circle of feathers. Soon, he finished making a feather head wreath. He walked out of the four-part architecture, stood outside the door, and observed the still curled up, still sobbing angel from afar. He sighed and walked over to her. "Hey, sorry. It's all my fault for not teaching them right from wrong. I didn't expect this to happen. I apologize on their behalf," he said. He did not need to be a rocket scientist to know that the feathers were probably extremely important to the angel, especially a female angel. Nanan and the others were definitely in the wrong. War Angel glared at him with red eyes filled with hatred. She scoffed and turned her head away from him. "I know it's too late for this but please, accept my gift of apology," he said as he offered the head wreath to her. War Angel was a little dazed when she saw the head wreath. Yes, the wreath was pretty but, it was made from her feathers. She started sobbing hysterically again. Li Nianfan rubbed the back of his head. He was at a loss of what to do. He coughed gently and said, "Keep it as something to remember." In the end, War Angel accepted the head wreath and caressed it in her arms. "My poor feathers. I'm so sorry." "I want to go home," said War Angel in between sobs. "Don't worry. I promise I'll ask them to let you go," said Li Nianfan. He then went back to the four-part architecture. He was not going to let her go just like that. After all, she was emotionally unstable right now. She might try to kill him if he let her go then. His mind was extremely sharp when it came to matters of life and death. After a while, Nanan came out and opened the cage. "Sister Angel, you may leave now. However, I must warn you not to seek revenge. There will be heavy consequences if you do that. Besides, you should be happy that Brother Lee's given you such a lovely gift." War Angel's breath was caught in her throat as she glared at Nanan. "How dare you threaten me after pulling out all my feathers? Lovely gift? This head wreath? It's not even worth a few of my feathers." Her chest heaved up and down. She knew that it was not the time to say those words out loud. She should not mess with these people. It would be best if she retreated now. She scoffed and shot out of the cage in a stream of light. If this was any other time, she would have proudly unfolded her pure white wings. Now, however, she could only keep them folded for fear of being a laughing stock. Meanwhile, back at the four-part architecture, Li Nianfen was knitting the remaining feathers together. "I'll make a cushion first. I can imagine how comfortable it'll be to sit on a cushion made from these feathers. Not to mention, I can stroke it whenever I want," he muttered to himself. He felt slightly guilty for keeping so many of the feathers, but then he tried to comfort himself with the fact that the feathers would be useless to the angel anyways. At the same time, the news of the Yun family's annihilation spread throughout the entire fourth dimension, which instantly kicked up a ruckus. They could not believe that they lost even with 8 wisdom elites. Black Guardian and White Guardian especially possessed power that could not be measured. Not to mention the many Heavenly Realm fighters and Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals they brought with them. How could a lineup like this be completely annihilated? Just how strong was the 7th dimension? Somewhere deep inside the main hall in the Heaven Mystery Sect, the old Pavilion Master slowly opened his eyes. The black holes had become deeper and were giving off a thoughtful look. "Looks like that person who entered the state of ultimate existence is the cause for everyone's speedy advancement. However, according to Shen Swansea, there aren't that many skilled fighters there. How was it possible for them to fend off the attacks from the 4th dimension? The expert must be hiding in the four-part architecture. It's a shame Shen Swansea and the rest were so weak that they died before getting any details." The old Pavilion Master was ready to make a move. "It's best if I put all my attention on the 7th dimension. I'll use the people from the 4th dimension for another setup." After that, an origins devouring bug flew outside. At the Yun family manor, the Yun ancestor had come out of his meditation retreat and had sent a message to the Angel Clan, the Heaven-Earth Pavilion, and the Heaven Mystery Pavilion together. They needed to discuss something important about the 7th dimension. The 4 powerhouses were the most powerful existences in the entire 4th dimension. The Heaven Mystery Pavilion was in the eastern wasteland, the Angel Clan was in the western region, the Yun family was in the south, and the Heaven-Earth Pavilion was in the north. All of their combat powers were forces to be reckoned with. A mountain-like man laughed and said, "Yunki and Shan, did you call this emergency meeting to ask us to help you seek revenge? So, that's how it works, huh? When there's something to be gained, you don't tell us about it, but now that you've been bullied, you come running for help." His tone was full of mockery and it was obvious he was not happy that the Yun family went to the 7th dimension without him. He was the Pavilion Master of the Heaven-Earth Pavilion after all. Yun Qianshan's face was cold. He scoffed and said, "Zheng Shan, don't deny that you secretly sent your men to follow us. Did they come back?" "That's enough. The two of you, stop fighting," said Lord Angel. There was a hint of panic in his eyes. "I've sent my daughter, War Angel Alina, to the 7th dimension, too, and she's yet to come back." "War Angel isn't back, too?" Both Yun Qianshan and Zheng Shan were shocked. "That's a total of 9 wisdom elites if we include War Angel," said Zheng Shan solemnly. Everyone in the 4th dimension had heard of her. War Angels were born for war and they were born with unparalleled combat power. They were the most talented existence in the Angel Clan, and the conditions for their birth were extremely harsh. It took countless years of hard work for the Angel Clan to cultivate a War Angel. She was the beloved daughter of Lord Angel, and not to mention, she was a wisdom elite, too. In terms of strength alone, she was probably stronger than the 2 guardians. It seems that we didn't pay enough attention to the 7th dimension before, but this makes no sense. You and I both know that the 7th dimension suffered heavy losses after the catastrophe that was brought on by the Eldritch. It's impossible for them to recover so quickly, said Zheng Shan. Forget about War Angel. Do you know the price I've paid? Asked Yun Qianshan suddenly. What did you do? Asked Lord Angel. I've instructed Black Guardian and White Guardian to bring my first skeleton with them. It was completely annihilated, said Yun Qianshan grimly. Lord Angel and Zheng Shan's pupils shrank rapidly. They knew more than anyone else how powerful Yun Qianshan's first skeleton was. That was why they were more shocked than anyone else. The realm of the Wisdom Elite was further divided into 3 smaller realms. Because the differences between those 3 realms were so big, instead of using early, mid, and late to categorize them, they were categorized as first step, second step, and third step. Taking one step meant that they were closer to wisdom. The 3 of them were already at the second step of the Wisdom Elite realm. At this step, they had reached a broader level of power. Even wisdom would find it difficult to wipe away their existence. It was an indescribable realm and they were so powerful that a normal wisdom elite's existence would be like an ant to them. This meant that Yun Qianshan's first skeleton was a second-step skeleton as well. It would not suffer any injury from normal attacks and it could take out a wisdom elite easily. The fact that this skeleton was annihilated by the 7th dimension indicated that there was an existence of a second-step wisdom elite in the 7th dimension as well. What happened exactly? Asked Zheng Shan. This and that. While it's true I descended into the 7th dimension, I didn't manage to get much information. The main reason my skeleton was annihilated was because of Chaos Fire Spiritual Root and those 3 damned Chaos Divine Phoenixes, said Yun Qingshan. Lord Angel was shocked. The Chaos Divine Phoenix can only be found in the Chaos Ocean. The 7th dimension has 3 of them? And this Chaos Fire Spiritual Root has never appeared in the 4th dimension but the 7th dimension has them, too? Looks like the 7th dimension shouldn't be underestimated, said Zheng Shan in a deep voice. There's always a way to find out just how deep their power goes, said Yun Qingshan with a smile. According to my deductions, they must be desperate if they use the Chaos Fire Spiritual Root. It's obvious they haven't reached the second-step realm of Wisdom Elite. I'm confident that they'll fall under our hands if we personally visited them. Lord Angel and Zheng Shan fell into silent contemplation. They were a bit hesitant because though they were powerful, they would not do anything that would endanger their own lives. The annihilation of the Murong clan, the loss of origins of the 3rd dimension, the annihilation of the 2 Guardians troops, the annihilation of Yun Qingshan's first skeleton, all these pointed to the fact that the 7th dimension was not something they should mess with. The crux of the matter was that they had too little information about the 7th dimension. However, Yun Qingshan did not hold the same view as them. Think about it. Why would 3 Chaos Divine Phoenixes appear in the 7th dimension? The only reason I can think of is that there's an unimaginable treasure pulling them there. Lord Angel and Zheng Shan became a little tempted. Suddenly, a few origin-devouring bugs flew in and an ethereal voice echoed through the air. Sorry for being late. Yun Qianshan, your knowledge of the 7th dimension's too shallow. You'll definitely need me if you want to deal with the 7th dimension. Chapter 700, The Heaven Mystery Pavilion is scheming again, a crisis in the backyard. Who's there? Yun Qingshan and the others were startled by the arrival of the heart-devouring bug. They were shocked to know that something could approach them without their detection. After all, they were the best of the best in the entire 7 dimensions. What kind of bug is this? It harmonized with wisdom, making it hard for their presence to be detected, said Zheng Shan cautiously. Are you the Pavilion Master of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion? Asked Yun Qianshan. He had invited the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, too, and they were the only presence missing from the discussion. The Heaven Mystery Pavilion had always done things out of the extraordinary, so it was not surprising to discover the existence of this bug. Yes, it's me, and I've brought you some news about the 7th dimension, said a profound voice coming from the bug. Lord Angel knitted his brow together. I know the Heaven Mystery Pavilion possesses knowledge unknowable by ordinary people, but forgive me for asking. Where is Shen Swansea and who are you? Shen Swansea perished like the Yi ancestor and the sect master of the Lightning sect. As for me, I'm Shen Swansea's master, said the old pavilion master. This news shocked the other 3. They were not surprised to find out he was Shen Swansea's master. After all, the Heaven Mystery sect had always been a little unpredictable. While it was true that Shen Swansea had always carried the title of the pavilion master, they had somewhat guessed there was an even more powerful existence behind him. Yun Qianshan's eyes sank. The Yi ancestor's dead? So that's why he didn't come out of his room when something this big happened. That must mean that Yi Jingshan and Lei Tang were keeping some shocking information from us. Zheng Shan's eyes were flashing brightly. And now the 2 of them are dead as well. I'm curious though, what could possibly tempt them to do something like this? Lord Angel kept his gaze fixed squarely on the heart-devouring bug. Brother, as Shen Swansea's master, you must know the reason for his death and what it is exactly that the 7th dimension is hiding from us. The 7th dimension isn't as simple as you think. Death is guaranteed if you don't tread carefully, said the old pavilion master, not answering the question first. Because the 7th dimension's wisdom has already manifested the ultimate existence in all of the 7 dimensions. The 3 of them were shocked, but that emotion was quickly replaced by greed as their eyes shone lustily. It's no wonder it's so hard to get to the bottom of the 7th dimension. Its wisdom has shown its hand. This must be the first case where someone has entered the state of the ultimate existence. We'll surely be at a disadvantage if we didn't know that, but since we know that now, we can fully prepare ourselves. The first dimension has been dominated by the Eldritchs. The situation remains unknown for the second dimension, and the wisdom of the third dimension has been completely shattered. Both the fifth and sixth dimensions are hanging by a thread. The seventh dimension's by far the most complete, but it's also the weakest, and wisdom was forced to manifest itself. Once in the state of the ultimate existence, wisdom that's usually difficult to find will be exposed. There's no stopping anyone from devouring the dimension's wisdom then. This is a great opportunity and a great fortune. We're truly blessed. They became very excited at discovering the seventh dimension's secret. Initially, they thought that it would be very difficult to find the source of wisdom. Much like the Eldritchs, for example, they had been plundering all 7 dimensions for countless years and only came away with paltry wisdom. The situation in the 7th dimension was different. The state of the ultimate existence was irreversible, and it was a risky gamble. Anyone who suppressed the state of the ultimate existence would be able to get their hands on the origins of the 7th dimension. The most important thing was the fact that entering the state of the ultimate existence did not make one invincible, for it came with it a huge flaw. It was like leading a lamb to the slaughter. Yun Qianshan's eyes were flashing brilliantly. This is a complete dimension's origins we're talking about. With it, we can aspire to be the most powerful existence in the whole of the 7 dimensions. Zheng Shan looked at the heart-devouring bug, and there was caution in his voice. It's amazing how you know all this, but why would you share this information with us? Yun Qianshan and Lord Angel were waiting for the old pavilion's master answer, too. They did not want to be anyone's pawn. At first, I didn't know much about the 7th dimension either. I only managed to get this information by paying with Shen Xuanxi, Yi Qingshan, and Lei Tang's lives. Thus, I learned my lesson and swore to myself that I'd proceed with caution from now on. Need I tell you how powerful a person is once he has entered the state of the ultimate existence? Do you think I can handle him alone? The best strategy I can come up with is to use my origins devouring bugs to steal the origins of wisdom. I wouldn't have come to you if I could do this alone, explained the old pavilion master calmly. Then, he waited quietly for them to say something. What do you need us to do? Asked Zheng Shan. The old pavilion master smiled and said, I'll tell you once the 3 of you agree to work together with me. Don't worry, the origins devouring bugs will handle the bulk of the work. I can guarantee the 3 of you that I won't be putting your lives in danger. Yun Qingshan and the others furrowed their brows in silent contemplation. In the end, they told him they would give him their answers after thinking it over. Apart from the 3 of you, there will be others. Come to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion in 3 days. Don't blame me for not bringing you along if you don't come, said the old pavilion master with a smile. On his way back to his palace, Lord Angel never once stopped thinking about the discussion. There was a lot of information to process. The 7th dimension received a 180-degree transformation when the expert appeared. This also created an opportunity for them to get their hands on the origins of the dimension. However, who exactly was this mysterious old master of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion? No way would he be kind enough to share this information without expecting something in return. He must be plotting something. The whole situation had become more complicated than he would have liked. He simply could not make heads or tails out of it. Then, there was the important matter of his daughter's whereabouts. The 7th dimension now was not the 7th dimension of before. It had definitely become a much more dangerous place, and this filled him with anxiety. Suddenly, something caught his eye and he fixed his gaze in that particular direction. Instantly, happiness broke out all over his face, for he could sense a familiar aura cutting across the sky and shooting into the palace. It must be my daughter. She's come back. He was filled with joy as he quickly shot back to the palace, too. However, he was a little puzzled as to why his daughter had returned by way of light instead of using her wings. She possessed the most beautiful face and wings amongst all the angels, and he knew that she would always proudly show off her wings at every chance she had. He made his way towards War Angel as soon as he stepped foot inside his palace. The other angels around him quickly bowed their heads. Greetings, Lord Angel. War Angel has come back, hasn't she? How is she? Asked Lord Angel. War Angel has indeed come back, but she concealed herself with her holy light, so I didn't get a good look at her, said one of the angels. Lord Angel nodded and continued on his way. Suddenly, he heard her voice. Father, I'd like some time for myself. Lord Angel frowned. He could tell she had been crying. Knowing his daughter, she must have been greatly traumatized to cry like this. Daughter, what's wrong? Did something happen to you in the 7th dimension? Asked Lord Angel anxiously. He must get to the bottom of this for both his daughters and the entire 4th dimension's sake. She was the only one who came back alive. Realizing he would not get any response from her, he barged into her room. Daughter, you. He was shocked by what he saw and his eyes instantly became red when he saw her wings. Who? Who did this to you? A boundless fury surged up from his body, accompanied by a powerful murderous intent that made the countless laws of the universe tremble. It was as if the whole sky was about to collapse on the western region. Even wisdom was frozen. This was more terrifying than the wrath of the heavens. His daughter, the pride and joy of his life, stripped of her feathers. Who dared provoke him so? This was the worst humiliation he had ever suffered. As a war angel, his daughter's talents put her at the pinnacle of many fighters, and she had carved out a name for herself ever since she was young. Her existence was the aspirations of countless beings in the fourth dimension. How could a holy and pure goddess, a symbol of glory and victory in every battle, be rendered to such a pitiful state? His heart twisted with pain when he saw her curled up in the corner, trembling. Our wings are the pride of our clan. We must rain down revenge on whoever did this to you. Daughter, tell me what happened. I'll avenge you, said Lord Angel hoarsely. He was trembling all over. After a while, she finally told him what happened. Father, the seventh dimension's truly strange. Lord Angel listened attentively with a serious expression on his face. So, they all treated that ordinary guy with deep respect? War Angel simply nodded. Then there's no doubt about it. He's the one who entered the state of the ultimate existence. The eyes of Lord Angel flashed brilliantly. Don't worry, daughter. I've already entered into a discussion with the others on how best to deal with the seventh dimension. It won't be long till we make them pay with their lives for what they did to you. He had made up his mind to join forces with the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Suddenly, a terrifying crashing sound came from outside the palace and a thick black gas shot up to the sky. Blood-curdling screams could be heard all around them. Those demons really don't know when to give up, do they? This is pissing me off, said Lord Angel angrily. Daughter, stay here and recuperate. Don't think too much. I'll come back as soon as I've suppressed those idiots. He then unfolded his wings and disappeared from where he was standing. Today, in the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan finally completed the cushion he was making. The entire cushion was made up of white, flawless angel feathers. It was warm and smooth at the same time. It was truly a material that had no peers. Li Nianfan kept stroking it, and this made him smile with satisfaction. This is so nice. He then put the cushion on a chair and immediately sat on it. He was suddenly wrapped in a soft feeling, and the most important thing was that it had some bounce to it. It was a truly enjoyable experience. This material is truly the best. Nothing comes close to it, said Li Nianfan admiringly. It was a shame he had so little of it. After all, it was not every day he would come across an angel. Suddenly, Nanan and Dragon rushed over from the backyard. Brother Li, there's something wrong with all the plants in the backyard. They look so sad and withered. Li Nianfan raised an eyebrow. Let's go and check it out. Very quickly, Dragon and Nanan led him to the vegetable patch. Brother Li, look at the leaves. It turned yellow. Brother Li, look at the fruit trees over there. They look so sad and they don't seem to bear much fruit anymore. Their eyes were filled with worry and they did not know what to do. What could possibly be the matter with these spiritual roots? Li Nianfan inspected the plants and the lines on his forehead began to loosen. Don't worry. They're just a little malnourished. Malnourished? How come? Asked Nanan and Dragon in dazed and confused tones. Maybe they're trying to grow a body. Anyways, the nutrients in the soil are definitely not enough, said Li Nianfan. He had pulled the answer out randomly. He thought about what to do and the best solution he came up with was to give them some fertilizer. The basics of farming required fertilizing the field with manure, and yet Li Nianfan had managed to overlook this simple step, though he knew that manure was the best choice when it came to fertilizer. Growing a body? Nanan and Dragon were surprised by Li Nianfan's answer. Are the plants going to evolve? They're withering because they're not getting enough nutrients? They're already spiritual roots, it's the end of the evolution line. What else could they evolve into? And Brother Li said this is nothing to worry about? This is already the 5th time the backyard has evolved. Suddenly, a light bulb turned on in Li Nianfan's brain and his eyes shone brightly. How could I forget about the zoo? There are so many animals there that I'm sure their manure will be enough to fertilize the whole backyard. There, I've solved the problem of manure supply. Who could have thought of the countless benefits the zoo would bring him? There was the value of observing them in their natural habitat, the value of their meat, and now the value of their manure. Nanan, do you think the animals in the zoo go to poo? Asked Li Nianfan. Of course. As long as you want it, they'll have no choice but to do it, said Nanan without hesitation. That's great. I'm going to make a special feed for them so that their poo will be full of nutrients, too. Chapter 701, Treating the Game Meat Well, Fallen Angel. Li Nianfan went back to the four-part architecture and began making some animal feed for the zoo animals. He had plenty of materials at hand. For example, the bones of the game meat could be ground into powder. There were also vegetable scraps, eggshells, expired milk, and more. All these could be fed to the animals instead of being thrown away. Little by little, the four-part architecture had become a self-sustainable ecosystem. Dragon looked at the busy Li Nianfan and said, "Brother Li, there's no need to go to all this trouble. Just let them be." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "These foods will make them healthier and it doesn't take much trouble to make them. Besides, they'll be tastier after giving them these." "You're right. Let me help you, too," said Dragon. "Help me grind the hippo's bones into powder," said Li Nianfan. Brother Li, let me help you, too," said Nanan. "Brother Li, I've come to help, too," said Little Fox. After 4 hours, they finally made 3 big buckets of animal feed. Although the feed looked like something someone would feed to the pigs, they were sure the game animals would find it delicious. "All done. Go feed it to the game animals now," said Li Nianfan to Nanan. "Yes, Brother Li. Leave it to us." Nanan, Dragon, and Little Fox each carried a bucket in their hand and excitedly walked out of the four-part architecture. Outside, there were around 50 or so exotic game animals. Normally, they looked fierce and majestic, but now, they looked dispirited. Their powers had been sealed up and they were lying on the ground waiting for death. From time to time, they would exchange a few words with each other. Sigh, I never expected the 7th dimension to be so strange. I can't believe they see us as game meat. This is the worst humiliation ever. Yeah, my species, the Jade Dragon Cow, is a beast of heaven and there's only a handful of us, making us rarer than rare. No one has ever treated us as game meat before. The world has truly changed and we're just meat on somebody's chopping block. Fate has brought us together. We should cherish each other in the coming days. Yes, we're all friends now." Suddenly, they heard the sound of metal clanging, making them tremble. Their heads shrank into their bodies in unison when they saw Nanan and Dragon coming over. A pig demon with red fangs squealed when it saw Nanan looking at it. "My lords, I'm all skin and bones. Choose the cow instead." "BLLSHT. My nickname's Smelly Cow on account of how smelly my flesh is. I'm not edible at all, whereas that lion over there looks really tasty." "My lords, don't listen to his nonsense. I know myself very well and my meat's 100% pure fat. Give me some time to work out and you can eat me when I'm leaner. In the meantime, eat that tiger over there." "Hey, don't drag me down with you. That donkey over there's the best. I've eaten his kind before." "Get out of here. That mink over there's the best." It was only seconds ago when they called each other friends and now, they were pushing each other to the chopping block. "Shut up. We're not here to eat you," said Little Fox violently. The scary-looking game animals were scared into silence by the pretty Little Fox. They stayed close to the ground and said nothing more. "Brother Li has prepared some food for you in exchange for your poo. Those who think they can give us the best and most poo, please, step out," said Nanan. "Give us food for our poo? What do they mean? Is this a new way of humiliating us?" Although the game animals feared death, being divine beasts, they were more afraid of having their pride stepped on the ground. They furrowed their brows anxiously. "No way am I doing something so lowly as that. It's disgusting. We're gonna die anyway, so we must protect our last shred of dignity. They're treating us like poo machines. I won't disgrace my species. I'd rather die than do what they say. I can't believe they're giving us food. Do they really think that's where the problem lies?" Nanan did not say anything. She simply ladled a scoop of animal feed and put it in front of the fiercest demon beast, which happened to be a golden bear demon. It was standing up on its 2 hind legs and making the most noise. It glanced at the pig feed and turned away in disgust. "What do you think you're doing? You can force me to do anything but poo for you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Try it and you might change your mind," said Nanan. "You're trying to change my mind with this?" The bear demon scoffed but agreed in the end when he sensed a threatening aura coming from Nanan. "I'll try it. I'll try it." It lowered its head and humiliatingly took one bite, preparing to spit it out the very next second. However, its pupils shrank rapidly and he became dazed as the fur on its body blossomed like a flower. A comfortable feeling washed over him. This is It was at a loss for words as it stared at the pig feed while its heart thumped rapidly against its chest. The bear demon could not believe that the pig feed contained the aura of wisdom. Moreover, the feed was mixed with multiple kinds of wisdom, perfectly fusing and intersecting with each other, forming a special bond. It was very strange indeed. Although the bear demon's power had been sealed up, it still knew a good thing when it saw it. From its birth until now, it had never seen something so precious, let alone heard of it. An unimaginable opportunity and great fortune had landed before him. Never in a million years would he expect that a great opportunity like this would come in the form of pig feed, and the purpose was to make him poop? What kind of place is the seventh dimension exactly? Everyone here is so strong that they can do whatever they want. How can pig feed be so delicious that I can't stop eating it? It seems as if it was tailor-made for me. This has got to be the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life. It's opened up a whole new world for me," thought the bear demon. Just when it was about to take another bite, Nanan took away the ladle and the bear demon fell into unbearable despair. "My lord, our bear demon species has an embarrassing talent, we can really poop a lot. I can guarantee you that I'll poop so much, this whole mountain will be covered with it as long as you give me that feed." All the other demon beasts were shocked by the bear demon's change in attitude. "What happened? Is your determination really that weak? Are you going to sell your ancestor next?" However, they were not stupid and knew that something was up with the pig feed. Out of curiosity, they each took a bite and the rest was history. "Oh my God, never would I have expected that a mere game animal like me would be able to taste something so delicious in my life. This is some great fortune. They're so good to us. I would have asked my entire family to come here if I knew we'd get something like this. I hope there's more of this. I can die with no regrets now. Believe me when I say pooping's my strong suit." "Nonsense, how much poop do you think you can produce? I'm definitely much better at pooping than you." "Silence. The art of pooping has been passed down from my ancestors, so I'm the best at poop." Pandemonium broke out at the zoo as they vied for the pig feed. "There's not enough food to go around, so if I ever find out that some of you ate it without pooping, or if you only poop a little, then it's straight to the chopping block you go," said Nanan. "Don't worry, my lord. We'll do our best. You'll surely be satisfied." "Yes, my lord. We'll off the beast ourselves if we find anyone not pooping their share." Meanwhile, back in the fourth dimension, in the western region, black gas was rolling over the angel's palace like tidal waves. Every inch of the area was covered by black gas, turning the place into a black ocean as if there was a geyser continuously producing the black gas. It was an infinite abyss with nowhere out in sight. From a distance, it seemed as if the angel's palace was being suspended mid-air by the black gas. The black gas became thicker and showed signs of a terrifying power awakening. Lord Angel was standing at the topmost part of the palace, looking down at the rolling black gas with his brows furrowed and a serious expression on his face. He was completely covered by a holy light and his force was fluctuating. Around him was a group of other angels and they were activating their own powers. A handsome angel took a deep breath and in a worried tone, he said, "Lord Angel, there seems to be something different this time. The seal of light's rapidly weakening." Previously, they could swiftly suppress the black gas whenever the seal of light became weak, but this time, they had tried 3 times to no avail. On the contrary, the black gas seemed to get stronger after every suppression. Lord Angel's eyes turned dark as if wanting to pierce through the darkest part of the black gas. How did that person's demon energy become so strong suddenly? He questioned in a low voice. In the abyss was an angel that used to be the pride of the angel clan. However, he had now become their shame. In the past, the angel clan enjoyed a status higher than what they had now. They even managed to produce a genius who was many times more talented than War Angel. However, this angel lost himself in the pursuit of absolute power and his wild ambition swelled to the point that he planned to dethrone Lord Angel. The pursuit of power turned him to the path of evil and his once pure white angel wings turned black as he gained demonic power. He called himself the fallen angel, but the angel clan would never accept him as an angel anymore. Instead, they called him the devil. At that time, his power had grown by such terrifying proportions that the angel clan could not eliminate him. They could only forever seal him under the palace. That was how the angel clan lost the greatest fighter they ever had. "Summon all the upper echelon angels and we'll strengthen the seal of light," ordered Lord Angel. "Yes, Lord Angel." The next moment, thousands of angels arrived, each a level above Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. Lord Angel quickly entered the black gas with the holy light sword in his hands and the 1,000 angels following closely behind. Then, It was as if sunlight broke through the darkness. The pure white holy light drove away the black gas like a light source moving through the night. "Angel's light, the light will last forever, deploy formation," shouted Lord Angel, and the holy light sword in his hand cast out a white stream of light into the sky. Underneath the 1,000 angels' feet was the same light, connecting each other to make a six-pointed star that suppressed the black gas with a terrifying oppressive force. However, no one noticed a dash of blood-red light streaking through the infinite black gas. In the depths of the abyss, a pair of bloodthirsty blood-red eyes were looking up at the sky. He was completely at home in the darkness and his majestic black wings seemed to have become one with the darkness. "Lord Angel Kira, I bet you never expected that the seals connected to the fifth dimension. The time has come for me to seek my revenge. I'll make sure you feel unbearable pain," said a majestic voice filled with murderous intent. "Kek, so opposites the fourth dimension? I can already smell something good," said a strange being beside Fallen Angel. That being was completely made of blood vessels and was none other than the master of the Blood Clan. Previously, when Lina and Fan released the resentful spirits from their suffering and manifested all the portals to be linked to the seventh dimension, the master of the Blood Clan did everything he could to find a portal. He never expected that he would bump into Fallen Angel after opening the portal. Their power was about the same level and coupled with the fact that they held no grudge against each other and had the same goal, they decided to join forces to annihilate the Angel Clan. "Are you sure your slaughter blood chi can influence the Angel Clan's Heart of Light?" asked Fallen Angel. Blood Clan smiled and said, "Don't worry. The Angel Clan's busy trying to suppress your Heart of Devil. There's no way they have time to notice the other energy. It'll surely catch them off guard and it'd be too late for them by the time they realize they've been tainted with the Heart of Devil." "Well, then. Carry on," said Fallen Angel with a smirk. "I might as well annihilate them since they won't crown me as Lord Angel. Then, I'll build a new Fallen Angel clan." The six-pointed star continued to shine its pure holy light on the infinite black gas. Suddenly, a blood vessel pierced through the six-pointed star and sank itself into one of the angels. The angel shuddered as the black gas maniacally pumped itself into his body. Ugh! Ah! The angel's holy brilliance was instantly annihilated, and a tyrannical roar arose. It was just within a single breath and his white wings have completely turned black. The pupils of Lord Angel shrank rapidly as he exclaimed anxiously, "There's something different about the black gas and there seems to be a different energy hidden in it. Fall back, everyone." However, it was already too late and soon the air resounded with the screams of the angels. Chapter 702, Alina was saved by? No. Something's hiding in the heart of Demon and it can defeat our angel's light. We'll become fallen angels once our angel's light has been corrupted by the heart of Demon. This is a trap. It's luring us in. Run. Save me. Please, save me. An angel was surrounded by black demon energy, continuously pouring into his body, causing his whole body to tremble. The brilliance was like a candle flame flickering in the wind. His face was twisted and he was crying for help. The next moment, his wings turned black, his eyes became as deep as black holes, his breath suddenly changed, and a cold tyrannical breath came out from his body. Power, I want power. I want to follow in the footsteps of Lord Devil and seek unparalleled power. He slowly turned his head and looked at his former comrades. The angel was trying his best to resist the devil aura, flapping his wings in the black gas, trying to rush out. Come into your new master's arms. The angel was knocked into the air by a bomb. Unable to resist anymore, he was swallowed up by the devil aura. More and more angels turned black, abandoning their angel's light, becoming fallen angels in the end. The face of Lord Angel was full of anger and anxiety. He watched the group of angels' white wings turn black, watched the angels and fallen angels fighting to the death, and a coldness rose from the bottom of his heart. "Moshe, what did you do?" he roared in anger. Unparalleled power poured into the holy light sword in his hand as a dazzling brilliant sword into the sky. Then, it slashed the black sky into two. The light shone, and it was as hot as a flame, causing the group of fallen angels to scream and they started to retreat. Fall back. Lord Angel gritted his teeth and led the surviving angels back to his palace. However, while retreating, a pair of huge black wings suddenly appeared. The black wings stretched out like a cloud hanging from the sky, blocking their way of retreat. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes gleamed coldly with an unparalleled sense of oppression. He walked out step by step. The group of fallen angels knelt on one knee and in unison, they said sincerely, "Greetings, Lord." Lord Angel looked at the fallen angels, his eyes red and full of regret. Staring at the black figure, He hoarsely said, "Moshe. Tianhua, I said I'll be back and return as a winner. It won't be long until that happens." Moshe was like a king in the dark. His raised hands made him look rampant and domineering. "Soon, you'll come to the understanding that I was right all along, and then, you'll piously bow down to me like them. The angel clan's too weak. Now, elimination's inevitable. The fallen angel's the true master of heaven and earth, and the master of the 7 dimensions. Moshe, the fact that I could seal you once means I can seal you a second time," said Tianhua solemnly. The evil spirit smiled contemptuously. "No, no, no, you can't do it since you've entered my heart of devil. I'll force you to abandon angel's light and come over to the dark side." Tianhua sneered and said, "You'll have to ask the holy light sword in my hand whether it'll allow you to do that." As soon as his voice fell, his angel wings carried him like a stream of light across the night, rushing toward Moshe. The holy light sword extinguished all darkness, turning into an ultimate cold light as it slashed toward Moshe. The holy light sword was the supreme divine weapon of the angels. It was the treasure that had been bathed in holy light since its birth. It had driven away many catastrophes in the 4th dimension and thus, had been baptized by the wisdom of the 4th dimension to become a wisdom ultimate treasure. Needless to say, it was supposed to be very effective against the power of darkness. However, Moshe did not seem to fear the sword, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, a black long sword appeared and he raised it against the holy light sword. The white sword and the black sword collided with a near-crashing clang. Darkness and light flickered, erupting with extreme power, causing the wisdom of the 4th dimension to hum loudly. "How's this possible? How did you get your hands on that sword?" Lord Angel widened his eyes and looked at the black sword in shock, full of disbelief. This black sword was full of destruction and killing intent, and at the same time, it had been baptized by wisdom, too. It was a natural-born enemy of the holy light sword, the devil sword. Moshe clearly did not have this sword before, and he had been sealed for so many years, so how did he get his hands on this sword? There are many things you don't know. Soon, you'll know the taste of despair. Moshe laughed and slashed down at Lord Angel. His wings were flapping like crazy and the monstrous power washed over Lord Angel like a tsunami. At the same time, the black gas in the sky also began to roll, eroding the surviving angels. Eternity of light, body of holy light. Lord Angel let out a long roar as the holy light sword and his wings burst into light at the same time. It was like a big sun shrouding all the angels in its light, protecting them from the devil aura. The angels and the fallen angels began to fight and their mana shook the sky. Meanwhile, War Angel was still in her room. A sense of panic rose inexplicably. "Wait a minute. Why hasn't the devil aura been suppressed yet? It's getting stronger and stronger? Father said he'd come back soon, but he still hasn't come back. The aura is different this time, something must have happened." She wanted to go out, but she stopped when she saw her fleshy wings without feathers. She really did not have the courage to go out and meet people like this. She called out, "Nana, do you know what's going on outside?" Weirdly, she did not get a response. War Angel frowned and called out again, "Lily, are you guys there?" Still, no one answered. Where did everyone go? Something must have gone wrong. After hesitating for a long time, she finally gritted her teeth and went out. "It's almost done. Up here, power of blood fiend." The icy words of Moshe came out, and in an instant, a blood-red tornado of energy surged up in the endless black gas. The colors of black and red were intertwined, making this space extraordinarily weird. The terrifying power contained in it horrified Lord Angel as he felt unparalleled pressure pressing down on him. What kind of power is this? Impossible, where did this power come from? Could they be hiding a secret power? Who is it? Where is it? Lord Angel questioned sharply. He felt that the holy light sword in his hand was also trembling and it was difficult to resist the erosion of the blood-red and black energy. "Ah! Save me, Lord Angel!" "No, no!" The surviving angels screamed one after another. In this space, they were greatly suppressed and they could not hold on for much longer. Moshe smiled arrogantly and said, "Yanhua, I'll corrupt your palace once I've dealt with you. From then on, there will only be the fallen angels." He raised his sword and pierced Lord Angel's chest. The black gas began to flow into him through his wound. "Come over to the dark side." Lord Angel. Above the palace, there were many angels and their faces full of anxiety and anger. They spread their wings and began to rush over. "Stop. Don't come any closer. No one's allowed to enter the black gas," shouted Lord Angel loudly before he solemnly said, "Stay in the palace and don't let the angel's light inside the palace go out." Then, he looked at Moshe. With endless majesty in his tone, he said, "Moshe, I'll never succumb to the heart of devil. Go back to where you belong." He raised his holy light sword and calmly said, "With my body, ignite the angel's light, the holy light sword will extinguish all evils under the sky." The holy light sword suddenly caused the air around it to ripple and a mighty angel light burst out like a torrent of water, pouring out from its body and drowning everything in the surroundings in a flash. Endless brilliance, gorgeous to the extremes, purified all darkness in a baptismal way. Under the angel's light, the fallen angels trembled and dodged wildly. However, the price Lord Angel had to pay for that attack was being burned by pure white flames. He used his own body as fuel to ignite the holy light sword. Although the attack would be as fleeting as fireworks, it could at least temporarily light up the darkness. Moshe used his sword to block out the light as he retreated. "Tienwa, you lunatic! What's the point of sacrificing yourself just to seal me for another 10 or 100 years? He yelled furiously. "No matter how short the time is, it's better than giving up all hope now. I won't bear the shame of the fallen angels," said Lord Angel serenely. "Lord Angel! Lord Angel!" All the angels were calling out to him. They were flying in the sky and hot tears were flowing from their reddened eyes. "Listen up, everyone. Return to the palace now," said Lord Angel to one of the angels who were still alive in the dark air. "Yes, Lord Angel." The angels all knelt on one knee and gritted their teeth as they stepped back. Suddenly, a figure was flying quickly toward them from a distance, and with no hesitation at all, it dove into the black gas. "Oh my God, that's... It's War Angel. Did I see wrongly? What happened to her feathers? It's really Princess War Angel. I nearly didn't recognize her now that she's bald. Oh, no. Why did she dive into the devil aura? Come back, Princess." All the angels were shocked at what she had done. Lord Angel became anxious when he saw War Angel coming straight for him. "Alina, my daughter, why are you here? Go back now." Alina stretched out her hand and said firmly, "Father, give me the holy light sword. Let me be the sacrificial lamb." "Nonsense. You're crazy." "I'm not. The angel clan cannot survive without you and I have no will to live now that I've become like this." "What utter nonsense. Your feathers will grow back. You're no daughter of mine if you can't even handle something like this. Leave now." Suddenly, Moshe's laughter came slowly. "Ha ha ha, this is your daughter? The War Angel after me? TSK TSK TSK. Why does she sport a meat wing? Is she a mutant? If not, did someone pull out all her feathers? I didn't mean to laugh but this is too funny." Alina's eyes were red and she stared at Moshe with hatred. "Even with no feathers on me, I'm still 100 times better looking than you with your black wings." "Oh? You just made me even more curious to know what you'll look like with wings as black as mine." Moshe smiled playfully as he raised his hand and pointed at Alina. A force of restraint enveloped her body, making her unable to move. Then, a boundless demon aura rushed at Alina frantically, almost swallowing her. Lord Angel's expression changed and he immediately slashed away at the black gas with his holy light sword. However, it was blocked by Moshe. "I'm looking forward to seeing the expression on your face once your own daughter has become a fallen angel," said Moshe gloatingly. "No." Lord Angel roared in anger, full of panic and helpless despair. "Alina, hold on." He was trying desperately to save her. Alina's face flushed brightly and her delicate body trembled violently. Gritting her teeth, the mana surged in her body, trying to break free from the restriction. Under her hesitant gaze, the boundless black gas began to envelop her and she could feel that something was entering her body little by little. No. No. Tears rolled out of her eyes. She was feeling even more helpless than when her feathers were being plucked. Losing her feathers meant losing her dignity, but this time, she would be losing herself. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. "Someone, please, save me." Suddenly, faint light radiated from her chest. The light was extremely soft, without the slightest offensiveness. It seemed very ordinary and insignificant. However, it was the origins of light. Under this light, darkness could not go near her at all, and instantly, the black gas stopped in their tracks. They were blocked by the halo of light surrounding Alina. Although the darkness was only half an inch away, it discovered that it could not even close the distance. It was truly insurmountable. Then, a head wreath slowly floated out of Alina's chest. It slowly hovered over Alina's head, like a halo radiating light. "What's that?" A head wreath made of angel feathers? Moshe widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking he was hallucinating. Lord Angel also looked at the head wreath blankly. Alina actually possesses something that can block this weird power? And it seems to be more effective than the Holy Light Sword? It worked. The princess is so amazing. Yay! In the palace, the trembling hearts of all the angels finally calmed down, and countless angels wept with joy. Alina looked up at the head wreath with tears and confusion in her eyes. "It actually saved me?" she asked in a trembling voice. Chapter 703, The Heaven Mystery Pavilion Strikes Again. Alina was filled with mixed feelings. At that moment, she had imagined countless miracles, but she did not expect that it was this head wreath that saved her in the end. She could not be more familiar with the material on this head wreath, for it was her own feathers. "Since when did my feathers become so awesome that they can even ward off evil spirits?" She could clearly feel that the devil aura around her was scared and trembling. It was like a flame that could easily melt every piece of snow, making it impossible for them to get close to her. Suddenly, she recalled Nanan's parting words. "However, I must warn you not to seek revenge. There'll be heavy consequences if you do that. Besides, you should be happy that Brother Lee's given you such a lovely gift." It was indeed a lovely gift. She was willing to give up every one of her feathers for this head wreath. What kind of place is the seventh dimension? This. Lord Angel's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He looked toward his sword then at Alina's head wreath. He was beginning to question his own life. Although the light coming off the head wreath was not very bright, he could tell that it was more powerful than his holy light sword. "Daughter, are you sure this head wreath is made from your feathers? What kind of terrifying existence does one have to be able to transform your feathers into something so heaven-defying?" he asked. Alina was a little speechless and started to wonder if her previous feathers were that bad. "So what if you have a halo? Do you think that changes anything?" said Moshe when he snapped out from his shock. His face darkened and his sinister tone was very domineering. He was just caught off guard, that was all. Even though the head wreath was effective against the heart of devil, it surely would not last long. The black gas surged like a giant beast, devouring Alina into its belly. At the same time, the blood-red energy bared its fangs from inside of the black gas, and together with the black gas, formed a terrifying vision. The sky was completely stained black and red. Even a wisdom elite would find it hard to make it out alive. The endless black gas and blood-red energy chomped down on Alina. She was trembling like a tiny boat that could capsize any time out in the sea. She bit her lip. With her eyes upturned, she started to beg the Hela for help. As the saying went, a drowning man would catch at a straw. She saw that the halo was still on her head, and the light seemed to be faint like it could go out any time. Fortunately, it stayed put no matter how relentless the storm was. Moshe and the master of the Blood Clan, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly felt fear rise in their throats. They felt a force of resistance from the halo and it seemed that the sleeping beast had awakened. Suddenly, a light like the breaking day exploded from the halo and washed over everything. Wherever the light passed, the black aura instantly dissipated. It all happened at an indescribable speed. It was like wiping chalk from the blackboard as all the black aura was instantly removed. "No, it's impossible. What kind of head wreath is that?" shouted Moshe shrilly. His eyes were wide as saucers. He quickly flapped his black wings and tried to grab the head wreath. His speed was so fast that he became a black blur. However, in the next instant, a scream could be heard as a stream of light swept over him. He was sent flying 100 miles away and was staring at the head wreath with fearful eyes. He was at a loss of what to do. Everyone who turned to look at him would inevitably let out a gasp. Moshe's appearance was extremely pitiful. His whole body was scorched black by the light while the wings on his back were broken in many places, his feathers in disarray. It was incredible he was hurt to this extent just by being near the head wreath. "Moshe's hurt? Amazing. I never knew the princess had a heaven-defying ultimate treasure." Did you guys feel that? Moshe isn't only hurt but some of his origins of life had been wiped out, too. Wow. After a brief silence, the angels broke out in excited cheers. That was not all. The halo was still radiating a sun-like light. All the black gas and blood-red energy dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye and soon, they could see the bright sky. Just when the light was about to reach Moshe, the master of Blood Clan called out to him, "Brother Moshe, run. This isn't the end of it all. I'll be back." Moshe gritted his teeth and escaped into the abyss without looking back. Soon, he disappeared from their field of vision. The fallen angels also tried to run away, But they were also pressed by Lord Angel. Moshe had been sealed up and peace once again returned. Everyone in the Angel clan felt as if they had just woken up from a bad dream. The head wreath slowly floated into Alina's open hand. She rubbed the head wreath in a trance. It's so amazing. So powerful. Lord Angel stared at the head wreath with a burning fire in his eyes. That's a divine weapon more powerful than the Holy Light Sword. Are you sure it was given by that expert from the 7th dimension? He was so full of respect for Li Nianfan that he did not dare to utter his name but used honorifics instead. He was sure no one would believe them if they told him a head wreath had driven Moshe away, a second step wisdom elite. He wondered how powerful one had to be to make a powerful head wreath like that. Yes, I'm 100% sure, said Alina with a nod. After the feeling of horror had passed, ecstasy burst out in her heart. She did not even mind the baldness of her wings anymore. It was obvious she had come out with the better end of the bargain. Lord Angel's eyes were filled with envy. If possible, he wanted to trade all the feathers on his wings for a head wreath like that, too. The expert must have predicted you'd come across a catastrophe and thus, gave you that head wreath for protection. Think of it as payment for the rest of your feathers. I was too immature back then and said some harsh words to him. I feel so regretful right now, said Alina. Then, she suddenly remembered her father saying something about joining forces with the others to kill Li Nianfan. In a worried tone, she asked, Father, do you still plan to kill the expert? Of course not. Lord Angel shook his head without hesitation. He then smiled coldly and said, The Heaven Mystery Pavilion guessed that the expert has entered a state of ultimate existence and I can sense that the expert won't be killed so easily. If they want an early death, let them go. Besides, we owe the expert a debt for saving our lives. Just as you've said, Father, now that I think back to all that had happened, I find it truly amazing how everything seemed to be more than what they seemed, said Alina. Lord Angel did not say anything else but moved his holy light sword closer to the head wreath. Under Alina's shocked gaze, the holy light sword trembled violently, let out a soft cry, and at the same time exuded an aura of awe. Without waiting for Alina to ask, Lord Angel said, The holy light sword's nourished by the aura of wisdom. That's how it became a wisdom ultimate treasure. Judging by its reaction, it's obvious that this head wreath contains a powerful origins of wisdom. I still don't get why the expert, who has entered the state of ultimate existence, will simply give away such a powerful treasure to you. Father, you sound really salty, said Alina with a pout. I can't help being salty, said Lord Angel with a bitter smile. I heard the people from the 7th dimension mention that the expert likes angel feathers, and he wished he could get his hands on more, said Alina after suddenly recalling what had happened outside the four-part architecture. Really? Lord Angel became extremely excited and his face started to flush. That's great. We're the original supplier of angel feathers. Even if the expert doesn't give us any more head wreaths, we can still use this opportunity to win him over. There's only an upside to this trade. He quickly flew back to his palace and asked all the angels there, Do you know what happened to War Angel's feathers? All the angels were taken aback but then shook their heads. Our feathers are the pride of our clan. Lord Angel, we must find the person who did this and avenge the princess, said one of the angels. He's right. Our feathers are our pride. I'd rather die than have them stripped away. All of you, shut up. What do you know? Shouted Lord Angel angrily. War Angel willingly offered her feathers to an expert in exchange for the head wreath. It was a big opportunity and great fortune for her. Only those with the steel of determination could do it, so I won't allow anyone to behave disrespectfully towards the expert. Suddenly, the entire palace descended into an uproar as all the angels had a 180-degree change in attitude. Each of them had an eager look on their faces. Is this real? Our feathers can do that? It's no wonder War Angel was willing to give up her feathers. She hit the jackpot. Incredible. How did she do it? Lord Angel, please, take a look at my feathers. Do you think it can be made into a head wreath? Lord Angel signaled them to be quiet. This is a serious matter since it's related to the expert. Therefore, we'll hold a feather competition to find the top 10 angels with the most beautiful feathers. Who knows, we might get a head wreath out of it. What are we waiting for? Let's begin. It's a good thing I brush my feathers every day. Ha ha ha, I bathe mine in angel's light every day to the extent that I've relegated my other powers to the side. I'm definitely going to win the competition. Hee hee, my feathers are as beautiful as Sister Alina's, so I'm sure I have a chance, too. Meanwhile, back in the 5th dimension, Moshe was staring daggers at the master of the Blood Clan. We would have won if you joined the battle, too. I'm beginning to think you're just using me, said Moshe vehemently. "Are you stupid? Our existence would have been exposed if I did anything. They might even come for us," said the Master of the Blood Clan coldly. The grudge between Moshe and Lord Angel was between the two of them only, so it would not really attract the attention of the other powerhouses in the fourth dimension. However, it would be a different story if they discovered the fifth dimension had appeared in their territory. Humph. At the end of the day, you can only blame yourself. Didn't you say that the Angel Clan was nothing to be fearful about? We wouldn't have lost if you told us about the head wreath in the first place, said the Master of the Blood Clan. If things had gone according to their plan, Moshe would have been able to devour every member of the Angel Clan. Then, with the help of the Blood Clan, they would take over the entire fourth dimension and the seventh dimension. They never expected they would not even get past the first stage of their plan. The Angel Clan did not have that head wreath in their possession. I could sense a thick and potent origins of wisdom coming off it. Any idea what kind of treasure it is? Asked Moshe in a deep voice. It is indeed the power of origins. They're certainly lucky they could get their hands on it. The head wreath's most likely a remnant of the third dimension's origins, said the Master of the Blood Clan in a deep voice. Curse them and their luck. I can't believe they got their hands on the third dimension's origins, said Moshe in a frustrated tone, for no one would ever turn down the chance of having the power of origins. Now that they have it, it's best we don't do anything to them in the meantime. Then, the Master of the Blood Clan smiled. However, I've received some clues about where the origins of the fifth dimension is. We'll be able to win against the Angel Clan once we get our hands on that. Is what you're saying real? Asked Moshe. This was very good news indeed. Yes, I'm 80% sure, but I'll need your help. Ha ha ha, sure. Anything for the power of origins. I can't wait. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, many people had gathered there. Yun Qianshan and Zheng Shan were there, along with Yun family's Purple Guardian and an elder from the Heaven Earth Pavilion. The old Pavilion Master from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion had also invited others. In total, there were 8 Wisdom Elites and 20 Heavenly Realm Fighters. Seems like Lord Angel won't be coming, said Yun Qianshan. Oh, haven't you heard? Fallen Angel was trying to escape from his seal again. He caused quite a commotion. I can feel that he's more powerful this time. Tianhua might not make it out alive, so it's not surprising that he's not here, said Zheng Shan with a smile. A strange aura suddenly enveloped the entire Heaven Mystery Pavilion and the voice of the old Pavilion Master rang out slowly. That's enough. He has no one to blame but his rotten luck. One by one, the Origins devouring bugs flew out and circled their heads. I'll now teach you how to cultivate the Origins devouring bugs so that they'll see you as their masters and steal the power of Origins for you. The old Pavilion Master had learned his lesson. He decided not to let them infuse themselves into the bugs this time. This way, even if the bugs died, they would only have to give up a little of their blood instead of their lives. Chapter 704, Successfully Stealing the Origins. The Origins devouring bug would merge with the wisdom and sense the location of the Origins. As long as you follow the spiritual blood feeding method, you can use them to steal it. The Origins devouring bug like devouring origins. One could refine it into one's avatar or one could keep it as a pet. Otherwise, they would devour one's origins. The previous incident had proved that it was too dangerous to refine the bug into an avatar and enter the seventh dimension. So, the old Pavilion Master retreated and asked everyone to use the blood-feeding method instead. Afterward, the old Pavilion Master taught everyone how to manipulate the bug. According to the old Pavilion Master's method, Yun Qianshan raised his hand and grabbed hundreds of the Origins devouring bugs. Then, he used his mana to imprison the bugs in front of himself. After that, with a flash of light, his fingertips slid open as he reached out to one of the bugs. Instantly, the bug acted like a hungry cat and flapped its wings quickly as it leapt onto Yun Qianshan's open wound. It sucked frantically. A stream of spiritual blood flowed from Yun Qianshan's wound and into the bug's mouth. The bug sucked it quickly and strongly. Even though Yun Qianshan was a second-step Wisdom Elite, he could not control the flow of his spiritual blood. Soon, he started to feel overwhelmed. No wonder the Heaven Mystery Pavilion called upon so many people. Since a person can only control a limited number of bugs, that would decrease the speed of stealing the origins. In the end, Yun Qianshan and Zheng Shan each managed to feed 100 bugs each while the Wisdom Elites could feed 50 bugs each. Those from Heavenly Realm Fighters could feed only 20 bugs each. Their bodies could not handle more. If not, all the spiritual blood in their bodies would be sucked away. With that, there were thousands of bugs flying around their owners, waiting for their mission. The old Pavilion Master smiled and said, Very well. The origins of wisdom is at the 4-part architecture. Order your bugs to go to that location. Once they've found the origins, they'll bring it back for you. Someone said with excitement, "Hooray for the old pavilion master. He even discovered the location of the origins for us." After a moment, thousands of origins-devouring bugs flew away from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. They were concealed in wisdom and did not make any waves or ripples in the air. They crossed the realm passage without any sound and entered the 7th dimension, heading straight to the 4-part architecture. At the fallen immortal mountain, Nanan and Dragon blasted their mana, forming a large pit in the ground beside the hill of the courtyard. They planned to use it as a toilet for the game animals. At that moment, a pig demon and a cow demon were standing beside the pit chatting happily. They were queuing up to go to the toilet. "Brother Cow, I feel ashamed to admit that I've been the happiest I've ever been when I'm here pretending to be a game animal. There's nothing wrong with that. We used to risk our lives to hunt for food. Now, there's no pressure here at all. All we need to do is eat and poop without any stress." "You're not totally right. There's still some pressure here. The silver-winged black bear king ended up in a stew because he didn't poop yesterday." "You're right. But that bear does taste good." Just as they were chatting, the space in the sky suddenly rippled. The origins-devouring bugs could sense the origins in the area and they flapped their wings with excitement. They flew like a cannonball straight toward the toilet pit. The bugs dived into the toilet pit and stayed there happily. Some of the bugs even stuck themselves on the pig demon and cow demon's buttock. The pig demon and cow demon felt some itchiness, so they used their tails to scratch their itch. The demons frowned at the same time. Then, they turned around to look and were surprised by what they saw. There was a layer of black bugs in the toilet pit and there were a lot of them. They moved around and used their legs and mouth to eat the stoolie. DMN it. What the hell are those things? Where did these bugs come from? Oh, no. The bugs are stealing our stoolie. Hey, everyone. Come over here. Unknown creatures are stealing our stoolie. It's an emergency. Hurry up. The pig demon and cow demon screamed as they tried to drive the bugs away. Soon, a crowd of poultry hurried over. The stool was their life. Their food supply would be cut off if the amount of stool could not meet the requirements of the terrible existence. They could even be slaughtered as a result of it. It was too scary to imagine. When the poultry rushed to the scene, their eyes turned red. What a shameless group of thieves. Why would they be stealing our stoolie? You shameless bunch of bugs, spit it out now. Do you know how hard we work? How could you steal our stoolie? I'm going to kill all of you. Brothers, get your weapons. Don't let them run away. Kill every single one of those bugs. Although the poultry did not have any mana with them, they had great strength. They used their limbs and tails to attack their surrounding areas and force the bugs away. Some even used the tree trunks as a weapon. Pat. Pat. The origins-devouring bugs did not have any combat skills other than being invisible and devouring origins. Some of the bugs were being shot down from the sky and trampled to death. Most of the bugs hurried to escape the scene with the stool to avoid being killed by the poultry. After a while, the bugs returned to the 4th dimension and arrived at the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Yunki and Shan and the others were waiting for their return. They were overjoyed when they saw the bugs returning. Ha! They're back. The bugs are back. The bugs wouldn't return if they didn't find the origins. We're in luck. Come on, baby. Let's see what the origins from the 7th realm looks like. Hey, the number of bugs that returned are fewer than before. Someone questioned. There were more than 1,000 bugs and only half of them returned. It's not surprising at all. There are many dangers in the 7th realm. It's good enough that half of the bugs returned. As the voice of the old pavilion master was heard, a phantom condensed from the space and looked at the group of bugs with the same excitement. Yunki and Shan nodded and said, "It seems that the origins-devouring bugs had met some dangers while stealing those origins." Zheng Shan said, "Origins are very precious. I think it's lucky that the bugs weren't annihilated. This kind of luck is hard to come by." Just as everyone was talking, the bugs that had returned to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion dropped the origins in front of everyone. Instantly, a strange smell burst out and the crowd almost fainted because of the smell. The phantom of the old pavilion master trembled and nearly dissipated because of the odor. "Oh my, is this the origins? How can it be so smelly?" I purposely took a deep breath to feel the smell of the origins. I nearly died. It doesn't look good. Does it look like stool to you? I highly doubt that it's consumable. Is there a problem? Everyone's faces turned green. They looked at the pile of origins and were feeling scared. They waited for the old pavilion master to explain. There's nothing to worry about. Since the bugs brought it back, then there must be origins contained in it. The old pavilion master's explanation gave everyone a sense of reassurance. He continued to say, the origins of wisdom exists in many different kinds of forms. Although the pile in front of you doesn't have a good presentation, it's still the origins. How can you be distracted so easily? Yun Qianshan stepped ahead and solemnly said, it's worth considering the words from the old pavilion master. It's just a bit stinky. No pain no gain. You can leave if you don't want to eat it. I'll eat it on your behalf. Zhang Shan immediately said, Yun Qianshan, don't you think you can have it all for yourself? I'll also eat it on behalf of those who refuse to eat it. Soon, everyone became determined that the pile in front of them was nothing but the origins. Their eyes sparkled looking at it. Only an idiot will back down now. That's right. The number of dead bugs was huge. It just shows that this pile of origins is unusual. No one would be in the right mind to guard their stoolie. This is the smell of the origins. Smell it with your heart and you'll find that it's very fragrant. Come on. I can't wait to take the first bite. Seeing the eagerness in everyone, the old pavilion master smiled with relief. He said, this is our first victory in stealing the origins. Now's the time to indulge. I'll divide the origins into equal portions for all of you. After this, we'll carry out the second wave of plunder. Following that, everyone received their portions and ate happily. Yun Qianshan held up his share and said, come on. It's not easy to gather together. Let's treat this as our first gathering. Cheers, everyone. Cheers. It's the origins all right. It's slimy yet soft and delicious. This is the first time I've ever tasted something like this. That's right. It's too delicious. Too bad, the amount's too little. I haven't had enough of it. I'm looking forward to the second meal. I can feel my mana tumbling and the origins in my body resonating with the law. It's too powerful. I truly appreciate the Heaven Mystery Pavilion for giving me this chance of gaining this great fortune. Ha! Let's all work hard together and steal all the origins from the 7th dimension. At this moment, Yun Qianshan, who was licking his lips, stared at the bugs. Their bodies were covered with yellow stuff. He then had a flash of inspiration and immediately said, quickly. Wash off the origins from the bugs' bodies. There are still some of it left. As expected of the head of the Yun family. It's important to pay attention to details. What a surprise. We almost missed it. I didn't expect to have soup after the main course. Terrific. Immediately, a gurgling sound appeared in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. At this time, Lord Angel had arrived. He was about to go to the 7th dimension to deliver some feathers. Then, he thought it would be good to scout the enemy's situation. Who knew if the Heaven Mystery Pavilion had any success with attacking the 7th dimension? He could alert them if he found any useful information, then he could form a good relationship with them. Before Lord Angel entered the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, he frowned as the smell of stool hit him in the nose. He was surprised. He pondered for a moment and flew into the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and said, I'm sorry I was late. Something occurred that caused my delay. Lord Angel glanced around and saw there were black and yellow stains on everyone's mouths and teeth. It looked very shocking. The stench of the room was suffocating Lord Angel. What's going on? Didn't they say they'd launch an attack on the 7th realm? Why are they eating stool together? Lord Angel thought. Yun Qianshan showed complacency when he saw Lord Angel. Oh, Tianhua, you're late. You missed our first feast. Zhang Shan came over and laughed. That's right. It's too delicious, hiccup. Don't come near me. Lord Angel nearly vomited because of Zhang Shan's hiccup. He immediately stopped them from coming near him. He was in horror and did not know what had gotten into them. Zhang Shan sneered, what a loser. Can't you smell that the place is filled with the scent of origins? Lord Angel was taken aback and said in surprise, origins? That's right. It is the origins. We stole the origins from the 7th dimension. Yun Qianshan smiled and said, we used the method that the old pavilion master taught us and successfully stole the origins. We had a great meal. The feeling's so wonderful. I can clearly feel my power growing. Zhang Shan said, who asked you to be late? You're already one step behind us. Lord Angel raised his brows while he doubted them. Are they for real? Did they just feast on the origins from the 7th dimension? But there are so many powerful existences there. Would they just allow their origins to be stolen? Was I wrong about how powerful the person in the 7th dimension was? Lord Angel thought. Yun Qianshan invited Lord Angel and said with a smile, don't be sad about missing the first wave. There's still the second wave. Do you want to join us? Lord Angel shook his head and had already made up an excuse. No thanks. There are some problems with the seal at the palace. I need to go and suppress it. I don't have the time to join you. Zheng Shan said, that's too bad. But you have to think clearly, this is a great fortune. Don't blame us for not sharing it with you. Lord Angel smiled and said, of course, I won't blame you. I don't want to disturb you anymore. Goodbye. After that, Lord Angel left the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The person who gave Alina the head wreath was definitely not someone to be messed with. However, it did not look like the origins that Yun Qianshan and the group ate were fake. Was it possible that the expert did not care about the origins and allowed others to steal it from him? Lord Angel kept guessing in his mind. Then, he called Alina and was ready to head toward the 7th dimension to look for an answer. In the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, the old pavilion master asked, do you need a rest after that meal? Rest? Definitely not. Let's continue. No one will want to rest when great fortune is waiting for us. Do you think we're a bunch of fools? Hurry up. It wasn't even enough to ease my thirst. I'm starting to feel hungry already. The old pavilion master nodded, all right, the second wave starts now. Then, the old pavilion master waved his hand and a whole load of origins devouring bugs appeared to replace the dead ones. The group started to tame the bugs with the spiritual blood feeding method again. After the first experience, everyone had gotten used to it. Not too long later, thousands of bugs flew out of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion again. Origins of Wisdom, here we come. Chapter 705, The Annihilation of Lord Angel's Worldview. Lord Angel left the Heaven Mystery Pavilion with a heavy heart. Seeing him look like this, Alina could not help but ask, Father, what's the matter? I'm sure the people who dare to cross the 7th dimension will get their karma. However, Lord Angel shook his head and said, I don't know what went wrong. Not only were they okay, but they also got the origins and were devouring it happily. What? Alina was stunned and could not believe it. How did they do it? Didn't the expert stop them? Lord Angel sighed. The mind of an expert isn't for the likes of us to know. By the way, what's the result of the feather competition? We have to go to the 7th dimension soon. The top 10 have been selected and they're plucking their feathers in the hall as we speak. I believe it'll be done soon. Alina paused before saying, by the way, we also captured a fallen angel. I wonder if the expert would like some black feathers. The other fallen angels escaped with Moshe, but one was captured. Lord Angel pondered for a moment. Then, he said, we might as well give it to the expert. Pluck the feathers and bring them with you. Then, he reminded her, be careful when plucking the feathers. Be sure not to damage them. Alina nodded and said, don't worry, Father. Everyone knows. After a while, 10 angels flew out of the main hall, stretched their wings, and hovered above the sky. All 10 pairs of wings were bald with no exceptions. If this had happened before, they would not have dared to show their faces and would only hide in their rooms and cry. Now, however, they were proud of what they had accomplished. Bald wings had become their new badge of honor. It was a recognition for their quality feathers, and it meant that they were the chosen angels. All the other angels looked at them with envy and they could not help but sigh when they looked at their feathered wings. Lord Angel did not hesitate to praise them. Well done. You're all the pride of the angel clan. The 10 angels smiled and said, you're too kind, Lord Angel. It's our honor to offer up our feathers. Please, hurry along and deliver it to the expert while they're still fresh. Ha ha ha, all right. I'll be off then. Lord Angel laughed and set off for the 7th dimension, along with Alina and the angel feathers in their hands. Finally, they crossed through the portal and entered the 7th dimension. Lord Angel scrunched up his face and said, what thick wisdom aura. This dimension sure has an abundance of wisdom. It's incredible. But, how could this be? Father, what's the matter? Asked Alina curiously. She could vaguely sense that it would be easier to have a breakthrough in the 7th dimension than in the 4th dimension, but apart from that, she could sense nothing else. You're still at the first step of the Wisdom Elite realm, so your senses are limited. The power of each Wisdom Elite's too great, and the thickness of the Wisdom aura present represents the number of Wisdom Elites that each dimension can nurture. Take the residual Wisdom aura in the 4th dimension, for example, it'd be difficult to produce another Wisdom Elite, for it would cause an imbalance if that were to happen. Imbalance? What do you mean by that? Asked Alina in puzzlement. The servant becomes the master. Just like the 1st dimension whose origins had been stolen by the Eldritchs. Alina looked thoughtful. It made sense. There were countless parasitic beings in the dimension, but the dimension also relied on those beings to operate. At the same time, the dimension had its own mechanism to operate smoothly. However, when the parasitic beings, for some unknown reason, become too strong, this balance would be broken. Then, the dimension would inevitably be destroyed. Lord Angel took a deep breath and exclaimed, "And this dimension's different, very different. The wisdom aura in this dimension's too strong. Even the fourth dimension did not have such a strong wisdom aura initially. Such a thick wisdom aura means that more than 100 wisdom elites can be cultivated." "More than 100? Gasped Alina. She could process everything else but this. The Eldritchs had been pillaging the 7 dimensions for eons, and even they did not have 100 wisdom elites. Alina pressed her lips together and said, "Is the 7th dimension really that powerful?" "The power of each dimension may not be exactly the same, but it wouldn't differ too much." Lord Angel shook his head. His eyes gleamed with wisdom, and in a trembling voice, he said, "I suspect, the anomaly of the 7th dimension's related to the expert." "It'll be incredible indeed if the expert can make a dimension's wisdom aura so thick," said Alina in disbelief. "The fact that he could give you a head wreath that contains the origins of wisdom shows that he can do so. I can't even imagine what else he can do. In any case, it won't do us any good to overthink things. Let's go see him first," said Lord Angel solemnly. Their respect for Li Nai and Fan had increased just then as they quickly made their way to the area of the gods. Not long after, with Alina showing the way, they saw the fallen immortal mountain in the distance. "Father, the expert's on this mountain," said Alina. Lord Angel nodded, landed at the foot of the mountain, and said, "To avoid misunderstandings, we should go up by foot." When they were about halfway up the mountain, they could vaguely sense an energy fluctuation, and when they looked up, they saw a swarm of origins-devouring bugs with red eyes, rushing excitedly in a particular direction. Lord Angel narrowed his eyes slightly and in a surprised tone said, "Those bugs. I remember seeing them in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion." Immediately, he and Alina quickened their steps. On the other side, a group of wild game animals stood around a pit and were holding stones and branches as weapons in their hands. They stood in a formation and looked up at the sky with determined expressions on their faces. "Look, those crazy poo-stealing creatures are here again. Hurry, we need to stop them. Stop them. Protect the poop at all costs. You'll pay for stealing our poop. Die." They roared and fought with the origins-devouring bugs, and the scene was chaotic for a while. There were only about 50 game animals, but there were thousands of tiny origins-devouring bugs. Naturally, it was easy for the bugs to slip past them and dive right into the pit. No. Lord Angel felt like he was struck by lightning when he saw what was happening in front of him. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Is this what the people of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion were referring to when they meant they had the origins of the 7th dimension? Why did they look so happy to be eating poop? It's no wonder why it smelled so bad in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. His brain began to buzz when he thought about how cocky they were in front of him. "Lady Luck must be smiling down on me," said Lord Angel. He was patting his chest and seemed to be on the verge of tears. "I would be amongst the poop-eating army if I joined forces with the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. I'd rather die than do that. Brother Yunki and Shan, Brother Jungshan, my old friends. Bon appetit. It must have been hard work to cross the dimensions just to eat some poop." Lord Angel retracted his gaze. What he had just witnessed further strengthened his determination not to offend the expert living in the four-part architecture. Gradually, the battle of the poop came to an end. There were still some origins-devouring bugs who got their fill, but the number was lesser than the last time. Lord Angel and Alina were fortunate to be able to see such a spectacular scene, which directly refreshed their worldview and made them count their lucky stars. Alina looked toward the four-part architecture, feeling a little nervous. She asked, "Father, shall we knock on the door?" Lord Angel was equally as nervous. He had not felt like this ever since becoming the master of all angels. He could not believe that he did not even dare to knock on a door. Will the expert find us annoying for suddenly visiting him? Would he misunderstand our intention since we're from the 4th dimension? Fortunately, just as they were hesitating, the door opened with a squeak. Nanan and Dragon came out, carrying some animal feed and beating the gongs in their hands. "It's meal time. Come one, come all." Immediately, the group of wild game animals rushed over, arched their noses, and squealed like pigs. Nanan and Dragon began to distribute the feed amongst the game animals. "Don't worry, there's enough for everyone." Lord Angel glanced at the pig food and found that it looked very unappetizing. He did not understand why these demons were fighting for it. However, In the next moment, he took a closer look and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? It can't be. How's this possible? He gasped, moved closer to the pig food, and sniffed hard. Then, he exclaimed in horror, this pig food not only contains the rich power of law, but also a thick wisdom aura. This is the pure essence of the origins of wisdom. He could not believe that they were giving it to them as pig food. Was it really that cheap in the eyes of the expert? He finally understood why the Heaven Mystery Pavilion people were so happy to be eating poop. Huh? Sister Angel, you came back. Are you here for revenge? Looking at Lord Angel and Alina, Nanan and Dragon suddenly became vigilant. No. Definitely not that. Please, don't misunderstand us. Lord Angel shook his head quickly and then explained, Alina had already told me what happened the last time she was here, and believe me when I said I've already reprimanded her sternly for that. It's an honor for us that the expert likes our feathers and it's only natural for us to give him more. Thus, we've come to deliver more feathers to him. Really? You brought more feathers? Asked Nanan and Dragon with shiny eyes. They knew Li Nianfan had been muttering to himself about how he wished he had more feathers so he could make more things. The two of them found that the cushion made from the feathers was comfortable, too. They would have gotten more feathers had they not copied Dzigoe. Yes. Don't worry, there's more where that came from. One word from the expert and we'll bring more feathers to you. Lord Angel was overjoyed when he saw the expressions of Nanan and Dragon and quickly took out the feathers he had prepared. Wow. There's so much. Nanan and Dragon both smiled. Brother Li will definitely be happy. You have a very promising future ahead of you. It's our honor. Lord Angel was extremely excited. He then asked curiously, if you don't mind me asking, those pig food? Nanan was in a good mood so she explained, Brother Li wants to give more nourishment to the vegetables in the backyard. He treats this group of game animals as poop machines. He feeds them pig food and uses their poop as fertilizer. Poop machines? The expert sure doesn't spare any expense when it comes to fertilizing his vegetables, huh? Excuse me, where can I sign up to be a poop machine? Lord Angel looked at the pig food wishfully. He had to rely on his strong willpower to resist the urge to fight over the food with the other game animals. The two of you wait outside while I deliver the feathers to Brother Li, said Nanan. Then, she and Dragon went inside the four-part architecture. They were being cautious by not inviting Lord Angel in. After all, it could be a scheme of Lord Angel. If he entered the courtyard and then said actually, you're a cultivator Bigshot to Li Nianfan, it would truly be game over for everyone then. Nanan and Dragon ran to Li Nianfan and gave him the angel feathers as if they were treasures. Brother Li, look what just came. He was taken aback for a moment. Then, he said suspiciously, angel feathers? Where did you get it? Did the two of you forcibly take this from the angels again? Of course not. We learned our lesson. Besides, we've been here all this while, said Nanan. Brother Li, the angel clan personally delivered this to us, said Dragon. The angels personally delivered their feathers here? Are they really that kind? Li Nianfan found the whole thing a little strange, but then, he suddenly understood what was going on. The angels must have offered up their feathers to protect themselves after seeing how strong Nanan and the others were. They must be thinking that we would not send them to rain revenge down on them if they sincerely offered up their feathers. That must be it. All right. I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions, said Li Nianfan with a smile. Then, he started to organize the feathers. There were enough feathers to make some cushions and a mat. Not bad at all. Huh? There are even black feathers. Awesome. I was just thinking about what other colored materials I could use to spice things up a little. Now my problem's solved. Meanwhile, back at the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, everyone was craning their necks in anticipation. Finally, they grew extremely excited when they saw black dots appearing on the horizon. Ha ha ha, they're back with the origins. Quick! Everyone, get ready. It's chow time. Why are there only about 300 bugs returning this time? It seems that they encountered a harder battle than the last time. We need to cherish these hard-won origins. Chapter 706, Yunki and Shan, it hurts me to see you like this. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Nanan, give these head wreaths to the angels as something for them to remember their feathers by. We shouldn't let them think we're rude. Li Nianfan made some head wreaths and passed them to Nanan. Although the angels voluntarily gave them the tribute, he felt that he should reciprocate with a gift. It was basic courtesy to treat everyone with respect. Besides, it was not too much trouble to make the head wreaths. By the way, give them some of the sweet rice wine, too, said Li Nianfan. He really wanted to let them know he appreciated them giving him the feathers. "Yes, Brother Li," said Dragon obediently. "Brother Li, are the feathers enough? The angels said they'll deliver more if you want," said Nanan. "Oh? Did they really say that?" asked Li Nianfan with bright shiny eyes. The feathers he had were just enough to make a few more cushions and mats but not enough to make the bed sheets and pillowcases that he wanted. "I feel so fancy. Other people would use goose down but I use angel down." Nanan nodded and said, "Yes, that's what they said." "Well, I wouldn't mind if they bring some more but only if they're willing. Request for more black feathers if possible," said Li Nianfan with a smile. "By the way, their method for stripping off the feathers isn't that great. There's too much damage to the feathers, especially the black ones. It's a pity." He wanted to pair the black feathers with the white feathers but there were not enough of the black ones. "Brother Li, should we give them the hair removal stick?" suggested Nanan. Li Nianfan nodded without hesitation. "Yes, that's a great idea." In his eyes, the hair removal stick was not important to him. After that, Dragon and Nanan walked out of the four-part architecture. Outside, Lord Angel and Alina were waiting nervously for them. They were fidgeting as they kept pacing back and forth. During this time, they witnessed several battles from the animals as they defended the fertilizer gold which became more and more tragic. Then, the door opened and they eagerly rushed forward to meet Dragon and Nanan. "Little goddesses, how is it? Is the expert satisfied with our feathers?" asked Lord Angel hurriedly. "They're all right. It's just that some of the feathers were damaged." Brother Li was especially dissatisfied with the black feathers. Both Lord Angel and Alina sighed internally and smiled bitterly. The fallen angel had gone crazy and did not want to cooperate with them, so it was only natural that his feathers were damaged. They were saddened by the fact that they had let the expert down. "However, Brother Li still wants to thank you for your effort. Here are some head wreaths and sweet rice wine for you," said Nanan as she and Dragon brought out the gifts. "Are these really for us?" Lord Angel and Alina looked at the 10 head wreaths. Their whole bodies were instantly covered in a layer of goosebumps. They almost fainted from the excitement. To them, it would be enough if they left a good impression on the expert. It never crossed their minds that the expert would be so generous and give them so many head wreaths. Lord Angel stretched out his trembling hands as if stroking the most precious thing in the world and carefully accepted the head wreaths. There were even tears in his eyes. That was how excited and moved he was. Then, he looked at the sweet rice wine. Inside a transparent box was a bowl filled with some kind of rice. The rice was submerged in some kind of liquid and there was even a hole in the middle. "This is sweet rice wine?" he asked curiously. Dragon licked her lips when she recalled the taste of the rice wine. "Trust me, it's very delicious. You should count yourselves lucky." Both Lord Angel and Alina gasped at the same time. They thought back to the pig food and decided that this sweet rice wine's value must be sky high if the food given to the wild animals were already extraordinary. They had to pinch themselves to check if they were dreaming. Lord Angel's face became flushed and he was a little incoherent. "Thank you, expert. The Angel clan owes you a huge debt. By the way, take this, too. It'll make removing your feathers faster and easier without damaging them," said Nanan as she took out the hair removal stick. Lord Angel and Alina were overwhelmed by one surprise after another. They were filled with immense gratitude to the expert for giving them an immortal machine. "I'm ashamed to say that as the Lord of all Angels, I didn't take the lead in stripping off my feathers. This is a dereliction of duty. I'll give this hair removal stick a try now." Lord Angel took the hair removal stick, spread his wings, and used it without hesitation. Immediately, a large number of feathers came off. "This immortal machine's amazing." Lord Angel was amazed and he immediately rolled the hair removal stick harder on his wings. He was so excited that one would think that the feathers were not his. In a blink of an eye, all his feathers had been stripped off his now bald wings. "Please, take these feathers to the expert," he said courteously. "Sure." Nanan and Dragon entered the four-part architecture again with Lord Angel's feathers. After a while, they came out and handed more head wreaths to Lord Angel. "Thank you. Oh, thank you so much." Lord Angel fondly stroked the head wreaths made from his feathers. He was incredibly proud of them. He and Alina bowed at the same time. "We'll take our leave now. By the way, since you come as friends, you should go register your visit at the Heavenly Palace," said Dragon. "Will do," said Lord Angel solemnly while making a mental note to do as he was told. Then, he and Alina walked down the fallen immortal mountain. However, They did not immediately head to the Heavenly Palace but stopped at a random place to take out the sweet rice wine. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm and urgency. A sweet-smelling fragrance instantly drifted out when they popped open the lid. The fragrance had a hint of normal rice wine and the sweetness of the glutinous rice. The mixture of the two created a scent that made them a little tipsy without even having to drink it yet. The expert's certainly extraordinary. The fragrance alone is enough to make me tipsy. Immediately, they divided the sweet rice wine and consumed them. The sweet rice wine was pre-chilled and they felt a refreshing feeling coursing through their bodies the minute they drank it. They were so happy to be alive in this world. Gah! I feel so hot. Suddenly, Alina's body trembled as she exclaimed. Her cheeks were red like fire. She began to twist her body as she felt her brain melting. Her vision began to go blurry and the surrounding air seemed to have some weight. It felt like the air had become solid, pushing against her body and making it sway from side to side. Huh? Am I looking at Wisdom Aura? It looks like a fish swimming back and forth in front of me, said Alina with a silly grin on her face. She then reached out and grabbed the air in front of her. Beside her, Lord Angel's face was also a little red, but his condition was much better than Alina's. Just as I expected. This sweet rice wine contains origins of wisdom. Although he was prepared, he still trembled when the real experience occurred. How's this possible? The origins of wisdom are related to the foundation of the dimension. It's the most original force. It won't show itself unless it's forcibly extracted or the dimension has been completely annihilated. Did the expert just really give us the origins of wisdom? Where did he even get it from? It must be great being able to do whatever one wants. No wonder the wisdom aura of the seventh dimension so rich. With the expert here, the potential of the seventh dimension is simply infinite. Lord Angel kept taking deep breaths to calm his trembling heart. At this time, Alina had also woken up from her trance. Huh? What happened to me just now? You just resonated with the wisdom aura. You weren't far from becoming a second-step wisdom elite, said Lord Angel. Alina opened her mouth in surprise and asked, did I just take one big step? Her disbelief was erased when she felt the power surging in her body. A tingling sensation shot across her skull and she exclaimed, this sweet rice wine's heaven-defying. It's even more than that. It's totally outrageous how this sweet rice wine contains the origins of the dimension. Lord Angel felt that his worldview had been completely shattered. He decided not to rack his brain to understand things he could not understand. Anyways, we have to make sure to stay on the expert's good side at all times. Let's go to the Heavenly Palace to register our visit now. Wise words, Father dear. They flapped their bald wings and flew toward the Heavenly Palace. When they arrived at the Heavenly Palace, they immediately aroused the vigilance of Yang Jing and others, but after explaining the purpose of their visit, the situation improved. Lord Angel was a second-step wisdom elite, strong enough to crush the palace, but he dared not put on the slightest air and acted extremely humble toward the people there. Head wreaths, sweet rice wine, and a hair removal stick? Man, the expert's really good to you guys, huh? The people of the Heavenly Palace were so envious when they heard about what they had received from the expert. Sure enough, to get the recognition of the expert, one needs to have a skill like laying eggs or growing feathers. Both of which I cannot do, said Cultivator Junjun with a thoughtful expression on his face. Xiao Changfeng's eyes were red as he looked at Lord Angel's bald wings. He said sourly, brother, the expert has certainly made it worthwhile for you to give up your feathers. Lord Angel erupted in laughter and said with pride, ha ha ha, I couldn't agree more. I'll work hard to regrow my feathers so I can offer them up to the expert again. Brother, the feathers of the Angel clan are obviously not enough, said the Jade Emperor contemplatively while he drummed his fingers on the table. Lord Angel was taken aback for a moment. He then said, do you mean that I'll still need to get my hands on feathers from the fallen angels? Bingo. The Jade Emperor smiled and said, we've been carrying out tasks for the expert and we understand his words very well. You obviously didn't fully understand the meaning of the expert's words. Lord Angel suddenly became serious as he respectfully said, please, enlighten me. The expert already said that he lacks black feathers, so what are you going to do about that? Are you going to wait for the fallen angels to come out? How long would that take? Do you think the expert's willing to wait that long? Asked the Jade Emperor. When these questions were raised, Lord Angel and Alina's expressions suddenly changed. The others also had stunned expressions. Lord Angel's face turned pale as he said in fear, thank you for reminding me. I almost made a big mistake. He did not think that far and the Jade Emperor was right, the expert might get angry if they made him wait too long. Please, tell us what to do, said Alina anxiously. "Need we tell you? You should make the first move," said Xiao Changfeng. "But the seal," said Lord Angel hesitantly. "Seal? What useless seal? Is that more important than the black feathers?" Xiao Changfeng yelled at him. Then, he continued, "Do you really think the head wreaths and hair removal stick are mere decorations? Forget about the seal. You should charge forward even if you have to go through a mountain of swords and an ocean of fire." "You're right. There's nothing to fear when we have the head wreaths and the hair removal stick," said Lord Angel. Then, he took a deep breath before saying, "I won't let the expert down." He solemnly bowed to the people of the Heavenly Palace and gratefully said, "Thank you for all your advice. Your words have pulled me back from the edge of the abyss. I'm grateful for all that you've done. Please, accept a bow from me." "You are welcome. It's our pleasure to help the expert in any way we can," said the Heavenly Palace people. They were happy with not taking the credit. "I'll go back and make some preparations now. Hopefully, I'll have some black feathers for the expert soon." Lord Angel did not dare to waste any more time, so he quickly left the place. When he and Alina reached the fourth dimension, they instinctively went to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion to check out the situation. They saw Yun Qianshan and the others gathered on the eaves of the pavilion as if they badly needed some fresh air. Phew! The origins of dimensions were certainly extraordinary, but the smell... Ugh! I don't think I can hold on much longer if I don't get some fresh air. Of course. This is the origins of dimension we're talking about. Yeah. It's normal for our body to find it difficult to absorb something as great as the origins. Let's rest and work harder later. We need to imbibe more origins. They all roared excitedly. Suddenly, they noticed Lord Angel and Alina. With one look, they were all shocked. Do my eyes deceive me? What happened to their wings? Gosh! They're bald. Ha ha ha! This is too funny. What happened? They must have been through a lot. Poor them. Yun Qianshan and Zheng Shan laughed unscrupulously. Lord Angel, upon seeing you, I'm suddenly overcome by guilt. The corner of Yun Qianshan's mouth crept up, but he pretended to be sad and said, "We're enjoying ourselves so much over here, and yet, you've obviously been through a lot. It hurts me to see you like this." Chapter 707, Turmoil in the Fifth Dimension, Drawing Out the Origins. Zheng Shan also flew over and tried to comfort Lord Angel. "Tianhua, don't be sad. You look good with your bald wings." Lord Angel looked at them quietly. It took him all his effort to not laugh. "I'm not sad. I don't need you all to comfort me. I had some sweet rice wine which was so delicious that you won't even be able to imagine the taste. And what did you guys have? Even thinking about it makes me want to puke. Looking at your happy faces, I can't even bear to tell you the truth. Ignorance truly is bliss. Stay where you are. Don't come any closer." Lord Angel smelled a stinking odor and he quickly covered his nose and mouth as he stepped back. The odor coming from them made him dizzy. "Huh? You ignorant fool. How can you be disgusted with the smell of origins?" Yun Qianshan shook his head and said with pity, "No pain, no gain. You're destined to be inferior to us." "Tianhua, are you sure you don't want to join us?" asked Zheng Shan. "No, thank you. I don't want the origins you're taking." Lord Angel and Alina immediately flew away without once looking back. Zheng Shan shook his head. His loss. "Everybody, get ready for the sixth wave. The origins are calling for us. Quick! I can't wait. Let's cut short our break time. Time waits for no one." After a while, Lord Angel and Alina arrived at their palace. Many angels saluted them at the same time and said respectfully, "Welcome back, Lord Angel." Their eyes were filled with enthusiasm and expectation. After all, they all knew that Lord Angel and Alina had visited the mysterious expert. They were all anxiously waiting to hear what the expert thought of their angel feathers. The 10 angels who had given up their feathers were especially excited. Lord Angel flapped his bald wings and flew high up in the sky. "As you can see, I've stripped the feathers on my wings, too. This is nothing to be ashamed of. It's our deepest honor that the expert has taken a liking to our feathers," he said majestically. The angels were in an uproar and they all wore excited smiles. "I'm so glad to know that our feathers are useful. We must take good care of our feathers so that we won't let the expert down. Our angel clan will surely rise to the peak now that we've gained the expert's recognition. Did the expert give us any divine items this time? Does the expert still need more feathers? He can have mine. Mine, too." Lord Angel raised his hand to silence them. The expert did request for more, but he also said our feathers aren't perfect enough. Therefore, You'll all need to work harder in growing more beautiful feathers. Now then, the 10 angels who had given up their feathers, come up to me." The 10 angels trembled and their faces became flushed. They could vaguely guess what they had been summoned for and quickly flew up to where Lord Angel was. "Here are your rewards." Lord Angel smiled approvingly at them, and with a wave of his hand, 10 head wreaths appeared. "Wearing this shows that you're the proud sons and daughters of our angel clan." He placed the head wreaths on them one by one. Looking at them filled the other angels with envy, but it also motivated them. They made up their minds to one day be rewarded with a head wreath, too. At the end of the award ceremony, Lord Angel's face suddenly became serious. "The head wreaths bestowed upon us by the expert are naturally very powerful and come with great responsibility. He's ordered us to get more black feathers. What do you all have to say about that?" "Get more black feathers! Get more black feathers! Get more black feathers!" roared the angels. "That's the spirit. With the head wreath's protection, we'll surely come back safely." Lord Angel looked at the 10 angels and asked, "Would you all like to go with me?" "We're willing," said the 10 angels in unison. "Good." Immediately, under the command of Lord Angel, they made some preparations and headed toward the seal. A total of 12 angels, Lord Angel, Alina, plus the 10 angels, flapped their bald wings and slowly flew toward the abyss where they had sealed up Moshe. Even though endless years had passed, they still could not obliterate him and had to be on guard every time he tried to break out from the seal. No one knew what was hidden in this seal. However, as they approached it, Lord Angel's brows started to lock together and there was a suspicious look in his eyes. "There's something weird about this seal. Where's Moshe? When did this place get so big? It was so small before. Not only that, it has become even more unpredictable. I have to admit that Moshe's indeed very powerful, being able to develop the seal to this extent," said Lord Angel grudgingly. However, as they continued to move forward, the frowns on their faces became even deeper. How much further does this go? Suddenly, a strange aura circulated them and a deep black hole opened up in front of them. The wisdom aura was very chaotic and the power of laws receded. Is this a portal to another dimension?" Lord Angel and Alina were shocked at the same time. Lord Angel's face sank. "So that's how Moshe suddenly became stronger. There's a portal to another dimension hidden here. I wonder which dimension this portal leads to. One thing's for sure, Moshe must be plotting something," said Alina. The eyes of Lord Angel suddenly flashed and he exclaimed, "I get it now. The expert must have known about this." He took a deep breath and continued, "The expert used the excuse of wanting more black feathers to lead us to this portal. They never would have discovered this portal if it was not for their search for the black feathers. They shuddered to think what would happen if they discovered it too late. You're right. The expert's all-knowing. No wonder the people from the heavenly palace told us to read between the expert's lines. They must have known that what the expert said contained a deeper meaning," said Alina with pure admiration. At that moment, they had to update their understanding of just how powerful the expert was. "Everybody, buckle up and follow me to another dimension," said Lord Angel solemnly. Then, they entered the portal and arrived at the 5th dimension. "The ore here is so weak." As soon as he entered the 5th dimension, Lord Angel frowned before shock colored his face. Compared to the 4th and 7th dimensions, the 5th dimension was like an old man who had one foot in death's door. "The wisdom aura here is languid and full of impurities. The laws are erratic and fragmented. It seems like this dimension's at the end of its lifespan," said Alina. Lord Angel, the Eldritch had pillaged all 7 dimensions. "It's not surprising this dimension became like this," said one of the angels. Lord Angel nodded and said, "You're right. Our 4th dimension would have ended up the same way if it wasn't for the Heaven Mystery Pavilion." Speaking of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, his heart moved slightly thinking of the mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared. He did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse that the Heaven Mystery Pavilion was hiding a huge secret within. He tossed the thought to the back of his mind and hurriedly said, "Behind every catastrophe's a huge opportunity. Moshe's on the move, so we should be, too." Alina pointed in a particular direction and said, "Father, the energy fluctuation over there seems to be the strongest." Immediately, everyone set off together in that direction. Soon, a broken planet appeared in front of them. Most of the beings on that planet had been annihilated and had been replaced by blood-red creatures. These creatures seemed to be completely made up of congealed blood and they sported a pair of bat wings on their backs. The blood creatures were cruel and powerful and their speed was extremely fast. They jumped on other beings as soon as they saw them and proceeded to suck their blood dry. The blood that was drawn out would then come back to life and condense into a new blood creature. What horrifying, cruel, and violent bloody creatures. They're spreading like a plague. They're every being's worst nightmare, said Alina with a frown. It's a shame they don't have feathers on their wings. If not, the expert could have added some blood red feathers to his collection, said Lord Angel. Suddenly, the group of blood creatures sensed their presence and charged toward them with a roar. Angel's light. Away with you all. An angel stepped out and raised his hand casually. In an instant, a dazzling white light appeared, shining down on them like the sun. The blood creatures evaporated into thin air. The light did not only eliminate the ones that were charging at them but the others that were on the planet as well. The angel was taken aback for a moment. Then, in a shocked tone, he said, I sense Moshe's aura on them. You're right. There's no doubt that Moshe's behind all of this. Lord Angel's expression was cold and there was a chill in his voice. It's without a doubt that they're trying to slaughter all the beings in this dimension. Father, we have to find Moshe quickly. We must stop them, said Alina with a darkened face. The fifth dimension's God's domain was the largest place in the entire dimension and also the place with the most living beings. However, at this moment, the entire God's domain was shrouded in a layer of bloody aura. The clouds in the sky were stained with blood, the earth was red, and even the rivers were gradually reddening. It was as if the entire God's domain was enveloped in a strange blood-red formation with the entire fifth dimension's living beings trapped inside. These living beings were not only the beings who were originally from God's domain but also the many other beings who had escaped from their own planets. Now, the entire fifth dimension was shrouded in a blood-red nightmare, and their only hope was that the strongest fighter in God's domain would rescue them. However, there was no response from anyone no matter how much they shouted for help. Up in the clouds, Moshe and the Master of the Blood Clan were staring at the scene below them with cold eyes. What do you think of my work? Asked the Master of the Blood Clan with a proud smile on his face. It's certainly amazing how you can turn the entire fifth dimension into a playground for your blood clan, Moshe responded. Then, he asked, are you sure this will draw out the origins of the fifth dimension? Positive. I know two ways of drawing out the origins of a dimension. The Master of the Blood Clan paused before saying, the first way is to destroy the balance of power with great means, like the Eldritchs who dominated and suppressed the first dimension's origins. However, this method requires a lot of luck and coincidence which makes it very difficult to achieve. The second way is to put pressure on this dimension with the power of another dimension. Once this dimension encounters a fatal threat from another dimension's power, the source will reveal itself, and at that time, I'll pull the origins out. Moshe showed a trace of suspicion on his face and asked, so you'll need my power to complete the mission? The Master of the Blood Clan nodded. Yes. The countless blood creatures that are currently wreaking havoc of our devil are inside them. This will make the origins of the fifth dimension think that it's the power of another dimension. Thus, it'll reveal itself. The wisdom elites of this dimension won't take any action against us? Asked Moshe. The Master of the Blood Clan laughed and said, ha ha ha, they're constantly monitoring the situation but I'm sure they won't take any action. Don't you get it? They must have guessed that I'm trying to draw out the origins of the dimension. Which one of them wouldn't want to get their hands on it? So no matter how crazy I am, they won't do anything to me. On the contrary, they're hoping I can draw out the origins faster so that they can plunder it the moment it appears. It's every man for himself right now. Do you really think they'd do something as pathetic as saving the world? So, when do we make a move? Said Moshe with a dangerous glint in his eyes. The Master of the Blood Clan smiled and said calmly, patience. We should wait until the blood ore is more intense. In a glacier in the God's domain, the area was shrouded in ice that would never melt. Even the laws were frozen there. In the deepest layer of ice was an old man with a withered face. He was frozen in the center of the ice, but at that moment, he slowly opened his eyes. They were filled with deep sadness and helplessness. I should have known this day would come the moment the balance of the seven dimensions was broken. It's human nature to be greedy. The group of warriors who saved the dimension previously have now taken up arms against their own dimension. It was different when they had the Eldritchs as a common enemy, but now, it seems like every dimension's plundering every other dimension. Everything has fallen into chaos. Frozen for countless years, I kept my last breath to guard the dimension against the Eldritchs. I never thought I'd have to use it against the beings of my own dimension. Is there no one who would protect this dimension after I die? Chapter 708, Abandoned by the Gods and Elites. The blood-red energy was still expanding in the fifth dimension. The planets were destroyed one by one as the blood-red energy washed over them. Just a little bit more and my blood light will cover the entire fifth dimension. The master of the Blood Clan erupted with a sinister laugh. He was like a lump of blood that could change its form and appearance as he pleased. At this moment, his whole face was covered with fangs and a gaping maw. Behold, a blood ritual of the entire dimension. Nothing like this has ever been done before. His voice echoed across the entire fifth dimension, causing despair to rise in countless beings' hearts. Instantly, the blood river thrashed around more violently and the blood clouds surged up into the sky. They had transformed into terrifying monsters and were devouring everything in their paths. The clouds transformed into an ocean and swept down on the planet, looking like an endless river of blood. Every planet in its path was devoured by it. Back at the fifth dimension's God's domain, the eyes of the trapped beings were filled with panic and helplessness and their faces were red from the bloody sky's reflection. No matter where they turned, they would instantly be pelted with liquid blood. Countless screams from children, beasts, and birds could be heard all around. Someone, please save us. Protect us, gods. Where are the gods when you need them? Aren't the elites in God's domain? Tianmun elite, Xiaoyao elite, Mingdao elite, Zhenmo elite. Countless people started chanting the elites' names in hopes of awakening them. However, not only did they fail to get a response, but the blood river above them turned into countless bloody tentacles that were reaching out to the crowd. In an instant, millions of beings were penetrated by the tentacles. Those beings shuddered and the meridians all over their bodies bulged up, making it visible under their skin as their blood was being rapidly drained away. Their blood seeped out of their pores and floated in front of them before transforming into blood creatures. Then, the blood creatures and the blood tentacles continued their massacre in God's domain. No, please, spare my kids. This is the end of the fifth dimension. This bloody devil wants to kill us all. Where are you all? Sky Sun Sect, Warrior God Temple, Sermon Pavilion. Stop shouting for us. We're here but our cultivation's too weak to go against them. We'll be turned into dust as well. The elites won't come out and all the gods are retreating. We've been abandoned. Is there no one that can save us? Wailing sounds came from every corner of the fifth dimension. As each second passed, hundreds of millions of beings were annihilated. The terrible aura of death enveloped them all and the fifth dimension descended into a state of gloom. The blood ocean was nearing the ground and countless despairing eyes could only stay still as they stared in horror. Suddenly, a giant hand shot out from the ground and pierced through the blood ocean like a pillar holding up the sky. This hand contained the aura of wisdom and a potent power of wisdom flowed out from it, forming an invisible barrier against the blood ocean. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the hand holding up the sky. They became excited when they started to think they might make it out alive after all. A black-haired young man rushed out of a mountain. He was wearing armor and holding an anti-cavalry sword. With his hair flying, he pointed at the sky while he scolded, "As a cultivator, I'll slay all the demons and monsters between heaven and earth in the name of righteousness. The elites who colluded and turned a blind eye against evil aren't worthy to be called cultivators. It's a shame how they're not putting their powers to good use." Unsurprisingly, no response came from the sky. The black-haired young man smiled bitterly and looked at the master of the Blood Clan. "Evil demon, I've come to suppress you." He then charged toward the master of the Blood Clan like a black tornado. He raised his anti-cavalry sword high and a terrifying sword light began to gather before it was released in one fell swoop, cutting the blood ocean in two. Without pausing at all, he cast another sword light against the master of the Blood Clan. He knew he was not his match and yet, he had put all that he had, mana, blood, and primordial spirit, into this one attack, hoping that the master of the Blood Clan would go down with him. Terrifying energy washed over everything. Even the blood river on the ground was swept up. This one attack maxed out the power of wisdom in the surroundings, and with the infinite aura of wisdom swirling around, it had already surpassed the power of a first-step wisdom elite. Fool. Moshe smiled coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the devil's sword was in his hand. He then flew toward the sword light. He looked so insignificant compared to the giant incoming sword light. However, with a slight swing of his sword, the sword light was completely neutralized by the devil's sword. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the black-haired young man's mouth. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the sky with deep resentment. He wept and said, "Is this really the end of the fifth dimension?" Several blood-colored tentacles rose from the ground, restrained the black-haired man, and suspended him mid-air. "You want to be a hero? Don't overestimate yourself." The master of the Blood Clan looked at the black-haired man with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. He then smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll make sure your blood doesn't go to waste since you've so graciously served yourself up on a platter to me. Besides, The blood of an elite means that the blood creature made from it would be stronger. The bloody tentacles began to draw the blood of the black-haired man. Blood began to leak from his pores. Drops of blood were suspended in the air as they started to condense. The giant hand that had originally supported the sky collapsed and the sea of bloody clouds continued to descend. Ah! My body! Someone started screaming. Their bodies swelled suddenly as the blood in their bodies began to course through their veins so quickly that it became boiling hot. Just a moment later, their bodies began to smoke. Their bodies were red and the heat of their blood almost cooked their bodies. Finally, somebody exploded, spraying a fine mist of blood everywhere. No, no. Ah! It hurts so much. Someone, please kill me. Charge. We'll fight them to the death. We've been abandoned by the gods and elites. Ha ha ha, we're done for. You fake gods and fake elites. I regret ever worshipping you. You're the biggest devil of them all. Countless beings roared in anger and died in pain. Suddenly, a sigh echoed through the air and the void became stagnant, freezing the sea of blood-colored clouds. The world was silent. The blood-colored tentacles that tied up the black-haired man exploded and all blood-colored scene receded. A skinny old man was walking slowly in the sky. There was nothing extraordinary about him and he seemed as if he was just a normal old man taking a stroll in the park. The fifth dimension's end is near and you all still choose not to come out? What's the point of keeping all of you around then? He said huskily. The responses from the elites were swift. Second step wisdom elite. The fifth dimension has a hidden second step wisdom elite. So, the rumors of an unparalleled fighter trapped in an extremely cold place are true. But his aura is weakening as we speak and he seems to be on the brink of death. He must have received a fatal wound. One after another, the wisdom elites came out, looking astonished. Among them, a middle-aged man in a white robe walked over to the old man and addressed him, "Teacher." This one word stunned all the wisdom elites and they looked at the two with wide eyes and open jaws. He's the teacher of Warrior God? This was the first they had ever heard of this. As the name implied, Warrior God was the god of war. It would be difficult to find anyone in the entire fifth dimension who could win in a fight against him. Only he and the master of the Blood Clan had reached the realm of second step wisdom elite, meaning to say that the old man must be even more powerful than Warrior God to be his teacher. The old man looked at the white-robed man in front of him indifferently and said, "You looked on while the Blood Clan wreaked havoc in the fifth dimension, is this what I have taught you? Please, understand that my only goal is to be the ultimate fighter in all dimensions," said Warrior God calmly. "The dimensions gave birth to us and our purpose in life is to protect it. A catastrophe will descend if all the origins of the seven dimensions are thrown into a state of chaos," said the old man. His voice remained steady and impassive as if he was not talking about something horrifying at all. "Nothing will happen to me as long as I'm powerful enough," said Warrior God with a smile. "You'll never be powerful enough." "Far from it," said the old man, not surprised at his answer at all. "Have you come out of your isolation to stop me?" asked Warrior God. The old man sighed and said, "You're the child I chose from the catastrophe. I thought you would have seen the cruelty that comes with catastrophes, and that you'd have the compassion to know the meaning of being a guardian. I never thought that you'd be this indifferent and numbed by catastrophe. It's natural for one to be numb after witnessing so many deaths. Teacher, you've experienced more than me, and yet, you still can't see past this. It shows that you're inferior to me," said Warrior God with a smile. The old man just stared silently at Warrior God. In the entire seven dimensions, how many people could resist the temptation of the origins? How many elites had since entered the third dimension after it was destroyed to look for its origins? Human greed was the biggest catastrophe, after all. It pushed people to do things without thinking about the consequences. "As long as I'm here, no one will get their hands on the fifth dimension's origins," said the old man. "Teacher, you're hanging by a thread. Please, don't force me to kill you," said Warrior God. "Warrior God, you must kill your teacher," said the master of the Blood Clan mockingly. "He was the one who saved the fifth dimension from the last catastrophe and I'm sure he's somehow related to the origins. Killing him will greatly increase the chances of drawing out the fifth dimension's origins." "You've even accounted for this old man in your plan?" Moshe smiled faintly. He spread his wings and in a blink of an eye, he appeared behind the old man, blocking his escape route. Warrior God shone with golden light and said indifferently, "Teacher, I owe all that I know to you. Please, use your life to help me one last time." It was 3 against 1, Moshe, the master of the Blood Clan, and Warrior God against the old man. However, his expression remained calm. In fact, He had not shown much emotion ever since he appeared in the sky. Within his withered body, a terrifying force was roaring and awakening, and the invisible pressure enveloped everyone, causing Warrior God's heart to sink slightly. "Demon incarceration punch," shouted Warrior God, taking the first strike. The vast divine light was overflowing, converging with endless wisdom, forming a black vortex in the center, a vortex that could suppress everything in the world. The punch kicked up a strong wind, and coupled with the rainbow light, it was truly a majestic sight to behold. Under the influence of Moshe, an attack that was meant to suppress demons had been transformed into an attack used to suppress one's own teacher. At the same time, Moshe had made a move, too. In his hand, the devil's sword was surging with weird black light as it absorbed all the surrounding energy. Then, it slashed the back of the old man's neck. They were all aiming to kill him and had used their cruelest and most powerful attacks. Apart from the two of them, the other wisdom elites had also cast their attacks. They were only first-step wisdom elites and were no match for the old man, but with Moshe and Warrior God leading the attack, they were sure they could deal heavy damage to the old man. A wave of terrifyingly great power charged at the old man. This power was close to the limit to what the dimension could bear. The time and space around the old man were distorted as if they were constantly annihilated and reborn. The old man was in the center of great destruction, and yet, the light of mana in his body still did not manifest. He simply raised his hand, and on his wrist was a golden cuff. In an instant, the golden cuff burst with incomparable brilliance, like a sun rising. Its brilliance exploded in all four directions. The punch attack of Warrior God was immediately annihilated, and Moshe's devil sword screamed and trembled. Every one of the attacks was neutralized just like that. Not only that, Warrior God and Moshe both felt their bodies and primordial spirits tearing apart when the light shone on them. This is the power of Origins. How did you get your hands on an Origins ultimate treasure? Ah! The light's hurting my eyes. What kind of light is this? Stop it. What ultimate spell is this? No. I'm dying. Quick. Fall back. It was a destructive force that even the wisdom elites could not neutralize. The bodies of Warrior God and Moshe, who were both second-step wisdom elites, were instantly wiped out, for they were the closest to the golden cuff. However, their origins of life remained intact, and they came back to life in a burst of brilliant light. Immediately, they escaped into the distance. As for the other wisdom elites, they all suffered heavy losses. 5 of them exploded on the spot, and their origins of life were wiped out. The surviving wisdom elites looked at the old man in fear, but at the same time, endless greed emerged in their eyes. The power of Origins is so strong. We must get our hands on it. However, the old man cast another burst of light without pausing, and it swept toward them mercilessly. His time was running out, and he had to suppress everything as fast as possible. After that, how things turned out would depend on the luck of the fifth dimension. Those wisdom elites were filled with fear and fled frantically. Don't come near me. Go away. Chapter 709, Moshe gone bald. Gah! You're so cruel. The brilliant light illuminated the long night. It contained the most terrifying power of destruction that even a wisdom elite could not fight against. In the fifth dimension, the wisdom elites who attacked the old man became targets of the brilliant light. Wherever the light passed, the treasures and spells were rendered into nothingness, and soon, 5 more wisdom elites perished. The wisdom elites who did not attack the old man were safe, but they were scared by what was happening before their eyes. Get away from me. Get away from me now, shouted Moshe maniacally as he flapped his wings. He was a second-step wisdom elite and possessed an abundance of origins of life. Warrior God's armor gleamed with golden light, which then transformed into a golden giant, sheltering him while he made his escape. Nobody in the entire fifth dimension was a match for the brilliant light, because it was the power of Origins, the source of all the energy in the fifth dimension, the peak of all power. Moshe's body shattered and regenerated again. Master of the Blood Clan, what are you waiting for? He shouted. Don't worry. All in good time. He's helping us get rid of the other wisdom elites. We never planned to give them any of the origins anyways, said the Master of the Blood Clan sinisterly. Oh? Does that mean you wish me dead, too? Asked Warrior God in a low voice. He then appeared behind the Master of the Blood Clan and used him as a shield against the incoming white light. I'll do it now. The Master of the Blood Clan grinned and raised his 2 hands. Blood-refining divine light. In an instant, the blood clouds formed a blood-red tornado, surging up into the sky. In another blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal blood sphere. It was an aggregation of immeasurable blood-red energy, and it was close to becoming a tangible manifestation. An incomparable tyrannical aura containing despair, hatred, and slaughter radiated from within. The white light could not penetrate the blood sphere at all, and it actually bounced off of it. "Curse you!" The old man's expression changed for the first time. From this blood sphere, he could feel the cry of all the spirits. It was composed of the blood of many beings in the fifth dimension. The blood chi in it was almost monstrous enough to shake the entire 7 dimensions. "So, how do you find this blood of all souls of mine?" The master of the blood clan smiled triumphantly. "Did you really think I'll go into this without a plan? Did you think I wouldn't know we'd be able to combat the origins by using the energy of all the souls? Huh. You're dead for sure." The old man scoffed and put his hand on his golden cuff. The cuff flew off, turned into a golden ring, and shot at them with unparalleled power while surrounded by the light of origins. At this moment, both Moshe and Warrior Gold felt immense pressure coming at them. It was like an individual going against the whole world, and the pressure of the dimension almost shattered from the force. However, the ring still failed to penetrate the blood sphere. They had reached a stalemate, and the constant friction distorted the space around them, making all the other wisdom elites afraid of getting closer to it. It was truly the battle of the dimension. "Ha ha ha, an old man like you should have died a long time ago. Why insist on living? The quicker you die, the quicker you'll reincarnate." The master of the blood clan laughed, and under his manipulation, the blood sphere began to roll, sometimes like an angry dragon swallowing the sky, sometimes like an eagle shooting through the sky. It orbited the golden ring, wanting to suppress it. At the same time, there was a steady flow of bloody energy coming from the entire fifth dimension. There was so much blood energy that it was enough to make the sea of bloody clouds stronger. On the other hand, the old man, who was already half dead to begin with, had used his last breath to launch the previous attack. He got weaker and weaker until he coughed up some blood, making his haggard face look extremely pale and exhausted. "Give it up, teacher. You know you can't stop us, so why not just let us be?" said Warrior God. "You have no idea what the Origins is truly capable of. It'll bring great calamity once it resurfaces in the world. You're all courting death," said the old man hoarsely. "You're just trying to scare us. Let me help you speed up your death," said the master of the blood clan with an insulting smile. With a thought, the countless blood beings flapped their wings and charged at the old man. The old man was surrounded by the destructive aura of the white light and blood sphere. Anyone who got close to him would be completely annihilated. However, this did not stop the blood beings as they rushed toward him like moths to a flame. A slight brush from the destructive aura and they were instantly rendered into dust. Be that as it may, there were just too many of them. There was no end in sight of the blood-red bat-like beings. The old man was completely engulfed by them, and still, more were coming from all over the fifth dimension. The entire dimension was completely covered with these terrifying blood beings dancing and flying everywhere. They were being turned into dust at the rate of millions per second, and they did not seem to pose a threat to the old man. However, he was already standing on his last leg, and even using a little bit of his energy could be fatal for him. As time passed, the golden ring was completely covered by the blood-red cloud. It could be shattered at any time. The old man continued growing weaker as some of the blood beings managed to pass through the barrier, entering the old man. Wounds began to appear on his body, but no blood came out, for his blood had run dry in the last catastrophe. Suddenly, a hole opened up between heaven and earth, and a mysterious aura drifted out from it while rainbow light gushed forward like a newborn sunrise that was poking out its head. A magical power manifested, and although it was only accompanied by a faint aura, it made everyone's mana tremble with both joy and awe. The master of the blood clan stared at the opening and said excitedly, It's the origins of the fifth dimension. It finally came out." Warrior God slowly made his way to the opening and looked at it with obsessive eyes. "Ha ha ha, yes. Yes. The origins is mine," he said in a trembling voice. Moshe locked his eyes on Warrior God and said coldly, "The origins of the fifth dimension is mine." The surviving wisdom elite's eyes burned with desire when they sensed the origins. They quickly tried to come up with ideas on how to make it theirs. Each dimension has bred countless beings and gave birth to many powerful beings to protect itself. Now, it seems like the Guardian has become the destroyer. Is there no one in the entire 7 dimensions who can protect this dimension? Lamented the old man. "Teacher, it's not that there isn't a Guardian, it's just that they're all too weak and have been eliminated," said Warrior God in a bid to console him. "Oh? Are you sure all the Guardians have been eliminated?" said a mocking voice from afar. In the distant sky, 12 streams of light appeared with great momentum. Before they had even arrived, the endless angels' light poured down from them and annihilated all the blood beings around the old man. Moshe frowned and in a shocked tone, he asked, "Huh? Could it be those dratted angels?" He looked up and stared coldly at the newcomers. Lord Angel was floating midair and staring coldly at them, too. "So, you're here after all, Moshe. I bet you never thought we'd be here, too," he said majestically. "Tianhua, it's you. Why are you here? Why did you even enter the seal in the first place?" Lord Angie's arrival was totally out of his plan, but in the next moment, he could not keep his laughter in anymore. "Ha ha ha ha! What's up with your new look?" He then pointed at Lord Angel and said, "How can the majestic Lord Angel be bald? Even the men you brought are bald. Have you become the Bald Angel clan? Or did you only bring your bald team?" The angels remained calm under his verbal attack. "Huh? You ignorant fool. What do you know? Baldness is a symbolism of honor. Stop laughing. I have good and bad news for you. Which do you want to hear first?" said Lord Angel indifferently. "Oh? What's the good news?" asked Moshe with a cold smile. "The expert's interested in your feathers." "And the bad news?" "We're going to strip you bald, too. You must be looking for death." Moshe's eyes turned violent as he charged at Lord Angel with the devil sword in his hand. "Do you think you're still in the fourth dimension? As soon as you step foot in this dimension, your death is inevitable." His arrogance surged with unparalleled power. In the fifth dimension, apart from him, warrior god, the master of the blood clan, and the old man, the rest of the people were all fluffs. Lord Angel's face became serious and with a raise of his hand, a colossal stick with barbs appeared in his hand. It was the hair removal stick. "This stick's really big so you'll have to endure it a bit," he shouted as he charged at Moshe. "Your new weapon's laughably funny," said Moshe as he swung his sword at Lord Angel. Lord Angel held up the hair removal stick, and though it did not radiate with light, the energy wave effortlessly shattered Moshe's sword light as it brushed past him. Then, accompanied with a soft sound, a bald patch appeared on one of Moshe's wings and the feathers that were just there moments ago were on the hair removal stick. "I'm bald?" Moshe's eyes were wide as saucers and he thought he was dreaming. He touched his wings and discovered that instead of the usual softness, there was only the warmth of his flesh. A bald patch had indeed appeared. "Ah! No! My feathers!" Moshe screamed at the sky. His eyes became blood red and he was almost at the point of breaking down. He shot daggers at Lord Angel and it infuriated him even more when he saw him plucking his feathers out of the hair removal stick without looking at him. "Ah! How dare you! I'm going to kill you!" Moshe's face was twisted with rage and a murderous aura radiated out of him. He charged maniacally toward Lord Angel. "You came at the right time," said Lord Angel as he held up the hair removal stick again. Moshe heard another soft zipping sound as the feathers on his other wing fell off. "Beautiful feathers," said Lord Angel approvingly. "You're going down," shouted Moshe. Another zipping sound, and another. A bald patch would appear wherever the hair removal stick touched. After a few rounds of this, Moshe was rendered completely bald. "No, my feathers. My handsome feathers." Moshe could not accept that all his feathers were gone. He looked at the hair removal stick as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be? How can a stick be so powerful? "Ha, of course, it's powerful. It's given by the expert after all." Lord Angel smiled and passed the hair removal stick to Alina. "Use this to get more feathers from the other fallen angels." Alina nodded. She smiled and said, "Leave it to me, Father. We'll surely go back with loads of feathers today." The dying old man's eyes were as wide as saucers. "That's no ordinary stick. It's radiating the aura of the origins. How could it be?" he asked in a shocked tone. "What a weird weapon. It surpasses normal spells and wisdom. It's definitely the power of origins, but where did it come from?" said the master of the blood clan. Warrior God was also beyond shocked. He looked at himself and heaved a sigh of relief after he confirmed he had no feathers growing out of his body. "What a terrifying stick. But it seems like it's only targeting those with feathers, so we should be safe." "Good. That's very good." Moshe was shaking with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now that I'm all out of feathers, let's see if you can handle my next attack. Die." He used all his power and charged at Lord Angel once again. Filled with hatred and humiliation, he was prepared to fight to the death. "Pull out your sword, Yanhua," he shouted angrily. "Sword? What sword?" Lord Angel's face was serene. With a flick of his wrist, a head wreath appeared in his hand which he then placed on his head. Instantly, an ocean's worth of angel's light surged forward. Moshe's pupils shrank rapidly when he saw the head wreath. His skull nearly exploded and he instinctively turned his body around to escape. However, he was too late. The angel's light swept across his back and he immediately felt a searing pain. He started to scream pathetically. It was so hot that even his primordial spirit was burning. He quickly retreated to the Master of the Blood Clan's side. His aura had weakened considerably and his fleshy wings were completely scorched black. There was even smoke and the smell of grilled meat coming from it. Behind him, the head wreath was serenely floating above Lord Angel's head while emitting a faint glow. It really looked like a halo and was truly a miraculous sight to behold. At the same time, the other angels put on their head wreaths. They, too, had halos above their heads. Chapter 710, Third Step Wisdom Elite. 12 angels with 12 halos illuminated the fifth dimension at its darkest moment. Moshe wished his eyes would pop out of their sockets and his skull nearly exploded. There are 12 of them?" he asked in fright and fear. He instinctively staggered back a few steps. It was too unbelievable for him to accept. Previously, he had been careless and was injured by Alina's halo, so he had first-hand experience of just how powerful the halo was. The reason he wanted to draw out the fifth dimension's origins was to strengthen himself and take Alina's halo out. At that moment, there were 12 of them? What kind of situation was this? Did they hit the jackpot or something? "Where did you get all these origins?" said the shocked Moshe enviously. "Interesting. Are all these origins from the third dimension? Or the fourth dimension?" He licked his lips. "The fifth dimension's origins are mine, your origins are mine, too." He was buzzing with excitement. The angels must be hiding a big secret. It would be a big gain for him if he could get both the fifth dimension's origins and the secret the angels were hiding. "So, the hair removal stick isn't the only wisdom ultimate treasure you have," said Warrior God with a gasp. His face became rigid. "What's their backstory? Are all the beings from the other dimensions this rich? You've boundlessly slaughtered all the beings in one dimension, so today, we'll purify you pests in the name of Angel's Light," said Lord Angel gravely. Then, he charged at them with the rest of the group. Wherever the Angel's Light passed, the devil aura and blood-red energy would dissipate, causing the sea of blood clouds to retreat. Even the blood river on the surface of the planet had returned its previous calm state after being turned into clear water again. "Good. Very good. I'm so relieved to know that someone's willing to protect the seven dimensions instead of pillaging it," said the old man excitedly with tears in his eyes. "We're saved. We're saved." All the surviving beings sobbed happily as they were bathed under the Angel's Light. "Master of the Blood Clan, you got any bright ideas on how to deal with them?" asked Moshe when he saw the 12 angels closing in on them. "There's nothing to worry about. It's only an Origin's ultimate treasure. It's not like I haven't dealt with it before," said the Master of the Blood Clan with a smile. With a twist of his body, he became one with the sea of blood clouds. Blood devouring heaven and earth. Bloodthirsty and cold thunder echoed through the sea of blood clouds. The blood beings were summoned and they flew madly into the clouds like swallows returning to their nests at the end of the day. One blood being was akin to one drop of water. However, when billions of them were combined, they became an ocean. Thus, the sea of blood clouds became even stronger and thicker. Suddenly, 12 bloody gargantuan hands shot out from the sea of blood clouds, each of them trying to grab hold of an angel. The thick scent of blood made them all want to retch while the tyrannical and cruel power contained within seemed hellbent on destroying everything in the world. Each of the blood hands was monstrously huge as if they belonged to a giant. The angels looked like they were nothing but playthings in those hands. "Shine bright, Angel's Light." The 12 angels stood where they were and raised their hands. Immediately, a searing white light appeared and circled their bodies while their halos started to spin slowly at the same time. To everyone outside, each of the 12 angels was trapped in the gargantuan blood hands as the thick blood-red fog was blocking their views. The only thing they could see was how the blood-red monster was surging and roaring like a wild beast as if wanting to rip everything in its path to pieces. Moshe looked at those blood hands in anticipation while shouting excitedly, "Crush them, Master of the Blood Clan." However, just as he said that, white light pierced through one of the hands. It was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the dark clouds. Moshe's savage face went rigid. One after the another, countless white lights pierced through the blood hands as if they were breaking out of prison. Then, the 12 blood hands all fell apart at the same time with a thunderous crash. It became a pool of blood before finally dissipating. The 12 angels looked like 12 white eggs under the enshrouding of the white light. They were brilliantly dazzling. "Is that all you've got? I haven't even used my full power, so give me all that you've got," said Lord Angel with a cold smile. Alina smiled, pointed at the halo on her head, and said, "All wickedness will be annihilated wherever this halo shines." Within the sea of blood clouds, the master of the Blood Clan regrouped himself into a terrifying ghost face. He looked at the 12 angels. "I can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me either. However, sooner or later, you'll all perish in the blood refining formation I've set up specially just for you." Sinister laughter erupted from his mouth, and with a flash of his body, he became one with the sea of blood clouds again. Not only did the sea of blood clouds cover the entire God's domain, but it had spread to every corner of the fifth dimension. Those blood clouds represented the life of the master of the Blood Clan, and it was very difficult to eliminate. Both Moshe and Warrior God were dumbfounded by the master of the Blood Clan. "Are you running away? What about us?" asked Warrior God angrily. "You traitor! You have no scruples at all," shouted Moshe furiously. Suddenly he felt the gaze of Lord Angel on him and instinctively flapped his wings in preparation to escape. However, to his dismay, he discovered that not only were his wings bald but they were scorched, too, which drastically reduced his speed and balance. "Where do you think you're going?" shouted Lord Angel. He raised his hand and a ray of angel's light in the shape of a blade shot at Moshe. Sky-splitting strike. Moshe's eyes opened wide in horror as he raised his devil sword to block the attack. However, the angel's light was buffed by the halo and contained the aura of origins, so there was no way Moshe would be able to block it. The angel's light blade slashed through his arms, completely severing them. Along with the devil sword, they were flung into the sky. "Ah! Curse you, Tianhua!" screamed Moshe. He was holding onto his wound and maniacally inducing his origins of life to regenerate his arms. However, any wound caused by the origins would be very hard to heal. "Moshe, let's end the grudge between us today," said Lord Angel coldly. "Tianhua, please, spare me this time. We come from the same clan after all," said Moshe fearfully. Lord Angel laughed and said, "Keep dreaming. How many angels have died because of you? You're the shame of all angels, and even if you did 1,000 times, you still won't be able to atone for your sins. Surrender yourself and I might grant you a quick, painless death." Moshe gritted his teeth. He knew whatever he said would be useless now. The other 11 angels were fighting against Warrior God in the sea of blood clouds. Although they were all only first-step wisdom elites, their defense and offense were greatly strengthened by their halos. All things melted under the angel's light, for it was made with a power that could override everything. Even though Warrior God possessed deep cultivation, he was finding it more and more difficult to hold on, and his body was already riddled with injuries. He expanded his golden light and a terrifying battle spirit shot out to the sky like a rainbow. The great Warrior God was rendered miserable as he started to beg his teacher for help. "Master, I know I'm wrong. I'm willing to turn over a new leaf. Please, give me a chance to make things right." The old man looked at him with eyes filled with deep sorrow. Then, with a sigh, he closed his eyes. Nobody noticed that Moshe's severed arm and the blood flowing out from Warrior God's wounds were all quietly merging with the sea of blood clouds. The boundless blood clouds were slowly purified by the angel's light. However, it was as if they were using a water purifier on an ocean, insignificant to say the least. Soon, both Moshe and Warrior God were riddled with holes and their auras were weakening rapidly by the seconds. "Tianhua, are you really going to do this to me?" shouted Moshe in despair. "Need you ask?" With a flap of his wings, Lord Angel caught up with Moshe and was about to take him out when something unexpected happened. A blood-red tentacle suddenly appeared, encircling Moshe and dragging him toward the sea of blood clouds at lightning speed. In a blink of an eye, the blood clouds had swallowed Moshe. Moshe was soaked in the sea of blood. The blood seemed to have life, nibbling on his body and looking extremely terrifying. "Tianhua, I'll make sure you'll suffer, too, even in my death." Moshe smiled hideously at Lord Angel. Then, he seemed to give up resisting, allowing the blood to enter his body. His body twitched violently as it turned blood red in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Warrior God was also swallowed by the sea of blood clouds. He roared with fright, again and again, trying to break free but was held down by a blood hand, pushing him bit by bit into the blood clouds. "No, no. How could you do this to me, Master of the Blood Clan?" roared Warrior God before he finally became one with the blood clouds. "Ha ha ha, I've already told you, you're all in my blood refining formation. It's your own fault for not getting out of it in the first place." In the sea of blood clouds, the master of the Blood Clan resurfaced and laughed. His body squirmed while he pulled the bodies of Moshe and Warrior God to himself before slowly merging them with himself. They were like clay soaked in water, merging and reshaping all the time. Suddenly, another huge wave of blood rose, transforming into a giant hand covering the sky. The old man and many innocent beings. The master of the Blood Clan actually wanted to swallow the others when they were not paying attention. Get lost. Lord Angel's face darkened, and the angel's light flowed out of his body like a tide, blocking the sea of blood clouds at the last minute. Pity. Oh well, this is enough for now. Sooner or later, you'll all be mine. The master of the Blood Clan did not force it. He glanced at the old man grudgingly and decided the best thing to do now was to stop what he was doing. Even on the verge of death, the old man was at the peak of the second step wisdom elite. It would bring the master of the Blood Clan huge benefits if he successfully swallowed the old man. However, he had already swallowed 2 second step wisdom elites, making him feel more than confident in dealing with the angels. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. Finally, the master of the Blood Clan had completed his transformation. The sea of blood flowed into him as a blood-red armor enveloped his body. A pair of huge wings, reaching a height of 10 feet, stretched out from his back. This time, his body was not made completely out of blood but flesh as well. Even the wings on his back bore blood-red feathers. He was emitting wave after wave of terrifying energy, and endless wisdom manifested around him, turning into giant dragons. This aura had already surpassed Moshe's by many times over, and he could even suppress wisdom at will. He had gone beyond second step wisdom elite and arrived at a whole new realm. Just as I expected, gathering the power of the fifth dimension into my own body has pushed me to a new height. The Eldritchs must have known about this, too. The origins of the dimension would only be drawn out once all the energy of the first dimension has been gathered, said the master of the Blood Clan in a deep echoey voice. His face was lustful and he said quietly, however, even though I'm a third step wisdom elite, I'm still a long way from Lord Eldritch. He looked down at the angels and the opening of the fifth dimension's origins. But I'll be able to suppress this dimension and become the strongest being here once I've taken your origins and everything else from you. He extended his hands toward Lord Angel, wanting to grab him. His hand had an unspeakable power with a terrifying sense of oppression. Even heaven and earth were retreating as if only the palm was left in this entire dimension. Alina and the 10 other angels came to Lord Angel's side. Their faces were solemn when they merged their angel's light and launched it at the master of the Blood Clan. The two opposite forces collided in the sky. Pure white and blood red, good and evil. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be frozen, as if it had fallen beyond the grasps of time. 1 second was equal to 10,000 years, and 10,000 years was just a moment. Above the heads of the 12 angels, the halos were spinning faster and faster, and the light grew brighter. Although these halos contained the power of the origins, a huge gap still existed between their power and that of the master of the Blood Clan. Moreover, the master of the Blood Clan had already integrated the power of the entire fifth dimension, which was enough to resist the power of origins. He gradually began to gain the upper hand. Ha ha ha, drop dead. The voice of the master of the Blood Clan rang across the sky, and the gargantuan hand was coming down on the angels' heads like a mountain crashing down on them. Their halos began to tremble as they flashed and dimmed. The corner of Lord Angel's lips overflowed with blood as he smiled bitterly. This guy's incredibly ferocious. The situation is a little rough right now. Chapter 711, Battle Spirit Guardians, Tribute to the Fifth Dimension. Ha ha ha. Why ha ha ha. The master of the Blood Clan laughed wildly with pride as his power became stronger and stronger. The entire sky was lit up by the red sun and red clouds. The scent of the end of the world filled the air. Stop your useless struggling and die. His stern voice caused an immense chill to grow in everyone's hearts. The old man looked at the 12 angels who were doing everything they could to resist with sadness in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and wanted to take a breath again but spouted a mouthful of blood instead. Not 1 inch of his body was intact. 2 trails of tears rolled down his face as he cried out in grief, "The fifth dimension has truly fallen, and another devil apart from the Eldritchs was born." It was just as the master of the Blood Clan said, most of the power of the fifth dimension had converged in his body. No one could suppress him at all. Originally, if Warrior God repented, he would still have had a chance to fight against the master of the Blood Clan, but now, it was too late. Everyone, we have to work together to hold up the sky. We're the fifth dimension's last hope. At this time, the black-haired young man stood up and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his anti-cavalry sword again and condensed all the power in his body. His bronze skin glowed brightly and the wisdom aura manifested a colorful vision, surrounding his whole body. He thrust the anti-cavalry sword to the ground with a clang and it swelled continuously, finally turning into a sword that could hold up the sky. It then pierced the huge blood-red giant hand. Immediately after, Mana rose into the air with great strength, gathered into a dazzling vision, and surged toward the blood-red giant hand. Unity is strength. Let's work hard together. Gather all the power you can and protect the fifth dimension. You're going down. Erg. At that moment, the light of the origins gradually became richer at the opening, pouring down on this group of people. It gave them more fighting spirit and hope to protect this world together. When faced with a catastrophe, they all became the protagonists of the fifth dimension. Lord Angel, red in the face, flapped his fleshy wings desperately as he said solemnly, "Sky-burning Angel's light, go. Go." War Angel and 10 other angels gritted their teeth as they mustered their strongest power. At this time, their bright light and the monstrous blood light formed two diametrically opposing forces. One was filled with the despair and destruction of the fifth dimension while the other was filled with hope and new life. The world froze in time. There was no shocking vision and no explosive sounds. There was only the light and blood melting at the same time, constantly being reborn and destroyed. Under the nervous gaze of countless beings, wounds began to appear on the giant bloody hand which was eventually retracted by the master of the Blood Clan. However, before everyone cheered, the sarcastic sneer of the master of the Blood Clan came again. "Oh? Do you really think you ants can turn the situation around?" The sea of blood clouds surged again and a huge bloodfoot appeared. It proceeded to stomp down on everyone. The bloodfoot crashed down on the ground with a thunderous explosion and the light everyone had gathered trembled violently. Countless people were sent flying by the countershock and blood flowed out of their wounds when they landed on the ground with heavy thuds. The anti-cavalry sword also erupted with a mournful cry, followed by a crackling sound as it broke into two on the spot before it dimmed. "Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got? The next one will be even stronger. Do you think you can hold on much longer?" The icy words of the master of the Blood Clan echoed in the sky. He raised his legs and the second foot that covered the sky and the sun came crashing down. Everyone was under the shadow of this giant foot and a sense of powerlessness filled their eyes. Under their gaze, the 12 angels who were still in the air were crushed pitifully. The 12 halos above their heads flickered until finally, the halos broke. The angels' feathers scattered and floated away. No. Lord Angel and the other angels' eyes nearly exploded with anger. They felt a pain in their hearts that was so immense they could not even breathe. Those halos were divine objects given by the expert and were made from their feathers. How could they be so easily broken? The light in the old man's eyes also dimmed as he thought there was no more hope. Die. Only the mad laughter of the master of the Blood Clan was left. He continued to press his feet down as if wanting to trample everyone to death like the ants that they were. However, his foot remained suspended in the air, as if it was stuck there. There was an indescribable force blocking him, and it actually gave him a feeling that he would not be able to overpower it. Huh? The master of the Blood Clan was taken aback. He lowered his head and looked underneath his foot. Where the 12 broken head wreaths were laying, 12 willow branches were floating there quietly. The 12 willow branches gleamed with emerald green light. Although the light was soft, they gave people a sense of incomparable holiness. Even looking at them filled the people with awe. "Impossible. What kind of branch is this? How can it stop me?" exclaimed the master of the Blood Clan in disbelief. "Break. Why won't it break?" He gritted his teeth and the sea of blood clouds set off a huge wave. He exhausted all his strength, but it still seemed as if he was stepping on an unyielding iron plate. A sharp chill suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. He was horrified. It was not only him but everyone else was struck dumb as well. They were all looking at the willow branches and fell into a state of trance. Lord Angel even had a layer of goosebumps all over his body. It turns out that the most awesome part of the head wreath was not our feathers, but the branch, he murmured. War Angel nodded in agreement and took a deep breath. To be precise, it's our feathers that limited the power of the head wreaths and lowered the power of the willow branches. The old man stared at the willow branch and was trembling violently. He muttered crazily to himself, this feeling is. Yes, it must be the one in the legend. At this time, the 12 willows branches moved and linked themselves together, turning into one big willow branch. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the four-part architecture, a gust of wind blew by quietly as the slender branches of the willow tree by the pond moved with the wind. One of the branches passed through the pond, and part of its rhizomes seemed to shuttle through the space, entering into another space. Back in the fifth dimension, a branch broke through the air and connected with the willow branch. In an instant, a sacred aura suddenly descended on the entire fifth dimension. Even the origins of the dimension was fluctuating and seemed to be trembling with joy. Time and space no longer had any meaning. Everything, except their thoughts, was frozen. What is that? The master of the Blood Clan was so frightened that he screamed. He was extremely horrified. Looking at the willow branch, he actually had a feeling of incomparable insignificance, as if he was not at the same level. The fear he was feeling came from the deepest, ancient, most basic instinct. How can this be? Where did it come from? Can such an existence really exist in this world? The master of the Blood Clan trembled along with the sea of blood clouds. He wanted to escape but he could not move at all. In an instant, the willow branch wrapped around his body, binding him tightly. Everyone was dumbfounded, thinking they were hallucinating. The master of the Blood Clan got tied up just like that? Lord Angel gulped and felt his head was about to explode. Especially when he thought back to how powerful the master of the Blood Clan was just now, it made everything seem even more surreal. He could not believe the willow branch could be this powerful. This is terrifying. The willow branch is invincible. War Angel's heart was trembling and her voice was shaky. Did the expert really use this kind of existence to make us head wreaths? I can't believe I've been wearing that on my head all this while. I think I'm going to faint, said the other angels with awe and fear. Suddenly, they noticed that the willow branch was swaying toward them, as if it was beckoning to them. The angels' hearts suddenly bulged and they were almost scared to tears. Is it angry at us for wearing it on our heads? However, War Angel suddenly had an epiphany and said, "Father, I think it's asking us to strip off the feathers from the master of the Blood Clan." Lord Angel was slightly taken aback. He turned his eyes unconsciously to look at the blood-red wings of the master of the Blood Clan. The blood-red feathers were like fire and were very beautiful. The master of the Blood Clan had retained the characteristics of an angel after devouring Moshe and his wings were of a blood angel. He was sure the expert would love it. Lord Angel nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, quickly strip the feathers off him." "Yes, Father." War Angel nodded. Then, she took out the hair removal stick and made her way over to the master of the Blood Clan. Seeing War Angel's malicious gaze on the big stick, the master of the Blood Clan's heart tightened. In a cold voice, he shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Don't you dare come near me. No. Don't come near me. Compared to your body size, this hair removal stick's just a toothpick, so don't panic, it won't hurt too much. I'll make it fast." After that, War Angel stepped behind the master of the Blood Clan and worked swiftly with the hair removal stick. The red feathers fell off with a ripping noise, which were then carefully collected by War Angel. Beautiful feathers. These are indeed very special, praised War Angel while increasing her speed. Lord Angel watched comfortably from the side and said with gratitude, "Bless his heart." The master of the Blood Clan must have known that by combining his body with Moshe's, they'd create a new kind of feather for the expert. As for the others, including the old man, they were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open and they were as still as statues. I can't believe they're actually stripping the master of the Blood Clan's feathers. This change is too sudden. Just a moment ago, I was prepared to meet my death. They're so powerful. Where did the angels come from? I've never seen anyone as powerful as them. What kind of existence is the willow branch? Could it be from an expert that's backing the angels? Is this really the master of the Blood Clan who nearly annihilated the fifth dimension? Why does it all feel like a dream? After a while, War Angel respectfully saluted the willow branch and said, "Sir, I have finished stripping off the feathers." The willow branch swayed left and right, signaling for War Angel to step away. Then, it released the master of the Blood Clan and started to whip him. "Ah! No! Spare me! Please!" The master of the Blood Clan screamed in horror. He felt death closing in on him. With a crisp whipping sound, the master of the Blood Clan exploded and his huge body transformed into a blood mist before dissipating into the air. Immediately after, the willow branch shifted its target to the sea of blood clouds. The sea of blood clouds trembled. The blood inside them was surging, roaring as if it was resisting, but everything was destined to be in vain. There was another crisp whipping sound as the sea of blood clouds melted away like spring snow. This was like an order from heaven and earth. No one could resist it. Even though the sea of blood clouds was boundless and had spread all over the fifth dimension, they had no choice but to disappear under this order. The blood clouds disappeared one by one and peace returned to the fifth dimension. The sun was no longer red as it shone down on them. The warm sunlight poured down, dispelling the previous shadows and chasing away all the nightmares of the beings who had survived the catastrophe. The master of the Blood Clan's dead. The fifth dimension saved. Hooray! The sun's back. Ah! I've survived. All of them showed joy. Each of them trembled with excitement, screaming and venting. Some were crying bitterly, remembering the dead. The big willow branch retreated quietly, leaving only the 12 broken willow branches that returned to the angels. The angels trembled, and in a respectful tone, they hurriedly said, "Thank you, sir." As for the old man, he was staring at the place where the willow branch disappeared. "The legend's true, they're back," he said in a trembling voice. Lord Angel flew over and curiously asked, "May I ask who they are?" "They're the battle spirits of the 7 dimensions. The oldest legend belonging to the 7 dimensions." The old man's eyes were full of awe as he continued, "Legend has it that there's a battle spirit guardian in every dimension to prevent beings from shuttling across the dimensions. They're the most powerful force that maintains the balance of the 7 dimensions, and as long as they exist, the origins in all of the 7 dimensions would be protected. It's just that no one has ever seen them in countless years, let alone know when they disappeared. That's why it's been reduced to the lore of legend, being forgotten by most." Lord Angel was slightly startled. "The 7 battle spirit guardians? I never knew that the dimensions possessed such a secret." It seemed that the 7 battle spirit guardians had something to do with the expert, and the expert was the balance of the 7 realms. No wonder. "Thank you all for your help. I hope you can restore the order of the 7 dimensions." The old man regarded the angels as the subordinates of the battle spirit guardian. Then, he said, "Farewell." He opened his arms and faced the opening of the 5th dimension as the light of the origins shone toward him. "I'm willing to dedicate whatever's left of my body to the dimension," he said serenely. Angel Lord was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Old man, why are you doing this? I trusted the wrong people and raised my disciple wrongly. This has caused a catastrophe, causing the 5th dimension to nearly fall into annihilation. I'd like to dedicate everything I have to transform into the heavens and stars, condense into thousands of small worlds, nurture endless creatures, be eaten by beasts, trampled on by all souls, to fill the brokenness of this world. I'll do anything the origins want me to do." Chapter 712, The Bloodstained Stele, Metamorphosis of the Backyard. Under the gaze of all the beings of God's domain, the old man's body slowly floated into the sky and was bathed in the light of the origins. His body began to turn into starlight before finally, it dissipated. The power of a heavenly realm fighter could open up a small world, and the power of a wisdom elite was far more powerful than a heavenly realm fighter. This old man was a second-step wisdom elite, and he voluntarily dedicated everything he had, allowing the origins of the 5th dimension to birth countless star regions and new worlds, one after another. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Mountains, rivers, lakes, birds, and beasts. One little world after another appeared, rejuvenating the 5th dimension. With his power, the old man could have lived out another life even if his body had perished. As long as his origins of life was kept intact, he could be reborn again and again. However, he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself, choosing instead to give himself to the 5th dimension to cut short the time it would take for the dimension to rebuild itself. The black-haired young man's eyes were red and tears were streaming down his cheeks. He got on his knees and said loudly, "Thank you, sir. Godspeed." The other beings also knelt and said in unison, "Godspeed, sir. May you rest in peace." Lord Angel was also filled with emotions watching the old man's departure. In the end, the old man's origins of life turned into a twinkling light before finally disappearing without a trace. No, there were still traces, the new worlds. War Angel was in awe. It's amazing how he could selflessly give up everything, especially for someone at his cultivation level. What an inspiring old man. The old man had done the impossible, for there was a saying, the more a person achieves, the harder it is to give up. It was like a person who finally became the richest person in the world was asked to voluntarily give away all his money. Obviously, the person would say no. If it wasn't for the origins of the dimension, the world would not have fallen to this point. Lord Angel sighed softly. He could not help but think about when the stories of the power of the origins began to spread in the 7 dimensions. First, the Eldritchs plundered all dimensions. Then, the 7 dimensions plundered each other. The 3rd dimension was even annihilated as a result, creating countless deaths. Even the wisdom elites joined in, to the extent that they even began to plunder the origins of their own dimensions with no thought about the dimension's destruction. Madness. Pure madness. Would there still be so many catastrophes if no one knew about the origins of the dimensions? Lord Angel's face suddenly twitched, and he heard the voice from the old man at the end of his dissipation. The origins of the 7 dimensions are cursed and will bring many more catastrophes. Lord Angel's pupils shrank rapidly and his heart went cold. He could sense a conspiracy behind all this. Someone's deliberately spreading the stories about the origins to fan the flames of catastrophe. Could it be the Eldritchs? No, they're only a pawn in their game. Thinking of this, he quietly collected the feathers of the other angels. It seems there's more than meets the eyes. Fortunately, the angel clan has the expert to depend on. I better butter him up. Alina, quickly organize the second feather competition once you're back at the palace. This time, we'll choose 50 angels. Yes, father, said War Angel with a serious nod. Then, they did not remain in the fifth dimension but immediately headed back. They dared not even think about plundering the origins of the fifth dimension after what had happened with the willow branch and what the old man said about the battle spirit guardians. Meanwhile, in the first dimension, somewhere in the deepest part of where the Eldritch clan was a stele with the blood-red word etched on it, suppress. In the corner of the stele, there was blood overflowing from it. It was fresh blood, not bloodstains. It seemed that some kind of existence had been left on the stele, ensuring that the blood never dried up. There was a possibility that the stele itself was bleeding. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura rose from the stele, full of unwillingness with the pressure of destruction. The stele vibrated, and it seemed as if it wanted to break out of the ground. A dark gray fog surrounded it, making it look extremely strange and creepy. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more and the fifth dimension would have been annihilated. Arg. The fifth dimension's origins already showed itself. Why did it shrink back? It's that damn aura again. After so many years, why has it reappeared? How could they still be alive? So what if you came back to life? I'll just kill you all again. Ha ha ha. A figure emerged next to the stele. This figure seemed to travel through time and space, appearing without warning and possessing a power that could override everything. Even the master of the Blood Clan who had entered the third step Wisdom Elite was like a drop of water in his ocean of power. He was the ancestor of the Eldritch, Gui. What's wrong? His divine consciousness began to communicate with the stele. It was with the help of this stele that he discovered the secrets of the 7 dimensions. It also helped him find a way to become the most powerful being in the first dimension, so powerful that he could suppress, plunder, and refine the origins of the first dimension. The origins of the fifth dimension had shown itself and was about to be annihilated. However, it was saved at the last minute, said the stele. Saved? Gui's face sank and a look of frustration appeared on his face. Who the hell was it? It was not easy to make the origins of a dimension manifest. Now that the origins of the third dimension was broken, many of the Eldritchs were plundering it as they speak. This had brought them great benefits. If the origins of the fifth dimension was also broken, a portal would open and the Eldritchs would be able to cross over to plunder the origins there. Then, he alone would have the power of several dimensions and his strength would definitely reach a height that even he could not imagine. It's all because your men are bad at doing their job. It's been so long and they haven't even managed to open up all the portals to all the other dimensions. We could have gotten the origins of the fifth dimension quickly if they did the job correctly, said the stele angrily. Recently, news came from the seventh dimension that drastic changes have taken place. My men went there and never returned, so the focus is on entering the seventh dimension, explained Gui. I don't care what you do. I might as well tell you one more thing. You'll be able to leave the first dimension if you can refine the origins of 3 dimensions, said the stele in a low and cold voice. What? This was a huge secret indeed. Gui's heart shook wildly and there was ecstasy in his eyes. He suppressed the origins of the first dimension but at the same time, he was restricted and unable to leave the first dimension. Now, he had the origins of the first and third dimensions. He would need the origins of just one more dimension to leave this place. One more dimension. Just one more dimension. He was very excited. I'll personally do everything possible so we can plunder the origins of the other dimensions sooner. I'll become the overlord of all dimensions once I have all the origins in hand. At that time, I'll definitely enter an unprecedented realm which I'll name after me, the Gui realm. His eyes were bright as if he was already seeing the suppression of all the 7 dimensions before his eyes. Then, his body slowly disappeared, hiding in time and space. Only the stele was left, ever shrouded in the dark gray fog. Meanwhile, in the third dimension, the origins were still flowing even if the dimension was already fragmented. All the beings, flowers, plants, and trees were all dead. Here, there were skilled fighters from many dimensions, wandering in infinite chaos for countless years, looking for fragmented origins they might have missed. On this day, a small team entered a dense starfield. They randomly landed on one of the stars and walked aimlessly on the desolate Earth. Initially, they did not expect to find anything, But when they inadvertently looked across the land, their pupils suddenly shrank. Just 100 yards away, there was a huge plant. In this decayed third dimension, all living things were annihilated, making a surviving plant a very extraordinary sight indeed. Everyone's hearts jumped at the same time before they walked over quickly. Soon, they arrived at the stem of the plant. It was an unknown tree that had been chopped off. On the soil, only the broken trunk was left. The surface was scorched and it was obvious that the plant had been struck down by a terrifying divine thunderbolt. The whole tree had no signs of life and its bark was already all dried up. What's the origin of this tree? Why is it here? None of us can sense this tree with our divine consciousness even though so many skilled fighters are here. It's out of pure luck that we discovered it here with our own eyes. Countless years have passed, but the thunderous aura coming from it can still make my blood run cold. The background of this tree must be unimaginably powerful. Everyone was horrified. Many wisdom elites had gone to the third dimension and some of them were even second-step wisdom elites. However, no one had found this broken tree, which was enough proof of its extraordinariness. A member of the team could not help but reach out toward the broken tree. Someone shouted for him to stop, but it was too late. When the person touched the tree, a layer of dust fell off and drifted up with the wind. It then enveloped everyone in a dusty fog. Fall back. Fall back. Now. This group of people had been roaming in the third dimension for a long time. After countless close encounters with death, they developed an extremely keen awareness of danger. Immediately, they all retreated together. However, this gray fog was extremely strange. It seemed as if its speed was not that fast, but it was able to stick onto everyone. There was no gap between their distance at all and the person who first touched the broken tree stood in his spot while layers of white fur quickly grew out of him. Everyone was horrified by what they saw. This gray fog's full of unknowns. We cannot let it contaminate us. Run. Run, I say. What happened in the third dimension that made it so broken? There's definitely a shocking secret hiding behind all this. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed quietly. In the backyard of the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan, Nanan, and the others wrapped their mouths and noses with towels to shield themselves from the smelly odor in the air. In the middle of the field, Zhang Lu was holding a dung ladle and was hard at work fertilizing the field. The work of spreading manure was an unsightly job. Therefore, Li Nianfan could not let little Daji and the other girls do it. Of course, he himself would not do it, so he thought of asking Zhang Lu to do it. Zhang Lu agreed without hesitation and started to work happily and earnestly with dedication. Li Nianfan had no idea how shocked Zhang Lu was, and it was not only him. Daji and the others were feeling more and more shocked by the day. With the fertilization, they could feel that the entire backyard was undergoing earth-shaking changes. After fertilization, the aura of the land improved drastically, and there was a feeling that the land was going to break through beyond the ranks of chaos spiritual soil. Within the soil was wisdom aura, which was evolving and becoming wisdom spiritual soil. At the same time, all the plants that were growing there had also been promoted. A strange force surrounded them as wisdom appeared, seemingly to celebrate their growth. Therefore, although the air was filled with the foul smell of manure, they could also sense a spiritual chi more powerful than chaos spiritual chi. Even the wisdom aura became extremely rich as the power of wisdom drifted around in the entire backyard. In this entire backyard, the chaos spiritual chi had become low-end existence, while the wisdom aura flooded in to nurture the origins. There was no doubt about it. The whole backyard was evolving and going through a metamorphosis. So, this is what the expert meant when he said fertilization could increase the nutrients in the soil. However, the effect's so shocking. This is an unimaginable new world. I have to thank the expert for giving me this opportunity to play a part in creating a new world by spreading manure. What an honor it is. The people in the heavenly palace will die of jealousy if they know about this. I, Zhang Lu, will go down in history as the person who spread manure for the expert. Zhang Lu's heart trembled wildly and his excitement was beyond him. What more, he felt that the strength he had gained by spreading manure recently grew much faster than his own cultivation. This made him work even harder. Li Nianfan focused on the crops in the backyard. After fertilizing them, the condition of the crops had improved a lot, but not completely. He checked their condition carefully and the frown on his face became deeper and deeper. It's been days and yet, the condition doesn't seem to be improving much. Brother Li, do you think it's because the quality of the manure isn't that good? Should I go and teach those wild game animals a lesson? Asked Nanan. Li Nianfan shook his head. It has nothing to do with them. It's still the issue with the nutrients. The nutrients in the fertilizer are still not enough, but how can this be? Why do they suddenly lack so much nutrition? He was at a loss and he did not know what to do. He could not find any negative factors affecting the plant's growth. Moreover, he deliberately made good food for the game animals, but it was still not enough. How can they consume so much nutrients? Are they planning to grow up to the heavens? Even the willow tree by the pond looked limp now that its leaves had lost their luster. Dodgy and the others were slightly surprised and shocked. How could the expert still be dissatisfied with the backyard? How much of an upgrade was he looking for? Was he planning to create origins? No way. Master, is there anything else we can do? Dodgy asked with concern. The most effective way is to find more nutritious fertilizer, said Li Nianfan casually. Chapter 713, Osmanthus cake, Gui, I'll handle it personally. Nanan looked thoughtful. A more nutritious fertilizer? Should we ask the wild game animals to poop blood? I don't mean it like that, said Li Nianfan, sweating. There are many other types of fertilizer apart from manure. There's also wood ash, which is the ash we can get by burning dead plants and wood. However, it seems like ordinary nutrients won't work on these plants. I'll let you know once I've found a more suitable fertilizer. Wood ash? Dodgy and others seared this term into their minds. Brother Li, let us go find some for you, volunteered Dragon. Okay. That's very kind of you, said Li Nianfan with a smile before his tone turned sharp. Yes. Immediately, Dragon and the others brought their copied work for Li Nianfan to check. Their eyes were filled with anticipation for his praise. Very well done. Praised Li Nianfan with a smile. He flipped the pages and noticed that both Nanan and Dragon's writing were still a little sloppy. Nanan, Dragon, the two of you need to practice more calligraphy and poems like Shitukan. It'll surely benefit you both. Then, you two can become more cultured. Dragon and Nanan nodded and said in unison, yes, Brother Li. Jiang Lu, you can rest for a while. Don't tire yourself out, said Li Nianfan to Jiang Lu, who was still working hard at spreading the manure. Jiang Lu wiped away the sweat on his forehead and answered, I'm not tired at all. I can still work. Li Nianfan nodded and then went back to the four-part architecture with Dodgy and the others. It was clear that everyone knew what they had to do. Jiang Lu continued to work hard at the field while Li Nianfan himself took a lazy nap on his favorite chair. He felt indescribably comfortable with the warm sun shining down on him and the cool breeze lightly brushing against his skin. The sound of Qin Manyan's guqin slowly drifted into his ear. Her playing was smooth and soothing, like a gurgling stream, flowing from the heart, bringing forth a sense of ease and tranquility. After a long period of advanced studies, Qin Manyan's guqin skills had made great progress. She could play any style easily, and for this reason, Li Nianfan would randomly choose a music score for her to comprehend. This had become a source of joy for him. He could ask her to play anything his heart wished. On the side, Shitukan was painting. The eggs she painted had passed Li Nianfan's assessment, and she was now learning still painting, starting from painting a desk, a chair, and a bench next to her. She first tried to paint the plants in the backyard, but to her shock, she realized that she could not see the plants clearly. Her line of sight was blocked by a layer of mist which was the endless trace of wisdom floating around. It was obvious her level of cultivation was still not high enough for her to paint the plants. Therefore, she went back a step further and started drawing the table, chair, and bench made of plant materials. Even so, the lines of the table and chair she painted were still a bit skewed, making it hard for one to decipher its shape. Dragon and Nanan were reading from the complete book of poems. The west wind blows over the old lake, and Mr. Shen has grown many white hairs overnight. Drunk, he doesn't know the sky is in the water, and the boat pressed on in the starry water. As they read out loud, they could clearly feel the artistic conception contained in the poem, and the wisdom in the air rolled around with the sound of their voices. Dodgy and Fire Phoenix were in the gym, practicing yoga. Their bodies were as soft as water, as if they did not have bones inside them. Each of their graceful postures made them the most beautiful scenery in the entire four-part architecture. Little Fox was sitting under the pavilion, with one hand propped on her head and the other hand holding a chessbook. She was sometimes frowning and sometimes relaxed as she moved her fingers around the chessboard in front of her. Even in her human form, she was still very playful. She often teased Li Nianfan with her weird antics. Li Nianfan often melted when she called him Brother Li. The temptation of her beauty was unimaginable, and Li Nianfan was embarrassed by his thoughts. Therefore, he deliberately gave her some games to play in hopes that she would rein in her antics a little bit. Unexpectedly, she became engrossed in chess and soon became addicted to it. Moreover, her talent for playing chess was simply unimaginable. Li Nianfan could see her rapid progress after a few rounds of chess with her. So, he gave her a chess book for some self-study. As for Xiao Bei, it was preparing food for everyone. Donned in an apron, Xiao Bei was monitoring the steamer, lifting one of the lids as a thick heat wave instantly filled the entire yard. "Master, the osmanthus cake's done." Xiao Bei carried the steamer and placed it on the table. "Osmanthus cake, here I come," shouted Nanan and Dragon, who rushed over in an instant. They were drooling as they looked at the osmanthus cake. "I helped by grinding the glutinous rice. Wow, it smells so nice. I was the one who rolled the glutinous rice dough, so it must be delicious." Li Nianfan came over and said with a smile, "Patience, there's enough for everyone." In the steamer was a round sweet-scented osmanthus cake. It was very pure and white, with a little light yellow osmanthus powder embellished on it which made it seem as if it was glowing. At first glance, it looked to be soft, chewy, and delicious. Li Nianfan skillfully cut the sweet-scented osmanthus cake into several slices with a knife and distributed them to everyone. Although the sweet-scented osmanthus cake was made with glutinous rice, it did not feel sticky. Instead, it was smooth. It was extremely soft. When they held it between their fingers, it could be easily formed into various shapes, but when they let go of it, it could quickly spring back to its original shape. This delighted them to no end. Their eyes lit up when they bit into the cake. They felt as if they were biting into clouds, if the cloud was sweet. The taste of the osmanthus lingered for a long time even when they had long swallowed it. Blackie got up with a grunt and galloped over with his little tail wagging. His eyes were filled with expectation. "Calm down, Blackie. I've saved some for you, too. Here." Dragon smiled and put a piece of sweet-scented osmanthus cake into Blackie's mouth. Outside the four-part architecture, Lord Angel and War Angel came again to deliver some feathers to the expert. Like last time, they did not dare to knock on the door. They simply stood by the door and waited quietly. Fortunately, they had the Battle of the Manure to entertain them while they waited. They looked at the sky above the four-part architecture and their faces filled with shock and awe. They could clearly feel that there was a terrifying force rising in the four-part architecture. These forces could even disrupt wisdom, causing it to vibrate, forming a turbulent vortex above the four-part architecture. Even Lord Angel felt his heart trembling, not daring to look at it directly. This four-part architecture is definitely the scariest place in the world. "No place can ever beat it," said Lord Angel with fear. "What's going on in there? I sense that even the power of wisdom's a child compared to what's happening inside," said War Angel. "That's something we definitely won't ever understand in our lifetimes, so let's just wait here quietly," said Lord Angel as he tried to compose himself. Time passed by slowly when finally, the door opened with a creak, and out walked Dragon and Nanan carrying wooden buckets with food for the wild game animals. Lord Angel and War Angel greeted them immediately and respectfully said, "Greetings, goddesses." "Hey, it's you guys. Are you here to deliver more feathers?" asked Dragon and Nanan, surprised and happy at the same time. "Yes. We've taken your advice and brought a lot more this time," answered Lord Angel with a smile. Then, he took out all the feathers which amounted to a few big sacks. "Ha ha ha, awesome. Brother Li used up all the feathers from last time and was just thinking about getting more," said Dragon. "We'll deliver this to Brother Li while you two go feed the wild game animals," said Nanan as she passed her ladle to Lord Angel. Then, she went back to the four-part architecture with Dragon. Lord Angel and War Angel looked at the pig food in the big bucket in front of them and gulped involuntarily. "I'm a bit reluctant to give this good food to others." The wild game animals' eyes widened as they stared nervously at Lord Angel and War Angel. "Oi, are you thinking of stealing our food? Don't be so immoral. Be kind instead. What are you waiting for? We'll blame you if we can't supply any manure to the expert." Lord Angel coughed softly and said, "I, of course, would never think about stealing your food. Here, have some. Eat slowly." At this time, Nanan and Dragon had already brought the feathers to Li Nianfan. "Brother Li, a new batch of feathers just arrived." Li Nianfan was taken aback for a moment, and then, he said happily, "Let me have a look." Immediately, many feathers were scattered on the ground. There were pure white angel feathers, shiny black fallen angel feathers, and blood-red blood angel feathers. It was indeed very wondrous. A smile broke out of Li Nianfan's face. "Wow, there's a new color." "Brother Li, is it enough for you this time?" asked Nanan. Ha ha ha, yes. It won't take me long before I have a complete set, a mat, a carpet, and bed sheets. Li Nianfan was looking forward to it all as the four-part architecture ushered in some changes, making his life more and more comfortable. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Chaos Ocean in the first dimension, many Eldritchs had gathered. They were trying to come up with a way to open up a passage to the seventh dimension through the Chaos Ocean. A mighty and majestic aura suddenly appeared, distorting the space around it. Gui had arrived. Many of the Eldritchs were shocked and immediately saluted in awe. "Greetings, Ancestor Eldritch." They were puzzled as to what would actually make Gui personally appear himself. For countless years, the ancient Eldritch had become a legend-like existence among them. It was said he could create countless miracles and was destined to suppress the seven dimensions and bring the Eldritchs to their highest peak. He often worked behind the scenes and they had only seen him a handful of times. "Is the passage to the seventh dimension still not ready?" asked Gui coldly. We need a little bit more time." "You're all useless. Do you know what I've missed out on due to all of your incompetence?" shouted Gui furiously. "The fifth dimension's origins have already exposed itself. I could have gotten it if the portal was open sooner." Everyone held their breaths, afraid that breathing would further anger Gui. "Choose a few people and I'll personally send them to the seventh dimension," said Gui. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, but then their surprise transformed into happiness. "Things will be easier now that Ancestor Eldritch has taken over. We deeply regret that you have to handle this personally due to our incompetence." Gui waved his hand indifferently. "There's only one condition. You all need to suppress the seventh dimension no matter what and bring back some origins for me." A tall young man stood up and said proudly, "Ancestor Eldritch, allow me to go. I can guarantee you that no one will be able to defeat me once I'm there." "And me, too. No matter how powerful the people in the seventh dimension are, I'm sure they're not as powerful as me," said another. One powerful fighter after another volunteered to go. They were raring with the desire to suppress the seventh dimension. In the end, 10 people were selected. They were all wisdom elites, with 3 of them being second-step wisdom elites. The leader of the group was called Gutabai. With a flick of Gui's wrist, a mirror flew out and fell into Gutabai's hand. It was a double-sided bronze mirror and it was emitting a strange aura, making it very peculiar indeed. That's called the cross-dimension mirror. It can transmit items between 2 dimensions. Send the origins back to me using the mirror as soon as you get your hands on it. Have I made myself clear?" said Gui threateningly. He only needed another dimension's origins to be able to go wherever he pleased. "Don't worry, Ancestor Eldritch. Leave it to us," said Gutabai. "Good. Get yourselves ready and I'll send you to the seventh dimension." Gui raised his hand to cast a hand seal into the Chaos Ocean. Immediately, the turbulent wisdom in the Chaos Ocean became a roaring scourge as time and space became distorted. However, this chaos was finally suppressed by Gui and an opening slowly appeared as the space violently oscillated. "We're off now, Ancestor Eldritch." Gutabai and the other 9 Eldritchs took a deep breath in unison and excitedly stepped into the opening. Amidst the chaos of the seventh dimension, a pitch-black vortex emerged, and then, one figure after another shot out from it. They stood hovering in the void as they swept their cold eyes around their surroundings. "So, this is the seventh dimension? It's indeed extraordinary how thick their origins of wisdom is. Not bad at all. We Eldritchs will definitely be able to produce more wisdom elites once we get our hands on the origins here." Stays alert. The fact that Gua perished here meant that it's more than likely they have a second-step wisdom elite amongst them. We should first find out what changes this dimension has gone through. Gutabai stayed silent during the conversation and kept scanning his surroundings as if wanting to dig out all the secrets hidden within the seventh dimension. Suddenly, his nose twitched slightly and excitement shot through his body. "I think I smell the aura of the origins," he exclaimed in surprise and joy. Chapter 714, Gui, I need more. "What? The aura of origins? Are you sure about that? For real? We've only just arrived though." They were all excited, but found it a little too good to be true at the same time. The origins, being the source of everything in the dimension, was a rare thing to come across. Exposure of the origins was a very serious matter to a dimension and it would not occur unless the dimension was broken. They had just arrived there and the seventh dimension seemed fine to them, so how was it possible for the origins to appear? "Brother Dibai, are you sure?" asked Gujay with a frown. He was a second-step wisdom elite, too. "Are you doubting my words?" Gutabai smiled coldly before he proudly said, "I was born with exceptional senses and can sense things ordinary people can't. Although the traces of origins are incredibly faint, they still can't escape my perception. Otherwise, why did you think Ancestor Eldritch chose me to be the leader? It's because of my skill, of course. Follow me as I show you all a miracle. After that, he took the lead and headed in a particular direction. Soon, they came to an area where there were no celestial bodies within hundreds of millions of miles. It was empty as far as they could see. However, Gujay still did not sense any aura of origins, and so, he asked, "Where are the origins?" Gudabai's eyes were shining. In a thick voice, he said, "Here is the trail of origins." "What the hell's going on?" asked another second step wisdom elite. This kind of aura hides itself within wisdom and merges itself with laws of the universe. It's the strongest camouflage technique. It's impossible for ordinary people to detect it, but it can't escape my eyes," boasted Gudabai. "I'll stir up the wisdom so that it'll show itself." He raised his hand and a wave of great power clung to his palm as he grabbed at the thin air. There was a tremor in the space where his palm passed as if he had pierced through an invisible membrane, and then in the void, a strange aura gradually flowed out. This aura made everyone's hearts tremble and their eyes became filled with ecstasy. "He's right. This is the aura of origins. Ha ha ha, I can't believe we're able to find it so soon after coming here. This must be a blessing from the 7th dimension. It's so close to us. Ancient Eldritch will be overjoyed to receive the origins so soon." "It's just that, what's up with this trail? What do you think, Brother Dabai?" All eyes turned on Gudabai. They were now willing to follow his orders. There was a wise light in Gudabai's eyes. "If my guess is correct, someone's stealing the origins of the 7th dimension. No wonder the aura is so obscure. It's amazing how skillful the person is," said Gujay with surprise. "What should we do now, Brother Dabai?" asked Gulai. "We just need to wait here patiently." Gudabai's eyes darkened slightly, and a hint of a smile played on his lips. "We'll let the other party do all the hard work and swoop down at the last minute to steal the origins." "Ha ha ha, brilliant idea. We certainly came at the right time. Let's wait then." A happy smile broke out of everyone's faces as they looked forward in anticipation. "Quick, conceal your aura and monitor the area closely. Spare no origins," ordered Gudabai. They immediately did what he said and thus, began their game of waiting. Soon, a very weak aura suddenly appeared. It was akin to a normal energy fluctuation, making it almost unnoticeable. The Eldritchs would not have sensed it had they not increased their divine consciousness to their limits. In their perception, a group of origins devouring bug was almost integrated with the dimension as they flew slowly from a distance. "Those assholes. It's no wonder they could steal the origins. They're using the legendary origins devouring bugs." The origins devouring bug aren't creatures of the 7th dimension. Who could have possibly summoned them here? No matter who he is, it's his rotten luck for running into us. Ha ha ha, I only care about stealing the origins from those bugs. They tracked the origins devouring bugs with their eyes, and the burning fire in their hearts raged even more. Meanwhile, Lord Angel and War Angel were getting ready to leave after having received Lina Infant's return gifts. This time, they not only received a large number of head wreaths but also some sweet-scented osmanthus cake, making them very happy. "Father, those manure-stealing bugs have come again," said War Angel. TSK, batch after batch, with only a few minutes of rest in between. "They're really diligent, huh? It can't be easy for Yunki and Shan, Zheng Shan, and the rest of them," said Lord Angel. War Angel nodded knowingly and said, "Yeah, I find their passion touching." "Those who don't know the expert can only make do with poop," said Lord Angel. Only 24 origins devouring bug made their way back after the battle, and the two of them were flying silently. Suddenly, their expressions changed and they hurriedly concealed their breaths as they looked ahead of them with shock. 10 men were standing there, blocking their path. "Hurry! Don't let any of them get away." They were full of excitement and were laughing wildly as they grabbed the bugs. Lord Angel gasped and his expression went through a myriad of changes as he quickly pulled War Angel back. "The Eldritchs have come to steal the manure," he said seriously. "I pity Yunki and Shan and the others. I can't believe they're fighting over poop," said War Angel. "Let's go. This is none of our business. We need to report this to the Heavenly Palace," said Lord Angel decisively. He did not dare to stay there for long. Although the Eldritch's attention was all on the origins devouring bug, there was no guarantee they would not notice the two of them given more time. The Eldritch's mouths were split wide in a huge grin. They were holding the lump of origins in their hands and their eyes were shining brightly. Our patience has paid off. It's the origins indeed. Ha ha ha, and we didn't even have to lift a finger for it to come to us. I have a question, why do the origins smell so bad? I can't stand it at all. Nonsense. It's natural for the origins to smell unusual. Goodbye stepped forward calmly and said, be quiet. This is only the first wave. We shouldn't get too excited about it. Brother Dubai, are you saying there'll be more? Asked Gujay eagerly. Of course. Goodbye smiled lightly. This trail has obviously been formed for a while, which means that the origins devouring bugs come frequently. We just need to stay here and there will surely be more. Wise words indeed, Brother Dubai, said Gujay with a smile. Gulai looked at the lump in his hand and licked his lips. What should we do with the origins now? Instantly, everyone became silent. This question should not have been asked in the first place since it was with tacit consent that all origins must be delivered back to Gui. The fact that this question was raised meant that they had other plans for it. After all, who could ever resist the temptation of origins when it was so close to them? Would they ever forgive themselves if they let this opportunity pass them by? Finally, in a low voice, Gujay said, we have no idea whether these origins are safe to consume, so I think we should test it out on ourselves first before giving it to Ancient Eldritch. Hearing this, Gudabai's eyes flashed brilliantly as he said, yes, you're right. We are doing this to protect the Ancient Eldritch. There must be something wrong for it to smell so bad, and I'm willing to sacrifice myself to find the reason. What are we waiting for then? Let's eat it. Gulai smiled and raised the lump in his hands high. He said loudly, it's all because of Brother Dubai that we've managed to get the origins so easily. I propose we raise a glass to him. Cheers! They were all filled with happiness as they chomped down on the bugs. Soon, half of the origins were gone. As expected of origins, I can already feel a burning energy surging up in my body. My stomach's churning with the effect. This is my first time eating origins. It certainly has a unique taste to it. Eating it makes me feel so good. Everyone, hurry up and wipe your mouths. Make sure not to leave any evidence. I'm going to contact Ancient Eldritch now, said Goodbye solemnly. He then took out the cross-dimension mirror and infused it with his mana. The mirror began to glow, and soon after, Gui's face appeared within the mirror. Goodbye, you've just left for the 7th dimension, so I can't imagine what you're contacting me for, he said with a frown. He was puzzled and angry at the same time while thinking there must be something wrong with their heads for disturbing him. Greetings, Ancient Eldritch. We've already seized the origins, said Goodbye respectfully. The mirror went quiet. Gui thought he had heard wrong and so asked, are you under some sort of spell? He could not believe that they had completed their mission so fast. Were they not taking him seriously? Goodbye smiled and said, my lord, I really meant what I said. I'll transmit the origins to you right now. He was indescribably excited. The more doubtful Ancient Eldritch was, the more it signified that he had done a good job. Gui nodded and said, fine, transmit it over. Immediately, Goodbye pointed the cross-dimension at the lump of origins and it was sucked into the mirror under a stream of light. In the first dimension, Gui was holding a similar mirror in his hand which was also glowing. His face was doubtful and solemn as he waited patiently for the lump of origins to float out of the mirror in his hand. A stinky odor instantly infiltrated his nostrils. His eyes nearly rolled back as he was suffocated by the smell. Did Goodbye just send me some poop? His heart jerked back with shock and he found it hard to believe, but soon after, he composed himself and stared curiously at the lump. Wait a minute, this isn't your ordinary piece of shit. No, it's not poop at all, it's origins. Yes, it's really origins. His brain began to buzz. He was more shocked than when he first received the poop. How's this possible? How is it possible for them to get the origins in such a short time? However, soon after, a wave of ecstasy surged within his heart. With this, he would be able to leave the first dimension. With a flash of his body, he teleported himself to the deepest part of the planet, right where the Steely was. I've already gotten the origins. What should I do now? The dark gray aura floated around the Steely. It was similarly struck dumb when it noticed the lump in Gui's hand. It's indeed the origins. I must commend the Eldritch clan for their efficiency, communicated the Steely. I'll be able to go to the other dimensions once I consume this, right? Asked Gui excitedly. I'm afraid, you'll need to consume a lot more than that to be able to do that, communicated the Steely. Gui frowned and asked, what do you mean? You were the one who said I'll be able to leave the first dimension once I have consumed the origins of 3 dimensions. Yes, I said that, but the origins in your hand is merely a trace of it. Technically speaking, it can't even be called the origins. You'll have to consume a sufficient amount to reap its benefits, communicated the Steely. Oh. Gui's eyes flickered. He returned to his place and took out the cross-dimension mirror again. Greetings, Ancient Eldritch, said Gu to Bai. All of you did very well and the thing you sent over is great, too. You've exceeded my expectations in sending over the origins so fast, praised Gui. We're just doing our job, said Gu to Bai. Where did you get these origins? Can you get more? Asked Gui. Actually, we got lucky and Gu to Bai told him everything that had happened ever since they stepped foot in the 7th dimension. Origins devouring bug? Looks like someone's gone to great lengths to obtain the origins, too. However, their origins will be mine. Ha ha ha. Does this mean there's gonna be more where this came from? Gu to Bai nodded and said, yes, for sure, Ancient Eldritch. Ha ha ha, good. I need more. Get as much as you can, said Gui with a smile. Gu to Bai and the others were full of enthusiasm. They immediately said, rest assured, Ancient Eldritch. We'll do our best. Gui nodded with satisfaction. Very well, this matter is of great importance. You'll all be richly rewarded once it's done. Meanwhile, in the 4th dimension, at the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, the frown on Yun Qianshan's face was getting deeper and deeper. It looks like they've failed. This is the first time they were all annihilated, said Yun Qianshan with a sigh. They must have increased their security measures, said Zheng Shan. Curses. I was so looking forward to it. Don't worry guys, we'll get them next time. Chapter 715, Scheming and Variables. Everyone in the Heavenly Palace felt their hearts sink when they received the news from Lord Angel. The people from the 4th dimension are stealing poop from the expert and then that poop was stolen by the Eldritchs? Asked the Jade Emperor with shock. Both the Eldritchs and Heaven Mystery Pavilion have many strong fighters amongst them. We'll definitely lose if we fight them head-on, said Cultivator Junjun with a frown. So far, the Heavenly Palace did not have a second-step wisdom elite within their midst and their combat power was a cause for concern. Don't worry. The Angel clan's willing to assist if the Heavenly Palace wants to go to war with them, said Lord Angel. Cultivator Junjun immediately shook his head. There's no need for that, Brother Yanhua. The situation's still unclear and we don't have enough information about the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. It's best if you keep a low profile for now. I think the best solution is to instigate the two parties to fight against each other, said Yang Jing. Not a bad idea. We'll only have to swoop down at the last minute once both parties are at their weakest, said the Jade Emperor with a thoughtful look on his face. Goddess Nuwa nodded and said, it's indeed the best solution and it won't be hard to carry it out. We only need to tell the Heaven Mystery Pavilion what the Eldritchs are doing to make them fight against each other. Cultivator Junjun turned to Lord Angel and said, we shall leave that part to you, Lord Angel. Yes, I'll go do that immediately, said Lord Angel with a smile. There's no need to rush. We have to prepare on our side, too, said the Jade Emperor. He paused before continuing, there are too many skilled fighters for this round. To be on the safe side, let's go discuss this with Goddess Daji and the others. Cultivator Junjun nodded and said, yes, our combat power is insufficient to handle the unexpected. We should let Goddess Daji decide our next step. Daji, Fire Phoenix, Nanan, and Dragon, all four of them were more powerful than any of the people in the Heavenly Palace on account of being able to stay by the expert's side 24/7. Not to mention, their speed of leveling up was astonishingly fast. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lord Angel and War Angel took the roundabout way back to the 4th dimension to avoid the 10 Eldritchs and were on their way to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Currently, all the people in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion were sad-faced and frowning. It was evident they were feeling frustrated about something. It's been 3 days and still, we're coming up empty-handed after sending the bugs out 20 times. Where did we go wrong? Asked Yun Qianshan. Could it be that we were too ruthless in our previous efforts and now the 7th dimension's finally come up with a measure that's preventing us from stealing the origins? Asked Zheng Shan. What should we do if that's really the case? I fed those bugs with my own blood and it was fine when I could replenish myself with the origins they brought back, but now, the only thing they brought back is thin air. There's no way I can continue like this. Complained one of the wisdom elites. He's right, you know. I've lost so much weight since then. I'll be squeezed dry if things continue like this. We're making a loss here. Their complaints were endless and their morale had suffered a heavy blow. Maybe we should take a rest and try again after some time has passed, suggested someone. It was at that moment Lord Angel entered the Heaven Mystery Pavilion with a smile on his face. "Hello, everyone. It's been a while. Huh? How come you're not feasting? What are you doing here, Yanhua? Have you finally come to your senses and wish to join us?" asked Yun Qianshan nonchalantly. "If that's the case, you came at a really bad time. Something unexpected has happened and there aren't any delicacies to be shared," said Zhongshan. "You call that delicacy?" Lord Angel nearly puked when he heard that word. "I got curious and went to the 7th dimension. Lo and behold, I bumped into the Eldritchs there. They were stealing something. As to what they were stealing, I don't know because I didn't dare to go near them. However, the scent it gave off was similar to the one I smelled the last time I was here. I found it really odd, so I came here to see how you all were doing." Lord Angel's words set off a storm in everyone's heart. Their complexions turned green and white as their expressions went through a myriad of changes. "It's them. They were the ones who cut off our supply. How dare those lazy Eldritch steal our origins? Gah, I'm gonna get them if it's the last thing I do." "Ah, so that's what happened. I found it strange that the supply was suddenly cut off. This makes a lot more sense. Damn those Eldritchs. They're absolutely despicable." Their faces were flushed as their aura and mana surged erratically. 3 days. 3 days. They had been feeding their blood to the bugs for 3 days without consuming anything, and to what end? They would not have found out the Eldritchs had been stealing their origins if it was not for Lord Angel telling them. This was no ordinary grudge, but the grudge of the century. "Brother Yanhua, where are they now?" asked Yun Qianshan with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I'll show you the way and act as moral support, too," said Lord Angel. Yun Qianshan was touched by his gesture. "Brother Yanhua, you're willing to do that for us even though this has nothing to do with you?" The Eldritchs incurred the wrath of everyone. Besides, what they did is akin to slapping the entire 4th dimension in the face. "There's no way I'm letting them get away with this," said Lord Angel righteously. "Good. Very good." Yun Qianshan and the others were all in awe of him. "Brother Yanhua, we'll give you the biggest lump once we get our hands on the origins," said Zhongshan. Those words frightened Lord Angel. He coughed and quickly said, "There's no need to do that. I don't expect any reward for doing a good deed. You're my role model, Brother Yanhua. Best friends forever. Thank you for taking the trouble to show us the way. Wait a minute, we need some proof that they were the ones who stole the origins from us, so let's send out another batch of origins devouring bugs. There's no way they could argue their way out of it when we catch them red-handed," said Yun Qianshan suddenly. "That's true." Immediately, everyone fed the origins devouring bug their blood and followed them to the 7th dimension. Then, they hid in the dark and waited quietly. Just as expected, as soon as they saw the bugs with a full load, 10 Eldritchs immediately stole the lumps from the bugs before killing them all. "It's really the Eldritchs who did it. Those scumbags. Release those bugs this instant. Hand over the origins now." Yun Qianshan and the others rushed out roaring. Together they formed an overwhelming force as they went to suppress the 10 Eldritchs. "Oh? So the original owners are here." Goodbye and the others remained calm as they casually put away the origins. Then, they stared at the opposing party with cold eyes. "You came at the right time. Well done on gathering the origins. Please, continue like this and don't make us wait too long," ordered Goodbye haughtily. Hearing this made Yun Qianshan laugh at the absurdity of it all. "You must be tired of living. Let me grant you your death wish. Don't you know that the Eldritch clan has the most powerful fighters in the entire 7 dimensions? You all would have been dead if not for the fact that you still have some use to us," said Goodbye with a cold smile. "Yes, the Eldritch clan might be powerful but you all certainly aren't. Let me ask you one last time, are you or are you not handing over the origins?" asked Zhongshan in a threatening tone. Somewhere further away, the people of the Heavenly Palace, Daji, Fire Phoenix, Nanan, and Dragon were hiding behind a piece of distorted space. They were all protected by the barrier formed by a large pair of pants on top of them and their auras were concealed by the mosaic's glow. "What are they doing? Why aren't they fighting each other yet?" asked Nanan. "I wish they would stop talking and start fighting," said Dragon. "Both parties have 3-second step wisdom elites amongst them while the rest of them are made up of skilled wisdom elites. That's the reason why they're being so cautious," explained Cultivator Junjun. "It looks like they're all weighing the cost and benefits. They probably want to avoid an all-out battle," said Goddess Nui with a frown. "What they need is a fuse," said the Jade Emperor. As soon as he said that, they heard Lord Angel roar ferociously, "Quit your bullshit. I've had it with you all. Die." He then took the lead and charged at Gudabai with his holy light sword in his hand. This caused the others to erupt, their manas exploded as they collided with each other mid-air. "Kill them all." The light from the spells blanketed the area and nearly ripped apart the chaos as they blossomed like fireworks. It was both beautiful and dangerous to behold. "Ha! That's more like it. It's time to catch some fish." Blackie grinned as he took out a fishing rod and started scanning around for his first target. He was skilled in his movements since it was not his first time doing this. He did the same thing when the zombie world and ministry fought against each other. "I'll pick some high-quality game meat for the expert. Maybe that'll improve the fertilizer," said Blackie. "Fight harder. Man, there'll be no end in sight if they don't fight harder," said Nanan anxiously as she watched the battle. "Patience. They'll bring out the big guns sooner or later," said Fire Phoenix. It was just as she said, both parties fought more and more ferociously as the battle progressed. Blackie was having the time of his life and there were already 5 game meat beside him. One of them was even a Wisdom Elite. "The 4th dimension will be ours soon, so you ants better surrender if you know what's good for you," shouted Gudabai. His aura surged and his body became 3 times larger as wisdom aura swirled around him. Instantly, everyone retreated a few steps back as they felt the suffocating and terrifying force. "I see you're prepared to fight to the death. Good," said Lord Angel while laughing. His body, too, swirled with the power of wisdom and Angel's light. His force was not one bit incomparable to Gudabai's. Seeing this, the other second-step Wisdom Elites also stepped up their game. "Everyone, stop," shouted a faint voice just when the battle had reached its climax. Immediately, the wisdom in the void gradually formed a holographic image of an old man. Lord Angel frowned when he recognized the old man. "It's that mysterious old man from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion." Yes, it was indeed the old Pavilion Master. A mighty force swept across everyone and they had no choice but to stop what they were doing. "Who are you?" asked Gudabai with a frown. "It doesn't matter who I am. The more important matter is, there's no need for you all to fight against each other," replied the old man with a chuckle. "What do you mean?" asked Gudabai. The others were looking at the old man, too. "The origins of the 7th dimension is right in front of us. That's the most important thing, so why don't we work together and divide it equally amongst ourselves? Isn't that better?" said the old Pavilion Master calmly. "You're really willing to share it with us?" asked Gudabai with a frown. The old Pavilion Master smiled and said, "Of course. We'll be able to send out more origins devouring bugs once you've joined us. That would greatly increase our efficiency." "We were doing fine without them, so why should we share it with them?" asked Yunki and Sean. "Many hands make light work. There are only upsides to them joining us." Then, the old Pavilion Master paused before continuing, "Besides, it won't benefit us to go against the Eldritchs. Both sides will lose out on the origins if we continue fighting like this." He then pointed to a particular place, immediately exposing the hiding place of the people from the Heavenly Palace. Blackie was shocked. "Shit! Who's that old man? I can't believe he can see through my mosaic." He was still in his fishing stance and a Black Panther demon was squirming around his fishing rod. It was a very awkward position to be in, but he remained calm as he quietly put away his fishing rod. "Our plan has backfired. I think they're getting ready to attack us," said Cultivator Junjun with a bitter smile. "That old man's a meanie," said Nanan unhappily. The Eldritchs and the people of the 4th dimension were taken aback at the same time. Then, their eyes narrowed. "Aren't those the people from the 7th dimension? Huh. They must be waiting for us to wipe each other out." Gudabai's eyes darkened and he solemnly said, "When did the 7th dimension people become so strong? So it's true that an unknown change has taken place. The number of skilled fighters they have is indeed astonishing." He stared at Daji and Fire Phoenix and was shocked by the unbearable pressure coming off them. It stood to reason that after the last catastrophe, the 7th dimension should not have risen as quickly, let alone bore second-step Wisdom Elites. "It's no wonder Gua perished here," said Gujay with a sigh. "The 7th dimension's a bit special. Why don't we join forces to suppress them first and divide the origins later?" asked the old Pavilion Master. Yunki and Sean nodded and said, "Fine with me." Gudabai smiled coldly and an oppressive aura swept across everyone. "Fine with me, too. Let's kill them to make sure they won't get in our way." Chapter 716, The Situation is Bad, Apocalypse Sky Dragon. Seeing that his party was about to become the new target, Cultivator Junjun quickly said, "Would you believe us if we say we were just passing by?" "Of course not," said Yunki and Shan with a smile. Zhongshan had already locked his aura on the Heavenly Palace people. The old man's right. We should first turn the entire 7th dimension into a sheep to be slaughtered, and then consider the matter of dividing the origins. "I've already tasted the origins. It's indeed very delicious and I wouldn't mind more," said one of the wisdom elites. There were a total of 6 second-step wisdom elites, 15 first-step wisdom elites, and various other heavenly realm fighters within the Eldritchs and the people of the 4th dimension. On the 7th dimension side, only Daji and Fire Phoenix were second-step wisdom elites. The others like Blackie, Nanan, and Dragon were wisdom elites, and the remaining people like Yang Jin, Cultivator Junjun, Zhang Lu, the Jade Emperor, and Goddess Nuwa were all half-step wisdom elites. While it was a fact that they were stronger than the average person of the same level on account of being by the expert's side, it still did not mean they would be able to take on so many opponents at the same time. There might still be a chance if they fought against them one-on-one, but it was a different story now that the Eldritchs and 4th dimension people had joined forces. The Jade Emperor took a deep breath and solemnly said, "This will be our hardest battle yet. We should prepare ourselves to fight to the death. I feel so guilty now. We wouldn't have to fight for our lives if I didn't come up with such a stupid plan," said Yang Jing sadly. "It's no use crying over spilled milk. It's not as if we'll lose for sure. We have the entire Angel clan on our side after all. I'm sure they'll be of great help to us," said Cultivator Junjun quietly. Suddenly, a masked man floated to the middle of the battlefield. He was glowing as he stood there with his hands folded behind his back. Then, the masked man slowly said, "Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold its signal with his immeasurable wisdom." Instantly, silence filled the air. The Eldritchs and the people from the 4th dimension were shocked by the masked man's entrance, whereas the Heavenly Palace people were pushed to the verge of a breakdown. "Has he gone crazy? Doesn't he know who those people are?" thought the Heavenly Palace people. "I see that another ant has come to die," shouted Gutabai when he sensed that the masked man was a mere Heavenly Realm fighter. Angered, he pointed his finger at him and an oppressive, annihilating force immediately charged towards Xingya. It was showtime for Daji, who coldly took a step forward and neutralized the oppressive force with her own power of wisdom. "Never in a million years would I expect a second-step wisdom elite to be born out of the 7th dimension," said Gutabai with a cold smile. He then took a step forward and instantly appeared before Daji and proceeded to strike her with a punch. "Death to those who dare stand in my way." The punch was enough to shatter wisdom. It was more powerful than any of the ultimate spells cast by wisdom elites. It possessed the ability to disrupt wisdom as it contained unparalleled power of wisdom while at the same time, keeping the damage to the surroundings to a minimum. This had gone beyond the scope of power. He would only need to point at a target to wipe them out. The temperature around Daji dropped rapidly as the terrifying, ice-cold aura froze wisdom, time, and space. It was so cold that a layer of frost appeared on Gutabai's fist, which he shook off before he continued charging at Daji. "You should all surrender now," said Yunki and Shan with a laugh. He stepped forward and raised his hand, as if wanting to hold up the sky, and dense energy immediately pressed down on them. With a shriek, Fire Phoenix burst into flames and rushed up to the sky. Her powerful energy cooked the air around her as she neutralized Yunki and Shan's attack. Ice and fire. Their power and wisdom's more powerful than an average wisdom elite's. Truly extraordinary. Gujay was taken aback for a moment before he then quickly cast an attack at Daji. Gulai joined the fight at the same time. He smiled and said, "The Eldritchs will take care of the Ice Fox while you people from the 4th dimension take care of the Phoenix. Make it a speedy battle." Zhongshan glanced at Fire Phoenix, nodded, and said, "No problem." "Are you planning to use numbers to your advantage? Did I say you could do that?" roared Blackie furiously as he charged at Gulai. Gulai smiled mockingly and said, "What can a mere dog demon like you do to me? This is too funny. It's as if a plate of dog meat's coming at me." He then pointed his finger languidly at Blackie. He thought that there was no way Blackie, a normal wisdom elite, would be able to survive this attack of his with him being a second-step wisdom elite. He was sure he could suppress him, no matter how extraordinary he was. However, Blackie suddenly turned around and aimed his butt at Gulai just when his fingertip was about to touch him. "What's he doing?" Gulai's eyes opened wide in horror as he saw Blackie's butt getting closer and closer to him. He was especially taken aback by his shiny black leather pants and the patch near his crotch. He felt a crushing pain coursing through his entire body as soon as his finger came in contact with Blackie's butt. It was as if Blackie's butt was made from iron that could suppress his power of wisdom. "Ouch! That hurt!" screamed Blackie as he clenched his butt. "You're the first one who can hurt me like this. Behold, my mosaic light." Blackie's mana surged and a strange light immediately radiated from his butt as the mosaic patch became activated. The strange light immediately enveloped Gulai's face, who started to panic when he lost all perception of the outside world. "Ah! What's this covering my eyes?" he shouted with shock. He madly staggered back. Nanan suddenly appeared behind him and struck the back of his head with her shovel. It came down on him with a clanging sound and his mana began to tremble as his vision turned black. "Leather pants on head," shouted Blackie, giving Gulai no time to respond as he took off his pants and wrapped them around Gulai's head. This time, Gulai only lost all his perception but even had to suffer through the stinky odor coming off the pants. The mighty second step wisdom elite had been sealed under the pants and at the same time, the shovel kept coming down on him. Those pants are scary. It can even trap a second step wisdom elite. And that shovel, too. It managed to suppress the second step wisdom elite's wisdom with each hit. What are they exactly and how did they come to be in the 7th dimension? Shit. They're ruthless. I can't believe a second step wisdom elite couldn't even do anything about them. Something strange is definitely going on in this dimension. Gulai glanced over and was both furious and shocked when he saw Gulai being tortured by a dog and child. What happened in the 7th dimension? Why is there a sense of extraordinariness everywhere? He thought with a frown. Then, he turned his attention back to Daji and attacked her even more ferociously. He would get his answers once they had been defeated. On the other side, Dragon was fighting against Lord Angel. The air was filled with water droplets as she poured them out from her ladle. There were many instances where Lord Angel could have killed her but was blocked by her defense. Then again, they were only play acting, but to any outsider, it would seem like they were fighting fiercely. Therefore, only Daji and Fire Phoenix were taking on two opponents at the same time. They found it barely manageable but were in no real danger because they had the wedding ring and golden accessories given by Li Nianfan. God wouldn't accept the birth of Xiao Changfeng, but my sword cultivation still historical like the long night. 3,000 visitors are full of flowers, 14 states froze over, with one strike of the sword. God wouldn't accept the birth of Tongtian, but my sword cultivation still historical like the long night. Xiao Changfeng, Zhang Lu, and Tongtian had joined forces to set up a sword formation, making their power comparable with two wisdom elites. The endless sword light overwhelmed the world, disrupted heaven and earth, and even wisdom was subverted. The three of them were enjoying the fight. After all, they were going after two wisdom elites, which meant they were fighting against people who were above their levels. Their entire bodies were rolling with hot blood as they spouted bold words. However, in the very next moment, Xiao Changfeng nearly puked blood. "Brother Tongtian, I beg of you to be kind. How can you steal my lines at this time? You're going down for sure," he shouted angrily. The wind in his sails was ruined by Tongtian saying the same line as him. "Nonsense. I, alone, possess the ability to say that," shouted Tongtian coldly and haughtily. Xiao Changfeng felt his blood pressure skyrocket. "Fine. Let's have a contest to see who kills the most enemies today. The winner gets the right to say that line." "You're on," said Tongtian with a cold smile. Yang Jing, Cultivator Junjun, Goddess Nuwa, and the Jade Emperor were also fighting against the other wisdom elites. They managed to hold their ground even though they were only half-step wisdom elites. However, as more wisdom elites joined the battle, they found themselves losing ground even with the help of the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation set up by the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals. The combat power of the 7th dimension's really incredible. Each of them seems to have a deep understanding of wisdom, making them unparalleled within the same rank, said a wisdom elite as he struck Cultivator Junjun from behind. At that time, Cultivator Junjun had his hands full with another wisdom elite and could not defend himself from the ambush. Instantly, a hole appeared on his back and blood spurted out of his mouth. His organs of life flickered crazily as it tried to repair the injuries on his body. While it was true that all that wine and food from Li Nianfan had made his life force stronger than average, there was no way he could withstand another attack like that. "Huh? This is odd," said the wisdom elite in shock. Generally speaking, Cultivator Junjun should have been dead by now, and yet, he could feel a hidden strange power inside of him. "It seems like there's a surprise waiting for us in the 7th dimension." Many of the smarter enemies had realized this and their eyes immediately blazed with desire. "What should we do now?" asked Cultivator Junjun as he glanced at Lord Angel. Lord Angel could indeed alleviate this crisis they were facing at this time, but doing so would put the entire Angel clan in trouble. Then, there was also that mysterious old man in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. They still had no idea what part he would play in this matter. Without giving him time to think about it, the two wisdom elites had already flanked him once again. This time, they wanted to capture him alive for interrogation. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant was heard at this critical moment, and in an instant, the golden light exploded in the sky and bloomed like a lotus. With his hands together, Jiki had brought along his disciples by the invitation of the Heavenly Palace. It was not only them but the people from White Cloud Sect, 100 Flower Sect, Legendary Beast Sect, and Empath Sect that came as well. It was just that, being fighters of the heavenly realm, they could only support from the sidelines. "Deploy Apocalypse Sky Dragon formation," shouted Jiki solemnly. He raised his hand and a golden book slowly appeared suspended mid-air. At that moment, there seemed to be thousands of colossal Buddha apparitions blanketing the sky as endless Buddhist chants and light penetrated heaven and earth. That book contained the sutra gifted by Li Nianfen and was the very foundation of Buddhism. The sutra condensed the aspirations of sentient beings in all dimensions and contained Buddhism, and thus, under the leadership of Jiki, Buddhism became more and more popular. Apocalypse Sky Dragon. "Infinity formation," roared the disciples at the same time. Immediately, their bodies grew larger and their robes were ripped apart, revealing the strong muscles underneath them. The golden dragon shone on the world with an extremely powerful force and instantly enveloped 5 wisdom elites, trapping them in the formation. What book is that? I can feel a majestic power from it. It contains the power of all sentient beings and the power of all worlds. I do not doubt that there are origins contained in it. Even wisdom's worshipping it. The book symbolizes the origins. It's an origin's ultimate treasure. The Apocalypse Sky Dragon's very extraordinary indeed. We would have been in deep trouble if the casters were of higher cultivation. What happened in the 7th dimension exactly? It's one surprise after another. Everyone was shocked and overjoyed at the same time. They were all looking at the book with greed in their eyes. Even Gudabai could not help but put all his attention on the book. "I must get my hands on that book," thought everyone at the same time. Jiki raised his hand again, and the book fell into the hands of one of his disciples who joined Buddhism not long ago. Yes, he was none other than the Lord Demon. Chapter 717, Lord Demon's Escape. "I'm going to explode." Lord Demon was initially planning for an escape. All this while, he had been living peacefully in the temple and passed his time by chanting. It was exactly the life he had always dreamed of. He was relieved to find that there was nothing wrong with him, that he could actually live life peacefully. However, this sudden change made him question his life again, for it was obvious the Heavenly Palace people were about to be annihilated. "Oh, come on. Not again." He started sobbing internally when he found out they had to go to the battlefield again and had been plotting for a way to escape ever since. Alas, it was not meant to be. He was put under the spotlight as soon as the book fell into his hands without any warning at all. "Why? What have I ever done to you, you Baldy?" Stunned, he wished he could say all these out loud to Jiki. Seeing his doubts, Jiki said, "Demon Lord, I can tell from your many brushes with death that you won't die so easily. Therefore, I can rest assured that the book will be safe with you. You and your bullshit. Is this your way of sentencing me to death?" Lord Demon looked at the book in his trembling hands. He could feel the countless gazes focused on him as all their aura, including the wisdom elites, locked on him. He was only a lowly Chaos Daluo golden immortal and was a long way away from entering the heavenly realm. Even a sneeze from a wisdom elite could wipe him out, so how was it possible for him to come out of this alive? "Dragon Point," shouted a wisdom elite as he pointed at Lord Demon. In the next moment, the endless wisdom converged with the laws of the universe and turned into a dragon apparition. Its mouth was wide open, wanting to swallow Lord Demon and the book in one mouthful. "Demon's suppressing heavenly hand," shouted another wisdom elite with a raise of his hand. The giant palm tore through the space and turned into a giant black hand which then came rushing toward Lord Demon. On the battlefield, one cultivator after another rushed toward the shaking Lord Demon. "With the Buddhist Sutra as a guide, Apocalypse Sky Dragon," yelled Jiki. The muscles of the disciples became shiny as if they were gilded with gold and they began to move into their positions. They set up a special formation in the shape of a Buddha seal. As soon as it was activated, a dragon swam out of the book and orbited around Lord Demon. The dragon's scales were dazzling in gold and it was imbued with the power of wisdom and origins. All of the incoming attacks fell away instantly. It seemed to be able to take on several wisdom elites at once with the help of the power of the sutras and all living beings. However, just when everyone was guarding the formation, Lord Demon suddenly jumped on the dragon and rode away with the book clenched tightly in his hand. Apocalypse Sky Dragon, run! Immediately, the mighty dragon turned around and fled. It moved so fast that only a flicker of his tail could be seen. Did he escape, just like that? Where's his sense of justice? Everyone was dumbfounded. Quick! Chase after them! That book's an Origin's ultimate treasure. We must get our hands on it no matter what. We can't let him get away. Whoever gets the book will surely be blessed with great fortune. In the next instant, they all chased madly after Lord Demon with burning eyes. Excitement filled their hearts and they nearly broke out in applause for Lord Demon, for if he had not run away, the book would surely belong to the strongest person in their group. Now that he had run away, there was a possibility they would be able to get their hands on it. Goodbye's eyes suddenly darkened and there was a panicked edge to his voice and he said, "We'll be greatly rewarded if we offer the book to Ancestor Eldritch. Gujay, I'll leave it to you to get the book." "Yes, Brother Dubai." He left the battlefield without hesitation and rushed toward Lord Demon. It would take some time to suppress Daji even if the two of them worked together. Compared to that, it was more important to get their hands on the book. Besides, there was no way Daji could stop Gujay from going after Lord Demon. Yun Qianshan's heart tightened when he saw Gujay going after Lord Demon. Even though they had joined forces with the Eldritchs, it did not mean that they would give up all the goodies without a fight. "Zheng Shan, go get that book," said Yun Qianshan. "I don't need you to tell me that." He had already disappeared into the distance as soon as he said the last word. The battle situation turned abruptly as a large group of people was lured away by Lord Demon. This gave the Heavenly Palace people a much-needed respite. Jiki put his hands together and said, "Amitabha, Lord Demon's a man with great wisdom. He's sacrificing himself by luring the firepower away from us. Hold on, Brother Lord Demon. If I don't go to hell, who will? Brother Lord Demon's really a role model for my generation. Brother Lord Demon can always miraculously turn any dangerous situation around, so he must be fine this time as well, right?" On the other side, the pale-faced Lord Demon was running away desperately. Shit. They're fast. He felt the terrifying energy fluctuations behind him and this made him cry out bitterly again and again. This has got to be the most dangerous situation I've ever been in. He kept his head low and charged toward a particular direction which just happened to be where the four-part architecture was. The only person who can save me from all these terrifying people is him. He had already come up with a plan in his mind. I'm not a real monk anyways. It's not like I have so many taboos like those in Heavenly Palace. I don't care if I offend the expert. I'll be dead no matter what, so I might as well fight for this chance. It was he who led the monks to the four-part architecture when they encountered a crisis the last time. Why should he act any differently this time? "Where do you think an ant like you can escape to? Hand over that book and I'll grant you a quick death," said Gulai, who was hot on his heels. His voice transformed into a mighty sound wave and rushed oppressively toward Lord Demon from all directions. The Apocalypse Sky Dragon screamed and the golden light on his body dimmed. "You gotta hold on, Apo. My life depends on you now." Lord Demon was filled with horror. He would have died 10,000 times if it was not for the Golden Dragon's protection. The Apocalypse Sky Dragon sped up and soon entered the area of the gods. "Huh? This isn't a bad place. Is this where the gods of the seventh dimension reside?" Gulai, Zheng Shan, and the others had also arrived and their eyes were filled with greed when they sensed the aura there. "I'll come back to suck this place dry once I get my hands on that book," said Gulai with a smirk. Zheng Shan, however, was frowning, and there was a cautious look in his eyes. "Don't say I didn't warn you, but there's something very weird going on in the seventh dimension. We should proceed carefully." The old pavilion master of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion had told him that there was a guardian who had entered the state of the ultimate existence in the seventh dimension. There was no way to predict what would happen there. If not for this, they would have come here a long time ago. This information was classified and he was unwilling to divulge more to the Eldritchs. "What a sloppy lie. It's obvious you're trying to scare me away so that you can call dibs on the book." The expression on Gujay's face was as if he had seen everything under the sun, and with a flash, he once again pursued Lord Demon. After a while, Lord Demon arrived at the four-part architecture, out of breath. Without hesitation, he shot down from the sky and knelt on the ground in front of the door. Then, ensued a vigorous kowtowing. "I have no intention of offending you, but I've been forced to do so. I hope my lord will find it in his heart to forgive me, but should you choose to kill me, I'll gladly accept my fate without complaint." He did not enter the four-part architecture after saying that but instead, hid someplace nearby. Immediately afterward, Gu Jie, Zheng Shan, and the others arrived there, too. Their hearts clenched when they saw the four-part architecture, for they could sense an extraordinary and strange aura flowing within it. However, they could not find anything unusual about it after taking a closer look. "Quick! Find that guy," said Zheng Shan in a low voice. "Huh? Why do I smell something familiar?" asked someone suddenly with a frown. "Me, too. It smells like something divine. It smells similar to the origins we had." Everybody was taken aback by that and their eyes began to flash brilliantly. "Yes, it's indeed the smell of origins. Could this be where they got it from? Ha ha ha, let's quickly look for it. We've definitely hit the jackpot. This is a happy surprise. I never expected to run into something this good just by chasing after that guy." They were filled with excitement and quickly followed their noses to look for the source of the smell. Soon, they arrived at the back of the four-part architecture and they would never forget the scene they saw before them. There, a large number of demons gathered before a large pit. They were naked from the waist down and were lining up to go to the toilet. As for the source of the smell, well, it was coming from the pit. Their brains nearly exploded and the pain made their minds go blank. No, no. It can't be. This can't be real. The next moment, they heard the conversation going on between the demons. "Poop harder, people. We have no idea when those pesky bugs will come again. We should take this opportunity to poop more. We're so lucky the bugs didn't come today." Bugs? They nearly fainted as their legs turned into jelly. "That's what we've been fighting for? I can't believe I ate it. Ugh, I can't hold it in anymore. Blurg. Gah. Tell me this isn't real. Someone, please, kill me. No, I'm going to explode." In an instant, everyone's down heart was hit hard. Some of them could not bear the humiliation and exploded while the others were still in denial, so they rushed over to the pit. "They look exactly like the lumps we stole from the bugs. The smell is exactly the same, too. How is this possible? How could those lumps be filled with the aura of origins? We've been played." Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned red. Their faces contorted savagely and their mana surged erratically around them, making them all seem insane. "I actually put this thing into my mouth," said Zheng Shan hoarsely. He was trembling all over. Gu Jie, too, was trembling all over. He felt his skull crawling. "Not only did I eat this but I actually sent a huge lump to the ancestor Eldritch and he praised me for that? DMN you all. Why do you have to poop here? Die. Yes, kill them all. Spare no one. Die. All of you. Die." They took their anger out on the demons and their terrifying force transformed into weapons of slaughter, harvesting lives. Suddenly, the screams of many demons echoed through the air as their bodies were ridden with holes, blood gushing out everywhere. What a miserable way to die indeed. Somewhere close by the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan had brought along Qin Manyun, Shi Tukin, and Little Fox for a sketch. Daji and the others were out on a mission, so Li Nianfan decided to come out for a breath of fresh air. At this time, Qin Manyun was playing her guqin and Little Fox was jumping around in the woods like an innocent child. She would have been naked if it was not for Li Nianfan's insistence that she kept her clothes on. As for Shi Tukin, she was trying to paint the scenery in front of her with Li Nianfan guiding her. Suddenly, the commotion from the back of the four-part architecture reached their ears. "What noise is that? What happened over there?" "It's the sound of demons roaring. They sound really pitiful. Someone very powerful has come." The three girls' expressions changed. The overflowing energy they sensed made their hearts thump wildly. "Let's all go check it out," said Li Nianfan decisively and the four of them rushed over to the area with Qin Manyun and the other two keeping a close guard over him. Soon, they returned to the four-part architecture and Li Nianfan's eyes became red when he saw the scene in front of him. All the wild game animals had all fallen into a pool of their own blood. The way they died was extremely miserable. Some of them were minced beyond recognition while the others were missing a limb or two. Although they were wild game animals, Li Nianfan had nonetheless become attached to them, for, after all, he had single-handedly raised them to how they were. Besides, he could not bear the thought that someone had sullied his game meat. What's wrong with these people? Why would they slaughter these cute and innocent game animals? The three girls' hearts sank to the pits when they saw Zheng Shan and the others. They started trembling while wondering where all these wisdom elites come from. There were even 2 wisdom elites with unfathomable power that could suppress them with only their pinkies. There was no way the 3 of them could win in a fight against them all. "What's wrong? Are these people very strong?" asked Li Nianfan worriedly when he sensed their fear. "Yes," said Qin Manyun anxiously. "Don't be afraid. We'll be fine." He was feeling a little weak in the knees as well but knew that he had to remain calm for their sake. He was secretly holding a stone in his hand. The stone was none other than the lethal doubly flying stone which he had not used in a long time. He gave himself a pep talk. "Indeed, I don't have any magical powers but both of my wives are super powerful. I'm sure they're nothing when compared to my wives. The double flying stone in my hand contains their ultimate spells which are definitely strong enough to annihilate them all." Chapter 718, Painting of a Wonderful World. By then, Gu Jie and the rest of them had also noticed Li Nianfan and the 3 girls. 2 wisdom elites, 1 heavenly realm and a mortal? They were taken aback by the strange lineup. Wait a minute, a mortal? Zheng Shan's heart trembled as another thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the guy who had entered the state of the ultimate existence? The thought took root in his mind and grew uncontrollably, making his blood run cold and his mind go blank. That must be it. It's the only way to explain how the poop here contains origins. He was about to say something but found himself unable to utter a word at all because an extremely terrifying energy had suppressed him. The energy was so strong that it was impossible for him to shake it off. It was icy cold energy that instantly froze everything, including wisdom, time, and even his man. He was like a baby in front of this force even though he had entered the 2nd step wisdom elite. His eyes became wide as he saw a beautiful ice fox rushing out of Li Nianfan's hand and onto him. This is the fox demon's magic but somehow, its power has been immeasurably boosted. It's clearly an Origins ice spell with the ability to freeze a dimension's time. How is it possible for such a powerful force to exist in this world? No. I don't want to die. After that, he was no longer conscious because even his thoughts had been frozen. The ice fox brushed past Zheng Shan gently and in an instant, he was turned into an ice sculpture. Then, with a clank, he fell from the sky and shattered into a million pieces. "One down," thought Li Nianfan, a little less afraid. To survive in this world, he would need to strike first. Besides, there was no use talking it out when the other party had obviously lost all reason. He decided to first take down Zheng Shan because his expression was the most savage. "I can't believe it was a one-hit kill. Little Daji's spell is so strong." Then he changed his target to Gu Jie and a ball of flaming phoenix fire instantly shot out. "No. Who is he? Why is he so strong? This spell actually has the origins under its control. I can't even escape with the suppression crushing down on me." Gu Jie was still shocked by Zheng Shan's death the moment before, and in the next second, he was close to death. Before the fire reached him, a flame was already burning on his body. It was an inextinguishable flame that ignited his origins of life. He clearly saw that the flame was not only burning his body but also his past, crossing the realm of time and space, burning any traces of his life cleanly so that he would completely disappear from this world. There was no possibility of resurrection. Even if the time was reversed, there would be no resurrection. This flame was too domineering, enough to burn a whole world into nothingness. The flame drifted by and Gu Jie disappeared completely without a trace. The others gasped and their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Did Gu Jie and Zheng Shan die just like that? They're both second-step wisdom elites for crying out loud. How can they disappear without a trace just like that? That man's power is more terrifying than I can ever imagine. How is it even possible? They wanted to escape, but they were trembling and their legs had turned into jelly. They were so scared that they did not even dare to move. In the next moment, a rush of icy air suddenly surged from all directions before a chill enveloped them, freezing their blood. In the blue sky, a faint cry of a fox could be heard. Then, there were only ice sculptures left standing where the intruders were before. "All down. Little Daji and Fire Phoenix's spells are just as powerful as I expected," said Li Nianfan with a smile. Qin Manyun and the other 2 were dumbfounded, their small mouths were in an O shape, making them look very cute. "Fine, I admit we worried for nothing. They must have a death wish for coming here. No, no. It must be because they wanted to offer themselves up as game meat to the expert. How nice of them." Lord Demon was still in his hiding spot and his jaw dropped to the ground. After having witnessed the whole thing, he wanted to kneel and call Li Nianfan's father. He knew how strong this group of people was. The entire 7th dimension had to use all their power to defeat them, and Li Nianfan only had to wave his hand. So, he's the master of the 4-part architecture. My god, he's powerful. He quickly dug a hole and buried himself in it. All this good game meat has gone to waste, Li Nianfan said as he glanced at the corpses of the various game animals around. He sighed and then said, "Oh well, let's see what parts we can salvage. By the way, are there any demons among those people? If yes, go thaw them out so that we can make a hearty meal out of them. Then again, we can't finish all this meat by ourselves, so let's have a party instead." He looked at the ice sculptures and was grateful that little Daji's ice spells were so useful. The spell not only kept the corpses intact but could also preserve their freshness. It was a really practical spell indeed. Shi-Tukan pursed her lips and chuckled. Things will definitely get lively if Master holds a party. Wow, I can't wait to feast on yummy food. You're the best, Brother Li, said Little Fox happily. Lord Demon, who was buried in the ground, shivered and buried himself deeper. It was crazy how those Wisdom Elite's demons were nothing but dinner to the expert. Wait a minute, I wonder if I can join the party, too. He got excited at the thought. Let's clean up and wait for the others to come back to hold the party, said Li Nianfan with a smile. It did not take them long to clean up the place with their spells. Then, they passed on kitchen prep work to Xiao Bei and went back to the place where they were sketching before. With the brush in her hand, Shi-Tukan started sketching and painting the scenery in front of her. However, she sighed and stopped after only a few strokes. Master, this is really difficult. I can't even draw the shapes. I'm at a loss for what to do, said Shi-Tukan. That's because you're impatient for success. You should start with a tree or a flower and not the whole scenery. Landscape painting's all about using one's heart. It's normal to not know where to begin if you're not in the right state of mind, said Li Nianfan with a smile. He looked at the canvas before him and was suddenly inspired. Let me paint you something. Yes, please. I'll observe carefully, said Shi-Tukan with a flash of excitement in her eyes. Qin Manyun stopped playing her guqin and said excitedly, I want to observe, too. Little Fox bounced over quickly and said, Me, too. You can watch but remember to keep quiet during the process, said Li Nianfan, still smiling. The 3 girls nodded their heads and swore, we promise not to make any noise. Without saying anything, he took up a brush and stared deeply at the scenery before him. There were dense green trees, a stream flowing, lush flowers and grass, and protruding rocks and cliffs. It was truly beautiful and peaceful. Then, he thought of the tragic death of the wild game animals. What a wonderful world, and yet, those savages tortured and killed the game animals. What grudge could they possibly have against them? He slowly raised his hand and put the tip of the brush on the paper. Immediately, the whole world rippled. Qin Manyun's eyes widened. She looked at Li Nianfan and actually had a feeling that Li Nianfan was separated from the world, as if he was above everything else and was drawing and creating the world. The brush. Shi-Tukan stared closely at the tip of the brush and gasped. She felt that the world was shaking with each stroke of the brush. He's using wisdom as ink and each stroke's imbued with origins. This will certainly be a very powerful work of art. So this is what Master meant by using one's heart. Only when I use my heart to create resonance with the world will I be able to create freely. Little Fox looked at the landscape outlined by Li Nianfan. She felt that this landscape painting was similar yet different from the landscape in front of her. In the painting, sunlight appeared, small bridges appeared, and cooking smoke could be seen in the distance. She gradually entered into a trace as if she had been sucked into the painting. It was obviously a painting, but somehow, it felt like a real world because the origins, wisdom, and laws of the universe were all real. She opened her mouth slightly with surprise. Did Brother Li just create a real world in the painting? After a while, Li Nianfan put down his brush, and only then, did the tremor between heaven and earth stop. The painting's so beautiful. There's no doubt people will think it's a wonderful world, said Little Fox. Ha ha ha, you've got a good eye for being able to feel the artistic conception of the painting. This is a simple landscape painting, but I've emphasized the lighting and layout to highlight the beauty of the world. So, I decided to name this painting A Wonderful World. It can be regarded as a tribute to the game animals. I pray that they get to enjoy peace in heaven, said Li Nianfan. Then he wrote A Wonderful World in the blank space of the painting. A wonderful world? Master must have painted this hoping that there will be no more senseless killing in the world. We must make sure this wish of his comes true. To do that, we must kill all those people who like to plunder and slaughter. Chinmonyun and Shituken glanced at each other with determination in their eyes. Shituken admired the painting obsessively. She bit her lip and said, "Master, you paint so well. Can I look at this painting often? I want to learn from it." "It's only a painting. You can have it." Li Nian Fan smiled casually. Then, he paused and said, "But I feel like there's something missing." There was a flash of inspiration in his mind. He took out the walnut cracking stamp. "I need to put a stamp on it," he said, and proceeded to place the stamp on the painting. Meanwhile, the battle was still raging fiercely in the chaos. The situation was finally a little under control now that Zheng Shan and Gu Jie had left with a group of their men. Not to mention, Lord Angel had been acting to be on the enemy's side all this while. Sky-shattering ice crystals. Daji's voice was cold, and her nine-tail apparitions behind her burst out, transparent as ice. At the same time, the wedding ring on her hand exuded a blue halo, drawing to her the boundless wisdom and condensing it into countless ice crystals. The sky was lit by countless ice crystals that surrounded Gutabai and exploded into endless cold air. A layer of frost began to cover his body, slowing down his movements. "It's another Origin's ultimate treasure." Gutabai shuddered as he stared at the ring on Daji's finger. He was surprised how the Origins could be easily found everywhere in the 7th dimension. When he first came here, he encountered the theft of the Origins, and then the Book of the Buddhist Sutra appeared. After that, it turned out that Daji's ring also contained the aura of Origins. Interesting. The 7th dimension's getting more and more interesting. He licked his lips and his eyes became fiercer. The more variables, the greater the chance. He raised his hand and a bell appeared in it. The bell was not big and the sound it gave out was not loud, but with one shake, it exuded an earth-shaking aura that shook the cold air around him. It was only natural for the Eldritchs to have the first dimension's Origins since they were the ones who dominated it. This bell of Gu Jie had been tempered by the first dimension's Origins, so it was contaminated with its aura. On the other side, Fire Phoenix raised her hand and pointed at Yun Qianshan. An extremely golden light shot out like a meteor, traveling through time and space, and instantly appeared in front of Yun Qianshan. Yun Qianshan dodged in the nick of time, but his left arm was still slashed through and an instant piercing pain made his whole body convulse. His Origins of life was traumatized. Origins aura? His face turned pale and he quickly retreated to where Lord Angel was. "What's going on, Yanhua? It shouldn't take you this long to defeat a little girl. Come and help me. This bunch of people are too strong." In the previous siege, they kept their Origins' ultimate treasures hidden very well and were just waiting to unveil them now. It seemed as if they had certainly come prepared. Gutabai was taken aback for a moment. "Origins aura again? You all must be very good friends with the 7th dimension's Origins to have this much of it." On the other side, Gulai still had leather pants on his head, and he was being beaten by Blackie and Nanan. Holding a shovel in her hand, Nanan smashed Gulai on the head repeatedly. The sound it gave off almost became the most melodic music at the scene. "Why won't this guy just drop dead? I'm tired, Blackie. It's your turn now." Nanan wiped the sweat from her forehead and handed the shovel to Blackie. He grabbed the shovel without saying anything and continued to smash at Gulai on his head. "Gutabai, what are you all doing? What happened? My skull's gonna shatter if you don't come save me now," shouted Gulai, seething with anger. Gutabai found it strange that the group who went to chase after Lord Demon had not come back. Suddenly, a strange and powerful force floated into the void, making everything around them shake and surge crazily. Chapter 719, The Destruction of the Soul. "Oh my god, what's up with this indescribably powerful energy? The world's shaking. It's a sign the apocalypse is coming. I have a sudden urge to get down on my knees and worship. This 7th dimension is truly extraordinary. The dimension must be giving birth to a rare treasure. This is incredibly unbelievable." Everyone on the battlefield stopped fighting. At this moment, even a second-step wisdom elite felt as insignificant as an ant that dared not act rashly. Gutabai's pupils shrank suddenly. He was keenly aware that endless wisdom was roiling in the sky. There was so much of it that even he started to become frightened. This is impossible. How can the wisdom ocean be more turbulent than the erratic current in the chaos ocean? He was stunned and found the whole thing hard to believe. The reason why the Eldritchs could not attack other dimensions as they pleased was that they were blocked by the chaos ocean and needed a lot of energy to open up the portal. This meant that the turbulence of the wisdom in the chaos ocean should not have appeared in the 7th dimension. However, at this moment, the turbulence in the 7th dimension was even more terrifying than in the chaos ocean. Where in the world did all this wisdom come from? Wait a minute. Goodbye gasped and he was trembling all over. It's not just wisdom ocean, but there are actually, the origins. A lot of it. What's going on? Where did all these origins come from? What are they planning to do? Yunqian Shan was also shocked. His eyes were fixed in one direction and a myriad of expressions flashed across his face. He did not have Goodbye's keen perception, but he could feel a terrifying change in that direction where a surging power that was enough to subvert the entire dimension was awakening. Great opportunity. Great fortune. His eyes were burning as he muttered to himself. The people from the Heavenly Palace were also looking in that direction with bated breath. However, unlike the shock that the Eldritchs and the people from the fourth dimension were feeling, they were actually thinking about the expert. Only the expert can cause such a sensation. I'm not even surprised at any of the changes anymore since I know the expert's in charge. That energy is so powerful. I expect no less from the expert. Was the expert giving instructions again? Suddenly everyone turned their heads to look in another direction as if having sensed something. There, a dusty figure was rushing over. He was rugged and fierce, but he was wearing a robe and looked a little nondescript. They were shocked when they saw Lord Demon. He's still alive? How is it possible for an ant to survive an attack from a group of elephants? What happened to the others? There were 2 second-step wisdom elites in that group. I can't believe it. Just how strong are the people here? The panicking Eldritchs and the people from the fourth dimension all took a step back in unison. Amitabha, Lord Demon really has a deep blessing, making him able to survive any catastrophe, said Jiki with his hands clasped together. Beside him, a Buddhist disciple took a gulp and said anxiously, Abbot, I think you may have made a mistake. He isn't rich in blessing but a fiend who can take down all his enemies. I used to find his experience a joke, but then, I realized that I was a joke. I'm sorry, Lord Demon. Please, don't come near me. All colors drained out of the disciples' faces as they retreated with their palms clasped together. Goodbye looked at Lord Demon coldly and asked him majestically, Where's Gujay? He's been turned into ashes, said Lord Demon. If he was afraid of Goodbye before, he was not afraid now, not after he had witnessed an existence that was 10 million times more terrifying than Goodbye. Not to mention that the people from the seventh dimension were no longer at a disadvantage in the current situation. His answer shocked everyone. Goodbye's eyes widened. Gujay is dead? Of course. Whoever dares to chase me will die from my wrath. He's not the only dead one. The entire team's been wiped out, said Lord Demon triumphantly. Zheng Shan's dead too? Asked Yunqian Shan with disbelief. This was too ridiculous. How could 2 second-step wisdom elites die just like that? Suddenly, a thought flashed inside Yunqian Shan's mind. There was a possibility that the master who had entered the state of ultimate existence had finally made a move. Sure enough, they should not delve too deep into the seventh dimension. This kind of existence was really overwhelming. They needed to tread carefully from now on. Seeing everyone shocked by him, Lord Demon started gloating even more. A flash of inspiration struck his mind and it suddenly occurred to him that the experts said they were going to have a party because of the tragic death of all those wild game animals. He was the one who led Gujay and the others to the expert's place. He had to find a way to make up for his crimes. He immediately took out the Book of Buddhist Sutras and waved it in front of the Eldritchs and the people from the fourth dimension. Don't you want this book? Well, come and get it. Goodbye arched his eyebrow and asked Yunqian Shan, what do you think? I think he's bluffing. You'll definitely be able to take him down easily, said Yunqian Shan while thinking. What do I think? I think you should die. Do you really think I'll cooperate with you when you've stolen our precious origins? Goodbye glanced at Yunqian Shan and thought, this guy's definitely up to no good. He smiled coldly and said, I don't want the book anymore. Why don't you go get it? I'm more interested in the incident just now so I'd rather put the book aside first, said Yunqian Shan. Me, too, said Goodbye with a scoff. The Heavenly Palace people gathered around Lord Demon, wanting to find out exactly what was going on. Did you go to the experts? Asked Cultivator Junjun. In the entire seventh dimension, only the expert could annihilate a line-up like that. It's true that I did go. You should have seen what the expert did. He raised his hand ever so gently and the group immediately perished without a sound, described Lord Demon. Then, his voice turned weak as he said, but, it seems like I caused him some trouble, too. What? What did you do? Did you break him out of his state? Was the commotion caused by the expert's anger? There's no way you're getting out alive if you broke the expert out of his state. Tell us everything that happened in detail. Now. Everyone was suddenly anxious. No, no. I didn't break him out of his state. Lord Demon waved his hand again and again, and then said, it's just that the group of game animals raised by the expert has been killed. The expert seemed a bit sad, but then the expert said he'll hold a dinner party. Everyone let out a deep sigh of relief. Good, good. He wasn't disrupted out of his state. Gah. We're too weak. The game animals needn't die if we're stronger. We've let him down. We have to make it up to him. By the way, isn't the party a good thing? We can catch more game animals and bring them back to him. Their eyes were immediately fixed on the people from the fourth dimension, for among them, there were quite a few demons. At this time, the Eldritchs and the people from the fourth dimension saw that they had lost their upper hand. They no longer wanted to engage themselves in the battle. Instead, they wanted to go to the place where the disturbance had just occurred. Just when they were about to leave, they heard a loud shout, "Stop!" Dodgy and Fire Phoenix locked their oars on them and a surging oppressive force weighed them down. Dodgy walked out slowly with a catwalk and said coldly, "Did I say you can come and go as you please? What do you take us for?" Yunki and Shan frowned and sneered. "What? Don't tell me you want to continue fighting us." "If that's the case, we'll fight you to the very end," shouted Gutabai. Blackie pointed to the demons from the fourth dimension and said, "What we're asking for is very simple. Leave some game animals as compensation before leaving." Yunki and Shan refused without even considering the proposal. "Impossible. What do you take us for?" "You can all stay then." Dodgy appeared above them all and her voice was like ice, freezing their hearts and souls. Yunki and Shan's face twisted with rage as he roared, "Don't push your luck. If it's a battle you want, it's a battle you'll get." He looked at the group of Eldritchs and said, "Brother Dabai, let's kill them all together." However, Gutabai smiled slightly and put some distance between them. "This is a matter between you and the people of the seventh dimension. It has nothing to do with me," he said with a smirk. The Eldritchs were not foolish enough to help them when Blackie had specifically said they wanted game animals from the fourth dimension. In fact, they wished they would all die in the battle. Hatred raged in Yunki and Shan's heart. He gritted his teeth and said to Lord Angel, "Yanhua, it seems like it's going to be a long and hard day for us." Lord Angel immediately shook his head and said, "I disagree. I agree with offering the game animals to the people of the seventh dimension." He was, after all, a spy, so he might as well play it to his advantage. In fact, he would agree wholeheartedly if all the demons in the entire fourth dimension offered themselves up to the expert. Yunki and Shan stared at Lord Angel blankly. That was certainly a huge blow to him. "How can you say such a spineless thing? Are you that Yanhua I know?" "I'm just saying it like it is. Under these circumstances, there's no way we can win against the people of the seventh dimension at all. In addition, the Eldritchs are watching from the sidelines. The best solution for you now is to surrender." Lord Angel looked calm and continued to say indifferently, "It's your choice if you insist on fighting, but I definitely won't join you." "Why you?" The look in Yunki and Shan's eyes ranged from shock to disappointment, to depression, then sadness and helplessness. He might as well surrender now that no one was willing to help him. Finally, he sighed and said, "Go ahead and pick the game animals you want, but please, don't go overboard." Nanan cheered and said, "Yay! It's game time." Dragon had her eye on some of them for a long time. "Bring me 2 three-legged chickens. I'm gonna make chicken wings out of them. 1 Chaos Divine sheep for hot pot. 1 whole pig. Its flesh and trotters look delicious." In the end, the Heavenly Palace people happily picked 10 game animals as if they were ordering food while the people from the fourth dimension seethed with anger. The demon clan especially had tears in their eyes as they watched their clan members being taken away. Yunki and Shan trembled with anger as he said loudly, "This is humiliation we won't take lying down. We'll surely make the entire seventh dimension pay in kind." Many demons cried out sadly, "We're being bullied by the people in the seventh dimension. Oh demon ancestors, where are you? Come and deliver us from these people now. Let's go and take a look over there. Maybe there's a big opportunity for revenge there." Then, the Eldritchs, Yunki and Shan, and others went to investigate the place where the big commotion occurred. Meanwhile, Dodgy and Fire Phoenix had already returned to the four-part architecture with the game animals and bumped into Li Nianfan who was just on his way home, too. They immediately went up to greet him with happiness flashing in their eyes. "Master! Brother Li! Oh, you're all back." Li Nianfan also smiled when he saw them, and then his eyes lit up when he saw the game animals behind them. Well done for bringing back so much game meat. I was planning on holding a party. Dodgy looked at battle remains around him and bit her lip. Master, it's all our fault that everything here was destroyed. Nonsense. In fact, I should be thanking you. We would have been dead if it wasn't for the spells you and Fire Phoenix left me, said Li Nianfan immediately. You're too kind, said Dodgy and Fire Phoenix shyly. You were the one who's amazing. The game animals that were brought back had already accepted their fates and did not resist at all. They looked at Li Nianfan silently and felt puzzled. No matter how they saw it, this man looked like a mortal. Why did these people respect him so much? Then, they looked around again and a familiar smell penetrated their noses. They followed the smell and saw a big pit in front of them. They became completely stunned when they saw the lumpy things in the pit. They're the same as the origins we stole. So this is where all those origins came from. Aren't they being a little careless by putting them here? Wait a minute. This setup, this smell, and this shape. Why does it look so much like a manure pit? No way. I've been eating this all along? Their minds trembled, unable to accept this fact. They started to roar, but what came out of their open mouths was the sound of ordinary beasts. Oh God, how can you be so cruel? Why would you show us something like this before our deaths? Why can't you let us die peacefully? I'm breaking down. This is really destruction to my soul. Chapter 720, Open Air Buffet, Portal to the Third Dimension. These game animals seem extremely irascible. They most probably sense that their deaths are near. I better put them out of their misery quickly, muttered Li Nianfan to himself. He called Xiao Bei over to do the deed. Brother Li, have you decided on the party's location? Asked Nanan curiously. He thought it over and said, we'll have it at the foot of the mountain. It's more convenient that way. What are we going to have? I want to eat hot pot, said Dragon, drooling. Let's have a hot pot and a barbecue buffet then. You can cook the food yourself, isn't that interesting? Li Nianfan laughed before he said, but we'll need more tables and chairs. Brother Li, I have an idea. I'll go ask Jiang Lu to chop more wood and make them into tables and chairs, said Nanan. Li Nianfan nodded. Great idea. By the way, go to the Heavenly Palace to ask the food god to come over and help us prepare the ingredients. On it. Nanan and Dragon rushed out excitedly. Li Nianfan started to check the food stock in their home. There was enough meat, vegetables, and fruits. However, the most crucial ingredient would be the sauces, for they were the essence of a buffet. Then, they would need to skewer the meat, vegetables, and fruits, which was tedious and cumbersome work. At that moment, the Heavenly Palace had been looking forward to news from Li Nianfan, and their eyes immediately lit up when they saw Nanan and Dragon. Goddesses, what did the expert say? Brother Li's indeed preparing for a party, but there weren't enough tables and chairs, so we asked Jiang Lu to chop more wood, said Nanan. The Jade Emperor was aghast and quickly said, we couldn't possibly let the expert's personal woodcutter do such a thing. Yang Jing, Juling Shen, quickly bring some people over to help with the wood chopping and furniture making. Then, he turned back to Nanan and Dragon to ask, does the expert have any other orders? Brother Li requested for the food god to go over and help out. The workload's bigger this time and we need all the help we can get, said Dragon. Of course, of course. Food god will be there immediately, said Jade Emperor. We'll notify all the other powerhouses, said Cultivator Junjun. Soon, following the invitation from the Heavenly Palace, powerhouses such as the Empath Sect, 100 Flower Sect, and more arrived at the foot of the fallen Immortal Mountain and began to chop wood with Jiang Lu. The entire foot of the mountain was transformed into a lively place as each of them wielded their weapon in a gung-ho manner to chop down the trees. Wow, it's hard to tell, but the trees here are really tough. It's as tough as any divine weapon. Obviously, this is because they've been basking in the expert's glow. He's so awesome that a little of his light is enough to make all the trees here become extraordinary. Wow, I'm so amazed. We've certainly been tasked with a difficult mission. Let's work harder, everyone. We need to make sure all the wood is chopped before the expert comes. This is obviously a test from the expert. I'll burn all my mana if it means getting things done. Dao skill, sky cutting wood chopping technique. Brother Jiang Lu, I used to think that your talent was wasted in chopping wood, but it seems like I've been proven wrong. You're definitely very strong to be the expert's personal woodcutter. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of many mighty men, the tables and chairs were finally arranged as the afterglow of the setting sun started to fill the sky. For example, the Jade Emperor and others, the hardest working ones, were even tired and paralyzed. They really expended all their life force to chop the wood. Just as everyone was taking a breather, the sound of footsteps came from higher up the mountain. Then, they saw Li Nianfan, Daji, and others walking down, pulling a huge ice sculpture car with a lot of food on it behind them. "Hello, hello. You're all here early," said Li Nianfan with a smile when he saw the familiar faces. "Greetings, Lord Saint," said everyone immediately with a salute. Li Nianfan glanced at the tables and chairs and his lips began to twitch. It's obvious they haven't done any work in their lives. These tables and chairs look really unique. Oh well, even though they're a little deformed, they're still usable. "Are you all ready? We're having a self-service buffet today," said Li Nianfan with a smile. "Self-service buffet? What's that?" asked the Jade Emperor quizzically. "You can choose whatever you want to eat and cook it in the hot pot or barbecue it. It's very simple. Food God, it's showtime for you," said Li Nianfan, still smiling. The food god had received Li Nianfan's orders before, so he and Xiaobei and the others would do the rest. He stepped forward and said, "Listen to me, the first thing we serve is the sauce, which includes sesame sauce, sesame oil, green onion, coriander, mushroom sauce, spicy sauce. Each sauce has a different taste, you can mix it as you like. In addition to sauces, you can come to me for any vegetables you want to eat. At the same time, there are various types of meat rolls, meat skewers, and more. The hot pot and the grill have also been prepared for you. There's one set for each table. You'll need to line up to get it from me." Soon, everyone lined up in an orderly manner and received their items. Then, they started the fire and began choosing the dishes they wanted to eat. One look and they were immediately dazzled by all the vegetables and fruits that were arranged nicely on the plates in front of them. The ingredients were even glowing and radiating with a mysterious aura, making everyone feel like they were in a dream. "Oh my god, so many chaos spiritual roots to choose from. I'm not dreaming, am I?" "No, those aren't simply chaos spiritual roots now. The aura of these fruits and vegetables is actually affecting the surrounding time and space, allowing wisdom to flow around them. They clearly contain a trace of Origin's aura in them. Well, color me awestruck." This was more than anyone could handle and they did not know what to call the improved spiritual root. That's why the expert built that manure pit, so that these spiritual roots can evolve. How did he ever come up with an idea like this? The fruit and vegetables there, no, to be more accurate, even a piece of the leafy vegetable would have sparked a war between all the wisdom elites. Therefore, everyone found it hard to believe that they could freely choose any of the ingredients there. How could they ever choose? What an extravagant feast. The expert must be testing their ability to take the pressure. In addition to these spiritual roots, there were also huge demon corpses. Among them, 5 wisdom elites were waiting peacefully for the guests to eat them. Everyone was feeling extremely grateful that they were friends with the expert to be able to enjoy such a feast. The food god's inner peace was also wavering as he was chopping up the wisdom elite's flesh. He could not believe he was personally making an existence he had always aspired to be into meat rolls. I can only blame myself for having such narrow views. So what if they were wisdom elites? To the expert, they're nothing but game meat. I'll need to think like the expert. These are just game meat, these are just game meat, these are just... Suddenly, the Jade Emperor walked over and coughed lightly. "Food god, is there any lamb peenish?" he asked in a low voice. "There's none left. The people from the empath sect took them all away," said Food God with a shake of his head. "Those dogs. They should change their name to the Hrani sect." The Jade Emperor was furious but then begrudgingly asked, "Then, are there any lamb kidneys left?" "There's still some left," said Food God. "Quick, give me all of them," said the Jade Emperor quickly. Everyone was enjoying themselves. By then, the soup was simmering inside the hot pot, giving off bursts of white smoke while sparks flew around the grill as the oil rolled off the meat. "Ah, so this is what self-service means. What an interesting way to have a meal. Quick! Flip over that piece of meat. It's getting burned. Isn't Juling Shen being a little greedy? There's no way he can finish all that. Gah! Those people from the empath sect's taken all the demons peenish. What assholes! Oh my god, this is so good." Gradually, bursts of fragrance floated into the air, shocking everyone's spirits. Immediately, a battle for food began, and only those with quick hands could get the first bite. Yang Jing's third eye was opened wide and he did not hide his 3 heads and 6 arms. When the meat rolls in the hot pot were cooked, he was the first to notice, and he used his arms to scoop them out of the pot. Xiao Chengfeng's expression changed. "Yang Jing, You're too much. This is cheating. Remind me not to sit at the same table as him next time. This guy's born to steal food, said Il Yuyun. Come on, I only took the first bite. It's not like there ain't more. Yang Jin grinned before he dipped the meat rolls into the sauce he had prepared and put them into his mouth. He was shocked when he felt immeasurable wisdom with a hint of Origin's aura rolling around in his mouth. At that very moment, it was as if he had arrived in a strange world where a moment was equivalent to 10,000 years. In that 10,000 years, he had comprehended many new things about wisdom, which, in turn, increased his power of wisdom. Originally, he was already a half step to being a wisdom elite, but now, he had taken another step forward. He had a feeling that as long as he ate a few more pieces of meat, he could become a true wisdom elite. Everyone had started eating, too. What followed was a great circulation of wisdom between heaven and earth. The Origin's aura around them became stronger and stronger, surrounding everyone, making it a strange space, the most terrifying secret border in the entire world. To everyone's shock, they discovered their powers had advanced by leaps and bounds. Li Nianfan was at the same table with Daji and the others, and he was grilling the food with practiced movements. "Here are the chicken wings you've ordered," said Li Nianfan to Nanan. "Wow. Thanks, Brother Li," said Nanan, who immediately bit into the chicken wings. "Master, is the barbecue sausage ready? I want to eat it," said Qin Manyun with anticipation. "Me, too," said Shitukan quickly. "I've made too little sausage this time, so eat them sparingly." "I'll make more for you all next time," said Li Nianfan helplessly. "I want thick kinds," said Shitukan. Blackie was wagging his tail and rubbing his head against Li Nianfan. Master, I want to eat some, too," he said eagerly. "Silly dog, of course, there's some for you." Li Nianfan smiled and threw him a large steak, which he immediately pounced on and bit into it. After the last battle, Blackie deeply realized that his own power was lacking. In grief and anger, he swore to himself that he would eat more and train harder to better protect Li Nianfan. Meanwhile, in the chaos, Gu Debai, Yunqi and Shan, and others had already arrived at the center where the tremor came from. In front of them was a bottomless black hole, and around it was the aura of endless ruin and destruction. Even wisdom and origins would be devoured into nothingness there. It was as if it was a portal to an extremely terrifying place. Gulai's eyes narrowed suddenly with shock. The power of time and space is distorted. This must be a portal to another dimension. Where does this portal lead? Why did it suddenly appear here? Asked Yunqi and Shan with a thick voice. He glanced at Gu Debai, and from the looks of the expression on his face, he seemed to know something. "Would you dare enter if I told you a world where both opportunity and destruction are in abundance lies on the other side?" Asked Gu Debai with a smirk. "So, you do know what lies on the other side," said Yunqi and Shan with surprise. Gu Debai's eyes flickered as his voice trembled from excitement. "Among the 7 dimensions, the only dimension that could possess such a strong destructive aura is the 3rd dimension." "The 3rd dimension?" Gulai, Yunqi and Shan, and Lord Angel opened their eyes wide in disbelief. "How's this possible? It's rumored that the 3rd dimension has already separated from the 7 dimensions. Why would a portal open up here?" asked Yunqi and Shan doubtfully. "In the beginning, the 3rd dimension was broken and its origins manifested. It widened the portal, attracting many powerful men to seek its origins there. However, no one thought that the portal to the 3rd dimension would be shattered overnight. Since then, the connection between the 3rd dimension and the 7 dimensions had been completely broken, making it impossible for anyone to travel to or from the 3rd dimension. I don't need to tell you about the immense benefits of going to the 3rd dimension, since it's apparent that the origins are abundant there. However, one would need to face the risk of being trapped there forever should the portal become broken," said Gu Debai. Needless to say, the Eldritchs had tried sending their men to the 3rd dimension before, and apart from a handful of people who came back, the rest of them were stuck there forever. Even Ancestor Eldritch could not predict that a new portal to the 3rd dimension would suddenly appear. "The 7th dimension's truly a wondrous dimension full of surprises," said Yunqi and Shan. "There are too many variables in this dimension. I can't believe that even us Eldritch's plan would be foiled by them," said Gu Debai. He was deeply impressed. The Eldritchs had their eyes on the 7th dimension ever since the last catastrophe. However, the growth of the 7th dimension far exceeded their imagination. Not to mention, the skilled fighters they had sent out one after another perished under their hands without a trace. On the side, Lord Angel glanced at the two of them and smirked internally. "The two of you can't even fathom all that's going on in the 7th dimension now that the expert's in control of everything. I bet that this portal has something to do with the expert. Don't they know it's actually the expert who's awesome and not the seventh dimension? Chapter 721, The first batch of people in the third dimension, reuniting with the ancestors. A giant black hole emerged in the chaos like a black eye, profoundly unknown. Endless power surrounded, the power of destruction. It seemed like the world was collapsing and the earth was about to fall apart. This was an incomparably bizarre scene, and it was also a place of crisis. Cultivators of the heavenly realm could feel the endless pressure when they were near, and those below heavenly realm would definitely be shattered by the overflowing turbulence of wisdom. Goodbye, Yunki and Shan, and the rest were hovering in front of this black hole, each thinking a different thought and sporting a different expression. Brother Debai, don't you want to enter the third dimension? You do know that there's an abundance of origins there, right? Asked Yunki and Shan suddenly. Of course, I'm going. Goodbye smirked. It was apparent he had already made up his mind. Back then, some of our clan members entered the third dimension and are still trapped there. This will be a happy reunion for us. Heck, they might even have accomplished what they had set out to do. Yunki and Shan frowned and fell into hesitation. A monster behind him suddenly piped up, I want to go to the third dimension, too. I want to seek for my ancestor who went into avenge us many years ago. The monster had a pair of black horns growing on its head and its face was full of grief and anger. It was a member of the Divine Chaos Sheep clan. Back then, their ancestor was already a wisdom elite, so he might even be a second-step wisdom elite if he had gotten some origins in the third dimension. Their ancestor would definitely be able to avenge those who had been turned into game meat. Our ancestor's there, too, so I'm going to the third dimension as well, said another demon with a body full of black feathers. It was a chaos three-legged crow. Me, too. Selling out my team members will be a humiliation I have to carry for the rest of my life. I'll stop at nothing to avenge them, said an old cow demon. Lord Angel looked at them and shook his head. Where are all your filial piety? How can you sell out your ancestors as game meat? How about you, Brother Ki and Shan? Asked Goodbye. Yunki and Shan shook his head and said, I'm not going. Why would I follow you all to look for your ancestors? Besides, I'll be in a precarious situation once you've found them, thought Yunki and Shan. You're a scaredy cat, just as I expected, said Goodbye coldly. He looked at the portal and his mana began to surge. Eldritch, follow me into the third dimension. He then entered the portal while keeping an eye on the turbulent wisdom current. Let's go. The demon's eyes narrowed and their mana also surged as they rushed into the portal one after another. Soon, only a few people such as Yunki and Shan and Lord Angel were left. Ha, how stupid can they get? The third dimension's chaotic and full of unknown risks. It's not worthwhile for me to go there. Now that the Eldritchs are gone, I can have all the origins of the seventh dimension to myself. Although the origins aura is still weak, with consistency comes great victory, said Yunki and Shan coldly. Before, the Eldritchs had cut off their origins trail before stealing it. Therefore, he should grab this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with two hands. He suddenly had a yearning for the origins when he recalled its deliciousness. He had not eaten it for a long time, so he really missed it. Then, he looked at Lord Angel and said, Brother Tianhua, you're also very smart for choosing to stay here. Why not join me in stealing the seventh dimension's origins? The corner of Lord Angel's mouth twitched as he said, Thank you so much, but I can't bear the smell of the origins, so I'm giving it a pass. You're too shallow. It's just the smell. How can you prove that you've attained wisdom in such a state of mind? Take some time to think it over. I'll save you some just in case, lectured Yunki and Shan. Thank you, said Lord Angel sincerely. Then, Yunki and Shan excitedly went to prepare for his great cause of stealing origins while Lord Angel rushed toward the area of the gods. His expression changed when he was near the fallen immortal mountain. He could feel the endless wisdom swirling about in the sky. Looking from a distance, the sky above the fallen immortal mountain was intertwined with rich wisdom ripples. He could even vaguely sense the origins aura in the area rising. Gosh! The expert must be offering great fortunes again. I can't believe I missed his party. Gah! I'm so mad that I think I'm about to go crazy. He quickly flapped his fleshy wings to increase his speed and with a whoosh, he instantly arrived at the foot of the fallen immortal mountain. At this time, the sky was dim and everyone had eaten and drank enough. They were packing up the leftovers and chatting. Lina and Fan had already gone back to the four-part architecture with Daji and Fire Phoenix. It was only natural that the rest would not let him do the dirty work of cleaning up. Lord Angel twitched his nose, smelling the fragrant smell of food and the origins aura in the air. His face flushed with anxiety and his hair stood on ends. Animals. You're all animals. Why didn't you leave me some? He swept his eyes across the scene and discovered that the Jade Emperor and others were still packing. He rushed over immediately. Give me all those leftovers. I'll fight whoever that dares to take it away from me. He then picked up the pot and began to drink from it. The Jade Emperor was very fair and immediately said, "Everyone, stop what you're doing. Let Brother Tianhua have his fill since he's here." "Brother Tianhua, don't worry. There's still some sauce and meat left. You can start the hot pot again if you want," said Yang Jing, who was lying in the chair and stroking a deified dog. His aura was much stronger than before. Wisdom could be seen to have manifested around him. This was because he had just broken through and had not mastered his new powers yet. In addition to Yang Jing, Goddess Nuwa, Cultivator Junjun, and the Jade Emperor had all officially entered the realm of Wisdom Elite. Xiao Changfeng, Zhang Lu, and the others were a half step away from being Wisdom Elites. They just needed to train a little more. "You dogs. I was the only one who was doing my best to serve the expert while all of you ate and drank here. I despise you for your sudden progress in cultivation," said Lord Angel as he scarfed down the food. Everyone's expressions changed and they immediately gathered around him. "What's wrong? Has there been any new development?" "If only I had some sesame sauce to dip the meat in," said Lord Angel profoundly. Coming right up, Cultivator Junjun passed him a plate of sesame sauce and said, "Try this." Not bad." Lord Angel nodded and then said, "I'm so busy with the hot pot and the grill. You have to forgive me if I forget things easily." "Don't be a stranger, Brother Tianhua. I'll grill the food for you," said Yang Jing immediately. "Let us know if you want anything else, Brother Tianhua. We'll make sure to serve you well," said the Jade Emperor. "Don't push your luck. Tell us what you discovered," said Xiao Changfeng. Lord Angel wolfed down the meat and said, "Do you all remember the big commotion that happened previously? Do you know what actually happened?" "We wouldn't need to ask you if we knew. Tell us everything now," said Zhang Lu. Lord Angel smiled enigmatically, and then, he solemnly said, "The portal to the third dimension has been opened." "Portal? To the third dimension?" Everyone was shocked. "You may not know this, but both the third dimension and its origins are already shattered. They're isolated from the other dimensions. Therefore, there shouldn't be any portals connecting to the third dimension at all. However, some variables must have occurred as a portal leading to the third dimension has just opened up in the seventh dimension. I'm sure it's the work of a person with great magical powers." "I bet the expert did it," said the Jade Emperor without hesitation. "Yes, it's definitely Master. The expert painted a drawing and stamped it with a big stamp composed of the origins of the third dimension. It was also at that time that the variables and the chaos occurred," said Shi Tukin. Even now, her voice was filled with awe and shock when she recalled what happened that day. The painting had been given to her by Li Nianfan. At that time, she was really struggling to comprehend it, but after having the self-service hot pot and barbecue, she had reached the edge of the second step Wisdom Elite and could somewhat understand the painting now. Sure enough, it's the expert. The look on everyone's faces showed no surprise. There must be a profound reason as to why the expert opened up the portal to the third dimension. "Do you think he wants us to go into the third dimension?" said Cultivator Junjun seriously. "Maybe there's something there that he wants," said Yang Jing. I know. Brother Li's all about fertilizing the plants right now. He would sigh every time he goes to the backyard," said Nanan. Qin Manyun's eyes lit up suddenly. There are only two things when it comes to fertilizer. One, is the manure from the demons, and two, is the wood ash that Master mentioned the other day. "That means the expert needs demons and wood ash," said the Jade Emperor. Goddess Nuwa sighed and said, "Master's game animals are all dead now and we're to blame for it. We must find a way to make it up to him. Then we have no choice but to go to the third dimension to hunt some demons. The demons from the fourth dimension went to the third dimension to seek for their ancestors to avenge them," said Lord Angel with a smile. "The wood ash might be there, too, since Brother Li was the one who opened up the portal," said Dragon excitedly. Everyone suddenly felt bright and were all smiles. They were happy to have understood what the expert wanted them to do. This way they could better share his burden. "Let's make some preparations. The third dimension's too chaotic. We shouldn't bring too many people over, so only the best of the best should go. Therefore, only those who are half-step Wisdom Elites and above can register to go," said Cultivator Junjun solemnly. Meanwhile, in the third dimension, time and space were distorted, wisdom was circulating about, and the roars were constant. Goodbye and the others stepped out of the emerging vortex. They first glanced at this dead dimension and their expressions were slightly changed by the aura of destruction there. Although they had guessed what the third dimension would look like, what greeted them was far more terrible than whatever they could ever imagine. The third dimension seemed to be filled with a weird aura. It made their hair stand and filled them with uneasiness. "Oh no! The portal has disappeared." Goodbye's expression changed suddenly. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank into a line when they turned their heads. "The portal's a one-way passage. We can only come here but we won't be able to leave," he said in a trembling voice. "How can this be? How will we ever go back?" asked Gulai with shock. "Are we going to be trapped here forever, too? No. I shouldn't have come at all. This is the first time I've come across a one-way portal." Everyone scanned their surroundings grudgingly, even more at a loss. Suddenly, a mighty aura emerged from all directions and it seemed that there were many strong fighters peeping at them. Then, they each showed themselves. They were shocked and overjoyed when they saw Goodbye and the others. "Ah, this explains the commotion. Something huge has definitely occurred. Finally, some new blood, but how's this possible? Ha, does this mean we have a chance at leaving this place? Although it's only a one-way portal, it's definitely better than nothing. Weren't all the portals destroyed? How did they come here?" The aura of this group of people locked on Goodbye and his group. They were shocked to discover that the people in the third dimension were all wisdom elites. Even Goodbye became a little scared when he sensed some of the auras that belonged to second step wisdom elites. They were agitated and were prepared to fight any time. Suddenly, someone in the group asked, "Are you from the Eldritch clan?" Goodbye was slightly stunned. He followed the voice and was happy to see his old friend, Brother Gulai. "Goodbye. Gulai? You guys came, too. Come over to me now." Gulai laughed and then said, "They're from the same clan as I am, so don't anyone dare lay a finger on them." Everyone immediately retracted their auras from Goodbye. The fact that Gulai was still alive in the third dimension was a testament to his power. No one would dare offend them since both Goodbye and Gulai were second step wisdom elites. 2. "Are you from the Chaos Divine Sheep clan?" asked another voice suddenly. It was a thin old man with double horns and a goatee. "Ancestor?" The Chaos Divine Sheep demons suddenly trembled as they looked at their ancestor with teary eyes. They all rushed over and cried, "Ancestor, you really are still alive. We've been badly bullied." "Chaos Three-Legged Crows, come to me." Another voice was heard, making the Chaos Three-Legged Crow demons excited. They flapped their wings and rushed over to the speaker. "Greetings, Ancestor," they said piously. After that, only a small group of people were left standing where they were. They seemed so helpless and weak. "Where's the ancestor of that group of people? Step forward now," said someone sinisterly. However, silence blanketed the place. "TSK, looks like their ancestor's no good at all. Oh well. Let's capture them and peek into their souls to see where they came from and what happened exactly." Chapter 722, The Eldritch Clan's Plan, Entering the Third Dimension. In the third dimension, the land of the Eldritchs, Gulai was playing host to Goodbye and the others. Then, in a serious voice, he asked, "How did you guys come here?" "We came from the seventh dimension. There's really something weird about the seventh dimension." Goodbye told Gulai all that he knew about the seventh dimension. Gulai's expression became more and more solemn before he finally said, "It's obvious that a powerful existence is running the seventh dimension. If not, there wouldn't be that many skilled fighters in such a short time. It would also explain how it was possible for Gje to perish. The most important thing was, how did the seventh dimension open up a portal to the third dimension? It was too illogical and was akin to creating something out of nothing. No ordinary person could possess such strong magical powers. Could it be that some kind of variable had appeared in the seventh and third dimensions? "I'll go check out the seventh dimension at the first opportunity," said Gulai leisurely. "Brother Gulai, can you tell us what happened in all the years you've been here? Did you get the origins? Do you think I'll still be alive if I didn't get any origins?" Gulai smiled slightly and paused. "The third dimension's broken. Its origins have become a torrent that's overflowing, scattered everywhere. Only those with great chances can get it, and once the origins is obtained, his power will naturally advance by leaps and bounds. Not only me, but the ancestors of the demons who came with you also got a part of the origins. If that's the case, why don't we just steal it from the others who have gotten it?" asked Goodbye. Gulai was already at the pinnacle of the second step wisdom elite and he still possessed the origins. Now, Coupled with Gutabai and Gulaj, the group was definitely at the pinnacle of combat power in the third dimension. There was no doubt that they could wipe out the rest of the people there. It's not as simple as that. Guai shook his head. Us eldritchs aren't welcomed among the seven dimensions. We'll definitely be targeted if we make a move on others. I've been trapped in the third dimension for so many years and many of our people have died since then. Do you really plan to let it go just like that? We need to come up with a countermeasure, said Gulai aggressively. Guai just laughed and said, countermeasure? We already set up a trap in the third dimension many years ago. We would have succeeded if it wasn't for the sudden changes in the third dimension. Oh? What's the trap? Asked Gutabai and Gulai excitedly, their eyes all lit up. Guai smiled enigmatically and said, we're at the tail end of the plan, so just wait patiently for it. Meanwhile, at the Chaos Three-Legged Crow's territory, the crows from the fourth dimension were crying to the Crow King about the atrocities of the seventh dimension. Crow King, the seventh dimension's really hateful. We Chaos Three-Legged Crows are mythical beasts with supreme bloodlines, and yet, they see us as game meat and mock us by saying how much they love eating chicken wings. We aren't chicken wings. We're crow wings. The Crow King's eyes flashed with cold light and a fierce aura surged in its body. How can it be? How dare the seventh dimension behave so atrociously? They want us to pay tribute to them as compensation? Where do they even get the confidence to think we'll let them get away with this? Not to mention those two cowards, Lord Angel and Yunki and Sean. They're the shame of the entire fourth dimension for selling our people out like that. I'll definitely make them explain themselves once I'm out of the third dimension. All hail the mighty Crow King. Now that the Crow King has seized the opportunity in the third dimension, he's entered the second step. Even Lord Angel's no match for you, said all the crows in unison. The Crow King smiled coldly and said, send someone to guard the portal to the third dimension. Someone from the seventh dimension will definitely come here, and once they do, we'll end them and make them pay a little first. On the other side, the Chaos Divine Sheep clan was also having a similar discussion. By then, the Heavenly Palace people had gathered at the portal leading to the third dimension. After several rounds of screening, it was finally determined that Cultivator Junjun, Yang Jing, Xiao Chengfeng, and Xingya would go to the third dimension while the others would guard the seventh dimension. As for those from the four-part architecture, Shitukan, Qin Manyun, Nanan, Dragon, and Blackie were dispatched. It's really chaotic over in the third dimension. Be careful and don't act rashly, reminded the Jade Emperor. Don't worry. When have we ever come back in defeat? Said Nanan with a smile. We'll definitely reap a bountiful harvest in the third dimension, said Blackie. All right, it's time to go, said Cultivator Junjun. Then, they all entered the portal. In the third dimension, everyone was suspended above the ruined sky as they emerged from the twisting vortex. All of them frowned at the same time when they sensed the destructive aura in the air. Ha! It's just as the Crow King predicted. More newcomers have arrived. A hoarse voice was heard, revealing a cold murderous intent that instantly appeared in the void. Are you people from the seventh dimension? Behind the voice stood a group of demons with black feathers. I'd recognize this bald dog and his leather pants anywhere. It's definitely them, all right. Another voice was heard as the Chaos Divine Sheep demons with black horns appeared. In addition to them, other powers in the third dimension were also eyeing Blackie maliciously. I already know that the seventh dimension's extraordinary after peeking through the other souls. Only by catching them and peeking into their souls can I know the secrets of the seventh dimension. He's right. We have to get to the bottom of the big secret they're hiding from us. Their powers aren't bad, but they don't even have a second step wisdom elite amongst them. What a joke? Their auras flowed from all directions, trying to suppress Blackie and the others. Blackie was in the center of the storm. He swept his gaze across his enemies and suddenly smiled. The third dimension's indeed wondrous. We've only just arrived, and yet, so many game animals are already offering themselves up to us. Die, you stupid dog, said a Chaos Divine Sheep demon coldly. I haven't seen the dog demon for a long time, and I can still remember how tasty its flesh is. I'll never forgive myself if I don't turn you into game meat. The surrounding demons laughed loudly. Well said. Remember to leave the thigh meat for me. I want its head. His penis is mine. Suddenly, a burst of bright light exploded. Endless stars appeared above their heads, turning into galaxies and igniting the sky. Under the dazzling starlight, a figure slowly walked out, bathed in brilliance. He was wearing a mask and was walking under the stars with his hands folded behind his back. An empty valley-like voice came from his mouth. Who's the one who said he wanted to peek into our soul? Well, I'm standing here. What are you waiting for? Such a dazzling entrance, coupled with that unpredictable temperament and domineering words, immediately surprised everyone. However, they almost laughed out loud after taking a closer look, for they discovered that he was only a half-step wisdom elite. Who's he trying to fool? Where did this ant come from? Do you really want to die that much? Well, let me grant you your wish. A brawny man smiled grimly as he stepped forward. In a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xingya. His fingers turned into claws that grabbed Xingya by the skull. I'll suck you dry. The power of wisdom was running in his palm, trying to search through Xingya's memories. However, in the next moment, the expression on the brawny man's face suddenly stiffened as his body trembled violently and his pupils were filled with extreme fear. Ah! How can this be? Why do I feel an incomparable horror pressing on my body? What in the world is in your head? Those are some terrifying taboos, he roared desperately, madly. At a certain moment, he suddenly stopped moving. He then turned into a poof of dust which dissipated with the wind. Silence blanketed everyone. The people in the third dimension gasped and were filled with disbelief. How was it possible for a mighty wisdom elite to die by the hands of a half-step wisdom elite? They would not have believed it if they did not see it with their own eyes. A smile broke out of Xingya's face when he sensed that he was at the center of attention. He paced forward and his starlight became even more dazzling. Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold, it's Xingya with his immeasurable wisdom. Its soul only at the top. His words shocked everyone to the core. He was enjoying the attention. He reflected on it for a long time, always feeling that it was a bit boring to merely utter a slogan whenever he appeared. Then again, he did not have much power to begin with. It was rare for someone to ask for a soul peak, and today, he ran into the perfect opportunity to display his power, making him feel unbelievably overjoyed. He laughed and asked, who else wants to give it a try? What is it with these people? How is it possible to die just by peeking into his soul? It's so terrifying. Even a wisdom elite perished just like that. I'm afraid the secret they're hiding is unimaginably huge. The bigger it is, the more opportunity there is for us. Take them down so that we can force their secret out of them. How dare a weak chicken like you speak such big words? I'll eliminate you first. Everyone's thoughts turned sharply. Their momentum was turbulent, and at the same time, they raised their hands as they unanimously moved forward to suppress Xingya. Xingya's face turned pale instantly. The hair on his body stood up as he backed away in a panic. Aren't you guys going to do a soul peek? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Help me, Blackie. GRR, how dare you lousy game animals turn against your masters? Blackie took a step forward and lifted his paw, condensing a huge phantom that covered the sky and the sun, blocking all attacks. How many times have we told you not to act all cool when you don't have enough power? Xiao Changfeng glanced at Xingya contemptuously. Then, with a sword in his hand, he shouted, God wouldn't accept the birth of Xiao Changfeng, but my sword cultivation is still historical like the long night. The endless sword aura surged up, and though it looked astonishing, Xiao Changfeng maintained his position behind Blackie's back. Let's work together to take them down. The people of the third dimension stared at Blackie and others as they exerted a mighty force to seal the surroundings, wanting to suppress them. The sound of the music comes and goes like the tide. Waking up, we realized everything was just a dream. Qin Manyun played her guqin with both hands. Wisdom swam around her like a dragon. It was as if she had put herself in an independent, special place where she could override everything in the world. The sound of the guqin condensed into sharp blades. The endless tune swept out of her instrument, mobilizing the power of wisdom as they turned into countless terrifying wind blades. The group of people entered into a trance. They felt as if they were drunk as soon as the sound of her guqin drifted into their ears. Then, they saw a phantom of themselves in front of them. The phantom overlapped reality, charging at them. In the void, wisdom manifested. Countless people fought against their own phantoms while being immersed in the sound of the guqin, unable to extricate themselves. Shituken was holding a brush as she smiled at the people who rushed over. She then began to sketch. Painting eggs is my strong point. You can all take your time to incubate. She waved at a demon and an egg was drawn in the void. The body of that person was suddenly squeezed by wisdom and trapped in the egg. 1 egg, 2 eggs, 3 eggs. Soon, countless eggs were floating in the void. Do you really think we're that easy to bully? Nanan scoffed, and with a step, her small body appeared in the center of the sky. She was surrounded by a black aura, making her look like a big black sun. There's no trace of time as I devour time itself. A frightening aura poured out from her body and the intense pressure was 100 times more terrifying than the wrath of heaven, suppressing them to the point that they could not breathe. The black light fell on everyone. Ah! What the heck is this spell? It can even devour time itself. 100 years of my cultivation was devoured in an instant. This is the work of the devil. How are they real? Their ultimate spells aren't of the average first step wisdom elite. Their talents are too terrifying. Their combat power's the same as a second step wisdom elite even though they're only in the first step. Quick, go get our ancestor. On the other side, the Eldritchs were solemnly watching the battlefield. Their wisdom has returned to the source and their ultimate spells are imbued with the Origin's aura. I find this really amazing, said Gulai with shock. Gutabai and Gulai were even more shocked than him and their faces were pale. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This group of people weren't this strong yesterday. How did they break through their realms in just one night? Asked Gutabai in a trembling voice. Gulai was shocked to the point that his worldview had shattered. This can't be real. This is madness. We just fought them yesterday and only the Fox and the Phoenix were second-step wisdom elites. The way they're leveling up will be the death of me. If it's as you say, then the seventh dimension is really too mysterious. Gulai's eyes suddenly narrowed. He solemnly said, the only thing that can help them advance that quickly are the Origins. What exactly is the seventh dimension hiding? We can't let them leave this place alive. Should we join the battle? Asked Gutabai. Gulai smiled slightly and said, patience. The plan's already been put into motion. We only need to wait and see. Several more figures came from a distance. Their momentums distorted time and space, and wisdom knelt before them. It was the Crow King and the ancestor of the Chaos Divine Sheep. Let's see just how strong you people from the seventh dimension are, said the Crow King. They cast their ultimate spells at Blackie and the others as soon as they arrived. However, a sudden change occurred. A wisp of grey aura suddenly rose from a distance and there was a roaring sound that shook the sky, making everyone distraught. Chapter 723, Why be so irascible when we're living in such a wonderful world? The aura appeared again. It's filled with the unknown and it's coming from that forbidden starfield. So that's where the rest of the third dimension's origins are hiding. The battle came to an abrupt end. Even the Crow King that rushed over did not have time to pay attention to Blackie and the others. It looked at the area solemnly. Cultivator Junjun's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in horror, what a weird aura. It makes me very anxious. I'm afraid I can't avoid it. This aura is definitely not a good thing. It's not only full of the unknown but also full of extremely powerful destructive force. Yang Jing opened his third eye and a stream of light shot out. He could see through the heavens and worlds but not through the mist. In fact, trying to see through the mist made his eyes sore. There's definitely something powerful over there, he said with shock. Shi Tukan frowned slightly and said, don't you think that's weird? That there's a large amount of the third dimension's origins suddenly overflowing there. What could it possibly mean? It means that the destruction of the third dimension is probably related to this aura, and the origins are suppressed in it, said Qin Manyun thoughtfully. What should we do, Crow King? Asked a member of the Chaos Three-Legged Crow Clan. We'll focus on the origins first since some changes have occurred. These people should count themselves lucky. Let them go and we'll go check out the place. The Crow King glanced at Blackie and the others contemptuously and then with a flash, it was already heading toward the aura with its clan members. The other people of the third dimension did the same. They did not take Blackie and others to heart and flew towards the aura one after another. In the distance, Guai smiled and said, hee hee, it's finally over. Gutabai was originally full of doubts about the aura. He was shocked when he heard the words, and asked, this aura's the work of the Eldritch clan? Yes, it's the strongest setup of our clan, and it's also the oldest in existence in all of the 7 dimensions, said Guai profoundly. The oldest existence? Gutabai and Gulai were shocked. The 7 dimensions had been in existence for innumerable years. No one could say for sure just how long. Even the legends were scarce. No one knew for sure what the 7 dimensions were like in the beginning. What is it exactly? Asked Gulai curiously. It calls itself heaven, the heaven of all 7 dimensions. It was named that because heaven symbolizes the peak. Therefore, when anyone reached a peak in one area, they would always call themselves heaven. No one had ever seen heaven but everyone knew that they would have to turn up their face to gaze upon it. Then there was also the saying of punishment from heaven, heaven's wrath, and so forth. Is it really the heaven of all 7 dimensions? Gutabai and Gulai's hearts began to thump wildly as the blood in their veins sped up, making them tremble all over. This was indeed very shocking. "The reason our clan could suppress the first dimension is that the ancestor Eldritch met heaven one day and received guidance from him," said Guai. "Why would it help us? Isn't it very powerful?" asked Gutabai. The ancestor Eldritch said that back then, the 7 dimensions were one. Later on, however, a group of people defied heaven and divided the dimension into 7 parts with great magic power. They separated them from each other and the rest was history. Guai paused and continued, "And heaven was also severely injured and sealed under the 7 dimensions." This new secret knowledge set off a wave of a storm in the hearts of Gutabai and Gulai. "I can't believe something like this happened so long ago and those people were the ones who gave rise to the term heaven-defying." Gulai glanced at that unknown in horror and asked, "Will this heaven turn against us?" "Don't worry, the ancient Eldritch is more powerful than you and I could ever imagine. He'll definitely replace heaven one day," said Guai proudly. "What does heaven plan to do now?" asked Gutabai. Guai laughed and said, "Many people have come here after they found out that the third dimension's origins had been shattered in hopes of getting their hands on it. Don't you think it would save us a lot of trouble to capture them all in one go now that they've been lured here? Even a second-step wisdom elite wouldn't be able to win against a part of heaven's aura. We just need to sit tight and watch." All the eyes of the Eldritch clan flashed and smiles broke out of their faces. "Brilliant! Truly brilliant," said Gutabai. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Palace, after lots of investigation, Yang Jing had finally discovered some information about the aura. "There's a chaotic sea of stars all over the starfield, but there's a broken tree trunk on one of the stars. Half a month ago, someone accidentally found the broken tree, and since then, it has been contaminated with the unknown and awakened that gray mist," said Yang Jing. Xiao Changfeng also gathered some intel after asking around. He solemnly said, "I heard that if you're infected with the unknown, you'll be covered with white hair and become a white-haired monster. It's extremely horrifying." At first, everyone thought there was a great opportunity there, but later on, even the wisdom elite perished. Since then, it has become a forbidden zone. "It's unexpected of it to suddenly manifest the origins," said Zhang Lu. Everyone looked solemn. They all found this immensely strange. However, the eyes of Nanan and Dragon suddenly lit up as they exclaimed, "Broken tree? Ah! Brother Li said that wood ash is made of broken trees. Such a mysterious broken tree is definitely the best choice for making wood ash." Silence filled the room as the Heavenly Palace people broke out in cold sweat. "We're here nervously analyzing the situation and this is all you can think about? Your conclusion for such a powerful existence is to make it into wood ash? Can you be any more stubborn than that? I guess being by the expert's side will give unimaginable perspectives. So that's why Master opened up a portal to the third dimension. Hurry, we need to get some wood ash for him," said Blackie. Immediately, everyone went to where the aura was. In the chaotic sea of stars, which was no doubt the most bizarre place in the entire third dimension, were countless star fields. Big and small stars alike were suspended in the void and it was like a horizonless ocean. The probability of encountering a broken tree in so many stars was lower than low and because of the changes that had occurred. This sea of stars had been sealed off and turned into a restricted area. Many people had already gathered here by the time Blackie and the others arrived. They rushed over as soon as they heard the commotion. Looking up, it could be seen that somewhere among the sea of stars, there was an unknown and strange gray fog flowing. There were also white-haired monsters swaying in it. They were covered with white hair and their faces withered with the omen of old age. Everyone was looking at them with shock and horror. Those white-haired monsters still retained their original mana. There were Chaos Taluo Golden Immortal, Heavenly Realm Fighters, and the vague aura of Wisdom Elites. Someone could not resist anymore and tentatively stepped into the star sea. As soon as he entered, those gray fogs seemed to have come alive as it wrapped itself around the person while the white-haired monsters attacked him. The scene was so traumatizing that no one dared to act rashly. Cultivator Junjun took a deep breath and said in shock, "What exactly is that? Why does a person sprout white hair as soon as it comes in contact with it? Even a wisdom elite has no chance against it." "It's expected that a mission given by the expert would not be easy," said Zhang Lu seriously. Suddenly, Shi Tucken's expression changed slightly as she felt the scroll in her arms trembling. The portal to the third dimension appeared after Li Nai and Fan painted a wonderful world, so there must be some deeper meaning to this. Moreover, she often observed this painting and had attained some comprehension of it. "Everyone, follow me inside," she said to the Heavenly Palace people, and without hesitation, they followed her forward. Their movements immediately attracted the attention of the people around them. They were taken back momentarily but then sneered at them. I don't know whether to call them brave or stupid to enter the place like that. They must not know how terrifying the mist is. How foolish of them to court death like this. Oh well, I'll just take it that they're scouting the situation for us. Everyone, let's block their path of retreat so they can't come out from the mist. Under the gaze of everyone, Blackie and others stepped into the strange sea of stars together. The next moment, the gray mist surged, and the white-haired monsters roared frenetically as they charged towards them. Cultivator Junjun's and the others' hearts lurched, and their mana surged, prepared to fight at any time. Chin Manyun was also a little nervous and she could not help but ask, Sister Tucken, I trust that you have a plan? She knew that Shi Tucken would not put them in danger. Shi Tucken nodded as she took 2 steps forward slowly. At this moment, the gray mist and the white-haired monsters suddenly stopped where they were as if having sensed something. It's no good to be so irascible when we're living in such a wonderful world, said Shi Tucken. As soon as these words came out, the white-haired monsters actually trembled and groaned as if they were struggling against something. Then, they slowly backed away. The gray mist parted as if it was a mouse having seen a cat. Hee, it worked just as I expected, said Shi Tucken with a smile. Dragon's eyes widened. Sister Tucken, you're so amazing. The Heavenly Palace people were also taken aback. They did not expect this issue to be so easily solved by Shi Tucken. It seemed like those close to the expert had also become profound. It's not me who's amazing, but the expert. Let's go in now, said Shi Tucken with a smile. The eyes of the third dimension's people nearly popped out of their sockets as they followed Shi Tucken and the others with their gazes. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief and thought they were hallucinating. What's going on? How can they go in just like that? That's so weird. The people from the 7th dimension are weirder than that gray mist. How did they do it? We can't let them go any deeper. This opportunity belongs to us. What are we waiting for? Let's all rush in. In the distance, the Eldritchs were also dumbfounded. Their mouths were hanging wide open and they found themselves unable to speak for a long time. How's this possible? Why would heaven let them in? Asked Gu Dabai in puzzlement. Gulai took a deep breath and said, the people of the 7th dimension are just full of surprises. I have a hunch that their dimension will be our clan's biggest enemy. They've only entered the periphery. I guess they have something on them that's making heaven fearful and cautious. They're definitely done for once they reach the depths of the mist, said Guai with a frown. I know, shouted a demon in the Chaos Three-Legged Crow group suddenly, its eyes flashing. The line they spoke just now was the password to enter the mist. Realization dawned on the others. Ha ha ha, that makes everything simpler. We shouldn't waste any more time. I'll go in first, said someone and immediately turned into a trail of light which then rushed into the sea star. Those who did not want to be left behind followed him quickly. The gray mist and the white-haired monsters closed in on the first person, who just smiled and calmly said, it's no good to be so irascible when we're living in such a wonderful world. Sure enough, the gray mist and the white-haired monster paused, but before he could take another breath, the gray mist and the white-haired monsters rushed toward him crazily. Ah, no, why is this happening? I've already given the password. This must be a mistake. He was soon shrouded in the gray mist, and white hair began to grow on his body. Thus, there was one more white-haired monster in the scene. Those who followed him into the star sea suddenly panicked, especially when they saw the gray mist and the white-haired monsters rushing toward them, making their blood run cold. Maybe the sentence was wrong? Said someone on a whim as they tried to grab any reason out of thin air. Someone even went as far as changing his appearance to that of Shi Tucken, but it was still useless. It's no good to be so irascible when we're living in such a wonderful world. It's really not good to be so irascible. Please. No, why doesn't it work when we say it? It's just not fair. Ah. I'm turning into a white-haired monster. They began to scream desperately as a layer of unknown shrouded their bodies. Ha ha, fools. That's what you all get for showing off, said the Crow King coldly. Oh, don't be like that, Crow King. It's because of people like them that we've managed to avoid danger. The spirit of the selfless dedication of this group of people is worthy of our praise. They sacrificed themselves to illuminate us, said the ancestor of the Chaos Divine Sheep in a touching manner. It has nothing to do with the password. We have no way of knowing what secrets are hidden in those people. We can only rely on ourselves, said a wisdom elite. We should join forces. Although this star sea is weird, it's not too powerful to be invincible. Together, we can kill all the white-haired monsters. Then, "It won't be too difficult to enter the depths of the gray mist," said the Crow King solemnly. Chapter 724, The Invincible Willow Tree, Do Not Defy Heaven. We can't let the people from the seventh dimension do whatever they want. Charge. In the end, everyone hit it off and stepped into the Star Sea together. As they entered, the gray mist began to surge, causing the Star Sea to quake as if it had sensed their presence. Those white-haired monsters who had lost themselves suddenly roared and pounced on them. "Ha! You were just ants in your previous life. I can easily suppress you all even if you turn into white-haired monsters." Their power had vastly increased after becoming a team. Endless mana surrounded them like a galaxy, isolating the unknown gray mist. There was no need for the second step Wisdom Elite to lift a finger at all, for the others had already effortlessly eliminated the white-haired monsters. Onwards. Even this bizarre thing is no match for us now that we've joined forces. Their morale increased suddenly as they rushed confidently forward. However, the deeper they went, the more intense the unknown aura became. It even began to undergo a qualitative change. The white-haired monsters became stronger and stronger, and the white hairs all over their bodies became denser and longer. Ordinary mana was unable to resist the erosion of the unknown aura. Someone in the team trembled and panicked. "Ah! No! I've been contaminated with the unknown. Save me. Please, save me. The unknown aura is infiltrating my mana. I don't want to go deeper. Let me go." The fighters of the heavenly realm started to scream, for they were the ones to fall first. They were trembling as white hair began to grow on their bodies. The Crow King and Chaos Divine Sheep Ancestor, who were both second-step Wisdom Elites, watched all of this unfold with cold eyes. They gently raised their hands and a majestic force surged to block all the unknown aura from their own people. At the same time, they eliminated the people who were contaminated with the unknown before they had the chance to fully transform into white-haired monsters. The group continued onwards. The white-haired monsters became stronger in both force and aura, and the hair on their bodies gradually turned red. Some of them were even of the heavenly realm. Coupled with the presence of an unknown aura, everyone's pressure rose sharply. What exactly is this? This group of people have not only become white-haired monsters but seem to have gotten stronger in the process. I'm afraid we'll just run into more danger if we continue. There must be the most mysterious secret hidden here, for there's great unknown and great strangeness. The unknown aura here is so strong. Why didn't it affect those people from the seventh dimension? How on earth did they evade the unknown aura? The seventh dimension is even weirder than this unknown. We need to keep going deeper. We have to get our hands on the secret no matter what. It's no good to be so irascible when we're living in such a wonderful world. I've already said the password, so why won't you just leave us alone? They fought hard all the way. Every step was like a deep mire, and they could only proceed with caution. Compared to them, on the other side, Chin Manyun and others came across no hindrances at all and soon came to the deepest place. Shitukun's eyes narrowed suddenly and she said, "There really is a broken tree here." Cultivation Junjun's eyes were full of respect and he exclaimed, "It's still standing even though it's dead, shrouded in the unknown in the broken third dimension. The origin of this tree is probably beyond anything we can imagine." Dragon's small face was full of confusion and she said, "It's strange, I feel a familiar aura coming from this tree." She walked forward slowly and her big eyes were inexplicably moist as if she was saddened by something. Suddenly, 3 monsters appeared from the broken tree. These 3 monsters were no different from the white-haired monsters, but the hair on their bodies changed from white to red. The long red hairs were filled with enough unknowns to shock the world, and their aura had actually reached the second step of Wisdom Elite. They roared wildly and did not retreat like the white-haired monsters before. Instead, they charged ferociously toward Dragon. "Dragon, look out!" All the color drained out of everyone's faces as they rushed forward. Shitukun stepped forward quickly. With a solemn expression on her face, she took out her brush and started to write in the air. "It's no good to be so irascible when we're living in such a wonderful world." The words in the air glowed and melted into the surroundings. At the same time, she touched the painting in her arms. The piece of paper was exuding a milky white brilliance, and the faint glow fell on the 3 red-haired monsters, stopping them in their place. Their faces started to contort hideously as they struggled against the force. The faint glow fell on the broken tree as well. Suddenly, it was as if time and space were intertwined and a strange aura rose from the broken tree. This force moved the river of time and put everyone in a strange space and time. It took them to a time countless years before, where there was a towering willow tree, born between heaven and earth, growing in the chaos. Its thousands of willows hung like blood vessels running through the world, holding up the world. The leaves on the branches were like small worlds, exuding vitality. At a certain moment, a hole opened in the sky, heaven and earth collapsed, and wisdom was silent. The world was being destroyed and countless creatures instantly vanished. That weird gray mist overflowed from the cracks, carrying with it a monstrous might with an unstoppable power that could override everything. The third dimension became even more unbearable under the cover of the weird gray mist. Even a wisdom elite was just an ant before it and could be eliminated at any time. The origins of the third dimension spilled out, became contaminated by gray mist, and was instantly suppressed. A voice from the weird gray mist spread across the three dimensions. My time's coming. Remember, for I am heaven. At this moment, the willow tree appeared out of the ordinary. Its willow branches shuttled through the endless void, covering the entire third dimension. It engaged in a bloody battle with the gray mist. It was also using its body to hold up the entire dimension. The sacred brilliance radiated from every branch and every leaf, dispelling the unknown and wanting to suppress it. This thrilling battle formed a turbulent wisdom current, erasing everything and returning the third dimension to its most primitive state. A willow tree, holding up the third dimension with an unimaginable posture, was fighting against heaven. Contaminated by the unknown, its leaves were no longer crisp, and its branches were beginning to break, but still, it fought vigorously, wanting to use supreme power to completely suppress this unknown. It could be seen to the naked eye that under the agitation of the branches, the gray mist was actually shattered, and the so-called heaven seemed to be torn into countless fragments. Finally, heaven admitted defeat and began to retreat. However, the willow tree blocked its retreat, and with a swing of its branches, the portals between the third and seventh dimensions were all broken. Since then, the third dimension became isolated and restricted. This is just one of my many incarnations. I'll let you die since you want to trap me here, came the furious voice of heaven. The willow tree said nothing, for its actions said everything that needed to be said. Even if the leaves were yellow, the branches had fallen, and the trunk was broken, it would still suppress heaven with all its strength. Between the sky, the voice of a willow tree whirled, I won't die. I'll return stronger and finish you off. Because I'm invincible. End of story. Dragon and the others were deeply immersed in shock, and they all burst into tears. It's Sister Willow. This tree is Willow, cried Dragon, all worked up. Nanan nodded and said, I never knew Sister Willow was so amazing back then. She survived 100 battles and will eventually return even stronger. Chin Manyun took a deep breath and exclaimed, Sister Willow used her power to protect the third dimension, to prevent this unknown from harming other dimensions. Her strength and courage is admirable. Shitukan was all choked up and she said, the willow tree in the backyard has always been quiet. It turns out that we all owe Sister Willow a big thank you. Blackie scratched his head. The willow tree must have been one of the battle spirit guardians back then. I wonder if the other battle spirit guardians have also been planted in the master's backyard? As for Cultivator Junjun and the others, they were equally shocked. Not only were they shocked by the strength of the willow tree, but also by the awesomeness of the expert. The willow tree was a battle spirit guardian, tasked with protecting the 7 dimensions. It was unparalleled in combat strength and invincible, and yet, it was treated as an ordinary willow tree by the expert. It was very terrifying to think about. Ha ha ha, we've finally caught up to you. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from behind them. The Chaos Three-Legged Crows had finally arrived. Dragon and the others wondered how they could still laugh like that when they were still being attacked by the group of white-haired monsters. At this time, the Chaos Three-Legged Crows also saw the willow tree and were immediately shocked by it. The origins are so rich here. This must be the source of it all. What kind of tree is this? Even though it's dead, I can still feel the extreme pressure coming from it. The tree shrouded with unknown. What exactly happened here? It's a big secret. We can definitely turn it into a treasure once we dig it up. By then, the 3 red-haired monsters had noticed them. With a violent roar, the 3 of them rushed toward them frantically. Oh no, the white-haired monsters have evolved into red-haired monsters. They've become even more terrifying now that they actually have the supreme combat power of the second step Wisdom Elite. Why? Why do you just attack us and not the people of the 7th dimension? Could it be that they knew they were no match for them? Feeling wronged, they were all on the verge of a breakdown and were filled with confusion. They had no choice but to engage in battle with the red-haired monsters. The 3 red-haired monsters were shockingly powerful and this immediately brought great pressure to the team. Coupled with the erosion of the unknown aura, more and more people were contaminated by the unknown. DMN it. Everyone, "Bring out all your big guns and quickly take these monsters down," shouted the Crow King. He suddenly raised his hand and a golden longsword appeared in his hand. There was no pattern on the longsword but the whole body was enveloped with a layer of Origin's aura. Wisdom knelt as soon as the longsword came out. The entire space was shaking. The longsword was indeed the Origin's ultimate treasure that he got from the third dimension by fluke. He raised his sword and slashed at one of the red-haired monsters, cutting it in two instantly. The Chaos Divine Sheep did not hesitate to take out a mirror and flashed it on a red-haired monster. There were also 3 second-step Wisdom Elites. They cast out an attack at the same time. Not only did their attack obliterate the remaining red-haired monster, but it also emptied the surrounding white-haired monsters. Once again, peace returned to the area. One of the Wisdom Elites looked at the broken tree. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he threw his spear at the tree. He was the only one among the 5 second-step Wisdom Elites who did not have an Origin's ultimate treasure. Therefore, he called first dibs on the Origins, wanting to use it to refine his weapon into an Origin's ultimate treasure. The Origins around the broken tree were floating around it with the unknown. When the spear was about to reach the broken tree, the gray mist contaminated the spear, causing it to lose all its insights. It then fell to the ground with a clang. "You came because of the Origins and you'll die for the same reason." A harsh, ruthless, and cruel voice sounded. The gray mist surged, converged, and flowed in the void as if it was some strange creature. "Tell us what you are," said Crow King, wanting to get to the bottom of this. "I'm Heaven," said the strange gray mist. Its tone was full of arrogance and contempt as if it was born to rule the world. Then, in a mocking tone, it continued, "7 battle spirit guardians? Ha! They're all laughable and pathetic. The term heaven-defying refers to things that cannot be done, which naturally means no one can possibly do it. Yet, they claim to have done it. If only they knew that the greatest disaster in the world comes from the greed of the human heart. As long as your greed continues, I'll eventually get out of my entrapment. Defying heaven's an empty dream after all." It was because the news of the Origins spread in the 7 dimensions that so many catastrophes had occurred. Too many people went crazy to seize the Origins, they plundered other realms and destroyed their own world. Everything came from greed. The day the Origins of the 7 dimensions would emerge was the time when Heaven would make its comeback. Heaven's words caused the Chaos Three-Legged Crow and the others' complexions to change wildly. Their blood ran cold and their bodies began to emit a monstrous chill. Could Heaven really exist in this world? Not only that, it was a sentient being? They found all this very difficult to believe. Don't panic. It's probably trying to scare us off. You call yourself Heaven? Well, let's see what you've got. If it's really that strong, it wouldn't have been sealed here. I don't believe you're really Heaven. They spoke one after another, trying to convince themselves that it was not really Heaven in a bid to calm themselves down. The Battle Spirit's Guardian might have the power to defy Heaven, but they'll never be able to defy human greed. The third dimension should have lived in my shadow countless years ago. Let's see who can stop me now. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Heaven stopped speaking, the weird gray mist burst out like a tide, covering the sky, sun, and everyone in an instant. It went through countless transformations. It was intangible and yet, it could solidify itself. It eroded everyone with its invisible aura while transforming into countless monsters who then rushed towards the group. Chapter 725, The Wonderful World Purified the Unknown. The weird, drifting gray mist was like smoke, blending into time and space and penetrating everything. It could not be stopped by ordinary magical powers. In an instant, many people's treasures lost their insights and were rendered useless, while 1/3 of the people were infected with the unknown. Trembling, they began to transform into white-haired monsters. No. I don't want to become a white-haired monster. Ah. It's too powerful. Who can save me? This power is above everything. Maybe it really is Heaven? Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were full of vigilance and fear as they watched the rolling gray mist envelop them. They clearly saw the destruction of the world, wisdom being annihilated, and everything plunged into endless destruction. Even wisdom could not escape from being contaminated by the unknown and was turned into nothing. Faced with this power, all ultimate spells and Dao skills were useless. It's so terrifying. In the distance, Gutabai was looking at what was happening with his heart thumping wildly against his chest. Is this the power of Heaven? Far from it, said Gui with a shake of his head. It turns out that the variable from countless years ago came from that tree. It was that tree that suppressed Heaven, which then disrupted our plan. Now, this tree still seems to be entangled with Heaven. Otherwise, this group of people will be turned into white-haired monsters in a flash. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Gulai took a deep breath. His gaze fell on the group of people from the 7th dimension and he sneered. The women from the 7th dimension sure are beautiful. I'm really looking forward to seeing them turn into white-haired monsters. Gulai smiled and said, don't worry, you'll soon see that no one other than Ancestor Eldritch can resist the power of heaven. Currently, in the sea of stars, even the 5-second step wisdom elites were overwhelmed. They were like tiny boats in the vast ocean and could be overturned at any time. Quick, use your Origin's ultimate treasure. The ancestor of the Chaos Divine Sheep roared wildly. The mirror in his hand was shining like a sun and transformed into a barrier to block the gray mist. The other 4-second step wisdom elites also used their own methods. Surrounding them, the power of Origins turned into the strongest power, guarding them. They were using part of the Origins they had obtained in the 3rd dimension. There were also some first-step wisdom elites who no longer cared about keeping their Origins for themselves and quickly cast it out. The thick gray mist tossed like an ocean, and in the center, the mist turned into an apparition of a giant, looking down at everyone with cold eyes. The power of Origins? How naive of you all to think you can stop me with that when this power's originally controlled by me, ridiculed the gray mist giant. With a wave of its hand, the gray mist suddenly rose in a whirlwind and surrounded everyone. In the whirlwind, even the Origins were shaking and being blown away. The 5-second step wisdom elites lost their divine consciousness as a tyrannical aura began to appear in their chests. In their eyes, wisdom collapsed, the world was destroyed along with them in it. Then, clumps of white hair began to grow on their bodies. Cultivator Junjun's expression changed and he worriedly said, "Oh no! The game animals have all begun to grow white hair." Master said white hair means that the food has turned moldy. "We can't bring them back to Master like this," said Blackie with a frown. "I'll wake them up." She-Tucken took out the picture scroll from her arms and said loudly, "Wake up." Suddenly, the halo bloomed. A heavy shimmer turned into light, piercing through the gray mist. Although it looked faint, it was like an endless ball of fire and ice, melting it away. Those people suddenly got a shock and recovered. The white hair on their bodies began to fade. What happened? I think I just saw the destruction of all 7 dimensions. What power is this? It can reverse karma and erode people's Tao's heart. Even the 7 dimensions are nothing but toys in the palm of their hands. It can even erode the Origins. How strange. It's really terrifying. I was nearly turned into a white-haired monster. I can't believe we were saved by the people from the 7th dimension. Just as expected, only the strange can parry with the strange. The Chaos Three-Legged Crows and other monsters were all startled. They all turned to look at Blackie and the others and hid behind the group as if by tacit agreement. The weird gray mist looked at Blackie and the others and there was a rare fluctuation in its tone. "Why do you people have the aura of the DMN Willow Tree on you?" it asked angrily. Nanan stuck her tongue out at it and said, "I'm not gonna tell you." "We're going to get rid of you for Sister Willow," said Dragon fiercely. "You? Get rid of me?" The weird gray mist laughed loudly, full of disdain. "Let's see who's the one getting rid of who. I'll turn you all into white-haired monsters." The gray mist giant suddenly raised its hand and a huge palm fell from the sky. The mist roared and the world sighed with sorrow as the despairing aura enveloped the sky. The force of uncertainty overwhelmed the world. The powerful force caused everyone's complexion to become frantic and the group of people hiding behind Blackie began to tremble all over. They kept checking their bodies for fear that white hair would grow on them. Chin Manyun also felt immense pressure and said, "Go for it, Sister Tucken." She-Tucken nodded and then raised the scroll in her hand high. "Behold, a wonderful world." She slowly unrolled the scroll and a brilliant light burst out. The endless holy light was truly dazzling as it illuminated the whole world. It was as if a layer of dust over everything and anything had been blown away, revealing the pearlescent light beneath them. "Gah! What the heck is that light?" The gray mist giant let out a roar of fright. Its giant palm was shattered into countless pieces by the light before it dissipated into nothingness. With the further unfolding of the picture scroll, another world faintly emerged above the void. It was a peaceful world, one with warm sunshine, small bridges, flowing water, green trees among flowers, and rainbows hanging in the sky. This vision made the void appear distorted. It was obviously a virtual world, but it seemed to overlap with the 3rd dimension, giving life to its brokenness. "How did you come to have this power of making yin and yang chaotic while reversing the river of time? Where did you get this painting?" Amidst the gray mist, a voice of fright and frustration rang out. "This is impossible. The battle spirit guardians are dead, leaving only remnants of their breath. How can there be such power in the world?" This can't be real. The strange gray mist around them roared like thunder as it descended into madness, causing the entire third dimension to quake. A wonderful world has no room for the unknown. Shituken's face was calm. There was no fear in her at all as she slowly rose into the air and came to the center of the gray mist. The mist pressed onto her like a meat grinder. It was like a huge gray claw, squeezing Shituken firmly in its hand as the violent power and ferocious aura shook the sky, wanting to make mincemeat out of her. I'm heaven. I'm invincible. Those who defy me, die. The weird gray mist roared wildly, wanting to swallow everything in its path, looking hideous and terrifying. An indescribable force roared in the weird gray mist, and time and space seemed to be frozen, transcending the shackles of heaven and earth. Everyone knew that this was a battle between the weird picture scroll and the weird gray mist. The power of the two was simply shocking, and even a third step wisdom elite would be shattered by it. Guai was shaking as he said in a deep voice, I can't believe the people of the seventh dimension have something that can fight against heaven. No way heaven will lose, said Gulai with shock. Hold on, Sister Tucken, said Chin Manyun with eyes filled with worry. Cultivator Junjun stared at the scene in front of him without blinking, and in a soothing tone, he said, Don't worry, the painting was drawn by the expert. So what if it's heaven? When has the expert ever lost? Blackie was the most relaxed amongst them. Master, invincible, he said simply. Behind him, the Chaos Three-Legged Crows and the others were anxiously waiting for the seventh dimension people to win. Even though they were not on their side, it was better than having to face heaven. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced through the weird gray mist like a sharp blade. This light seemed to be a signal. After that, rays of light dashed out one after another, like the sun poking its head out of the dark clouds. In an instant, the whole place was illuminated by the light, and the weird gray mist trembled endlessly, evaporating and dissipating. No. I'm invincible, roared heaven, struggling and resisting while it transformed into various hideous faces in the void. The seven dimensions are destined to descend into chaos. No one can stop me. Just you wait. With a last roar, the weird gray mist immediately dissipated into nothingness, and everyone faintly saw that a strange life was broken into countless fragments. Suddenly, lightning pierced the sky followed by a heavy downpour of blood. It was as if heaven's blood was crying about its demise. The rain of blood fell on the earth, nourishing the dilapidated area and giving birth to countless stars. The origins in the area began to stabilize, and the third dimension gradually regained a trace of life. The Eldritchs were completely dumbstruck. Their minds were buzzing and they had lost the ability to think. Did heaven just lose to a painting called A Wonderful World? Just how wonderful is this world that it could suppress all the unknown? Oh my God! I can't believe heaven was really obliterated. This is crazy. What in the world is that painting? Who exactly are those people from the seventh dimension? How can they be so powerful? They're even weirder than heaven. The Chaos Three-Legged Crow and the other demons gasped. Their bodies grew cold when they recalled the battle they fought against the people of the seventh dimension. It was at that moment that the fear finally grew roots in their hearts. They suddenly felt everything become surreal. The painting slowly floated down to Shituken. It was no longer glowing, making it look like an ordinary picture scroll, but Shituken could still feel the power of the world throbbing within it. She was positive that she would reap immeasurable benefits by copying it, so she carefully rolled it up for safekeeping. Ha! I just know Brother Lee's the best. Heaven never stood a chance, said Nanan happily. Dragon made her way over to the broken tree and stroked its trunk tearfully. You must be in a lot of pain, Sister Willow. Blackie turned to the Chaos Three-Legged Crow and other demons and said, Clean up yourselves and come back with me to become game meat. The demons were taken aback. They then frowned in anger. I admit that you're all very strong, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. No one in this world can make us become game meat, said the Crow King. Game meat? What do you take us for? Are you trying to humiliate us? We haven't even taken revenge on you. You dare make us into game meat? Maybe we should make you into game meat since dog meat's the best. All the demons spoke one after another while smirking at Blackie. The Chaos Divine Sheep Ancestors stepped forward, smiled coldly, and said, Dog Demon, it's the painting that saved us, but it seems like all the power in it has been used up, so what makes you think we'll listen to you now? After a pause, it said again, without the painting, you definitely don't stand a chance against us, but I'm willing to let you all go on account of you saving our lives. What do you say to that? The Chaos Divine Sheep Ancestor really wanted to know the secret behind the seventh dimension, but what happened just now was really terrifying, so it did not dare to make an enemy out of Blackie or the others. However, there was no way it was going to willingly become game meat, and thus, he had no choice but to say what he had said. "Are you sure I don't stand a chance against you all?" A strange expression flashed across Blackie's face. Then, he patted the broken tree. "Sister Willow, you're up." The demons looked at the broken tree with a confused expression. In the next instant, they felt that they were being stared at by an extremely terrifying force, causing the hair on their bodies to stand and their blood to freeze. A gust of wind blew, and at some point, a new sprout appeared on the broken tree trunk. It turned into a willow branch, sweeping toward them. This willow branch looked soft and weak without the slightest strength, but it had blocked time and space, and had suppressed wisdom, rendering them unmovable. They could only watch helplessly as the branch swept across their bodies. The movements were gentle but with supreme will. Dazed, the demons changed back to their original form, turning the place into a zoo. Moo. Chirp, chirp. Bah. Chapter 726, The Old Nurturing the New. Everyone smiled with satisfaction looking at the group of game animals in front of them. Cultivator Junjun nodded and said, not bad at all. Just as expected from the demons in the third dimension. Their meat isn't only firm but looks healthy as well. The expert will definitely like it. Dragon swept her eyes across the game animals and started to frown. Cow, chicken, sheep, pig. There are too few of them. We can't open a zoo like this. Let's just bring them back first. We can always catch more in the future, said Nanan. Then, she turned to the broken tree next to her and said, Sister Willow, Brother Lee needs some wood ash. Can we dig you up and take you back with us? The Heavenly Palace people opened their eyes wide and were almost paralyzed by fright. Although the tree was broken, it was a super boss who had suppressed the 7 dimensions before. Even heaven was no match for it, and yet, they were going to dig it up? It was as outrageous as digging up one's ancestors from their grave. Their blood froze in their veins as they stared at the sprout, afraid that a willow branch would whip them into oblivion. Instead, the sprout swayed slightly as if nodding, permitting them to dig it up. The people from the Heavenly Palace heaved a sigh of relief. They chastised themselves for not trusting in the expert's awesomeness more. Yang Jing gulped and then carefully said, Goddess Nanan, how are you going to dig it up? Although the tree was broken, its aura was still overwhelming. It carried the power of the 7 dimensions and it was definitely not something ordinary people could move. I'm going to use my shovel, of course. Nanan glanced at Yang Jing contemptuously. With a wave of her hand, she began to dig the ground around the broken tree with practiced movements. Yang Jing looked at her, dumbfounded. He then sighed internally when he realized that the joke was on him. On the other side, the Eldritchs were standing stock still and staring stupidly at the scene in front of them. I still can't believe that heaven was suppressed so easily by them, said Gulai. Our foolproof plan has been foiled again, said Gudabai in extreme shock. Gulai's face was pale, too, as he looked at the group of people in amazement. How could such monstrously powerful people exist in the 7th dimension? Not only did they suppress heaven, they even possessed the ability to dig out the broken tree. Their actions were ironclad proof that the people from the 7th dimension were not normal at all. What should we do? Should we fight them head-on? Asked Gulai. And be killed by them? Gudabai shook his head. Look at the game animals around them. Some of them were second-step wisdom elites. You'll only become dinner on their table if you go over right now. Gulai nodded in agreement and said, their methods are indeed extraordinary and unpredictable. They must have the backing of a powerful expert, one who could very well be as powerful as Ancestor Eldritch. We should go back now and come up with a new strategy. On the other side, Nanan had dug a sizable hole and was tugging on the tree trunk with all the strength in her little body. Watch me as I, Nanan, pull out this willow tree. She gave a low shout and with a loud bang, the entire tree was thrown over her shoulder. It was really astonishing to watch. Blackie did not rest on his laurel either. With a wave of his paws, the immortal trap rope began to wrap itself around the group of game animals. We got the wood ash and the game animals. The only thing left to do now is to bring them back, said Shitukin with a smile. However, they then discovered a problem. How are we going back? The portal they came from was a one-way portal, meaning to say, they could go to the 3rd dimension from the 7th dimension but not the other way round. Suddenly, Dragon's eyes lit up as she pointed to the void. Look over there. In the void, a black vortex slowly emerged, opening a gap in time and space. The surrounding wisdom caused heaven and earth to tremble. The portal has now become a two-way portal. We can go back now. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. All the portals in the third dimension were cut off by Sister Willow to prevent the unknown from spreading, so it makes sense that Sister Willow can open up the portal now that all the unknown has been suppressed, said Shitucken with awe. You're really awesome, Sister Willow, said Dragon with deep admiration. Long live the 7 battle spirit guardians, said Xiao Changfeng. Let's go home. Immediately, everyone entered the portal with the game animals and broken tree in their arms. The eldritchs appeared near the portal not long after they left. Guai smirked and said, looks like it's not all bad that the 7th dimension people came here, for we can finally get out of the 3rd dimension as well. Brother I, while it's true the 7th dimension is really powerful, it doesn't mean that they don't have their weaknesses, said Gutabai with a smile. Oh? Do enlighten me. The 4th dimension created a kind of bug called the Origins Devouring Bug which can steal the 7th dimension's origins. I've personally tasted the origins there and I find the taste to be quite alright, said Gutabai, laughing. We've also sent some back to Ancestor Eldritch and he was full of praise for the origins. He even requested for more, added Gulai. Guai's eyes were suddenly bright as light bulbs. Oh my! Why are we still standing here? Let's go. Soon after they left, many beings who had been trapped in the 3rd dimension also rushed over. The portals finally opened. Ha ha ha. We can finally leave this place. The aura just now was so terrifying. I bet even a 2nd step wisdom elite would be like an ant before it. I knew something weird was going on and was smart enough not to come here. I'm so glad I was born with a cautious personality. Not only did I not die but I can leave the 3rd dimension, too. This is all because I resisted the temptation of the origins. Let's go. This place has nothing to offer anymore. It's a wonder I didn't die of boredom here. Nanan and the others went straight to the 4-part architecture with their loot as soon as they arrived in the 7th dimension. Remember not to cause any trouble for me. We'll let you live as long as you listen to us. We'll even give you good food in exchange for your manure, said Nanan to the wild animals who just stood trembling with their necks shrunk into their bodies. They did not dare to act cockily now that they were in the palm of her hands. Feeling both anxious and curious, they started to look around at their new surroundings and wondered if there was really a Bigshot hidden there. Let's leave them here while we greet Master, said Chinman Yun. Then, they all entered the 4-part architecture, leaving the wild game animals behind to stare at each other. Ancestor, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I didn't know the people of the 7th dimension were this powerful, said one of the demons. Forget it. These people aren't just powerful, they're preposterously monstrous, said the Crow King with a sigh. Yeah, didn't you see how they suppressed heaven? We have no choice but to surrender willingly, added the ancestor of the Chaos Divine Sheep. We can only hope for the people from the 4th dimension to save us now. The Crow King paused and then asked, didn't you say that you were able to get origins from here? Doesn't that mean that the 7th dimension isn't without its weakness? A strange aura floated in from the distance as soon as he said that. Then, they saw a swarm of strange-looking bugs. Huh? Why do these bugs look so familiar? Some of the demons who had joined in the origins stealing activity in the 4th dimension were startled. Aren't those the origins devouring bug? You mean they've been stealing origins from here all this while? Awesome. I can't wait to see just how they steal the origins. The demons were suddenly excited. They craned their necks and then watched as the swarm of origins devouring bug rushed into the manure pit without hesitation. This familiar scent in this familiar shape. They're indeed the origins. I think that's a manure pit. Oh my god. Have we been eating poop all this while? Ah. No. Blurg. Oh god, why did you have to let me find out the truth like this? The demons who had eaten the origins descended into madness and the fur on their bodies stood up on ends. The faces of the Crow King, the ancestor of the Chaos Divine Sheep, and the remaining other demons began to twitch. All this while, they had been jealous of the demons who ate the origins. Now, they were immensely relieved they missed out on the opportunity. Don't be sad. Look at how hard-working these bugs are. This means that those people back there are still eating it. Don't you feel better knowing that? Said the Crow King, trying to comfort them. Yeah, and it seems like the 7th dimension people brought us here to produce manure. There's no doubt some of it will be eaten by those people back there, too. Rejoice in that thought, said the ancestor of the Chaos Divine Sheep while thinking that there was no way the 4th dimension people would come rescue them now. Inside the 4-part architecture, Li Nianfen was playing chess with Little Fox. Hey, Brother Li, you're really good at playing chess. Wait a minute, I take back my move. Ha! Let's see how you can win if I place my chess piece here. Little Fox used her cuteness to get away with breaking the rules, but Li Nianfan did not mind because he could tell that she had a lot of potential. He greeted Nanan and the others with a smile when he saw them. "Welcome home. Did everything go well?" "Brother Li, we didn't just bring back some game meat for you but also some wood ash," said Nanan happily. "Really?" Li Nianfan could not wait to see what they had brought back. Then, his gaze fell on the broken tree. It looked to be very ancient and the trunk was covered with a layer of grey dust. It was indeed good material to make into wood ash. "What do you think, Brother Li?" asked Dragon. "Well done. This tree's perfect. We need to burn it to turn it into wood ash though," said Li Nianfan. "Huh? Burn it?" asked Dragon with shock. "Yes, it'll be easier for the plants to absorb it if we burn it. Xiao Bei, go start the fire. I want to make it into wood ash as soon as possible." "As you wish, my beloved master," said Xiao Bei immediately. A layer of weird grey mist was stuck to the roots and the trunk of the broken tree. "Ha ha ha, I bet you never thought that I'd still be alive," thought the grey mist in its heart. For countless years, it had been entangled with the willow tree, suppressing each other. The unknown attached to it would not be that easily erased. "I can't believe that they actually managed to dig out the tree. Let's see where they've brought us." It wriggled slightly, feeling everything around it. The next moment, it started shaking as it fell into extreme horror. It began to question its own life. "What is this place? Why do I feel such a powerful oppression from heaven and earth? Could it be that this heaven is stronger than me? No, it's impossible. How can I, the true heaven, not be able to control the things around here? Heck, I can't even use my divine consciousness. Who created this world? How's it possible that it can override my power? Gah, I feel my power being suppressed. No, it's going back to zero." Then, it felt that it was surrounded by a ball of scorching heat and the raging flames were burning and rising. The broken tree began to burn gradually, and a black carbon color appeared on its surface. The grey mist struggled in the flames, continuously melting before finally merging into the flames. "I'm a reincarnation of heaven. How can I be wiped out with such a weird method? This is impossible. What happened in the seventh dimension? Is this the work of the battle spirit guardians?" The grey mist finally became silent and was burned into ash along with the broken tree. Shitukin and the others took a deep breath at the same time and felt shock in their hearts when they saw what had happened. They saw with their very eyes how the peak of existence in all of the seven dimensions, though extremely weak in its current condition, was wiped out in an instant as if it was nothing. To the expert, it was as easy as taking candy out of a baby's hand. He did not even really have to do anything apart from throwing it into the fire. Then, it was turned into ash as if it had been subjected to some irresistible force. It never stood a chance at all. Li Nianfan, Dragon, and Nanan then brought the wood ash to the backyard and spread it on top of the soil. Some ashes were scattered with the wind and fell on the ground around the willow tree. Its droopy branches began to sway as the leaves became greener. Like how fallen leaves return to their roots, old life became nourishment, nurturing new life. All things reincarnated, bringing a more glorious tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the fourth dimension, Yunki and Shan and the others were smiling satisfactorily at the Origins devouring bugs who had brought back a full load of Origins to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. "Ha ha ha, here comes the Origins. I wonder why it's been so easy for us to steal the Origins. All the Origins devouring bugs came back with full loads. Isn't this a good thing? We should rejoice in our good fortune." "Yes, but the only drawback is that these Origins are a bit dry. They don't seem as fresh as before." Chapter 727, The Heaven-Defying People and the Seven Battle Spirit Guardians. Yunki and Shan and the others were happily feasting. At the same time, a powerful artillery fire aura was heading there while releasing huge pressure. The aura was so strong that it formed a suppressive force that felt surreal, almost like a sky curtain pressing down from the sky and making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Yunki and Shan's expression changed and he asked coldly, "Who is it?" "It's me, Goodie. In this space, a group of eldritch slowly emerged with wisdom and a dragon-like aura surrounding them. They looked down at the crowd condescendingly with a horrifying aura. The group consisted of Guai, Goodie, and Gulai, who were all second-step wisdom elites, along with another 7 wisdom elites. The lineup was so powerful that they could even dominate the world. What scary power! Wisdom manifested and surrendered to them. They're the second-step wisdom elites. It's over now. The eldritchs are here. How can the fourth dimension fight against them? Everyone in the fourth dimension showed fear. They activated the mana in their bodies to resist the oppression from the Eldritchs, and because of that, their faces were flushed red. "You're back?" Yun Qianshan's face sank and asked, "What about the others from the fourth dimension?" Yun Qianshan was shocked and suspicious. They rushed toward the third dimension excitedly, so why would they return so soon? Was it just a one-day trip? In the group were a bunch of demons from the fourth dimension. They wanted to look for their ancestors in the third dimension. If they did find their ancestors, they would not be afraid to face the Eldritchs. "Are you referring to those demons?" Gulai shook his head and mocked, "They're quite useless. They went to the seventh dimension with their ancestors to become game meat. I don't think they'll be getting there happily ever after." The seventh dimension again. Yun Qianshan thought. Since the Eldritch dared to enter the fourth dimension and let go of those bunch of people in the seventh dimension, it just means that they think that the fourth dimension's weaker than the seventh dimension. Yun Qianshan sneered, "What brings you to the fourth dimension? We have enough power in the fourth dimension to crush all of you." Although the Eldritchs had 3 second-step wisdom elite among them, the fourth dimension had Yun Qianshan, Lord Angel, and the mysterious person from Heaven Mystery Pavilion. They were almost on par with the Eldritchs. Guai said nothing. He glanced and set his eyes on the objects in everyone's hand in the fourth dimension. He raised his hands and the power of wisdom flowed, turning into an irresistible force that pulled the objects to him. "This is the origins from the third dimension? It does smell like the origins, but the smell is stronger and stranger." After that, Guai opened his mouth and ate it. Then, he closed his eyes and savored it. "It's definitely something good." A moment later, Guai opened his eyes. Then, he raised his hand and waved again. This time he captured the origins devouring bugs and said overbearingly, "I can't believe the legendary origins devouring bugs exists in the fourth dimension. Where did you get them? They belong to the Eldritchs from now on." Yun Qianshan laughed out of frustration. "Are you kidding me? We're ready to fight you if that's what you came here for. What a bunch of ignorant fools. Do you think you have the capability to fight against me?" Guai smiled in contempt. He slowly raised his hand and opened up his palm. The sky roared with Guai's movement. At that moment, Guai seemed to have the power to control the universe. The entire fourth dimension trembled because of his aura. A huge hand appeared, covering the sky and the Heaven Mystery Pavilion with its shadow. Everyone was feeling scared and trembling. "Is this Aura the origins? His body actually contains the origins." Yun Qianshan widened his eyes and stared at Guai's hand with horror. The hand was surrounded by a strange aura that had the power to control wisdom. It exuded a heart-palpitating power. He could actually refine origins in his hands. How much origins can he get? Guai's close to being a third-step wisdom elite. Yun Qianshan thought. Guai was stunned, too. He then said with surprise, "My brother Guai, I didn't know you were actually that powerful." Guai smiled and said, "I obtained countless origins in the third dimension over the years. It's not a surprise to possess such power." Then, when you were in the third dimension. Guai stopped finishing his sentence. He wanted to ask why Guai did not attack the people from the seventh dimension when they were in the third dimension. However, thinking back at the time, he still felt that the people from the seventh dimension were much stronger than Guai and it was right to back off. Guai was in control now. Relaxed, he said, "I'll just take it myself if all of you aren't going to surrender." As Guai finished his sentence, he used his giant hand and applied more pressure on the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. "You're underestimating all of us from the fourth dimension. Do you think our power hasn't grown after consuming the origins from the third dimension?" Yun Qianshan shouted angrily as he released his mana with the aura of the origins flowing inside it. "Useless." Guai smiled disdainfully. However, just as the two forces were about to confront each other, another force suddenly emerged from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. It blew away the two forces and disarmed their powers with a breeze. "Who is it?" Guai asked as he instantly led his people a few steps backward, his face full of vigilance. A phantom of an elderly man slowly appeared and said plainly, "Although we aren't from the same dimension, that doesn't mean we need to fight and kill each other when we meet." It was the old pavilion master. "Third step wisdom elite?" Guai narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "No, that's not right. This aura. It's full of origins. It's definitely the origins from the fourth dimension." There was a gleam in Guai's eyes showing a trace of greed, but it disappeared very soon. There was no doubt that he was after the origins of the fourth dimension, but he was not the opponent of the old pavilion master. The old pavilion master said, "In fact, it isn't necessary for us to fight to the death. We can instead cooperate to steal all the origins from the 7th dimension. Guai thought for a while and said, "I'll accept the offer." He did not bother to ask the reason behind it. He knew it was meaningless and all of it was for their own benefits and agenda. The most important matter was to steal the origins from the 7th dimension, since the 7th dimension was a very mysterious place. Guai said again, "Since we have the intention to destroy the 7th dimension, we should act fast. I suggest we gather more people. You just need to open the portal of the 3rd dimension and I can invite more people to join our plan." The old pavilion master nodded and said, "It's a great idea. With more people joining us, we can send out more origins devouring bugs to steal more of the origins in a short time." Yunki and Shan said, "If that's the case, I could invite my friends from the 4th dimension over and savor the origins together. Especially Lord Angel. I can't believe he dares to complain that the origins smell bad. I must brainwash him and help him overcome his fear." A smile appeared on Gudabai's face. "It's a party then? We could feast on the origins together. What a scene it would be." Guai laughed and said, "Ha, having the origins as our meal. I think only we can live this extravagantly among all the 7 dimensions. It's settled. Let's invite the others to join the party. They'll definitely cry with happiness when they hear we're willing to share some origins with them." In the backyard of the 4-part architecture, Dragon and Nanan were sitting next to the willow tree. They were listening to the willow tree who was talking about the past. Dragon asked curiously, "Sister Willow, is the weird gray mist really heaven? What realm are you in to be able to defeat heaven?" A gust of wind blew and the branches of the willow tree swayed with the wind. A gentle voice spoke, "It really is heaven, but that was just its avatar. I had just leveled up from being a 3rd step wisdom elite and entered into the wisdom dictator realm." "Sister Willow's so amazing to surpass the 3rd step wisdom elite," exclaimed Dragon. The 2nd step wisdom elite was powerful enough to suppress wisdom. Being a 3rd step wisdom elite was unimaginable and the willow tree was actually above it. No wonder it was able to defeat Heaven's avatar. "How powerful is Heaven's avatar anyway?" asked Nanan. "It's the strongest among all living creatures. There's no way to know its real strength and power," said the willow tree. "Those who defied heaven are remarkable people," said Nanan and Dragon admiringly. "Those who defied heaven are a group of people. They're marvelous and exceptional people. They had defied heaven a total of 9 times. Even when they failed each time, they would reincarnate into a stronger person and try again," said the willow tree. "After defying heaven 9 times, they finally succeed by setting up a trap that could entirely suppress heaven. The world was then separated into 7 dimensions. As long as the 7 dimensions are never reunited, heaven will never appear again." "Why must we defy heaven?" asked Dragon. "To live," said the willow tree slowly. "In that past, no matter how strong you were, even when you were already eternal, you'd one day be infected with the unknown, turning into a white-haired monster to eventually die. Meanwhile, heaven would destroy the world and there would be a genocide of all living creatures. Everything would have to start all over again, just like restarting a game." "Sister Willow, are you one of those who defied heaven?" asked Dragon curiously. The willow tree swayed its branches and said, "No. After the success, those who defied heaven could no longer live. They transformed their determination and souls and became the battle spirit guardians, so they could forever protect the 7 dimensions." The willow tree paused for a while and continued to say, "Since the world was separated into the 7 dimensions, theoretically speaking, no one could surpass being a 2nd step wisdom elite. Those who were the battle spirit guardians could reach the peak of 3rd step wisdom elite, and 7 battle spirit guardians guarded the 7 dimensions separately, representing the most powerful being in each dimension." Dragon nodded. With the battle spirit guardians guarding each dimension and heaven being suppressed forever, the 7 dimensions finally regained their peace. "That's true." The willow tree paused again and sighed. "However, in the end, we still lost it to the greed in human nature. Some people tried to seek stronger power and used despicable methods to gain it. They were even bewitched by heaven and brought disaster to the world." "Sister Willow, what about the rest of the battle spirit guardians? Are they in Brother Lee's backyard?" Dragon asked as she glanced around. "You don't have to look for them. They aren't here," the willow tree spoke with great sadness. Then it waved its branches at the sky and suddenly, an image appeared in front of them. 7 figures were standing in the image. Their faces were unclear and blurred but each of them looked elegant and graceful. Undoubtedly, they were exceptional people in their era. They were standing in front of a portal with worries all over their faces. In the portal, they could see some gray mist that exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Looking at the image, Dragon and Nanan felt scared and could not move their bodies. In the image, a tall man said, "The second dimension has fallen into an unprecedented catastrophe and it's being infected by the unknown. We must act together to suppress it in the shortest time." One of the people with a golden glow said, "If all of us go to the second realm, what about the other 6 dimensions? Seventh sister will stay behind while the rest of us go." Another person stood up and said with an extremely decisive tone. Seventh sister was the only woman within the group. She was wearing a long light green dress. She was taken aback when she heard it. "The changes in the second dimension are too sudden. Isn't it too risky to enter it rashly?" said seventh sister. "We have to go even if there's danger. If we can't defeat it, then we'll let the second dimension disappear forever." Seventh sister, "If we don't return from the second dimension, it's all up to you to protect the rest of the 6 dimensions." After that, none of them turned their backs. They entered the portal without any hesitation. The only woman left looked at the portal and sighed. Nanan and Dragon could not wait to find out what happened. "So what happened to the second dimension? Sister Willow, what happened?" The willow tree sighed. "I don't know. I didn't expect that was the last time I'd see them. In the end, I couldn't sense what happened in the second dimension." Nanan and Dragon's brows knitted together. Dragon said, "You were the most powerful people in all of the 7 dimensions. What else could have defeated them in the second dimension? Heaven was already divided into 7 pieces, so it couldn't have defeated them." Nanan said, "I wondered if Brother Lee will open the portal of the second dimension like what he did with the third dimension. If he does, we can go in to investigate what happened." "The expert?" repeated the willow tree respectfully as she thought of the possibility. "He saved me from the river of time, giving me a chance to regrow with just a small trace of vitality. It reversed the boundary of life and death. He reminds me of those heaven-defying people. If there's someone who can reopen the second dimension, then he's definitely the man to do it." "Sister Willow, we need to pick fertilizer gold to fertilize the backyard. Let's see if those new game animals are working hard," said Nanan. We just need to eat them if they aren't," Dragon exclaimed and said to the willow tree, "We'll come back when we're free." Meanwhile, it was very crowded and lively in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Many people were arriving with anticipation and curiosity. Their mana was flowing around them with wisdom contained in it. Most of them were wisdom elites, and there were even a few second-step wisdom elites among the new arrivals. "I heard there's a party here, is it true?" "That's right. So extravagant to be feasting the origins from the 7th dimension. I'm Shi Zhensheng, the leader of the Heaven Eye Donkey. I've brought all of my people with me." Chapter 728, A New Round of Fertilizer Gold Battle. "Welcome my friend, Shi Zhensheng. However, you don't need to bring all of your people here. We've set a minimum requirement to see who's qualified to participate in the feast." Yun Qianshan welcomed him as the host of the party. However, he did not welcome everyone the same. Shi Zhenshang laughed and said proudly, "Hee, our people are born from wisdom. We're invincible and there are only 3 of us left. Don't compare us with trash." A middle-aged man with a third eye on his forehead stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura as wisdom surrounded him. He said, "I'm Shi Tnong of the Heaven Eye Donkey Clan. Who dares to say I'm not eligible to join?" Another elderly-looking man walked out slowly and said plainly, "I'm Shi Kelong of the Heaven Eye Donkey Clan. How could the party continue without me?" 3 of them stood together as the sky and earth trembled, their auras roaring and wisdom flowing vigorously. Although they had not reached the second-step wisdom elite realm, they were the top-ranked wisdom elites. Even Yun Qianshan was shocked by them as they stood together. Yun Qianshan immediately said, "Oh, it's the Shi brothers. Forgive me for being rude just now. Please, come inside." Shi Zhenshang sighed coldly and said, "Where are the origins you mentioned? You'll face severe consequences if you lie to us." "That's right. We come from the 3rd dimension. You shouldn't fool those who can come out alive from there," said someone else. Yun Qianshan smiled and said, "Don't worry. Everything's prepared. The origins devouring bugs are ready to depart anytime." Shi Tnong smiled. "Origins devouring bugs? Legend has it that the existence of these bugs wasn't allowed in any of the dimensions since it can eat origins. That's interesting. Everyone, many of our brothers and friends are in the hall. You can all head over there and socialize. A great, tasty meal awaits us," said Yun Qianshan. "Ha! All right, it has been ages since I've joined a party. I like to party, it's going to be very happening. I can't wait to see what the origins from the 7th dimension looks like." Meanwhile, In a secret room deep inside the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, Gui, Goodie and Goulet were standing together with the old pavilion master in front of them. The trio was asking for information about the seventh dimension. After all, the seventh dimension was too mysterious. Their people did not look like they possessed great power, but their planning was extremely thoughtful. In other words, there was someone behind them that was teaching them what to do. The mystery person must know and understand the seventh dimension very well, since he knew how to steal its origins. Despite the mystery man being very powerful, the trio represented the Eldritch clan and had a certain level of influence. "My friend, as far as I know, the seventh dimension is an extraordinary place. Do you know any information about it?" asked Gui. He needed to know more information so he could report back to Ancestor Eldritch. "There's no point hiding it from you. The seventh dimension has an expert who has entered the state of the ultimate existence," replied the old pavilion master honestly. Goodie's face suddenly changed as he said solemnly, "The origins took physical forms and the ultimate existence became one with wisdom." "No wonder." Gui took a deep breath and said, "No wonder the growth in the dimension surpassed our expectations. That's the reason behind it. It's a gamble of life and death for someone to become the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions," said Gulai. "Hee, it's definitely a gamble of life and death," the old pavilion master sneered and said, "and the truth is that he's going to lose because of me." Goodie laughed, "Ha ha. The seventh dimension is doomed. Let's hurry and use the origins devouring bugs to gather all the origins from there." "It's extraordinary how you could nurture the origins devouring bugs," Gui said as he glanced at the old pavilion master. Then, he walked out after bidding goodbye. Goodie and Gulai followed him to a place with no one around and said, "It's a huge matter. Goodie, use the cross-dimension mirror and contact Ancestor Eldritch." Goodie nodded, and with the flip of his hand, the cross-dimension mirror appeared in his hand. As he used his mana, wisdom started floating around the mirror as it started to contact the Eldritchs. Deep within the area of the Eldritchs, Gui's expression was not good. He was waiting for Goodie to send back the origins of the seventh dimension. At the start, Goodie had frequently sent back some of the origins a few times each day. The quantity was sufficient. Gui felt relieved that Goodie did not let him down. Goodie was able to get his hand on the origins of the seventh dimension and send it back to him so he could happily enjoy it. He knew that one day he could accumulate enough of the origins of the third dimension and rule the seven dimensions if he continued to eat the origins. However, just when he was used to eating it every day, the delivery suddenly stopped. It was unacceptable. Gui could not believe that Goodie failed to complete his mission. At that moment, he sensed that Goodie was contacting him through the cross-dimension mirror. He took it out with a big smile on his face. He waved his hand and the mirror flashed with Goodie on the other side. Goodie greeted with respect, "Greetings, Ancestor Eldritch." Gui frowned and asked majestically, "What's going on? Why did you stop sending me the origins over the last few days?" "Ancestor Eldritch, something big happened. I went to the third dimension and discovered a big secret of the seventh dimension," said Goodie. "The third dimension?" Gui was astonished when he heard it. He said with disbelief, "Is that real? How did the third dimension show up?" "As real as gold. I even met Gui there," said Goodie. Gui approached and appeared in the mirror. "Greetings, Ancestor Eldritch." "Gui. It's really you." Gui was surprised and happy. "Hurry and tell me what happened." Gui quickly told Gui what happened. Not only did he mention the seventh dimension, but he had also told him about the situation in the fourth dimension. Gui was more astonished than ever as he listened. After listening to everything, Gui took a deep breath and said, "I didn't expect that a portal to the third dimension would open in the seventh dimension, and there's actually an expert who has entered the state of ultimate existence in the seventh dimension. No wonder it's so mysterious. And there are actually origins devouring bugs that exist in the dimension? I guess the world's really changing dramatically. Interesting, very interesting indeed." Then, Gui paused for a while and looked at the stone tablet beside him. He said, "As for the broken tree in heaven." Suddenly, a frightening sound arose. The stone tablet suddenly shook violently. A wild and dangerous aura appeared and a shadow of a human figure appeared. "Impossible. It's impossible. Nothing bad could have happened to Seventh Sister. There's no way she would become broken." Once the shadow appeared, the surrounding wisdom tried hard to hide their existence. The shadow stared at Gui and spoke coldly in a low tone, "You're lying." The cold eyes had an unexplainable strength that could penetrate the cross-dimension mirror, sending shocking pressure to Gui. It made Guai's heart beat rapidly and goosebumps appeared all over his body. It was as if the cold gaze could kill him. He was too terrified to talk. Meanwhile, a gray mist appeared from the stone tablet and transformed into tentacles that wrapped around the shadow. It said happily, "Hee hee hee. Stop fooling yourself. All of you died in the second dimension and the willow tree died in the third dimension. Once you're all dead, that's it. Stop struggling and accept the truth." The aura surrounding the shadow surged and broke apart the tentacles of the gray mist. It yelled, "That's impossible. We locked and contained your actual figure in the second dimension. That's no way you could hurt Seventh Sister." The stone tablet trembled as the shadow started to attack and struggle against the gray mist. In the meantime, Gui ordered, "Guai, show us so we can see it." "Okay," Guai nodded. He waved his hand and played the scenario where the willow tree fought against the gray mist. In the end, the willow tree broke and died together with the gray mist in the third dimension. Then the scene fast-forwarded, showing a white-haired monster in the scene where the people from the seventh dimension dug away the remains of the willow tree. Guai knew what Ancestor Eldritch meant, so he purposely missed out the part where the seventh dimension helped out the broken willow tree. "No. No." The shadow screamed in sorrow as the sky and earth trembled. "Who are those people? Why did they dig away the remains of the seventh sister?" "Ah. They're the people from the seventh dimension. They said they wanted to burn down the broken tree and make it into wood ash," answered Guai. The shadow trembled and said hopelessly, "Darn it. We didn't manage to protect you. Oh, seventh sister." The gray mist tangled up and covered the shadow and smiled weirdly. "The battle spirit guardians are now in the past. Stop struggling. It's meaningless for you to continue to suppress me. Why don't you give up and relieve yourself now?" The gray mist slowly dragged the shadow back to the stone tablet. Gui witnessed all of it. He said to Guai after it returned to its peaceful state, "Since there's an expert who has entered the state of the ultimate existence in the seventh dimension, you have to be extremely careful when devouring the origins with the origins devouring bugs. Remember to get a bigger share when you start to feast on the origins." "Don't worry, Ancestor Eldritch. We'll definitely have the bigger share and send it over to you then," replied Guai respectfully. "Very good. I'll be waiting for it. Remember, the quantity must be more than enough." Gui nodded satisfactorily and waved his hand. "Okay, get going then." The trio immediately accepted the order and went to complete the mission. Meanwhile, at the four-part architecture, Nanan and Dragon were taking out the wooden pail as usual to feed the wild game animals. Nanan knocked on the gong in her hand and said, "Come on over. To the newcomers, I'm going to explain the rules now. This will be your food in the future." The bunch of wild game animals were stunned but they still gathered together obediently. They were very curious and were thinking about how their manure could contain the origins. "The expert captured us to gather the fertilizer gold, but it's impossible for us to have droppings that contain the origins. Is there something magical about that pit? Could it be that once we poop inside it, our droppings would magically contain origins?" thought the wild game animals. After the explanation from Nanan and Dragon, they finally understood and looked at the wooden pail with affection. "It's way beyond my imagination. Our food contains origins in it. The expert treats us so well. We would forever be grateful for the love and care from the expert. So this is the treatment we get for being wild game animals? I must say I'm loving it. Why didn't you tell us sooner? If you did, we would have just followed you here voluntarily. Thank you very much. I can't tell you how grateful I feel to be captured by you to receive such treatment. I finally made it. I finally succeeded from eating poop to eating proper food. This tastes so good. Smells good, too." The bunch of wild game animals happily consumed their food. They rested for a while after finishing their meals. After that, they started to work on their first shift. Since it was their first time, they were exceptionally hard-working. They wanted to leave a good impression so they would not be slaughtered. At that moment, all of them were surrounding the big pit and doing their business. One of the Jiao three-legged crows suddenly remembered and reminded everyone, "Oh yeah, I need to remind all of you that Yunki and Shan and his group would come and steal our poop. When that time comes, we'll need to defend it." "Don't worry. We'll protect it at all cost," said the other wild game animals. The Crow King sneered and said, "I'll eat all of them if they dare to come here. Don't forget that we're born to be experts in eating bugs." The Crow King's right. As everyone was feeling ambitious, the space above them suddenly twisted and a group of origins devouring bugs appeared, heading straight toward the pit. They targeted the manure menacingly. All the wild game animals sensed something and looked into the sky. They suddenly had goosebumps, and even the Crow King, who was very confident, showed fear on his face. The sky was full of the origins devouring bugs like huge gray clouds. The bugs dived into the pit. No one would be able to withstand it. Oh gosh! How many origins devouring bugs are there? This is crazy. They're too ridiculous for stealing our hard work in broad daylight. That jerk, Yunki and Sean. Did he go crazy? If all of our hard work is stolen, the expert will be displeased with us all. They're trying to force us to our deaths. Hurry up, everyone. Remain alert and protect the fertilizer gold. Let's battle it out with the bugs. The bunch of wild game animals roared as they searched for weapons to defend the hole. All of the chaos three-legged crows flapped their wings and used their beaks to peck on the bugs. However, there were too many bugs, and most of them managed to break through their defenses and enter the pit. Within a moment, the hole was covered with a layer of bugs. The wild game animals roared nervously. The scene was in an absolutely chaotic situation. Ah! No! Give me back the fertilizer gold! You bunch of thieves! Stop moving! Yunki and Sean, do you know that you're eating my fertilizer gold? Stop immediately. This is for your own good. Stop stealing so much of it at one time. This is too ridiculous. Over a short time, the first battle ended with the origins devouring bugs claiming their victory. The wild game animals were outnumbered. The origins devouring bugs had stolen quite a huge amount of the manure from the hole. DMN it. What should we tell the expert? Where did Yunki and Sean gather so many people? He's out of his mind. That's enough. Let's continue with our business. Even if we're dehydrated from it, we still have to complete today's mission. Chapter 729, The Insecticide, Trouble Knocking on Lord Angel's Door. In the 4-part architecture, Daji and Fire Phoenix were cooking. They were the perfect combination of fire and ice and were able to cook any dish, ranging from iced drinks, sashimi, seafood, grilled barbecue, stir-fry, stew, and special ingredients that required both ice and fire. It was just a matter of them raising their hands and the dish would be done. After Lina and Fan's teaching during this period, they had become very adept at cooking with ice and fire. Whenever they raised their hands, they also had the demeanor of the food god. The most important thing was that their movements were elegant and beautiful, like goddesses cooking, which was pleasing to the eye. Their looks alone made the dishes they cooked a rare delicacy in the world, and with Lina and Fan's teaching and Xiao Bei's assistance, their cooking skills had far surpassed those of the food god. Not far away, Shi Tukin and Qin Manyun looked at Daji and Fire Phoenix with admiration and envy. Since entering the 4-part architecture, they had been by Lina and Fan's side. Everyone had been baptized by wisdom all the time. An occasional teaching or casual words from Lina and Fan was enough to benefit them a lot and help them realize their enlightenment. Not to mention the treatment they got. From the food that they ate to the rooms that they slept in, they all were filled with mysterious opportunities for them to enhance the affinity of wisdom. Therefore, the growth of power was almost unimaginable, and they had progressed to a level they never once imagined they could reach. However, although their progress was very fast, they were still far behind Daji and Fire Phoenix. Qin Manyun was only walking the path of the Guqin and Shi Tukin was walking the path of art, but Daji and Fire Phoenix, in addition to their ice and fire power, were also learning yoga, cooking, chess, and more. In other words, the powers that Daji and Fire Phoenix had gained and mastered were much more than theirs. In fact, it would not be far-fetched to say they were almighty. Under the baptism of these different powers, the power superimposed on each other was undoubtedly very terrifying, and the strength of Daji and Fire Phoenix obviously pushed them farther and farther ahead of the rest. Qin Manyun sighed softly. Sure enough, even though we're also following the expert, there still exists a gap in talent between people. Shi Tukin glanced at Lina and Fan secretly, cheeks slightly red as she muttered, Sister Daji and Sister Fire Phoenix have more important baptisms than us every night. That's probably the key. On the other side, in the pavilion, Lina and Fan was relaxing very leisurely. He did not have to worry about anything and was playing chess with Little Fox. Checkmate, said Lina and Fan with a smile. What? Little Fox was dumbfounded when she glanced at the chess game. Brother Li, when did you put your rook here? No, your rook is dangerous. Put it back there. Little Fox began to put Lina and Fan's chess piece back, as usual. All right, we'll have it your way, said Lina and Fan. He really did not mind her doing that at all. Little Fox bit her lip and stared at the chessboard, frowning as she found that the situation was completely insoluble. Looking up at Lina and Fan pitifully, she said coquettishly, Brother Li, your rook's too powerful. Why don't you give it to me? How many times has this been? How about I just let you win? Said Li Nianfan with a bitter smile. But I've never won before, so I never got to experience the sweet taste of victory, said Little Fox unhappily. Don't worry, it's not because you're too weak. I'm just too strong. You'll definitely win if it's another opponent, said Li Nianfan with a smile. At this time, Dragon and Nanan walked in carrying the wooden bucket. They were frowning, their unhappiness apparent. What's wrong? Asked Li Nianfan curiously. Dragon pouted and said miserably, there's too little fertilizer gold. How could it be? Are the animals not working hard? Asked Li Nianfan in surprise. It's those pesky bugs. They've been stealing our fertilizer gold, said Nanan angrily. What? Could it be dung beetles you're talking about? Asked Li Nianfan with an arched brow. Logically speaking, dung beetles did not hunt in groups, but this was the cultivating realm of immortals they were in, so anything could be possible. Heck, he would not even be surprised if the dung beetles could take on human forms. The question was, why were they targeting the game animals' manure? What should we do, Brother Li? They come quite often. It's so annoying, said Dragon. Don't panic. They're only bugs, said Li Nianfan comfortingly. Then, he went into the utility room. Afterward, there was a familiar sound of items moving around. Soon, the sound stopped, and Li Nianfan walked out of the utility room with a transparent glass bottle in his hand. In the bottle, there was a transparent liquid that looked like water. A white label was pasted on the bottle with large black letters spelling insecticide, coupled with a skull symbol above the word. Apart from that, there were no other details on the bottle, which made it look relatively low-end. Li Nianfan obviously disliked it. The packaging was not really that good, but since it was delivered by the system back then, it should not be a fake. He would have forgotten all about it if it was not for the bugs. What is this, Brother Li? Asked Nanan curiously. This is an insecticide, which is specially used to eliminate bugs. Pour this into the big pit and it should kill the bugs if they ever come again, said Li Nianfan. We'll do just that, Brother Li. Nanan and Dragon's eyes lit up, their faces glowing in excitement. They could not wait to see the bugs get what they deserved. Outside the four-part architecture, the game animals were anxiously waiting for Nanan and Dragon to come back. The game animals were afraid that they would be turned into meat rolls because they did not complete their mission for the day. Compared to before, they had all lost some weight and were looking a little haggard. They quickly looked toward the door when they heard a creaking sound. Goddesses, we really did try our best. Look, we've even lost some weight, but they were all stolen by those pesky bugs. Those bugs are really greedy. They came 7 times today. Tell me who can withstand so many attacks in one day? I swear it's not because we're lazy. We're really at our limits. Goddess, is the expert angry? Please, tell him it's really not our fault. They all spoke at the same time, panicked and anxious. That's enough. Brother Li's given us something to deal with the bugs, said Nanan. Then, she and Dragon walked to the big pit together and poured the bottle of insecticide into it. This is an insecticide, a little something for our guests, said Dragon. Insecticide? Isn't that poison? They're putting poison in the manure? The expressions of the wild game suddenly became weird as they silently mourned for Yunqi and Shan and the others in their hearts. Nanan and Dragon went back to the four-part architecture after completing their task. At this time, Daji and Fire Phoenix had just taken off their aprons and were each holding a plate. Master, dinner's ready, they said with smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to try both of my lovely wives' dishes, said Li Nianfan happily while taking a seat at the table. There were 5 dishes in total: deep-fried pork knuckle, braised 3-legged crow, scrambled eggs with chives, braised eggplant, and fish head tofu soup. They were all classic cuisines. Li Nianfan first scooped a spoonful of fish soup and drank it. Daji and Fire Phoenix were staring at Li Nianfan, full of expectations, hoping to get Li Nianfan's approval. Li Nianfan closed his eyes, savored it carefully, and said with a smile, "The soup's milky white and there's a delicious milky fragrance to it. Did you put milk in it? Not bad at all. Your cooking's restaurant-worthy." Daji's eyes lit up slightly and she said cheerfully, "I'm just glad you like it. If you want, we can make it for you every day." "Try the fish meat, Master," said Fire Phoenix. "Is there something special about it?" asked Li Nianfan. "Master, I helped a little with this dish. Before slaughtering the fish and ducks, I played some music for them, letting them immerse themselves in the music so they would relax and die happily. Therefore, You'll find that there's a taste of joy in their meat, said Chinman Yun. Bravo! I'm impressed that the three of you came up with this method, praised Li Nianfan. We owe it all to you, said the three girls happily. Nanan and Dragon breathed in the smell of the food deeply and said, Brother Li, can we have some, too? Sure, but let me check if you've done your homework first. Did you memorize the poem for today? Asked Li Nianfan. Yes. Dragon and Nanan nodded in unison. While I was concentrating on studying, unknowingly springs over, every inch of time is as precious as an inch of gold. Had I not been interrupted by the laughter of the passing pedestrians, I would have delved into the essence and teachings of Confucius. Good. I can tell you really put a lot of effort into memorizing it, said Li Nianfan while nodding approvingly. Then, she took out her painting and showed it to Li Nianfan for inspection, which she passed with flying colors. Okay, you may all eat. Yay! Let's dig in. I want some pork knuckle. Whoa! This tofu's so smooth. It's like water. Yum! Instantly, the sound of happiness filled the entire four-part architecture. At the same time, in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, it was equally as lively. Everyone looked at the origins of the third dimension that had just been transported with faces full of excitement. Let's dig in, everybody. Don't mind if I do. While eating, Guai suddenly asked Yunqi and Shan, none of the angels from the fourth dimension came? Yunqi and Shan nodded and said, yeah, I don't know what Yen was thinking. He's refused us so many times. So much for wanting to do a good thing for him. Guai frowned and his eyes flickered slightly. We have to speed up the progress. Go and invite him again. Make sure he's here the next time. He might be hiding something. Hiding something? Yunqi and Shan was taken aback. What do you think he's hiding? Ha, beats me, but don't you find it odd that he doesn't want to join us? Who here can resist the temptation of the origins? Yes, it's smelly, but we're talking about the origins for crying out loud, said Guai. Well, now that you've mentioned it. He was really firm on his answer. In fact, he was avoiding it like the plague, said Yunqi and Shan with a thoughtful look on his face. There's definitely something wrong with that guy, said Gutabai. We should force him to tell us the reason, and we can always kill him if he doesn't want to tell us, said Gulai. After the meal, Gutabai took out the cross-dimension mirror and transmitted the share that belonged to Guhui, which he received appreciatively. 3 days passed quietly this way. However, Lord Angel still did not come, and everyone gradually got impatient. Let's go to the Angel's Palace, said Guai coldly. He then took a step into the void and took the lead in the charge. Yunqi and Shan and others also rose into the air and headed straight for the palace. After a short while, the palace appeared in front of them and the white angel's light surrounded the sky. A tsunami of aura burst from Guai's body like a roaring fierce beast, charging straight at the palace. Above the palace, the sky seemed to be collapsing. An extremely powerful sense of oppression enveloped all the angels with horror. Tianhua, I've already tried my best to persuade you, and yet, you still won't come. Yunqi and Shan also rushed over, his mana was thunderous and his voice reverberated over the temple. Lord Angel, War Angel, and the other angels flew out of the palace, suspended in the void, watching Guai vigilantly. Aren't you all being a little too overbearing? I don't want to fight over the 7th dimension's origins with you, also why do you have to force me like this? Said Lord Angel coldly. This isn't a question of whether you want to or not, but we want you to share it with us. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to join us? Asked Guai. No way am I eating that poop. He thought, unable to say it out loud. He never expected that this group of people would force him to join their party. How was this different from forcing people to eat poop? Moreover, this matter concerned the expert, making it even more impossible for him to do so. He shook his head and said, the answer's no. Do you know something that we don't? Is this why you're being so stubborn? What does the 7th dimension have to do with you? Asked Yunqi and Shan coldly. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he continued, by the way, I just noticed that all of your angels are actually bald. What happened? Why have you all stripped off your feathers? It's none of your business, said War Angel coldly. It looks like we've hit upon something. Oh well, it's not important now because you're all going down, said Gutabai domineeringly. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and launched a punch at Lord Angel. This fist was made from the condensed energy of wisdom, giving it the ability to travel through time and space. It turned into a vortex and instantly arrived in front of Lord Angel with a terrifying destructive force. Lord Angel snorted and neutralized it with a punch of his own. How dare you behave so impudently when you're the only second-step wisdom elite in the entire clan of angels? Die. Chapter 730, The Quest for the Antidote, A Struggle of Life and Death. This is the end for the Angel clan. Kill them all, shouted everyone, and the violent coercion slammed on the angels. Only Lord Angel was a second-step wisdom elite in the Angel clan, and there was a limited number of wisdom elites, too. On the other hand, there were many strong fighters in Yunki and Shan's group, making them unstoppable. The difference in combat power between the two groups was just too big of a gap to cross. One only had to imagine a lake and an ocean to know just how vast the difference was. Stay alert, everyone, and bring out your head wreaths, said Lord Angel. He raised his hand, and a head wreath slowly floated in the air, before landing on the top of his head and transforming into a glowing halo. In an instant, wisdom was flowing downstream, and the oppressive influence from the Altrichs and others was blown away by the wind. Moreover, the overflowing angel's light contained a trace of Origin's aura. It was not just him, but a halo appeared on the heads of all the angels, and they were bathed in brilliant, dazzling light. Guai's pupils shrank rapidly as he said with shock, "Is this, the Origins?" Goodbye took a deep breath and said, "Everyone has an Origins halo protecting them. Where have they been hiding the halos all this time? So that's why you rejected my offer so many times. How did you do it? Tell me how you got the Origins imbued on your feather," asked Yunki and Shan, eyes green with jealousy. He finally knew why the angels were all bald. It turned out that they had exchanged their feathers for the head wreaths. "Tell us how we can get the Origins on our feathers, too." "I want to be bald too," said the other demons. Lord Angel smiled coldly and said, "The fur on your demon's body is inferior to our feathers. They're not worthy to be stained with Origins." "Why you? Die!" The demons roared angrily, and together, they shot at the angels. "Just because you have the halo doesn't give you the right to be so cocky." The Eldritchs raised their hands to suppress Lord Angel. "You're acting like you're the only person with Origins. Why, I'll show you." Guai smiled coldly and raised his right hand. This arm had been tempered into a hand of the Origins, like the hand of God, containing unparalleled power. The power was close to a third-step wisdom elite's power. The void exploded, the entire sky turned into chaos, and a heavy vortex appeared, as if about to engulf the world. Wisdom was shaking, and the law of the universe was annihilated. The angel's light never extinguishes as it purifies the universe. Lord Angel gave a cold cry, and all the angels rose into the sky. The halo on their heads floated up and gathered in the void, turning them into a huge light curtain. Outside the light curtain, the magical powers of the Eldritchs and others roared like a violent wind, driving a multitude of visions that were frantically attacking the light curtain. The two forces were intertwined, each trying to wipe out the other. Goodbye's eyes showed a strange light and he was shocked. "This halo's so extraordinary, it can purify our attacks." Guai nodded and said, "They are far from our strength, but they can do this with the help of the head wreaths. It's really extraordinary." Guai said, "What I really want to know is the nature of their relationship with the seventh dimension. Where did they get the head wreaths, and why don't they want to consume the Origins of the seventh dimension?" The faces of Lord Angel and War Angel were strife with the struggles of keeping their mouths shut. "Why won't we consume the Origins from the seventh dimension? If only you knew. Tianhua, I never thought that you'd keep such a big secret from me. You've forced my hands into this. Die, all you angels," roared Yunki and Shan. His tone was full of murderous aura and his mana surged as he prepared to cast out a wisdom ultimate spell. However, the next moment, his body trembled suddenly, and then a mouthful of blood came out as a black aura suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. His eyes filled with confusion as he wondered what was going on with him. His pupils suddenly dilated, revealing a deep look of horror. He could feel that his mana was trembling, and his Origins of life was actually fading quickly. How could it be when he was the mighty second-step wisdom elite who had surpassed the boundaries of life and death? There was no coming back from this once his Origins of life were all gone. He could not even imagine how this could come to be. He seemed to be the first sign of what was to come, for immediately above the void, each of the intruders started to spew a mouthful of blood, causing them to be filled with confusion and fear. Lord Angel was also slightly taken aback when he saw this scene. "I haven't done anything at all. Am I really that powerful? What's going on? The Origins of my life is dissipating. No. We've been poisoned. But how could this be? Impossible, how can such poison exist in the world? This is beyond the rules of heaven and earth. It's over. If this goes on, We will definitely die. Is this how it feels to die? It must be the origins from the seventh dimension. There must be something wrong with it. No wonder the angels didn't want to eat it. They must have known that there is a problem with the origins from there. Everyone kept shouting over each other, and for a while, panic spread among them. I glanced at Lord Angel and then said, "We shouldn't delay anymore. Let's hurry to the seventh dimension." "Yes, we need the antidote. We'll kill them if they don't give us the antidote." They immediately turned around with no more thoughts of annihilating the angels and hurriedly made their way to the portal. Fighting against the angels would only make the toxins in their bodies spread faster, so they chose to spend that energy in finding the antidote instead. After all, there was nothing more important than one's own life. Lord Angel and War Angel looked at each other, with a trace of complexity in their eyes. "It seems that the expert has done something to the origins they were consuming," said War Angel. "Yes, a brilliant move I must say," said Lord Angel, overcome with emotions. "I didn't expect that not only did they eat poop, but they also poison the poop, which is really amazing. We should be grateful to him for saving the Angel clan once again," said War Angel. "You're right. Let's head over to the Heavenly Palace to warn them so they can stop them," said Lord Angel. The two of them immediately flew toward the portal, too. In their current situation, the Eldritchs and the others were like desperados, meaning they would do all sorts of crazy things to save themselves, so they must be taken care of. The Eldritchs and others had already entered the portal and arrived at the seventh dimension. They wasted no time in going straight to the area of the gods. "The seventh dimension's despicable. How dare they use poison against us? If I die, I'll make every one of them go down with me," shouted Guai. His voice bellowed like thunder, igniting the wisdom ocean and forming a turbulent flow to the surroundings. Immediately, countless stars in the chaos shattered, and even a small world was blown up with the creatures living there annihilated. "There's an expert in the seventh dimension who has entered the state of the ultimate existence, but I'm sure we can definitely break his state if we attack together," said Yunqi and Shan in a low voice. "You're going down, seventh dimension," shouted Shi Zhangshang. They roared vigorously and cockily. Filled with the aura of destruction, they disrupted the seventh dimension's wisdom and killed many beings along the way. Soon, they entered the area of the gods. Just as they were preparing to continue their destruction all the way to the fallen immortal mountain, a dazzling and majestic golden light came rushing in from the distance. It was the team from the Heavenly Palace, followed by 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. They were all looking at the intruders with solemn expressions. "Halt! The seventh dimension doesn't welcome the likes of you. Get out of here," said Cultivator Junjun. "Hee, it's you guys." I recognized some of them and said coldly, "We've been poisoned by the seventh dimension. Give us the antidote and we'll withdraw, but be prepared to feel our wrath if you don't hand it over." "We don't have the antidote, but don't think we'll let you destroy the seventh dimension either," said Yang Jing. "Ha ha ha, there isn't even a second step wisdom elite among you people, and you still dare say such big words. Don't make me laugh," said Gutabai mockingly. "We shouldn't waste our breath on them. We should just kill them," said Gulai. "Even if we're in cahoots with them?" At this time, Lord Angel and War Angel had already joined the Heavenly Palace team and were looking at the intruders coldly. "Tianhua, you're a citizen of the fourth dimension, do you really plan to join forces with them?" asked Yunqi and Shan. "Yes. You've done many evil deeds and you should be punished. Death is your destination," said Lord Angel. The aura of the two sides intertwined in the void, making the sound of explosions, mana rising like flames, pushing everyone into the verge of a big battle. Suddenly, several figures came slowly from the distance. They walked in step by step over a path made up of moonlight. The group consisted of a dog, two girls, and a beautiful and seductive woman. Many demons lost their minds when they saw the beautiful woman, as if they had never seen such a beautiful woman before. They were deeply attracted to her and wanted to surrender to her charm. On the contrary, the Eldritch's hearts were beating wildly as they immediately became extremely nervous. "Oh no! They're here!" Unsurprisingly, they still remembered everything that happened in the third dimension. They would not even have come to the seventh dimension if it was not for the matter of life and death. "What are you all doing? What's up with all the noise pollution? Don't you know it's the middle of the night right now?" shouted Blackie. "Yeah. You all deserve to die for disrupting Brother Lee's sleep," said Nanan coldly. "You brought this onto yourself from the moment you decided to poison us," said Yunqi and Shan in a low voice. "Ha! I can't believe you're blaming us for that. You wouldn't have been poisoned if you didn't steal the animal's poop," said Dragon. "Steal, Poop? Yunki and Shan thought he heard wrong. What's wrong with them? When did I ever steal poop? The others were dumbfounded as well. Yes, poop. Don't play dumb. Dragon swiped her hand across the void, and the ripples turned into a water mirror, playing the scene of the Origins devouring bug rushing into the big pit. Looking at what happened on the screen, the Eldritchs and others fell silent for a while. Then, blood began to gradually become congested in their eyes as they trembled with a sense of despair. No. We've been eating poop all this while? This can't be happening? This is what the fourth dimension has been feeding us? Those are not Origins devouring bugs but poop devouring bugs. Yunki and Shan, why would you feed us something like this when we hold no grudge toward each other? The most important thing is that there's poison in this poop. It's cruel. Where's the justice in all this? Blurg. Their brains exploded, their hearts collapsed, and a few of them went crazy on the spot. The mighty wisdom elites died of poisoning because of eating poop. This was absolutely a precedent in all of the 7 dimensions. How dare the 7th dimension play us like this? Guai's voice was trembling, his eyes were tearful, and his emotions were on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a far worse thought came to his mind. A lot of the poop was sent to Ancestor Eldritch, meaning to say that he was poisoned as well. I can't believe that even you, Ancestor Eldritch, could not see past the 7th dimension's trick. I regret putting my faith in you. The tall and glorious image of Ancestor Eldritch suddenly collapsed in his heart. After a long silence, Gutabai said, the poop isn't the point right now. What we want is the antidote. There was no use crying over spilled milk. He's right. Whether it's food or poop, it's just a different form of existence. Everything's equal in my eyes. All food becomes poop in the end, said Gulai. As soon as these words were said, everyone else seemed to be comforted and immediately felt much better. The expressions of the Heavenly Palace people suddenly became weird. They had to admire the poop eater's ability to comfort themselves. Xiao Chengfeng sighed and said, I always thought that when it comes to talking bullshit, I'm the best, but compared to you, I'm completely nothing. Your mentality's really up there. So much so that I don't mind passing on to you the title of King of Bullshit. Guai gritted his teeth and said, stop talking nonsense and hand over the antidote. A murderous aura exploded from his body and rose into the sky as if he was going to attack them at any moment. Little Fox stepped forward and blinked innocently at them. You can have the antidote, but you'll have to play chess with me first. I'll give you the antidote if you win, she said melodiously. She had been losing to Li Nian Fan in chess, and desperately needed to find a sense of accomplishment from others. That was why she rushed over tonight. Guai's eyes narrowed, and he immediately said, you promise? Little Fox nodded and said, yeah, of course. Guai laughed and said, ha ha ha, good. I accept your challenge. Chess is my strong suit. How should we play it? Little Fox flicked her wrist and a chessboard appeared in her hand. Then, she tossed the chessboard into the sky. The chessboard glowed brilliantly and merged with the sky. Chapter 731, Little Fox, do you understand the rules of the game now? Above the void, the trajectory of wisdom manifested itself and turned into a line, intertwining with each other to form a chessboard. The whole space was surrounded by a mysterious aura, isolated into an independent space. What is this? I can actually feel a strong Origins aura. A real heaven and earth have been created. Not only are the Origins and wisdom here, but even the rules of heaven and earth have been laid down. Is this the chess world? What level is this chessboard that it can actually manifest a chess world? The 7th dimension is truly terrifying. Just when everyone was shocked, the chessboard had already blanketed them, and a brilliant light washed over them, giving them an identity as if they were newborns. Everyone's bodies got bigger and some words appeared on their bodies, denoting the part they would play in the chess game. Cultivator Junjun looked at his body with confusion, for his belly was printed with the word pawn, putting him in the front row of the chessboard. What's going on? Yang Jing, Xiao Chengfeng, Xing Ya, and Tong Tian stood side by side with him, for there were also pawns. Xiao Chengfeng laughed loudly and said, we've been put at the very front of the line, which just shows how important we are. Ha ha ha, I'll take the lead in the charge. Opposite them, there were also 5 people corresponding to them 1-to-1, among them, were Shi Zhancheng, Shi Tenong, and Shi Kelong. They were staring at Yang Jing coldly. The third eye's unique to the Heaven-Eye Donkey. Why do you, a human, have it? Asked Shi Zhenshang. This third eye's well known in all of the 7 dimensions. Where did you get it from, and what connection does it have with our Heaven-Eye Donkey clan? asked Shitnong. Bullshit. I'm Yang Jing and my third eye's a gift from God. When did the third eye ever become you donkey's sole claim? Said Yang Jing. Hee, I can feel that your third eye's as good as ours. You must be the product of a heaven-eye donkey and a human. Analyzed Shi Kelong thoughtfully. Your body flows with the blood of my sacred donkey clan. It's high time you pay respect to your ancestors, said Shi Zhenshang sternly. Cultivator Junjun and others were all struck dumb. They all turned to look at Yang Jing with an odd look in their eyes while a smile bloomed on their faces. I never expected you to come from such a tumultuous background, Yang Jing. Your parents not only had an interdimensional but also an interracial relationship, said Xingya. Brother Yang Jing, now I know why you can help being such an ass, said Xiao Chengfeng playfully. Yang Jing, there's no need to keep the story of your birth under wraps anymore, said Tong Tian. Yang Jing's face was as black as charcoal and he said in a low voice, shut up all of you. I'll kill these 3 donkeys. Guai was printed with the word king on his body. He was surprised by everyone's transformation, but that surprise immediately turned into solemnness. Interesting. You've turned the void into a chessboard and us, the chess pieces. What are the rules of the chess game? Little Fox was in the position of the king. This game's called chess. As for the rules, you can use your divine consciousness to find out. Blackie had become the queen standing next to her. He seemed to be a little confused and a little nervous. This little fox is too naughty for her own good. How could she steal the master's chessboard and use it to play chess with the intruders? We'll definitely die if we get taken out by our opponents. This was a very dangerous chess game indeed. If everything was to go according to the rules, there would inevitably be pieces taken out. Everyone closed their eyes and quickly perceived the gameplay of the chess game from this world. They were all very powerful. They were able to understand the rules very quickly due to their divine consciousness and talent in scheming. Guai was sure that he held a winning ticket in his hand. This is going to be fun. Little Fox, you can make the first move. Little Fox waved her hand, and Nanan, who was a pawn, flew around and came to the corresponding position. Go, Goodie-bye. Guai waved, and Goodie-bye, who was a knight, jumped out immediately. Thus began a fierce chess battle and everyone was flying on the board like chess pieces according to their instructions. After walking 7 turns, the first victim was close at hand. Under Little Fox's order, Yang Jing, as a pawn, crossed the middle of the board. Hee, you donkeys better be prepared to die for having the same eye as me, said Yang Jing coldly. He waved the 3-pronged sword in his hand and the light of mana flashed as he cut straight down toward Shitnong. Ah! No! Shitnong shouted desperately. He wanted to escape or fight back but found that he could not do it at all. An unbelievably powerful rule was suppressing him and he could do nothing but stand there. The sword light flashed and in the next instant, Shitnong fell to the ground in a pool of blood. He transformed back into his original donkey form as soon as he touched the ground. Hooray! I haven't eaten donkey meat for a long time, said Nanan happily. Even thinking about grilling it makes me want to drool, said Blackie, as he gulped down his saliva. Brother Li did say that the most delicious meat on the ground is the donkeys and the most delicious meat in the air is the dragons, said Dragon. As the bishop, Ao Cheng felt a chill in his heart and quickly reminded her, Dragon, have you forgotten that you're a dragon, too? Hee, lose the battle to win the war, said Guai with a sneer. He raised his hand and pointed. Gulai, who was a bishop, jumped and targeted Yang Jing. In his current position, Yang Jing would definitely be killed by Gulai in the next turn if he stayed where he was, but if he moved forward, he would be killed by Goodie-bye, who was a knight. It seemed like he had nowhere to turn. Yang Jing's expressions changed slightly and his limbs went cold. The eyes of all the Heavenly Palace people displayed their conflicted feelings. They were all looking at Yang Jing silently. They could not stand by and just watch Yang Jing die like that. After all, they were not made of the same cloth as the cold-blooded Guai. However, this was a game of chess after all. One must sacrifice the chess pieces to win. This was an inevitable rule. It's okay. I should have been dead a long time ago. It was the expert who gave me a new life, and also allowed me to see a broader world, so I feel at peace knowing that my death won't be meaningless, said Yang Jing breezily. Ha, very well then. I'll grant you your wish of death. Gulai and Goodie-bye both looked at Yang Jing like he was a prey of theirs while their murderous aura bubbled and boiled over. Guai looked at Little Fox and said, It's your turn now. Little Fox looked calm as she said lightly, Little Pawn, take 1 square back. Immediately, Yang Jion's body was pulled back by a force. Seeing this, He and everyone else from the Heavenly Palace was struck dumb, while the Eldritchs and the others were even more dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had seen. Guai's face darkened. "What are you doing? How can the pawn go back?" He asked the question that everyone had in their hearts. Everyone knew the rules and all of them had to abide by them. However, it was obvious that Little Fox had just completely violated the rules. "Why are you making such a fuss? This pawn's special, so of course, it can move back," said Little Fox in a matter-of-fact way. Guai's mouth stayed agape for a long time before he finally said, "Then my pawns are special, too." "No. You're breaking the rules," said Little Fox immediately. "What?" Guai and the others' brains were about to explode and their faces were flushed with anger. "I've been given special permission by Brother Lee to use special pawns. Have you been permitted by him?" said Little Fox in that matter-of-fact way of hers. "Hurry up, go on. Let me see just how good you are." Guai laughed angrily and said gloomily, "Just you wait. You're still no match for me even if you cheat." He continued to play with Little Fox. His eyes flickered as his mind spun with all the ways to defeat her. He became more conservative in his moves and the atmosphere between them suddenly became tense as the situation became more and more serious. Finally, Little Fox caught another opportunity. "Nanan, capture the opponent's knight." Immediately, Nanan took off to the other side of the chessboard and beheaded the opponent's knight. Even she herself was surprised by the move. She was a pawn, meaning she could only move one square at a time, and yet... "What's the meaning of this?" asked Guai, outraged. "This pawn possesses a weapon that allows it to kill enemies from a long distance. By the way, Dragon, you're no ordinary knight, but a winged knight. You can cross the chessboard to kill Gulai. You too, Jade Emperor, you're no ordinary bishop, but a winged bishop. You can cross the chessboard to take out Yunki and Shan," said Little Fox. Talk about a one-sided game. Guai had no room to fight back. His eyes were flushed with abuse as if he was about to cry. He gritted his teeth and tried desperately to take out some of her pieces, but they were always saved at the last minute by Little Fox's own inexplicable rules. Sometimes, she would even do a take-back. Soon, the chessboard had been cleared by half. "This is madness. Madness, I tell you." Guai was still in his king position and was physically and mentally exhausted by what he was seeing before him. He looked so pitiful that even the people from the Heavenly Palace started to feel bad for him. That poor thing. Why would you even agree to play chess with someone who likes to make up her own rules? Isn't this looking for abuse? The expert's so amazing. Even with this kind of madness, he could still teach Little Fox how to play chess. I need to make a note to myself to never play against her. Your Majesty, you have nowhere else to go. Little Fox smiled slightly, enjoying the fruits of her victory. You're lousy at this. I've won with all pieces still on the board. This is so boring. Hearing this, Guai spurted out a mouthful of blood while his whole body trembled with anger. He gave a miserable laugh, secretly took out the cross-dimension mirror, and hid it behind him. He was preparing to send a message to Ancestor Eldritch before he died. It was important to inform Ancestor Eldritch about what the origins from the 7th dimension really was and that it was poisoned. He swept his hand across the mirror and began to dial. "It's over," said Little Fox faintly. With a wave of her hand, Nanan flew up, her body surrounded by a devouring power, and blasted Guai with a punch. Guai's eyes were about to split apart and on his right hand, the power of origins madly urged. The mighty power kicked up a storm on the chessboard. He pushed all his powers to the extreme and he was able to briefly confront the rules of the chess game. With his right hand raised, surrounded by endless origins, he forcefully opened a hole in the chessboard. The cross-dimension mirror fell from the void. At this time, Guhawei happened to have already picked up. Seeing the image in the mirror that it was being thrown into chaos, he asked majestically, "What happened, Guai?" Guai screamed with all his might, "Ancestor Eldritch, the origins from the 7th dimension are poisonous. It's very important that you don't eat it and force it out of your body right now." In the 1st dimension, Guhawei frowned and listened carefully to the sound coming from the other end. Guai's voice was intermittent and coupled with the chaotic scene in the mirror, he naturally guessed that they had run into some trouble. The information that came at this time must be extremely critical. "The origins of the 7th dimension, is important, must eat, right now?" Guhawei analyzed the words from Guai, thinking carefully. "The origins of the 7th dimension is very important and I must eat it right now? I don't need him to tell me that. What exactly is he going on about?" Just when he was still puzzling it over, the cross-dimension mirror fell straight into the fallen immortal mountain and landed squarely in the dung pit. "Huh?" This is. Guhawei's eyes widened and then there was ecstasy on his face. He said excitedly, "It's the origins of the seventh dimension. There's so much of it. This must be its source. Guai must have worked so hard to make sure the cross-dimension mirror landed here. It's no wonder he wanted to make sure I'd eat every single one of them. This is indeed very important. I mustn't let their efforts go to waste." Guhawei swept his big hand across the mirror and the two mirrors immediately connected. The origins from the seventh dimension began to pour out from the mirror Guhawei was holding. "Ha ha ha, there's so much of it. I've hit the jackpot." Guhawei was soaked in the origins in the seventh dimension and there was extreme excitement in his tone. "I have to work quickly. With this much origins, I can definitely condense the origins of the seventh dimension in my body." On the other side, peace had fallen in the fallen immortal mountain again. Little Fox put away the chessboard. "Brother Lee's right. I'm actually very strong. Did you all see how I defeated the opponent just now?" she asked with a face flushed with excitement. The Heavenly Palace were gawking at her, none of them dared to tell her otherwise. Even Blackie shrank his head and said nothing, for they all knew that things would not end well for them if they dared to offend a person who liked to make her own rules in a game. Chapter 732, A Few Screws Loose. "Please, have some mercy, my lords. We're only here to make up the numbers. We have no intention to fight with you at all. We admit we're in the wrong. We shouldn't have listened to those bastards from the fourth dimension. I promise there won't be next time." Seeing the Eldritchs and the other high combat power fighters dead, the survivors knelt and begged for mercy. They were quivering and did not even entertain the thought of resisting. "What should we do with them?" asked Cultivator Junjun. "Where are you all from?" asked Blackie as his gaze swept across them all. "We're from the sixth dimension and went to the third dimension in pursuit of power. We're locals from the third dimension and only came after the Eldritchs had bewitched us. I'm from the fifth dimension and only just got out of the third dimension. I hate myself for not being able to resist the Eldritch's temptation. Damn those bastards for deceiving us into eating poop and putting our lives at risk." They all regretted listening to the Eldritchs and were punching the ground vehemently. It'd be a waste to kill them all. Choose the higher quality one and bring them back to the expert as game animals. Kill the rest. You heard him. Charge. Yang Jing and the others boiled with murderous aura and they did as Blackie ordered. After a while, they all dispersed. Nanan, Blackie, and the others returned to the four-part architecture with the game animals and corpses in their hands. The next day, Li Nianfan pushed open the door and walked out. He was stunned to see 3 donkeys lying in the middle of the yard. "Where did these 3 donkeys come from? Did you all go on a hunting trip early in the morning?" he asked with a smile. Nanan nodded and said, "Brother Li, there's more where that came from." Dragon, too, nodded and said, "We brought back many game animals for the zoo, too." "Brother Li, I want to eat grilled donkey meat," said Little Fox greedily. Li Nianfan shook his head and said with a smile, "Naughty, naughty. I bet you guys were out all night." He envied them for being immortals. They did not need much sleep and could stay out all day and all night. After breakfast, he followed Nanan and Dragon to see the results of their labor last night. He was shocked to see more than 30 animal corpses, each rarer and better than the next. Then, there were also the live animals, each of them lean and healthy. Their combined number was greater than that of the dead animals, and thus, the zoo returned to its former glory. "It'll take us a long while to finish all this food." Li Nianfan asked Daji to freeze the dead animals to keep them for when he wanted to eat them. Then, he turned to look at the game animals who were pressing themselves as close to the ground as possible in fright. "What's the matter, Master?" asked Daji. "There are too many game animals. It won't look good if we keep them outside of the four-part architecture. Not to mention the cesspit is too close to it," replied Li Nianfan. "Too many game animals would cause chaos around the four-part architecture, and if the cesspit was too close, the smell would definitely affect the area in the future. Brother Li, why don't we move all the game animals and the cesspit to the foot of the mountain?" suggested Dragon. "What a good idea. It's just that it'll take longer for us to get the manure for the plants in the future," said Li Nianfan. "That's nothing to us," said Dragon and Nanan breezily. Immediately, everyone worked together to fill the original cesspit with dirt. Then, they herded the game animals to the foot of the mountain. Li Nianfan wondered in his heart whether he should hire someone to help him. He felt that it was a little inappropriate to ask Nanan and Dragon to do this kind of work. After all, this job was really indecent. Nanan and Dragon were 2 little girls, after all, so they were not suitable for this job. Now, The distance to the cesspit was farther, and in addition to picking manure, someone had to look after the game animals, but who would be willing to do this kind of work? The game animals were so fierce and wicked, they were definitely not something mortals could control. As for the immortals who were capable, they were definitely not willing to do it. Li Nianfan was thrown into a dilemma. They began to dig through the ground once the official site of the cesspit was finalized. They went back to the four-part architecture once their task was completed. On the way back, Li Nianfan suddenly said, "By the way, what happened to the dung-stealing bugs you mentioned last time?" Dragon smiled and said, "Hee, don't worry, Brother Li. The situation has been resolved. Those bugs won't be coming back anymore." "That's good." Li Nianfan nodded. It seemed that although the insecticide delivered by the system was not in good condition, it was still very effective. After a pause, he said, "Nonetheless, we should remain on high alert because these kinds of bugs are known to come back even fiercer." There was a flash of something in their expression. "Yes, Brother Li. We'll keep your words in mind," said Nanan. "Here comes the instructions again. The expert's asking us to completely eradicate the people behind the scenes, so they won't make a comeback. Looks like we have to personally go to the fourth dimension now." Daji's beautiful eyes flashed determinedly. "Brother Li, grilled donkey meat, grilled donkey meat." Little Fox chanted. She was filled with anticipation for the dish. "You should ask your sister to make it for you. She's really good at cooking, you know," said Li Nianfan with a smile. "No, she'll just ignore me. Only you'll dote on me," said Little Fox coquettishly. Daji's eyes were immediately fixed on Little Fox, who started to tremble. She was so frightened that she turned into her namesake on the spot and jumped into Li Nianfan's arms, burrowing into his embrace desperately. After a while, a curl of white smoke rose above the four-part architecture, accompanied by bursts of attractive aroma. After a delicious lunch, Li Nianfan carried a small bag and walked out of the building toward the foot of the mountain. Daji also left the building, but her destination happened to be the fourth dimension. At the foot of the mountain, as usual, Zhang Lu was still hard at work chopping wood. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. His face was full of seriousness as he raised his sword and brought it down against the tree in a uniform movement, again and again. "Brother Zhang Lu, I see you're still chopping trees." Li Nianfan saw the familiar tree-chopping figure from a distance and walked over with a smile. "The expert's here." Zhang Lu trembled with excitement. He quickly wiped the sweat off his face and turned to welcome Li Nianfan. "Greetings, Lord Saint," he said with a salute. "Have you had lunch?" asked Li Nianfan. "Not yet," said Zhang Lu with a shake of his head. "That's great. I brought you some food. How about we go over to your place and have some drinks together?" asked Li Nianfan. Zhang Lu was flattered. He felt the goosebumps all over my body, and in a shaky voice, he answered, "I'd be more than happy to. My humble abode's right over there." Zhang Lu took Li Nianfan to the wooden house he built. It was very simple, with a basic table and chairs set up next to it. "It's too simple. You should consider improving your living conditions," said Li Nianfan. He then sat down and brought out the things he had with him, a plate of peanuts, a bottle of wine, and some grilled donkey meat. "I hope these are to your liking." They are. "Thank you, Lord Saint," said Zhang Lu sincerely. As he looked at the food on the table, he gulped and he almost cried. "The expert's really kind to me. He even prepared this specially for me. How can I be worthy of his care?" He looked at the peanuts and could clearly see that the space around them was twisting with the laws of the universe, making each peanut comparable to the elixir used by the wisdom elites. As for the grilled donkey meat, the smell of that meat was quite familiar to him. It smelled like the 3 wisdom elite donkeys from last night. Then, there was the wine, clear as water with a thick aroma of wisdom aura. "Cheers!" Li Nianfan raised his wine glass and then drank it. "I raise a glass to you, Lord Saint." Zhang Lu solemnly picked up the wine glass and then drank it all. Suddenly, the rich aroma of wine filled his whole mouth and the spicy wine flowed down his throat. He was instantly a little tipsy. A strong power of wisdom exploded in his body, drastically increasing his mana. At the same time, there seemed to be wisdom chanting in his mind, furthering his enlightenment of it. "Thank you for bringing the woods up the mountain all this while," said Li Nianfan. "You're welcome, Lord Saint. Chopping wood here is the essence of my life, and my life becomes meaningful because of it," said Zhang Lu. His tone was unspeakably firm. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Being able to chop wood for the expert made him an indirect disciple of his anyways. This was a beautiful dream not everyone could achieve. It was incomparable to anything in the world. If nothing else, this meal alone was enough to make all the people in the heavenly palace go mad with jealousy. What does chopping wood have anything to do with the meaning of life? Has he gone mad with all that chopping? Thought Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan cleared his throat and asked, "What do you feel when you're chopping wood?" Zhang Lu thought that Li Nianfan was testing him and he sat up a bit straighter as he said seriously, "I feel the rhythm of the wisdom. Every time I chop it, I have a different perception of whether it's catering to or slaying wisdom. The angle, force, mood, even my mentality will have an impact on my sword. I feel that I've already stepped into the threshold of Tao of wood chopping. This is a kind of cultivation of the behavior as well as the heart." Wow! Li Nianfan was stunned. He's definitely gone mad and become a firewood fiend. He even came up with Tao of wood chopping. Maybe he should make a religion out of it. Li Nianfan's eyes were complicated. Zhang Lu was talented, no doubt, and possessed a unique perspective. Maybe he was like one of those characters out of the novels he liked to read in his previous life, the ones who could come out with a weird but uniquely awesome power. "What do you think of all that I had said, Lord Saint?" asked Zhang Lu. Li Nianfan pursed his mouth and said dryly, "It's a good mentality, but I don't think you should be too addicted to chopping wood. It's not good to think too much. Be a little less serious when you chop the wood." He hoped that by saying these he would be able to pull Zhang Lu back to the land of normal. An odd expression flashed across Zhang Lu's face. It was as if somebody had poured enlightenment into his brain as he made sense of one truth after another. "I've been blindly indulging in the way of chopping wood and have forgotten the most basic essence of it. It's just chopping wood, why think so much about it?" The aura on his body was surging while wisdom surrounded him like the wind, making his clothes flap around gently. He went directly from the first step wisdom elite to the peak of the first step wisdom elite. Just a little bit more and he would have broken through to the second step wisdom elite. The expert didn't come to just bring me lunch. He came because he knew I needed some guidance. Zhang Lu suddenly got up and bowed to Li Nianfan. "I understand it now. Thank you for your advice, Lord Saint. I almost went astray." "Huh? What advice did I give? What's he on about?" There seems to be a few screws loose in all of the cultivators' brains. Li Nianfan rolled his eyes and changed the subject. "Actually, I came here to ask you for some help." "How may I be of service to you, Lord Saint?" Zhang Lu said in a serious voice as if he was ready to die for Li Nianfan at any time. "A group of game meat I've been raising was moved to the foot of the mountain, and I need your help to take care of them to prevent any accidents," said Li Nianfan. "No problem. I'll watch over them with my life," said Zhang Lu determinedly. There's no need to sacrifice your life for this." Li Nianfan shook his head and then said, "I'm also looking for a gong farmer to deliver the animals' manure from the foot of the mountain to the four-part architecture for fertilization. I'd like to ask you to keep an eye out for a suitable candidate." This is the job of the century. Zhang Lu's heart lurched. He was sure that the entire 7 dimensions would explode if he put word out for the recruitment. "Don't worry, Lord Saint, I'll notify you as soon as I've found someone suitable," promised Zhang Lu. Meanwhile, in the 4th dimension, the originally lively Heaven Mystery Pavilion had become deathly silent. Only the old pavilion master sat alone in the deepest part of the pavilion, quietly waiting for everyone's return. In the room, there was still the smell of the origins from the 7th dimension, which made the old pavilion master lick his lips from time to time. He frowned and muttered to himself. "What's taking them so long? Even if Lord Angel didn't want to come, it wouldn't have taken them this long to annihilate the entire Angel clan. The Eldritchs and the others were so strong that it would be impossible for them to have been delayed by such a trivial matter." The old pavilion master raised his hand and started to divine with his fingers. The fact that his body had merged with the 4th dimension's origins meant that he could divine most of the huge changes that occurred and would occur in the 4th dimension. Suddenly, his fingers stopped moving and his expression changed drastically. Then, he redivined, repeating this 7 or 8 times, but the result was the same for each time. "There's poison in the poop?" he exclaimed while trembling violently. Chapter 733, Old Pavilion Master, My defense has been broken. Flushed red, the old pavilion master's usually calm face became warped as his entire body trembled. His cultivation base was monstrous, and not to mention he was fused with the origins of the 4th dimension. His strength had already surpassed the limitations of the 7 dimensions. Not only had he entered the 3rd step, but also reached the peak of the 3rd step. He would definitely be able to dominate all 7 dimensions once he absorbed their origins. Even the Eldritchs would have to bow down to him. After fusing with the origins of the fourth dimension, he felt that he had the power to dominate everything. The entire fourth dimension was in his palm, and the countless beings in it, his pawns. Yet, this happened. Not only did he eat poop but he was poisoned as well. He had greatly underestimated the enemy's cunningness. No. This is impossible. I have to remind myself that its essence is the origins of the seventh dimension. What matters is not the outside, but the inside. His face gradually returned to calmness. His eyes flickered and he said coldly, "The seventh dimension really spared no expense to trick us. They're even willing to use the origins as bait." Spasms coursed through his entire body and blood began to trickle out of the corner of his lips. "Oh no, the poison has taken effect." The old pavilion master's voice was hoarse and he was clenching his fists tightly. "What kind of poison is this? It's so overbearing. How is it possible I cannot suppress it with my origins?" he said between gritted teeth. He took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent and rage. "The others are most probably dead. As for the Angel clan, they'll need to bear the consequences of siding with the seventh dimension." The old pavilion master rushed toward the Angel's palace. His speed was so fast that he could no longer be regarded as flying. Instead, he could appear anywhere in the fourth dimension because he and origins were one. In just a short time, he appeared in the sky above the Angel clan's territory. "As beings of the fourth dimension, I have your fate in the palms of my hand, and today's the day you'll be obliterated," he said majestically. He slowly raised his hand and pressed it down on them mercilessly. This whole area quaked, and the endless wisdom was pulled and turned into a vortex of destruction, swallowing the entire palace as the ground gave way to empty space. The light of destruction shone, and the angel's light around the palace was instantly extinguished. It was an indescribable force, a divine power standing on the top of the seven dimensions. There was no reasoning with it and everything it passed over was annihilated. At this moment, every being in the entire fourth dimension was trembling violently, looking in the direction of the palace with fear, wanting to fall to their knees. "What is this power? I feel like it can wipe out the entire dimension. What happened? I can't even fight against it. It's coming from the palace. They're all toast for sure. Look. The sky over there is collapsing." The sky was not collapsing but shattering. Above the palace, the sky was torn apart by huge space cracks and turned into nothingness. It was not only the sky but the earth as well. This force of destruction, centered on the Angel clan, shattered everything around it from top to bottom and from bottom to top, leaving room for no doubt that the old pavilion master was hell-bent on erasing its existence from the fourth dimension. The Angel Palace shattered in an instant and was stirred into powder by the power of wisdom. The countless angels inside were immediately devoured after the last of their angels' light flickered and disappeared. The crushing force was like a human being stomping down on an ant's nest. The whole destruction only took 3 seconds and after that, everything returned to peace, but a trace of strength remained faintly, which was frightening. The Angel Palace disappeared, and the place where it used to be was reduced to a dead space. Huh? The old pavilion master was staring intently at the bottom of where the Angel Palace used to be. That place was where the fallen angel was originally sealed, and there was a strange aura flowing out at this time. The old pavilion master raised his hand and pulled the aura to his own face and sniffed it. Suddenly, his eyes flashed brightly, revealing surprise and joy. "This aura belongs to the fifth dimension. The portal to the fifth dimension must be hidden there. Damn those angels for hiding something so important from me. I would have moved to a higher realm sooner if they told me about this. In fact, they would have been richly rewarded by me once I dominated all 7 dimensions. But now, look at them, all dead. TSK, they've definitely sided with the wrong dimension. Fools. However, it's not too late for me. Judging from the aura, the 5th dimension has been weakened greatly. I only need to strategize a little and its origins will become mine. Ha 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 ha." The old pavilion master laughed wildly. He could not go to the 5th dimension personally since he was fused with the 4th dimension's origins, otherwise, he would have rushed into the 5th realm and wreaked havoc. However, he could use the origins devouring bugs. He would change his target to the 5th dimension's origins, which were ripe for the picking since the 7th dimension's origins had been poisoned. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked in one direction in surprise. A faint light flashed abruptly. "They're still alive?" The old pavilion master was very surprised when he saw Lord Angel and War Angel, as well as a few other angels who were still alive. They were covered in wounds and blood, and their aura was extremely faint. There was no doubt that they already had one foot in death's door. Some of the surviving angels were missing some limbs and wings which had been forcefully ripped apart by the destructive force. "So these are the feathers that saved you all," said the old pavilion master when he saw the feathers that had traces of origins scattered around them. The feathers looked very extraordinary. The old pavilion master laughed and looked sinisterly at Lord Angel. "Where's your seventh dimension now? Why didn't they save you? Tianhua, do you regret going over to their side now?" "Regret? Why should I regret it? Your fate has already been sealed the moment you decided to steal the seventh dimension's origins. The people there aren't the kind you can mess with," said Lord Angel. One of his eyes was swollen shut and bleeding. "Ha, even in the face of death you remain unrepentant. I would have made you my right-hand man if you had helped me with my plans. It's a pity you have to die here," said the old pavilion master disdainfully. "Don't you act high and mighty in front of me. You poop-eater," shouted Lord Angel angrily. "You must be looking for death," said the old pavilion master sinisterly. "Even death would be better than eating poop," said Lord Angel, and then he roared with laughter. "How can you even laugh at a time like this? Don't you realize that the whole angel clan's about to be wiped out by me?" asked the old pavilion master murderously. "That's because you've eaten poop," said Lord Angel mockingly. The old pavilion master's face contorted in anger. "Die!" his Manas urged. "You'll soon find out what's the worst torture in this world, and after that, you'll be left in the cesspit to die. I bet you won't be so cocky then." Suddenly, it began to snow just when he raised his hand toward Lord Angel. It was odd, since this chaotic world filled with destruction had never experienced the four seasons before, let alone snow. At the same time, a cold chill came, and even the old pavilion master was slightly surprised when he felt the pressure. He felt something in his heart and raised his eyes to look in one direction of the sky. There, a woman was making her way towards them. The chilly aura emitted from her body froze the surrounding wisdom, turning it into a frozen path. "It's Goddess Daji," shouted Lord Angel excitedly. "The expert must have sent her here to rescue us. We're saved," said War Angel with joy. The old pavilion master's face darkened. He laughed coldly and said, "How dare the seventh dimension people show themselves? I haven't even settled our old score yet." Daji looked coldly at the old pavilion master and said, "You must be where the bugs are coming from. I've received instructions from my master to wipe you out." "Ha ha ha, you and what army?" The old pavilion master laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. "In case you've forgotten, this is the fourth dimension, and I possess the origins of this dimension. What can you, a person who hasn't even broken through to the third step, do about me?" Suddenly, he stopped laughing and launched an attack on Daji. The endless power of heaven and earth descended like a cage on her, squeezing her. The surrounding void shattered, wisdom was annihilated, and everything was erased. Daji was in the center of destruction, but her expression remained calm. She raised her hands and slowly moved them in the air. Her white dress moved with the wind as her movements became slower and more elegant. She was surrounded by endless wisdom, and although her fists did not seem powerful, they could still feel the endless pressure coming from them. The Tao of yin and yang formed a pattern of yin and yang fishes in front of her, and a strange aura rose into the sky. The world was starting to freeze. The attacks of the old pavilion master turned into ice cubes. "Shit! What did she just do?" The old pavilion master's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. From her technique, he felt a power that surpassed the power of heaven and earth. Even with his power of origins, he felt that the entire fourth dimension was out of his control. This power seemed to be the power of creation. "No matter what her power is, there still exists a gap in our strength," thought the old pavilion master. Then, he shouted out loud, "I summon the origins to suppress her." The old pavilion master raised his hands, his face flushed, and he slammed the attack down on Daji. Daji opened up her hands flat and pushed forward slowly. The terrifying power surged toward the old pavilion master as the power of extreme cold was spreading at a speed invisible to the naked eye. It fell on the old pavilion master in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the old pavilion master turned into an ice sculpture, and with an explosion, he shattered into dust and dissipated in the sky and the earth. "She won! She won! She's amazing!" Lord Angel and others looked at her blankly with their mouths opened. They had to pinch themselves to see if they were dreaming. They had first-hand experience of the power of the old pavilion master. His power was a force that could manipulate the world. It was a force at the forefront of all power. He only needed to lift his pinky to annihilate all sentient beings, and yet, Daji killed him effortlessly. Her power was totally out of this world. Although they had full faith in the expert's awesomeness, they still did not expect Daji to win so easily. They were especially awestruck by her shadow boxing. They caught a glimpse of the power of creation, and they felt that they had benefited a lot just by playing witness to it. Once again, their respect for the expert had reached a new height. Lord Angel snapped out of his trance and mustered all his remaining strength to say, "Thank you, Goddess Daji, for your life-saving grace." "Oh, there's no need to thank me. Saving you all was just a coincidence." Daji nodded, visibly still tensed. Snow seemed to be flying in her ice-blue pupils, and the beautiful eyes locked in on the direction to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. "Damn it, he's still alive. I have to destroy his core." She took a step and disappeared before them. "Quick, follow her," shouted Lord Angel. The angels supported each other and flew toward the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Daji crossed the void and arrived outside the Heaven Mystery Pavilion in an instant. She swept her eyes lightly over it and the entire building began to freeze over. A heavy layer of ice fell down the eaves, instantly turning the building into a huge ice sculpture. Daji narrowed her eyes and a sharp chill surrounded the building as she continued to wreak havoc on the ice sculptures. "Ha ha ha, you foul fox. Did you really think I was scared of you just now? You came here to die." In the sky, the clouds bellowed and a hoarse voice was heard from all directions. Subsequently, the ice layer exploded and the Heaven Mystery Pavilion collapsed. The power of the origins gushed out like a fountain, merged with the endless wisdom, and finally gathered into a huge figure. This figure stood on top of the earth, and its whole body exuded an overwhelming aura. Its power was even more terrifying. What's this?" Lord Angel and the others were only halfway there when they saw the figure. A glance from the figure paralyzed their bodies and they instantly fell from the air. War Angel was extremely horrified and in a trembling voice, she said, "The whole body's made up of origins. He's a monster condensed from the fourth dimension's origins." The other angels gulped and they asked anxiously, "Is Goddess Daji going to be okay?" "Die." In front of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, the huge figure slowly raised his hand, trying to suppress Daji like a comet. Its shadow blocked out the entire sun. There was even an overbearing will locked on Daji. This blow seemed to have frozen the fourth dimension's time and space. It was the supreme power of a dimension. Daji stood on the spot, looked up, and watched as the huge hand that covered the sky and sun came crashing down on her. With a flick of her wrist, a kitchen knife appeared in her hand. Chapter 734, Chaos is Approaching, Lost Memories. "Ha ha ha, behold my power." The old pavilion master laughed maniacally, indulging in his own power. With only a thought, he could turn the entire fourth dimension upside down. Not to mention, this was only the power of one dimension. Having the ultimate power meant being in control of all 7 dimensions. At that point, he would have the fate of all beings in the palm of his hands, earning their worship for eternity. He was obsessed with reaching this goal. He looked disdainfully at the frosty woman in front of him. "She's nothing but an ant. One puff and she's gone." His pupils constricted when he saw Daji slowly raising the kitchen knife. It was an unremarkable kitchen knife, but different from ordinary kitchen knives. It was made from a crafting technique that had never been seen before. Even he, a master of the dimension, could not see what the material was. "Oh well, it's still a kitchen knife. It's not as if it can turn the situation around," ridiculed the old pavilion master, his voice like booming thunder. His huge palm strike was on its way to Daji, and it was getting closer and closer as the powerful force overflowed. Before it fell, the land beneath it had already collapsed and the soil was gone, forming turbulent wisdom that raged into a storm. Under this power, any power seemed insignificant, and Daji seemed to be just a weak star point, insufficient and insignificant. However, the kitchen knife in her hand gleamed with an unquenchable glow, just because there was a sentence engraved on the handle of this kitchen knife, "A bit of coldness is long, using everything between heaven and earth as ingredients." Under this kitchen knife, everything was food. "You might seem powerful but those aren't your powers. Therefore, you're weak in my eyes," said Daji calmly. "Kitchen knife technique, Pow King butchers the cow." She slowly waved the kitchen knife and an invisible aura shot out of the void. This is." The old pavilion master's body trembled. There was fear in his voice and a chill ran up his spine. He felt a powerful force approaching him, a force enough to make him perish there and then. "This is impossible. What did you do?" roared the old pavilion master while trying to accelerate the falling speed of the giant palm. However, he suddenly found that he could not control the palm at all. His body was separating into 2 different parts. One was a white-haired old man, and the other was the origins of the fourth dimension. No. The origins and I are one. This is impossible. Give it back to me. Give it back to me now, screamed the old pavilion master shrilly. His eyes nearly exploded with anger. He chased after the origins maniacally but was blocked by an invisible force, making him unable to approach it. He looked at Daji sharply and asked, "Why is this happening? What kind of knife technique did you use?" "Pao King butchers the cow, skinning and deboning," replied Daji. It was the fable of Pao King butchering a cow. After 3 years of butchering, he could easily and flawlessly butcher any part of the cow. In Daji's eyes, she had already seen everything about the old pavilion master, and the old pavilion master was not the old pavilion master, but the combination of an old man and the origins. Therefore, she separated the two with her kitchen knife. One cut, and the aura that was terrorizing the world dissipated, and in the void, the old man and origins froze. Waves of strange auras began to surround the heaven and the earth, and the origins gradually scattered away. Kitchen knife technique? Kitchen knife technique. The old man's face was filled with disbelief. Never in a million years would he expect to be defeated by a kitchen knife. One that was wielded by a woman at that. Where did all these monsters come from? Suddenly, Daji's gaze condensed and she quickly grabbed the origins of the fourth dimension. Endless ice spread through the area, freezing the origins. A roar came out of the origins. It condensed into an attack that shattered Daji's ice. Pounding butchers the cow, ripping, and refining. The kitchen knife in Daji's hand spun vigorously, and then swiftly cut down on the origins. Wisps of gray mist emerged from the cloud of origins. With a slash, this gray mist filled with the unknown separated from the origins. Daji's expression became serious and she stopped what she was doing. She frowned and said, "That explains why the origins of the fourth dimension would commit these sins. It's been contaminated by heaven. I was too careless and slow. Some of the unknown dispersed with the origins of the fourth dimension. This is bad." At this moment, Lord Angel and the others limped over in embarrassment and bowed at Daji respectfully from a distance. "Thank you, Goddess Daji, for saving the fourth dimension. We bow to you in gratitude," said Lord Angel sincerely. "Goddess Daji, you're not only the savior of our angel clan but the savior of the entire fourth dimension. Your merits are endless and all 7 dimensions are blessed to have you," said War Angel. "Thank you, savior. Thank you, savior," said the other angels as they bowed down to her. She was accustomed to receiving flattery like this on account that she had been with Lin Nianfan long enough. She calmly asked, "Do you know this person?" Only then did Lord Angel look at the old man. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Cultivator Tianji?" War Angel was also surprised. "He's the old pavilion master of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. He's supposed to be dead." Back then, the Eldritchs invaded the fourth dimension and Cultivator Tianji was the one who drove them away. At the same time, he also gave his own life under the witness of the entire fourth dimension. Cultivator Tianji was in a state of mania. He looked at everyone and shouted, "Dead? I was dead, but through my good fortune and heaven-defying skills, I was able to postpone it. I won't die until I reach the pinnacle of all 7 dimensions." "You used to be so pure-hearted. How did you end up this way?" asked Lord Angel with complicated eyes. "I shed blood for the fourth dimension, and the entire fourth dimension was saved by me. Of course, everything should belong to me. What's wrong with that? In addition to the fourth dimension, I also want the entire 7 dimensions. Power, where's my invincible power? Return my power to me," shouted Cultivator Tianji maniacally. His eyes were red, and he was jumping on the spot like a madman. At the same time, he was trembling as white hair began to grow all over his body. "There's no saving you now that you've been contaminated with the unknown." Daji shook her head and ice shot out from her fingers, instantly freezing the Cultivator Tianji into an ice sculpture. Then, she looked at Lord Angel and others. She hesitated a little before she raised her hand at them. Immediately, a stream of light appeared in front of Lord Angel. "This is donkey hide gelatin made by the expert. It's good for replenishing your blood and strengthening your body. Use it to treat your injuries." After receiving 3 high-quality donkeys, Li Nianfan had extracted the gelatin from their hide. He knew the gelatin was good for women's consumption. There were many of them living in the 4-part architecture after all. The hearts of Lord Angel and others jumped wildly and their faces were full of ecstasy. Anything bestowed by the expert had always been extraordinary. They had not heard of donkey hide gelatin before, but this just made it even more precious in their eyes. It must be something only the expert could produce. They were confident that the donkey hide gelatin would not only heal their injuries but advance their cultivation as well. "Thank you, Goddess Daji. We, the Angel Clan, will serve the expert with all our hearts," said Lord Angel. "We'll grow more beautiful feathers to give to the expert," said War Angel. Daji nodded and said, "There are still some traces of the unknown floating around the fourth dimension. I'm afraid that it'll cause some disaster, so be careful." Now, there was a portal connecting the third, fourth, fifth, and seventh dimensions. The combined number of beings was enormous and there were many skilled fighters from all over the 7 dimensions in the third dimension. It was only a matter of when, not if, a disaster would arise from the unknown. "Rest assured, Goddess Daji, that we'll all be very careful," said Lord Angel solemnly. Daji nodded, turned around, and shot out across the void, leaving a trail of frost in her wake. Not long after Daji and Lord Angel left, the space near the Heaven Mystery Pavilion began to fluctuate. Several people emerged silently. They became shocked after looking around their surroundings. "What a terrifying power. Even a trace of it is enough to frighten me," said one of them. "What happened here? We can even sense the energy fluctuation from a dimension away. It must be the pinnacle of power. I must get my hands on it," said the other. "It must be the legendary power of origins. Whoever gets their hand on it will have dominion over all 7 dimensions. The Wang family must get a share of it," said the leader of the group. His eyes were burning with naked ambition. Suddenly, a cloud of gray unknown mist brushed past them, causing them to jerk as an odd look flashed across their eyes. "Merge with me and I'll tell you how to get your hands on the origins of a dimension." Another group of people appeared after this bunch of people left. "So, this is where the Heaven Mystery Pavilion is. What happened here? What could have possibly caused the earth-shattering power to rise? I thought they were having a party to share the origins. How did it end up like this? There's a trace of origins here. I'll be very powerful if I get it. I'm so glad I didn't jump on their invitation. I was right to be cautious." Even the Angel's Palace was razed to the ground. They discovered a portal to the 5th dimension under the Angel's Palace, and rumor has it that the origins of the 5th dimension manifested itself. The dimensions are falling into chaos. The more chaotic the better. It's only times like this when a hero like me can shine. The 4th dimension's commotion had spread to the 3rd, 5th, and 7th dimensions, attracting many skilled fighters. An undercurrent was surging, and for a time, all powerhouses suddenly rose one after another, on standby, ready to stir the situation at any time. Meanwhile, in the River of Time, the Soul Master and Elite King were still weaving through the endless waves. They went upstream, witnessing what happened in the endless years, looking for their own past. Ordinary people would already have lost themselves if they spent the same amount of time inside the river as they did. However, there was still no confusion in their eyes, as if something was calling and guiding them. Compared with before, the Soul Master had become way stronger. During this journey, there were other clones of her along the way. Her strength returned, fusing with each incarnation, pushing her closer and closer to when she was at the pinnacle of all power. At the same time, she had also regained some of the memories that she had lost. It was the same for the Elite King. He became more alive as he witnessed his past. The graceful Soul Master walked majestically on the waves, and she suddenly asked, "Elite King, do you remember what happened at the last battle during the catastrophe?" "Nope," said Elite King hoarsely. "Me neither." There was deep thought in her eyes as she solemnly said, "The memory of the last battle seems to have been forcefully wiped out, or, maybe we were the ones who did it to ourselves. But why would we ever do that?" Thinking of this made her anxious. Regarding the last battle, she could only remember the part where she drove away the Eldritchs and chased after them into the Chaos Ocean. As to how and by whom the Eldritchs were defeated by, she had no memories of that whatsoever. She only vaguely remembered that she saw an eye. If an opponent could erase their memories, that meant that he or she could wipe them out, too. Therefore, the only logical conclusion was that they were the ones who wiped out their memories. Moreover, the Soul Master had left a series of clones in the River of Time as a backup. They continued to go upstream and were nearly at the time where the catastrophe happened. Then, they would be able to see for themselves what happened exactly then. "We're nearly there." As they neared, the Soul Master's tone fluctuated. She suddenly raised her hand and patted the River of Time under her feet. The huge waves went soaring to the sky, and between the splashes of water, a projector-like screen gradually rolled out. Then, they saw moving images of the sky shattering while the power of terror raged on. Ultimate spells bloomed, domineering and unparalleled, stirring up the wisdom and kicking up a storm everywhere. It was the time of catastrophe, all right. The 9 elites headed by the Soul Master led all the skilled fighters of all the 7 dimensions to a fight to the death against the Eldritchs. Each of the 9 elites' demeanors was extremely stunning. They paved the way with wisdom, chanting as they walked, and even until now, they were unbeatable. Chapter 735, Wiping Out Their Memories, The Snow Globe. It was the war of the century. The 9 elites faced the catastrophe head-on. One bloody battle after another turned into a tragic song between heaven and earth. In the chaos, the sound of beating war drums never ceased, shaking heaven and the earth. Even the Eldritchs had no choice but to retreat under the unparalleled force of the 9 elites. They even chased the Eldritchs into the Chaos Ocean and did not stop until they killed all of the second step Wisdom elites and many other skilled fighters. However, without giving the 9 elites a chance to take a breather, wisps of gray mist filled with the unknown began to flow out from the corpses of the second step Wisdom elites. The aura of the corpses suddenly became extremely strange. It was filled with violence and unknown. This unknown aura made the river of time violent, and the huge waves surged into the sky. Their bodies are smoking. When did they attain the ability of corpse transformation? What the heck is that? It's attached to their bodies. This aura is making me feel uncomfortable. Show yourself, you coward. The 9 elites were not prepared to give the gray mist a chance, and they used their magic power to purify the gray mist, but they were not able to do so. Soon, the weird gray mist condensed into an eye in the sky, an eye full of ruthlessness. The eye looked down contemptuously and coldly at the 9 elites. It was as if the eye was able to see that the world was born out of destruction, controlling life and death, representing supreme status. Just a glance of this eye made the 9 elites' minds go blank and their Tao hearts began to tremble. "Hello, my name's Heaven." In their hearts, a demon's voice sounded, allowing them to blend in with the gray mist, to control the 7th dimension, reach eternity, and become the clones of heaven. The devil was whispering, making the 9 elites all confused, and some of them began to walk toward the gray mist involuntarily. Suddenly, a figure stepped out. It turned into a white phantom and immediately appeared in front of that eye. It was the Soul Master. She had no sorrow or joy on her face. Her eyes were as radiant as rainbows and she had a supreme posture. She charged toward the eye and raised her hand to point at it. "Everything and anything, smelt thyself." A majestic and decisive voice came out of her mouth. The endless wisdom around them turned into a vortex that converged toward the Soul Master. At the same time, the eye of the gray mist began to twist as it was quickly drawn out and gathered toward the Soul Master. "What are you doing?" shouted Heaven with surprise. "You're not a match for me. Die." The Soul Master said nothing. She was shrouded in wisdom. The endless light was like the sun, reflecting the chaos and suppressing the mist. The other 8 elites were shocked back to their senses and there were looks of horror in their eyes. They looked at the Soul Master in unison and had already guessed what she did. Their faces were full of anxiety and their eyes were slightly red. "What is this thing? It'll definitely cause chaos if it spreads." "Soul Master, don't be rash. There must be another way. This gray mist is filled with the power of the unknown. It's enough to make people go astray. We're all beings from the 7th dimension. Let us share your burden." "No, stop. You cannot do it alone." In the hands of the Soul Master, the unknown gray mist kept twisting in place like it was being trapped in a cage. It could not break free and could only be absorbed by the Soul Master. Heaven smirked. "Ha ha ha. Since you have such great courage, I'll fulfill your wish. Do you think it's enough to seal me in your body? I'll use you to subvert the entire 7th dimension and you'll surely regret this." The unknown gray mist flipped sharply, and then condensed into a grimace, rushing directly to the Soul Master. It wrapped her up and incorporated her mana. The hair of the Soul Master gradually turned from black to gray. Her pupils also began to turn gray and a strange aura began to flow from her body. Suddenly, the Soul Master performed a hand seal before she then slashed at the void. This slash contained the power of heaven and earth, creating chaos wherever it would land. It was a shocking ultimate spell and it seemed that it had not cut anything, but in fact, it had cut off the cause and effect of oneself. At the same time, it also included the other half of oneself. Soon, the weird gray mist disappeared and 2 Soul Masters were standing in place. One was still the same, with the light of divinity shining all over the body, and the other was gray-haired and gray-eyed. Waves of terrifying ripples followed her every breath. The Soul Master had actually used an incredible ultimate spell to successfully separate the unknown gray fog from herself and divided it into 2 clones. Impressive, truly impressive. You're the most powerful person, second only to the 7 battle guardian spirits I've ever seen." The gray-haired Soul Master looked at the black-haired Soul Master with pure admiration in his eyes. "If you cooperate with me, I'll make you the most powerful person under heaven." The 7 dimensions don't need the most powerful person. It needs peace. The black-haired Soul Master was unmoved. She took a step toward the gray-haired Soul Master, and raised her hand, wanting to suppress the gray-haired Soul Master. "Heaven, is it? I've been cultivating for eons and have always held the belief that one needs to defy heaven to improve. Now, I'm finally going against heaven. Ha ha ha, count me in. I have a technique called Seal the Heaven. Let's see if it's worthy of the name." The other 8 elites followed the Soul Master and surrounded the gray-haired Soul Master. It was a fierce battle. The gray-haired Soul Master possessed the same cultivation level and ultimate spells as the Soul Master. At the same time, it was contaminated with the power of heaven, whose strength was rapidly becoming stronger with the passage of time. The turbulence of wisdom in the Chaos Ocean was shaken up, and the atmosphere of the endless wisdom was raging. In the end, although the 9 elites shattered the gray-haired Soul Master, they also suffered indelible trauma. Their origins of life began to fade away and their auras became disordered as they came to the end of their lives. He, you're about to die and I'll never die. Surrender to me and you'll live on to gain super far-reaching powers at the same time. Although the gray-haired Soul Master was annihilated, the unknown gray mist still existed. It was sealed up by an ultimate spell and was rolling around like a cloud. The Soul Master wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her glow was dimming, and her aura was extremely weak. She first contained the unknown gray mist in her body. Then, she cut off the other half of herself. Her strength was greatly reduced and she fought against the gray-haired Soul Master again. She had been reduced to her weakest. However, she still exuded an authoritative demeanor. She performed another hand seal, and an indescribably terrifying coercion burst into the air from her body. A cloud of golden light skyrocketed, surrounding the unknown gray mist, forming a weird pattern, distorting time and space. "You can even use the power of time-space?" The unknown gray mist screamed in horror and disbelief. The Soul Master ignored it. Her face was unprecedentedly solemn and she said lightly, "Lend your power to me." Without hesitation, the other 8 elites channeled their monitor. "Take time and space here as the boundary, seal the years and forbid eternity." The majestic voice of the Soul Master was heard and time and space abided by her orders. The seal pattern dazzled like a rainbow as it devoured the unknown gray mist little by little. "No. No. How can you use the power of time-space? You're all on the brink of death. Don't you want to live? I can help you live. No seal in the world can ban me forever. Mark my words, I'll be back." The unknown gray mist roared with frustration. This seal of the Soul Master was extremely overbearing. It had transcended the boundaries of time and space, sealing the cloud of undesirable gray mist inside of not just space, but time and space. It was truly terrifying, and if nothing else, this seal would never be found by others. After sealing the gray mist, the Soul Master became even more unsteady on her feet. "We need to wipe out this memory," she said suddenly. The other 8 elites were stunned, but then they quickly returned to their carefree state. "The enchantment of heaven's like a seed planted in the heart. The best thing for us to do is to forget it completely. This secret is indeed the safest only if we don't have the memory of it. For the peace of the 7 dimensions, this memory mustn't be kept." They instantly understood what the Soul Master was trying to achieve. They might not be tempted by the power and eternity mentioned by heaven this time, but who of them could guarantee it would be the same in the future? What's more, they were already dying. God forbid if anyone decided to perform a soul peek into their memories at this time, so the best thing was to completely forget about it. Only then could the seal be considered flawless. "Come, let us all wipe out this memory." Immediately, the 9 elites raised their hands together and completely erased this memory of their own without hesitation. After this battle, the 9 elites were no longer able to face the follow-up offensive of the Eldritchs. Everyone thought that the 9 elites fell by the Eldritchs when in fact, it was heaven who did it. The Soul Master watched the moving images on the screen silently. At that time, she was in the midst of a catastrophe. To prevent disasters, she asked the 9 elites to wipe off the memories together. But now, she needed to look for the memories to make full preparations. What was the relationship between the Eldritchs and heaven? Her expression suddenly changed and she turned to look at Elite King. Her pupils shrank sharply when she saw a faint gray mist was silently surrounding him. It was sealed in that time and space, and at this time, she and the Elite King were also in that time and space. In addition, The elite king was made into a divine zombie, his memory was lacking, his Tao heart was unsteady, so it was easy for the unknown Grey Mist to find a chance to infiltrate his body. "Didn't I say that I'd be back? Ha ha ha." The voice of heaven was filled with sarcasm and madness. "Destroy everything into silence." The Soul Master's face darkened and she immediately pointed at Elite King. Elite King trembled, let out a long howl, and bombarded the Soul Master with a punch. The river of time shook, and the space-time barrier immediately rippled. Elite King's body was immediately blasted away and his entire arm was cracked. However, an unknown grey mist overflowed from his wound and healed it. Then, he fled away from the river of time without looking back. The Soul Master wasted no time in chasing after him. Meanwhile, back at the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan was lying on the rocking chair and reading the newspaper from Heavenly Palace after coming back from Zhang Lu's place. Beside him, Xiao Bei was conscientiously fanning him with a folding fan. While reading the newspaper, he sighed with anxiety. Now, even the third dimension has popped after the fourth dimension. All this is making me feel a lot of pressure. The Heavenly Palace people had been investigating and recording some recent changes in the newspaper so that Li Nianfan could relieve his boredom by reading it. It was not difficult to see from all the news that after the opening up of portals, many skilled fighters, especially those from the third dimension, had shown their true colors. They probably had been holding back for too long and could no longer control themselves anymore. For example, after coming out of the third dimension, there was a seal demon who went on a rampage in the seventh dimension. Even though it was a wisdom elite, it was still not strong enough in the third dimension, so it had been suppressed by the others for a long time. It was filled with indescribable excitement when it came to the seventh dimension, and the first thing it did was to let himself loose amongst the female demons. Those who did not do what it said were killed. Soon, it came to the area of the gods and had its eyes on the demon palace established by Little Fox. It planned to make all the female demons there a part of its harem. This undoubtedly provoked the Heavenly Palace, and thus it was destroyed by the people from the Heavenly Palace. Just this morning, the seal's fresh corpse was delivered along with this newspaper. It must have been hard on the seal. It had been itself holding back for countless years. Poor thing. After all, from where I came from, a male seal has to mate with hundreds of female seals. Li Nianfan glanced at the corpse of the seal and then said, "But then again, the seal is indeed a good thing, especially suitable for making a seal pill." At this moment, Daji opened the door and walked in. In her hands was a block of ice, and frozen in it was the unknown grey mist that had merged with the origins of the fourth dimension. Li Nianfan looked at the block of ice and said with a smile, "Little Daji, the snow globe you're holding sure is pretty and the picture seems to be moving." The grey mist was trapped inside the ice, blooming into a special shape now and then in a bid to escape. In Li Nianfan's view, the block of ice was the same as the snow globe he so often saw in his previous life. The transparent glass ball had a picture in it and it would change with a shake. Daji smiled wryly internally and thought to herself, "That's my master." To him, heaven's just a small globe. Li Nianfan immediately picked a place for it and said with a smile, "It's perfect as a decoration. Just put it in the center of the table over there." Chapter 736, The Safest Dimension of All. Li Nianfan put down the newspaper and asked, "Little Daji, what do you think of the situation now?" Daji pondered for a moment and then said, "There are many more skilled fighters around, the undercurrents are surging, and many clans stand in great numbers. I'm afraid that many changes will happen soon." Li Nianfan nodded. It was just as he had guessed. Several different dimensions were connected and the little skirmishes here and there were signs of bigger battles that were to come. Even though he was a deluxe merit saint and had many skilled fighters protecting him, it was still necessary to maintain relations with various powerhouses. Mindful of this, he said, "Call Nanan and Dragon over. I have something to ask of them." Daji nodded obediently and immediately went to the backyard. Soon, Nanan and Dragon ran over and asked, "Brother Li, you called?" Dragon saw the snow globe and her eyes instantly filled with curiosity. She grabbed it and began to shake it. Inside, the grey mist was like a stream of water, changing its shape as she shook it. Heaven was made dizzy by the movement and was seething with anger. "You brats! I'll make you pay for this. It looks fun. Let me try, too," said Nanan. She took it from Dragon and shook it even more vigorously. "Gah! This is why I hate kids. Just you wait, you brats," shouted Heaven. After a while, Li Nianfan finally said, "Ask Little Fox to come, too. Let's grill more donkey meat today and after that, The three of you can deliver it to the Heavenly Palace, the Demon Palace, the Underworld, and the major sects. It's always good to have lots of friends." Dragon and Nana nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Lee." Time passed slowly like water. Many skilled fighters had begun to travel between the dimensions for a myriad of reasons, to see the future world, to find opportunities, to find a good place for their cultivation, to avoid being killed, and so forth. However, the third dimension was broken, the fifth dimension was severely injured, and the fourth dimension was also in poor condition. Only the seventh dimension was thriving and full of wisdom aura, so the seventh dimension attracted the most people. The area of the gods had undoubtedly become the center. The powerhouses and skilled fighters who entered the area of the gods were as many as the salmon swimming upstream during spawning season. Once there, they would dominate the others or carefully explore the seventh dimension. With the passage of time, many people became more and more restless. At this time, above the void, huge auspicious clouds were passing through. Above the auspicious clouds stood more than a dozen monks, all with cold expressions on their faces. Their icy aura shrouded their bodies, making them look extremely imposing. At the forefront was an old man holding a horsetail whisk and a young man capped with a crown jaded hat. They did not conceal their auras that were extremely overbearing as they enveloped the auspicious clouds. One glance and everyone knew they should not mess with them, so the other auspicious clouds had to take a detour. One of the monks held a big banner high in his hands, and it was printed with a golden and huge word, "Dragon." The word was shining in the sun with traces of magic. People from the third dimension would instantly recognize that this was the banner of the Dragon Wave sect. The Dragon Wave sect was not a big sect in the third dimension, but what made them powerful was the two Wisdom Elite members in it. Moreover, the sect master possessed an ultimate treasure blessed with the origins of the third dimension, which gave it the power to effortlessly suppress any other Wisdom Elite. Now that they had come out of the third dimension, they had risen from the bottom of the ranks and became one of the most powerful sects in the area of the gods. The young man was the son of the sect master, Zhao Feng. Standing on the auspicious clouds, he stared at the mountains and rivers beneath his feet and smiled arrogantly. "I was born in a broken third dimension. I never expected the outside world to be so wonderful." The old man smiled lightly and said, "The outside world isn't only wonderful, but opportunities are everywhere. In the future, the Dragon Wave sect will become even more powerful and this great river and mountain you see before you will naturally belong to you." Zhao Feng sneered overbearingly and said, "Hee, we possess a natural advantage since we came from the third dimension. Those in the area of the gods who pledge their allegiance to us will become our vassals and those who don't will have to endure my wrath." "Your words are absolute. There are already 9 sects willing to become our vassals," said the old man. "Where are we going next?" asked Zhao Feng. "The legendary beast sect." The old man paused and continued, "According to the information I've received, this legendary beast sect has a somewhat extraordinary background. It seems they have the backing of an influential figure from the area of the gods. It's the #1 sect in this area and feared by the surrounding sects." "Oh?" Zhao Feng arched his brow slightly and asked curiously, "How strong is it?" "The power of the sect master is the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, and there is also an elder who's also in the heavenly realm," replied the old man. "Is that all?" Zhao Feng sneered, shook his head, and said, "It seems that there aren't many skilled fighters in the 7th dimension. From the looks of it, the influential figure behind them is probably not much stronger. At most, a wisdom elite. The legendary beast sect will be the first sect for us to conquer," said the old man. At the same time, in the legendary beast sect, Sect Master Shi Turingmi was receiving distinguished guests. An old man and a beautiful girl were visiting him. The grandfather and granddaughter duo had come from the third dimension. After coming out of the third dimension, they traveled in the 7th dimension and had no hegemony in mind. It was purely a holiday for them and they hoped to make some good friends along the way. "Master Shi, I have noticed that the 7th dimension doesn't have a lot of skilled fighters. I'm afraid that disaster will surely happen now that the portals opened up," said the grandfather in a worried tone. He had seen too many bloody storms in the third dimension. The 7th dimension was not strong enough to protect itself. It was very likely that it would follow in the third dimension's footsteps and that its peaceful days were numbered. Shi Turingmi shook his head, smiled, and said calmly, "There's no need to worry about this. The 7th dimension's definitely the safest. Whoever dares to go on a rampage in the area of the gods would inevitably be wiped out." He was not exaggerating, not when he could always count on the expert to suppress all evils. As long as the newcomers behaved themselves, they would be fine, and if not, Well, it was not hard to imagine what would happen to them. Although he did not know for sure just how powerful the expert was, the word invincible came to mind. "What do you mean?" asked the grandfather. "The area of the gods has the backing of a really powerful figure. You'll see what I mean should a disaster really fall on this place." Shi Turingmi smiled mysteriously and said proudly, "He's teaching my daughter how to write and paint as we speak. By now, she should have attained some achievements." He was extremely proud of Shi Tukin, and because of her, even the people of Heavenly Palace behaved respectfully toward him. The grandfather and granddaughter looked at each other with puzzlement on their faces, wondering just where the heck Shi Turingmin got that confidence of his. It was probably because he did not have any first-hand experience of terror that the third dimension could bring. However, they did not say all this out loud to Shi Turingmin. "Your daughter must be really talented, Master Shi. Qing Xuan, you'll do well to learn from Master Shi's daughter," said the grandfather instead. "Ha, you're too kind," said Shi Turingmin. Suddenly, a terrifying coercion fell from the sky, hitting the legendary beast sect like a heavy hammer. Immediately afterward, a loud voice was heard. "I, Zhao Feng, from the Dragon Wave sect, am here to visit the legendary beast sect." Shi Turingming's face darkened. "Is this how you pay a visit? Zhao Feng?" The expressions of the grandfather and Qing Xuan changed at the same time and a ray of hatred burst into their eyes. "You know him?" asked Shi Turingming. "He's the one who killed my father," said Qing Xuan between gritted teeth, her eyes red. The grandfather sighed and said, "Back in the third dimension, Zhao Feng saw Qing Xuan's beauty and wanted to make her his. Her parents tried to fight them off while I escaped with her." Shi Turingming scoffed and said, "Those scoundrels." As they spoke, their expressions changed at the same time, and the mana of their bodies circulated out and turned into barriers. In the next moment, a terrifying force came crashing down and a huge palm phantom suddenly fell on the hall, shattering the entire hall and turning it into dust. "This is outrageous," shouted Shi Turingming after he took flight. "Hey, it's your own fault for not coming out the instant I announced my arrival," said the Dragon Wave sect's old man with a sneer. His Wisdom Elite's power erupted, isolating the space around them while the Wisdom Aura manifested one terrifying vision after another, making everyone in the legendary beast sect tremble. "There you are, Qing Xuan." Zhao Feng's eyes lit up with desire and excitement. "Ha ha ha, I've been looking for you for so many years. I can't believe I found you here. Fate has brought us together once more. You're destined to become my woman." "Bullshit. Don't make stalking sound so romantic," shouted Shi Turingming angrily. After all that he had experienced, it was only natural that he would not be afraid of Zhao Feng, hence the ridicule. Zhao Feng's face darkened. "Are you looking for death, old geezer?" "Shi Turingming, we have no intention of fighting with you today. You only need to surrender to us and we'll guarantee the safety of your sect," said the old man. "Save your breath, old Yun. There's no use reasoning with them. They don't even have a wisdom elite amongst them. We should just kill them all," said Zhao Feng savagely. Yun Mofeng's aura locked on Shi Turingming as he coldly said, "Oh well, you've got a point there. Die, Shi Turingming." "Watch out, Master Shi." The grandfather strode over quickly and stared at Yun Mofeng with cold eyes. "I'll kill you, Yun Mofeng." Zhao Feng smiled shamelessly, "Grandfather, it's true we accidentally killed your son but we'll become a family once I marry Qing Xuan. So, how about you stay out of this?" As soon as he raised his hand, more than a dozen people behind him stepped out in unison and surrounded Qing Xuan and the others. Judging from the aura they were exuding, they were all in the heavenly realm. He laughed maniacally and said to Qing Xuan, "Don't think you're getting out of this. We'll be married by the end of the day." "I'd rather die than to be married to you," said Qing Xuan firmly. Shi Turingming stepped forward just when the grandfather was about to charge toward Yun Mofeng. "Why should I become the vassal of a lousy sect like yours? I advise you to give up your idea of marrying Miss Qing Xuan. You're not worthy of her at all." Incensed, Zhao Feng pointed at Shi Turingming and shouted, "Old Yun, kill him now." Without hesitation, Yun Mofeng raised his hand and ruthlessly cast a palm strike at Shi Turingming. The power of wisdom was like a galloping river and sea converging into a huge force as it headed for him. "How naive of you to think you can kill me." Shi Turingming had no intention of backing down and instead, charged toward it straight on. This action not only stunned the Dragon Wave sect but also Qing Xuan and her grandfather. The strength between a wisdom elite and the heavenly realm was like the difference between clouds and mud. They had never met a man as stubborn as Shi Turingming. Just when the palm was about to fall on Shi Turiming, he suddenly raised his hand and a branch appeared in his hand. He wielded the branch like a sword and it actually pierced through the palm and neutralized the attack. How's this possible? Yun Mofeng's pupils suddenly widened as he stared at the branch. Then, he said in shock, that branch is contaminated with the Origin's aura. The Origins? Zhao Feng's eyes immediately turned red and he said greedily, we can refine it into an Origin's ultimate treasure. Quick, grab it. Ha ha ha, this is indeed a happy discovery. Lady Luck must be on our side. This will be a fine addition to our collection. As Yun Mofeng laughed, his attack became fiercer. All kinds of ultimate spells were used to suppress Shi Turiming. However, all of them were effortlessly dispelled by the branch in Shi Turiming's hand. As the father of Shi Tukan, he got to enjoy certain benefits. The branch was given to him by Shi Tukan for him to use for self-defense. It was leftover material from the tables and chairs made by Li Nianfen and it came from the backyard. What a terrifying branch. A chill ran up Yun Mofeng's spine, making goosebumps break out all over his body. He was both scared and happy. It seemed like the branch had more origins in it than he first thought. Taking advantage of Yun Mofeng's distracted state, Shi Turiming neutralized another one of his ultimate spells and then shoved the branch up his butt. Chapter 737, Shi Turiming's Pride and Joy. Yowza, shouted Yun Mofeng as he shot up like a spring, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. He clutched his butt, convulsed all over, and screamed pitifully. How is it possible for an ant to beat me? The others were also shocked. He actually managed to injure Yun Mofeng? Qing Xuan's eyes widened in surprise, and when she noticed Yun Mofeng's wound, her hand quickly shot up to her mouth. The gap between the heavenly realm and the wisdom elite could not be adequately described in words at all. Therefore, it was also impossible for a treasurer to fill this gap. However, it was clear that the branch Shi Turiming was holding did just that. Shi Turiming stood where he was and apologized to the branch. I'm sorry for shoving you up the butt of that scum. I couldn't help it. Why you? Red in the face, Yun Mofeng pointed at him while clenching his butt to stop the blood from gushing out. How dare he humiliate me like that? This is psychological warfare. Old Yun, we must get our hands on that extraordinary branch. Zhao Feng stared at the branch greedily, wishing to imprint his eyeballs on it. He roared anxiously, everyone, attack at the same time. I want him alive or dead. Immediately, the members of the Dragon Wave sect raised their hands in unison to deploy a joint attack formation. Their mana gathered in the void to form a vast ocean, which was expected when a dozen or so Heavenly Realm fighters joined forces at the same time. Die! Shouted Yun Mofeng furiously, red in the eyes, as he cast out another attack. In the face of the siege, Shi Turiming remained calm. He waved his branch, and countless after-images manifested in front of him, blooming in the void like flowers, blocking the numerous attacks. The branch was enveloped by a layer of emerald green light as the power of Origins swirled around it. It was just like a baton, and every time it took a shot, it could easily summon the power of wisdom and exert an incomparably powerful force. Both Qing Xuan and her grandfather were stunned and rooted to where they were. The legendary beast sect so strong. The sect master single-handedly took down so many people, said Qing Xuan with awe in her voice. The old man took a deep breath and said in horror, the sect master did mention he has a powerful figure backing him up. From the looks of it, the seventh dimension is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. They're the epitome of how still waters run deep. The battle continued. The branch in Shi Turiming's hand surpassed any divine weapon, making him peerlessly powerful. It might have looked flimsy but many of the opponents had already been shot to the ground by it. In a blink of an eye, 5 out of the dozen or so Heavenly Realm fighters were already puking blood out of their mouths. On the other hand, Shi Turiming was only a little pale in the face. Something's off about the legendary beast sect. This isn't the strength the Heavenly Realm should have. This branch is so unusual. Even a single light blow from it makes me feel like the whole world's crashing down on me. How is it possible for a mere Heavenly Realm fighter to possess an ultimate treasure like this? The more they battled, the more deeply the horror of the branch was imprinted in their hearts. Young Master Zhao Feng, quick! Call the sect master over. I'm positive that this branch came from somewhere deep inside the Origins. We cannot let it get away, shouted Yun Mofeng hurriedly. The thing he was most worried about was that Shi Turiming would try to do a runner with the branch. On it, old Yun. Zhao Feng took out a jade talisman and smashed it in the air, creating an opening in the space. The aura of the mighty wisdom turned into a vortex and a strange power started to blossom. Oh, no! He's calling for backup. Qing Xuan's grandfather's face darkened. He rushed forward and bombarded the space with his attacks, hell-bent on destroying it. However, a thin palm appeared out of the vortex and blocked all of Qing Xuan's grandfather's attacks, sending him back a few feet. Immediately after that, a middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe appeared. His eyes were like stars, his whole body was majestic, and he began to scan his surroundings. "Zhao Feng, what could possibly drive you to use the natal jade talisman I've given you?" asked the man. "Father, look over there. We've discovered a priceless treasure," said Zhao Feng excitedly. The middle-aged man looked at the battlefield, then his pupils constricted sharply. "A Heavenly Realm fighter managed to single-handedly fight off the elites of my sect? Wait a minute, is that a Origin's ultimate treasure in his hand?" The middle-aged man's heart thumped wildly and he took another good look for confirmation. The power of Origins is rich in this one. Never would I expect the seventh dimension to possess a treasure like this. "I dare say that the Great has even surpassed the Origin's ultimate treasure that I have," he said with shock and happiness. "I was afraid of it getting away, so decided to call you here," said Zhao Feng. "Ha ha ha, well done. You did the right thing." The middle-aged man laughed and stared at the branch with lust. "This is an unexpected blessing given to us by heaven itself." Without hesitation, he launched an attack at Shi Turiming. Qing Xuan's grandfather immediately rushed over and said coldly, "Stop. Zhao Longtao, I'm your opponent." He, a person who doesn't even have an Origin's ultimate treasure isn't worthy of being my opponent." Zhao Longtao smiled disdainfully. A whip phantom shot out like a poisonous snake from his hand, cutting off wisdom along the way as it struck down on Qing Xuan's grandfather. Qing Xuan's grandfather's ultimate spells were instantly dispelled and he was sent flying. Blood flowed out of a deep welt on his body and his Origins of life was severely injured. The Origins from the seven dimensions can suppress wisdom. There's only death for those who underestimate its power. Zhao Longtao laughed triumphantly. Then, his eyes fell on Shi Turiming. He sneered and said, "The power of the Origin's ultimate treasure depends on the user. It's obvious at your level that you can't exert all its power. Therefore, you should give it to me." He swung his whip at Shi Turiming. The whip wrapped around the branch in his hand. The Origin's aura of the two treasures were locked in a stalemate and Shi Turiming's actions were immediately blocked. The other members of Dragon Wave sect saw the opportunity and began to launch one attack after another at him. "Game over." Zhao Feng laughed, looked at Qing Xuan with a smirk, and said, "Qing Xuan, you're mine tonight." "Dream on," said Qing Xuan between gritted teeth. "It's not up for you to decide. I'll kill your grandfather if you don't do as I say," said Zhao Feng cockily. Qing Xuan's delicate body trembled with anger. Her face was desperately pale, helpless, and sad, and she was at a loss of what to do. Yun Mofeng was still not out of the game. His eyes were full of killing intent as he positioned himself above Shi Turiming. "He who insults me dies." Just when he was about to cast out a palm strike to wipe out Shi Turiming, a cold aura suddenly rushed over as a figure shot through the air. It was a glowing woman. Her long hair fluttered with the wind and the aura she exuded made her seem otherworldly. She was none other than Shi Tukan. Li Nianfan made a pile of grilled donkey meat to be distributed amongst the powerhouses and she, being the young sect master of the legendary beast sect, had taken this chance to come home for a visit. On the way, she sensed a few powerful aura engaged in a fight, and so, she sped over as fast as could. Arriving there, she was shocked to see what had happened. She immediately made her way over to Shi Turiming and asked with concern in her voice, "Father, are you okay?" Shi Turiming let out a long sigh of relief and then said with fear, "Thank God you've come, daughter. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to see me ever again. These people aren't good people." "I know, leave the rest to me," Shi Tukan nodded and turned her cold gaze toward the Dragon Wave sect people. "Wow, you're pretty." Zhao Feng's eyes were about to bulge out. He was looking at Shi Tukan with a perverse glint in his eyes while he excitedly said, "I never expected Shi Turiming's daughter to be this pretty. Why don't you join me and Qing Xuan tonight?" "Ha ha ha." Qing Xuan's grandfather sighed inwardly. Master Shi's daughter really chose the wrong time to come back for a visit. She might as well serve herself up on a golden platter. Shi Turiming stabilized his injury and his confidence returned. "Shut your mouth, you crazy dog. How dare you speak to my daughter like that?" He would not allow anyone to humiliate his daughter like that. After all, she was an apprentice of the expert. He was confident that she could easily defeat these people after training under the expert for so long. Zhao Feng's face darkened. "How dare you speak to me like that, You old geezer. You should just up and die. Qing Xuan and her grandfather were also shocked. Hasn't Master Shi learned his lesson? Is he really that confident that his daughter can save him? Shut your eyes and your mouth. Shi Tucken looked at Zhao Feng indifferently. With a flick of her wrist, a brush appeared between her fingers. She wrote in the air, "Seal eyes, seal mouth." The ink flowed like water in the void and the power of wisdom slammed into motion, blessing the 4 words with the order of heaven as it crashed against Zhao Feng. "How dare you!" Zhao Longtao shouted angrily and immediately raised his hand to block Shi Tucken's attack, but all that met him was air. In the next instant, an irresistible force made Zhao Feng tremble and he suddenly panicked as if he had become extremely insignificant. "What are you doing? What is this power? I can't open my eyes. Gah! I've become blind. Ah! His voice stopped abruptly. His mouth was sealed up. His body was trembling and he kept spinning around in place in panic. Everyone's eyes widened in horror at the same time while Shi Tucken stood there serenely. "You're a wisdom elite." Zhao Longtao looked at Shi Tucken angrily, his emotions all over the place. "How is it that this girl's stronger than her father?" Yun Mofeng stared at Shi Tucken's brush and in a trembling voice, he said, "Sect Master, her brush is definitely not ordinary, it's definitely an Origin's ultimate treasure." Zhao Longtao was also aware of this and a myriad of expressions flashed across his face. "It seems like the legendary beast sect has been hiding many treasures from us. No matter, they'll all be mine in the end." He waved the whip in his hand and lashed at Shi Tucken violently. Seeing this, Shi Tucken just stood there quietly, not making a move. Just when this whip neared her, it froze. Zhao Longtao tried to move the whip but was surprised to find that he had lost control of it. The whip seemed to have become a well-behaved snake, looking up and down at Shi Tucken's brush. Then, without saying anything, the whip immediately turned its head and rushed back to the stunned Zhao Longtao. It then wound tightly around him like a rope. Even then, he still did not snap out of his shock. Yun Mofeng was shocked. Qing Xuan was shocked. Her grandfather was shocked. Only Zhao Feng could not see what happened, and his mana anxiously condensed into words in the void. "What happened?" Shi Tucken chuckled and said to the whip, "I see that you know what's good for you. You surrendered just in time." Zhao Longtao's face flushed red. He found all this hard to accept. No, how could this be? How could an Origin's ultimate treasure turn against its master? Who are you exactly? He finally realized that he had provoked someone who he could not afford to provoke. Even his Origin's ultimate treasure rebelled on the spot. What else could he do? "Fall back. Fall back, now," yelled Yun Mofeng. His soul almost left his body and his brain was about to explode. He ran away without looking back. He burned everything he had and shot out across the air in a beam of light. "I need to get away as fast as possible. We've underestimated the 7th dimension. How could an ordinary sect produce so many monsters?" thought Yun Mofeng. The other members of the Dragon Wave sect also dispersed at a speed of light. "Hey, come back. I'm not done with you all." Shi Tucken slowly raised her brush and gently drew 4 strokes in the form of a rectangle in their direction. Instantly, the space she drew was peeled off like a piece of white paper, and printed on it were the figures of Yun Mofeng and the others running away. "Please, spare me, goddess. DMN that kid. He's no son of mine. I'm sorry for ever listening to him. I'm willing to surrender." Zhao Longtao had never seen such a terrifying technique before. He was so scared that his liver and gallbladder were splitting apart. Fat drops of tears fell from his eyes as he kept begging for mercy. Shi Tucken ignored him and raised her brush pen again, sending Zhao Longtao and his son neatly into the painting. Then, she offered the painting to Qing Xuan and her grandfather. Chapter 738, Don't Mess with the Local Powerhouses. Qing Xuan and her grandfather stared at the painting dumbly, thinking they were dreaming. The Dragon Wave sect is gone, just like that? First, Shi Turiming took out a branch and battled with a wisdom elite. Next, this young woman in front of them only had to stand there for her opponent's Origin's ultimate treasure to rebel against its master. Then, with a few strokes, she turned them into a painting? Each event was more shocking than the previous one. Their brains were still reeling from the previous shock. "Do whatever you want with this painting. You can even wipe them all out by ripping it to shreds," said Shi Tucken, pulling them back to the present. Qing Xuan accepted the painting in a trance, not really believing that the fate of her mortal enemies was now in the palm of her hands. Thank you, goddess. I, Lin Yufeng, owe you my life," said Qing Xuan's grandfather. "I, Qing Xuan, "Thank the goddess for saving my life and avenging my parents," said Qingxuan sincerely. Shi Turiming walked over with a laugh and proudly introduced his daughter, "Brother Yufeng, this is my daughter, Shi Tukan." He was shocked at how powerful Shi Tukan had become, but not as shocked as Qingxuan and Lin Yufeng, because after all, this was not his first time experiencing things like this. Lin Yufeng finally understood why Shi Turiming could act so stubborn in the face of enemies stronger than him. Anyone would have acted as stubborn as him if they had a daughter like Shi Tukan. At the same time, he recalled the powerful figure he mentioned. He must be more powerful than Shi Tukan to be her mentor. He chastised himself for not believing in Shi Turiming and hated himself for being so narrow-minded. "What brings you back here, daughter?" asked Shi Turiming with a smile. "Master had made some food for everyone, so I brought some for you," said Shi Tukan. "Food?" Shi Turiming became very excited and touched at the same time. "The expert's certainly kind to us. I'll forever be indebted to him." Shi Tukan took out the donkey burger and passed it to him. Both Lin Yufeng and Qingxuan were puzzled by his behavior, but the puzzlement soon turned into shock when their gaze fell on the donkey burger. "What thick wisdom aura! It even has a trace of origins. This isn't ordinary food at all. It's a great fortune. The expert's really generous to give that away. Anyone would have fought tooth and nail for this." "Master Shi, this." Lin Yufeng could not even speak properly. "This is just food. My daughter has it every day, and sometimes the expert will give us some, too," said Shi Turiming calmly. Lin Yufeng and Qingxuan almost fainted with shock. They could not believe that divine food like this was treated as everyday food to the expert. This had turned their worldview upside down. This explained how Shi Tukan became so powerful. Even a pig would become the most powerful being in all 7 dimensions if they had the expert as their master. They had certainly underestimated the 7th dimension. "Master Shi, may we join the legendary beast sect?" asked Qingxuan. "You've avenged my son and his wife, and for that, we're willing to pledge our loyalty to you," said Lin Yufeng. They waited anxiously for Shi Turiming's answer, fearing that they were not qualified to join the sect. They were hoping that by joining them, some of the benefits bestowed by the expert would trickle down to them. "You're more than welcome to join," said Shi Turiming generously with a smile on his face. "Brother Yufeng, you were injured just now. Please, have some of this meat. I hope you don't find the portion too small." Then, he gave them some of the grilled donkey meat, which the two of them respectfully accepted with trembling hands. "It's not small at all. Thank you so much." They began to shove it into their mouths, not even letting a morsel escape. "Wow! This is so good. I can feel it. I can feel my mana spinning. I'm getting stronger." Meanwhile, demons from the other dimensions had gathered around the demon palace, observing their every move. It was inevitable that the newly arrived forces would want to take over the old forces. As the most influential demon organization in the entire dimension, the demon palace naturally attracted the attention of many. At this moment, a huge blue-eyed white tiger stood on the top of the mountain, his majestic eyes looking in the direction of the demon palace, lost in deep thought. Then, he asked, "Have we received any news from the spy we've sent out?" "At present, we only know that the demon palace and the heavenly palace have good relations. There are 2 peerless demon queens, a sister duo from the 9-tailed fox clan. Rumor has it that they possess unparalleled elegance, beauty, profound magical power, and," said a minion demon. "Stop right there. Did I ask you to come up with all the words to describe them? Useless, each and every one of you," shouted the White Tiger King. "Who doesn't know that the demon palace and the heavenly palace have good relations with each other? Do you think I don't know it was the heavenly palace who killed the seal demon king? As for the demon queens, unparalleled elegance and beauty, eh? Ha ha, I." Suddenly, his eyes bulged out as he looked toward the void and his tongue was lolled out as a bewitching woman slowly made her way over to the demon palace. She wore a pink tulle dress and was walking barefoot on the void. Wherever she stepped, there seemed to be pink lotus blooming under her feet, eclipsing the world. "I believe what you," said the White Tiger King softly. Then, in an excited tone, he said, "To get the demon palace, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Hurry and pack up, we're going there to propose a marriage." The young woman was, of course, Little Fox. She was delivering the donkey burger to the demon palace. However, as soon as she arrived there, several ores exploded like a volcano around her. The incomparable violent force washed over her like waves. In an instant, the surrounding area of the demon palace was enveloped by the overwhelming demon cloud. "I, Ziquangfan, King of the Heavenly Lion, have come for a marriage proposal. You must be the Demon Queen. I'm the Manic Wolf King. May we get to know each other? All of you may pray for me. I, Earth-Shattering Dragon King, is willing to marry into your family." All of the demons were looking at Little Fox with earnest, burning passion in their eyes. Looking at them, a devilish smile suddenly broke out of Little Fox's face. She took out a chessboard and said, "My, look at how enthusiastic you all are. How about we play a game of chess?" Meanwhile, Dragon and Chinmanyan were also engaged in a battle at the Eastern Sea and the Lynxian Palace respectively. The forces from the outside world would more or less test the original forces in the area of the gods. However, after these skirmishes, similar occurrences had become less frequent. The newcomers had discovered that although many of the sects in the area of the gods looked weak, they possessed endless unusual methods to defeat them. Not only that, the sects presented a united front by helping each other out, and they all had the backing of the Heavenly Palace. If they did not subside, the newcomers would surely run into the risk of being annihilated. Therefore, news of the local forces of the area of the gods and how they should not be messed with gradually spread. Meanwhile, somewhere in the fourth dimension was the stronghold of the Wang family. An old man sat in the main hall surrounded by a weird aura. By his side, the space was rippling like water. A person with sensitive divine consciousness would surely notice traces of the origins being extracted by the old man as he gradually refined it into himself. The old man was Wang Tang, patriarch of the Wang family. The other elders looked at Wang Tang and their eyes suddenly showed surprise and expectation. "I can feel it, the origins aura really appeared around the master. So it's true that the master has a magical secret technique that can extract the origins. Ha ha ha, the Wang family's lucky indeed to have come across such a huge opportunity." During the discussion, Wang Tang opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up into an excited smile. "Rest assured that I'll also teach you these secrets. You'll do well to monitor the origins in the third dimension. From now on, we'll integrate the origins from the third, fourth, and fifth dimension into our bodies and we'll definitely become invincible by then." Everyone in the Wang family was overjoyed when they heard that they could learn such secret methods. "Master, what about the seventh dimension?" asked one of the elders. Wang Tang shook his head and asked instead, "Have you received any news about the seventh dimension?" "Master, all the forces who dared to attack the seventh dimension will inevitably encounter inexplicable suppression. There are rumors that there's a very powerful expert there," answered the elder. Wang Tang nodded, seemingly not surprised at all. He said indifferently, Hee, it's just as I expected. I got a warning from God that there's a special existence in the seventh dimension who we shouldn't provoke for the time being." "Ah, I see. On second thought, the seventh dimension is indeed a bit weird." The others nodded solemnly. "But sooner or later, we have to take down the seventh dimension. At present, we'll only need to conduct some investigation, analyze the power distribution there, and look for opportunities to get rid of them one by one," continued Wang Tang. "Rest assured, Master, that we're doing all that as we speak," said the elder. "Also, it might not only be the Wang family who receive the favor of God. I hope you won't let me down," said Wang Tang. "Don't worry, Master. The Wang family is destined to rule over all 7 dimensions." Today, at the palace of the deluxe merit saint in the Heavenly Palace, Li Nianfan came to the terrace as soon as the sun on the horizon poked its head out of the clouds. He came personally to deliver the donkey burger to the people of Heavenly Palace and stayed a few days in the palace of the deluxe merit saint to make full use of it. He was bathed in the sun, facing the morning glow, overlooking the entire area of the gods. It was said that the higher up one was, the further one could see, and from where he was standing, he could see everything. Compared to the last time, the area of the gods seemed to have changed again, and the landscape of the area had become more complicated. After enjoying the spectacular scenery for a while, Daji and Fire Phoenix came to the terrace and greeted Li Nianfan. "Good morning, Master." "Good morning." Li Nianfan smiled and nodded. Then, he said, "I'm going to do morning exercises, how about you?" Daji chuckled and said, "We're joining you, of course." "Let's begin then." Li Nianfan immediately got into a stance and began his morning exercises. Daji and Fire Phoenix followed him, their movements as skilled as his. It was obvious they had been practicing for a long time. Their movements were very slow but there was no sense of awkwardness in them. On the contrary, they seemed to have become one heaven and earth, moving along with the flow of nature. At this time, Juling Shen passed by with a team of patrolling heavenly soldiers. Seeing this scene, He immediately stopped and his body began to copy their movements, seemingly moving by its own accord. The immortals beside the palace of the deluxe merit saint also noticed this scene, and they, too, began to do morning exercises. When other people saw these immortals doing the morning exercise, they also started to act accordingly. At this moment, the aura of wisdom flowed and gathered into a power of heaven and earth, governing the entire heavenly palace, making all the immortals tremble. The morning exercise spread farther and farther, and it seemed that there was some kind of strange magic that made it irresistible for them to follow the path of Tao. At the Lingzhou Palace, both the Jade Emperor and the Empress abandoned their usual morning ritual and started doing the morning exercise, too. Then, the Yuelao Pavilion, the Palace of the Finance Gods, the Food Gods Hall, the Southern Sky Gate, the Northern Sky Gate, and many others joined in, too. Throughout the Heavenly Palace, all the immortals were doing their morning exercises leisurely while somewhere not far from there, a terrifying battle was breaking out. The Soul Master's face was ice cold. With a flick of her wrist, endless wisdom gathered at her fingertips and she launched a palm strike at the Elite King. She had been chasing him from the river of time until this point. She had to suppress him no matter what. The Elite King's body had been contaminated by the unknown grey mist and there would be endless trouble if she let him get away. The Elite King sneered and he was no longer just running away but counterattacking with his fists. The coercion from him was much stronger than the previous few days. After being eroded by the grey mist, his strength had nearly recovered to its peak. Soul Master, you really dare to chase me, heaven, all the way? You've sealed me for countless years, die now. The Elite King's face became distorted and a faintly grey misty face emerged. Grinning, he threw a punch at the Soul Master. However, this punch froze midair and Elite King began to show signs of struggle. One thought extinguishes the sky, one finger traverses the years, I'm invincible in both life and death. I'm the Elite King. Who dares to manipulate me? Ah! He roared furiously as a terrifying aura raged around like a tsunami. He then madly rushed toward the area of the gods. Chapter 739, We were just doing morning exercise. In the chaos, the terrifying power of wisdom gathered into a vast ocean, tumbling around in the void. Both the Elite King and Soul Master were the pinnacle masters of the seven dimensions countless years ago. Their supernatural powers were almost invincible and their spells were as dazzling as the formation of stars. A flick of their wrist could destroy billions of worlds. Around them, the terrifying aftershock shook the fields, forming a chaotic current made up of wisdom. Even the wisdom elites would be annihilated. The Soul Master's eyes were simple and unpretentious as if they contained the sun and the moon. She was holding the pole of the Chaos flag with both hands and waving it violently. The entire chaos was dragged in by this flag, condensing the power of heaven and earth, turning into an invincible behemoth as it charged toward the Elite King who was enveloped in a cloud of unknown grey mist. A tyrannical aura rose wildly throughout his body and his eyes were gradually enveloped by an endless fighting spirit. I'm invincible. Fight. A snap of the finger overturns time. He pointed and chaos was torn apart by his fingertips. Then, time was overturned. Under his fingers, everything lost its meaning, and the opening created before him rushed maniacally toward the Soul Master. The Soul Master's attacks were instantly dispelled and the already tattered Chaos flag was torn apart. She was trembling, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Tens of thousands of years ago, she split herself in half to seal heaven, and coupled this with her previous injuries and the torn Chaos flag, she was far from being at her peak state. The Elite King was eroded by heaven and his strength was rapidly becoming stronger. However, her face was still calm and the mana around her body was as vast as a tide. She began to perform a hand seal and the power of the surrounding wisdom shot out to suppress Elite King. She had cast out an ultimate attack to seal him up, using heaven and earth as a prison. Ha ha ha, do you think you can seal me up in your current state? Heaven manifested itself into a devil's face and laughed triumphantly. He, too, performed a hand seal and a brilliant light shot out from his body. He then raised his palm and pushed it forward. Annihilate everything under the sky. The unparalleled aura of destruction whizzed in all directions, forming an indescribable torrent that was powerful enough to destroy everything. The two forces vibrated in the void, forming a world-shaking aftershock that tore the surrounding space 10,000 times. At the area of the gods, there was a dazzling brilliance flickering above the sky, overwhelming the sun. The heat emitted from it was even more terrifying. It was so hot that even monks felt as if they were in a furnace, enduring endless burning. Many people collapsed to the ground. Flowers, plants, and trees withered. Even the rivers quickly dried up. Everyone raised their eyes to look at the sky, and their pupils enlarged, revealing a look of horror. What happened? This power, it's terrifying. It's too powerful. This is definitely a battle between two second-step wisdom elites, and not just ordinary second step but the most terrifying of them all. Where did they come from? With such powerful ultimate spells, even the second steps present dare not intervene. The force they gave out is enough to wipe out 1,000,000 worlds. We must evacuate quickly before the force falls on us. Run. Run for your lives. This area is about to collapse. Ah! Someone, please, save us. Even with the portals connecting the dimensions, the second step wisdom elites were still undoubtedly the most powerful of them all. There were not many of them, let alone someone who could arouse such a powerful force. Suddenly, a gentle force rose. Black and white mist intertwined with each other, like yin and yang with the power to create everything and anything. This was the power of the beginning of time and it could create good fortune. The mist discreetly and slowly rose to the sky from the heavenly palace. At this time, from the Jade Emperor to the heavenly soldiers, everyone in the heavenly palace was doing morning exercises. Their movements were calm and uniform. It caused the entire heavenly palace to be wrapped by the origins of yin and yang as they entered a state of miraculousness. Above the sky, the elite king's messy hair flew and the aura of his body stirred endlessly. He was surrounded by visions as if the sky was nothing but a support to his magnificence. He roared wildly as he slammed down on the Soul Master like a mountain. The palm strike he launched contained endless madness and murderous intent. The Soul Master stared at him calmly and also launched a palm strike at him. The two palm strikes collided and the Soul Master was sent flying. She frowned when she noticed the stream of blood flowing out from the middle of her palm. "Ha, Soul Master, today will be the day you die." The elite king's face was cold and stern as he stepped forward again, preparing to launch another attack. Just when the Soul Master was about to make a desperate move, the black and white mist came silently and powerfully. It swept across the area, suppressing the power of the elite king and the Soul Master in its passing. The shock wave from their attacks was all neutralized in an instant. What is this? Shock filled the elite king's eyes when he saw the black and white mist coming straight at him. An inexplicable sense of crisis made him extremely violent and he threw out a punch at the mist. "Be gone." However, his invincible punch fell through the mist. He did not feel any force and yet, his attack was nonetheless neutralized. This made his blood boil and thus, his mana became erratic. At this time, the black and white mist had already wrapped itself around him. He tried to break free by erupting his power but it was useless. His power was easily wiped out by the black and white mist. He was like a drowning man and no amount of struggling would save him. Is this the origins of yin and yang? No, how could the seventh dimension possess this kind of power? The face of heaven appeared on the elite king's face. It was filled with horror and panic. What happened here? This is a power equal to heaven. It shouldn't be here. It began to struggle, trying to break free from the elite king's body so that he could escape from this hellish place. However, the yin and yang mist possessed both tangible and intangible essence. It formed into an unimaginable force of suppression and slammed down on the elite king. Ah! No! The unknown struggled inside the elite king's body, rolling and roaring with frustration. Finally, it went quiet. An invisible shackle was locked onto the elite king's body, making his power intangible. At the area of the gods, the faces of countless beings broke out in joy. "It's gone. Ha, we're saved." What was that black and white mist? It's so powerful. It's terrifying. Where could it have possibly come from? It looks like there's a huge secret hidden in the seventh dimension. It's even stronger than a second-step wisdom elite. The Soul Master stood suspended mid-air. A myriad of expressions flashed through her face before she was deep in thought. The power that was the closest to her just now made her feel the deepest. The power had surpassed everything she had ever known and under this power, the elite king was like a child, easily held down by an adult with one hand. Even she would not be able to defeat this power at the peak of her state. Is this the work of the expert? The Soul Master recalled the strange group of young people and that magical dog. Something like this had the expert's fingerprint all over it. She could see the elite king's eyes that were sometimes confused and sometimes gleaming as he stood there with a dull expression. One thought extinguishes the sky, one finger traverses the years, I'm invincible in both life and death. I'm the elite king from the seventh dimension. No, I am the apostle of heaven. I'll be invincible and suppress the seven dimensions to become the eternal master. No, I'm not an apostle. I'm supposed to defy heaven. His face was constantly changing, as if countless villains were fighting in his mind, each vying for control. The Soul Master gently raised her hand to imprison him. She then looked in the direction of the heavenly palace and strode there with the Elite King as her prisoner. As she neared, she was shocked to see that the yin and yang mist was still rising from the heavenly palace. From a distance, it seems that a huge yin and yang symbol was enveloping the heavenly palace, turning it into a sacred place. What happened there? Something unimaginable must have happened. At this time, everyone's morning exercise was reaching its tail end. They ended with their last stance. With each exhale and inhale, the yin and yang breath gushed out from everyone's mouth. The Soul Master just happened to see this and her eyes opened wide in disbelief. She thought she was hallucinating. How's this possible? These heavenly soldiers don't possess high cultivation, so how are they able to churn out the origins of yin and yang? This is unbelievable. Who's there? Shouted Yang Jing suddenly. His eyes locked on the direction the Soul Master was in. It's me, said the Soul Master as she arrived at the southern sky gate. It's you, Soul Master. Yang Jing's eyes suddenly brightened and he clasped his fists and said, sorry for my previous tone. Welcome, welcome. Can you tell me what you were all doing just now? Asked the Soul Master eagerly. Yang Jing moved his body around and said with a smile, we were doing morning exercises with the expert. We were immersed in it before we knew it and our body feels so light and comfortable after working out. Morning exercise? This was one of the rare times the Soul Master fell into a state of bewilderment. Never in a million years would she guess that they were doing morning exercises. Condensing the origins of yin and yang, causing changes between heaven and earth, and neutralizing heaven, all this occurred because of a simple morning exercise? Did that mean that the dimension would explode if they got into a fight? General Yang, I've broken through to the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Me, too. I'm at the peak of the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Me, too. Shit. This is so awesome. We were just following the expert on his morning exercise. Long live the expert. All the heavenly soldiers cheered at their newfound power. Yang Jing pretended to be calm and said majestically, that's enough. There's no need to make a fuss about something like this. Calm down. I said calm down. General Yang, it seems the morning exercise isn't as simple as you think. The Soul Master paused for a while and then told him all that had happened to her. Origins of yin and yang? Suppress the Elite King? Suppress heaven? Yang Jing looked at the insane Elite King and became lost in thought. Did we do all that just by following the expert's morning exercise? The Soul Master must be pulling my leg, right? He cleared his throat and then respectfully said, it's obvious this is the work of the expert. Everything was under his control all along. Otherwise, I shudder to think what would have happened if heaven got his way. It's incredible that in the hands of the expert, an ordinary morning exercise can become so powerful, said the Soul Master with awe. She found that with each story about the expert, she would have to refresh her knowledge of his unfathomably profound power. I agree. Yang Jing nodded, feeling secretly excited. It was obvious he had unknowingly learned a new ultimate spell by doing the morning exercise and this motivated him to practice harder in the future. By the way, the expert must have plans for the Elite King. Let's bring him over there right now, said Yang Jing. Okay, said the Soul Master with a nod. At this time, the entire heavenly palace had finished the morning exercises, and for a while, everyone was filled with happiness and excitement. The expert had brought much good fortune during this trip. Everyone in the heavenly palace had made a qualitative leap. Let's see who would dare to mess with them now. Li Nianfan exhaled slowly and stood at the terrace with a smile on his face. He felt refreshed after the morning exercise. At this moment, Yang Jing walked over with the Soul Master and Elite King and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Lord Saint. Good morning, Yang Jing. Li Nianfan smiled and nodded in return. Then, his eyes were looking at the Soul Master and the Elite King with curiosity. The Soul Master was elegant, beautiful, and possessed an otherworldly demeanor. One glance was all he needed to know that she was no ordinary woman. As for the Elite King, he was sturdy, tall, stiff-faced, dull-eyed, and had strange hair growing all over him, making him look like a monster. Suddenly, the Elite King trembled, his face twisted, and he began to roar. One thought extinguishes the sky, one finger traverses the years, I'm invincible in both life and death. Who am I? I'm the Apostle of Heaven. No, I'm not an apostle. I'm supposed to defy heaven, ha ha ha. It was a one-madman show. His expression changed constantly, sometimes savage, sometimes arrogant, and sometimes crazy. Li Nianfan looked at Yang Jing and asked in confusion, "Who is he?" "Please, ignore him, Lord Saint. He's not right in the head," explained Yang Jing quickly. "It seems like he has schizophrenia," said Li Nianfan. Chapter 740, The Elite King's New Job. Schizophrenia? Yang Jing and the others were all taken aback. After thinking about it, they felt that the word was very appropriate. They were impressed by the expert's advanced vocabulary. "Yes, I think that might just be it," said Zhuling Shen. "What should we do about him?" asked Yang Jing. "I know there are several treatments for this disease, but I don't know whether it would work on him," said Li Nianfan. Everyone's hearts jumped violently. The elite king was contaminated by heaven, but in the eyes of an expert, it was just a disease? Not only that, but he knew of several treatments? What could they be? Again, they were impressed at his ability to handle anything. "What are the treatments? Can we try it now?" asked the Soul Master anxiously. The elite king was from the same era as her, and they were comrades in arms. Seeing him like this naturally made her panic. "The common method is acupuncture, which can then be divided into traditional acupuncture and electric acupuncture." Li Nianfan paused and said, "Schizophrenia symptoms can be divided into 3 categories: mania, depression, and delusion. Looking at his symptoms, he seems to have mania and delusion." He said that he was an apostle of heaven, and then shouted that he would defy heaven. What is this if not a delusion? It looks like his condition is really severe. Li Nianfan took out the acupuncture needles he always carried with him and said, "Let's try the traditional acupuncture first. Little Daji, insert these silver needles into his Dais Wei and Dingshan acupoints. For the Dais Wei acupoint, insert it about 1.5 inches deep until the tremor stops. As for the Dingshan acupoint, insert it diagonally at 1.5 inches as well." He did not dare to do it himself. The elite king was schizophrenic and looked fierce and vicious. If he leaned over and the elite king had another bout of his delusional episode, he might very well hurt him, so it was better for Daji to do it. "Yes, master." Daji nodded and picked up the needles. The elite king's dull eyes suddenly lit up as if he wanted to move. Unfortunately, he was suppressed on the spot. The unknown grey mist was wandering in his acupoints, flowing into every nook and cranny and rushing into his brain. It manifested in mental states that were changing constantly. The devil's internal whispers never stopped, threatening to crush the elite king's last conscious will. "Damn it, this guy's deepest will is that show-off line of his. If this sentence isn't erased, it'll be difficult for me to completely control him. And what is this place? It can actually use the yin and yang origins to suppress me. The 7th dimension's more powerful than I thought. But do they really think using acupuncture will suppress me? How could they think that this is schizophrenia? Ha ha ha, they're naive if they think that they can destroy the mighty heaven's will." In the next moment, Daji quickly inserted the needles according to Li Nianfan's instructions. "Ah! What is this technique?" Heaven began to panic immediately. It felt an irresistible force burst within him. It locked on him and suppressed him to the point where he could not even move. "Impossible! I've already merged with the elite king. Why won't they give me a break?" roared Heaven internally, struggling to turn into a great torrent as he tried to fight back. The elite king trembled as the second needle pierced into him. "No. I'm actually being suppressed while inside a person's body. This force has surpassed me. Who is he? Who is this monstrous person?" Heaven roared in disbelief and frustration. Then, silence. A spasm coursed through the elite king's body and the madness in his eyes gradually eased. However, there was still a trace of dazedness. He kept on muttering one line over and over again. "One thought extinguishes the sky, one finger traverses the years, I'm invincible in both life and death." "Did the treatment work?" asked Yang Jing doubtfully. Li Nianfan shook his head and said with a smile, "Not by a long shot, but it seems to have some effect. It really takes a long time to cure it. It's best to add electrotherapy." At this time, the elite king suddenly turned his gaze on Li Nianfan and said hesitantly, "Thank you, Lord Saint, for the treatment. Please, cure me. Lord Saint, my friend's a righteous man, and he's done a lot of good deeds. Please, cure him," said the Soul Master sincerely. "Don't worry, I'll do my best." Li Nianfan smiled and nodded, then looked up and down at the elite king. Looking at his body, he should be quite strong. He's the perfect candidate for the position of a gong farmer. However, he felt that it was not suitable for him to bring up this topic just yet. Then, a bright idea came to him. "You can stay with Jiang Lu at the foot of the fallen immortal mountain. This way, "It'll be easier for me to treat you," said Li Nianfan. "Yes, Lord Saint. Thank you so much. I'm willing to do anything you say," said Elite King with gratitude. "Does that include being a gong farmer?" wondered Li Nianfan. He waved his hand modestly and said, "You're welcome. Since everyone's here, we should have breakfast together. Little Daji, you and Fire Phoenix are in charge of making soy milk. Make sure you make plenty of it." "Yes, Master." Daji and Fire Phoenix nodded. They then put the soybeans into the soy milk machine for grinding while Li Nianfan put the buns he had prepared beforehand into the steamer. The Soul Master and the Elite King watched quietly and their pupils became bigger and bigger. In their eyes, while the soy milk machine was in operation, the surrounding wisdom was directly absorbed by it. Then, they were crushed together with the soybeans. Using wisdom as an ingredient? Only the expert can do such a thing. Not only that, there was endless vapor around the steamer which was clearly made up from the Origin's aura. The vapor made the place seem ethereal. Even a whiff would benefit the monks in their cultivation. Knowing this, the immortals in the heavenly palace sped up their breathing rate. After a short while, the soy milk was done cooking. Li Nianfan scooped 2 bowls of soy milk and passed them to the Soul Master and Elite King. He smiled and said, "Freshly made soy milk is very nutritious. Drink it while it's still hot." The Soul Master and the Elite King took the bowls and stared at them blankly. They could clearly feel the boundless power it contained. What they were holding in their hands was supreme good fortune. The Soul Master sipped slowly from the bowl. The supreme good fortune entered her mouth and flowed into her throat, rushing to her limbs. At this moment, she could clearly feel that an infinite and terrifying force had suddenly appeared in her body. It was as if a volcano was awakening. The injuries she suffered when she fought against the Elite King were rapidly recovering. Not only that, but the power she lost countless years ago was also returning. It was as if her body had been in a state of drought for years and was being quenched by the soy milk, bringing her a sense of satisfaction. Ah, this must be what bliss felt like. The return of her power gave her a swelling sensation. She was confident that she would be able to easily suppress the Elite King should they engage in battle again. "Yang Jing, Juling Shen, and the rest of you have some of the soy milk and help yourselves to the steamed buns," said Li Nianfan. "Thank you, Lord Saint. Don't mind if I do," said Yang Jing. Touched, Juling Shen said, "Lord Saint, my happiness of eating breakfast with you can last me 10,000 years. He then happily picked up the bowl and finished the soy milk in one go, but he was still not done with it and began to lick the bowl vigorously. The sight of it opened up Li Nianfan's appetite. After having their fill, Li Nianfan bid them goodbye and made his way back to the fallen Immortal Mountain with a new member in tow. After Li Nianfan left, the Soul Master looked in the direction of the fallen Immortal Mountain in amazement and said, "I've finally met the expert you all spoke so highly of. He's even more amazing than what you all have described." Yang Jing smiled and said, "Soul Master, we aren't to blame. The expert's amazingness cannot be put into words. His power surpasses our imagination every time." At this time, Cultivator Junjun also came over and asked, "Soul Master, what happened to the Elite King to make him like this?" "He's been contaminated by heaven," answered the Soul Master. Yang Jing was taken aback. "That damn heaven again? You know it, too?" asked the Soul Master. "Yes, we came across it in the third dimension." Yang Jing then recounted all the things that had happened to them in the third dimension. Listening to him, the Soul Master started to frown as she got lost in her own thoughts. Then, she finally said, "It looks like things are just as I've guessed." "What do you mean?" asked Cultivator Junjun. "Heaven calls itself the heaven of all 7 dimensions, meaning he wants to rule over all the dimensions, so the Eldritchs are probably just pawns in his hands. Heaven attached its clones to the Eldritchs and used them to conquer the 7 dimensions. This way it would have a clone in every corner of the 7 dimensions, and it would be able to pull the strings from behind the scenes. If my guess is correct, all the dimensions that have been invaded by the ancients would definitely have unknown grey mist hiding somewhere," explained the Soul Master. Cultivator Junjun sighed and said, "Heaven's cunning, all right. By invoking the ambitions of the Eldritchs, it managed to bring about catastrophes to all 7 dimensions while dispersing the unknown grey mist at the same time. He might just be our strongest opponent yet. Fortunately, we have the expert, otherwise, our dimension would have fallen as well," said Yang Jing with a tinge of fear in his voice. Juling Shen laughed loudly and said, "Ha, I have to admit that heaven isn't only powerful but good at planning as well. Just his luck that we have the expert on our side. I plan to go to the 6th dimension to look for the unknown grey mist that heaven had spread there. I must stop it from spreading further now that the third, fourth, fifth, and seventh dimensions are connected," said the Soul Master. Everyone in the Heavenly Palace was taken aback, wondering how she would ever get to the sixth dimension. "Remember Yanmo? He came from the sixth dimension to help us drive away the Eldritchs. But the seventh dimension lost too much in the war, and considering that he was an unstable factor, I decided to seal him up. Now, it's time for me to make it up to him by helping the sixth dimension," said the Soul Master. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu and the Elite King were chatting to each other at the foot of the mountain. The Elite King had not fully recovered and his speech was a little dull, but Jiang Lu still got the general gist from what he had told him. "How do you plan to repay the expert for saving your life?" asked Jiang Lu. "I'll go through hell for him," said the Elite King without hesitation. "Bullshit." Jiang Lu shook his head, revealing an inscrutable expression. "Do you think the all-powerful expert needs you to do that? It's not that I look down on you, but what can you do for the expert with that little cultivation of yours?" This immediately silenced the Elite King. The truth never failed to hurt. "Then, what do you suggest?" asked the Elite King. Jiang Lu pointed at himself and said, "I'm responsible for cutting wood for the expert, and it's obvious why the expert brought you to me. He wants you to be the Gong Farmer." Chapter 741, The Eldritch's Impending Attack. Gong Farmer? Did he really just ask me, the mighty and invincible Elite King, to be a Gong Farmer? How will I ever face people in the future? Thought the Elite King. Seeing the Elite King's expression, Jiang Lu immediately understood what he was thinking. His face darkened. "Are you not willing? You might as well kill me now," said the Elite King. "Ha!" Jiang Lu shook his head. "I can't believe how shallow you are. Do you know how many people would break down the door just to get this job once they get wind of it? Why, they'd even be willing to become a trash picker or leftover eaters as long as they could be of service to the expert. No one would dare to loiter around the fallen immortal mountain without the expert's permission. In other words, they would be willing to do anything as long as it put them closer to the expert." A myriad of expressions flashed through the Elite King's face. What would he tell people when asked what he was doing for the expert? "Even I envy you. Being a Gong Farmer's so much better than being a woodcutter. I can't believe you're not jumping to seize the opportunity," said Jiang Lu vehemently. The Elite King's eyes narrowed as if he had made up his mind and said, "The expert's the one who saved my life. Fine, I'll do it." "Okay, then. I'll take you to your workplace now. Come with me," said Jiang Lu with a smile, and after a pause, he said again, "But I have to warn you, don't eat any of the poop, okay?" The Elite King frowned and said solemnly, "Are you trying to insult my intelligence? Why would I eat poop?" "Just keep it in mind." Jiang Lu shook his head and led him toward where the game animals were. Soon, they came to the gathering place for the game animals, and the Elite King's eyes became wide when he saw the demons there. Jiao three-legged crow, heaven-shattering devil cow, sky-devouring divine lion. They're all wisdom elites, some even of the second step. "These are the game animals you've been referring to?" The game animals were lying lazily on the ground and basking in the sun. They opened their eyes when they heard the shock in the Elite King's voice, but then closed it again as if he was not worth their time. Of course, not all demons are worthy to become the expert's game animals. "That cesspit there is your new workplace. Go check it out," said Jiang Lu with an air of indifference. The Elite King walked over and his heart roared even more when he saw it. How is it possible for the Origin Sword to be here? It's... He was sure he would benefit a lot just by smelling the poop there every day. No wonder Jiang Lu told me not to eat it. It turned out to be for this reason. Long live the expert. I'm nothing but dust compared to him. This job requires you to deliver the manure to the four-part architecture at the crack of dawn. You must also keep the game animals well fed. There are no holidays and there will be occasional benefits. How about it? Asked Jiang Lu. Benefits? What benefits? Asked the Elite King with curiosity. The expert might give you some food or give you some pointers. All these would benefit your cultivation, said Jiang Lu. Food? Like the soy milk from this morning? And pointers? What great fortune! These benefits are the greatest of all time. The Elite King's heart was trembling with excitement and he quickly said, I'll do it, I'll do it. I'm strong and was born to do this job. I'll do my very best. At this time, Nanan and Dragon were walking over with feed for the game animals. The game animals lazily shook their bodies and then swarmed up to them like squealing pigs. Oh, you're here, too, Jiang Lu, said Nanan when she saw Jiang Lu and the Elite King. Goddess Nanan, I'm giving an orientation to the new member, said Zhang Lu with a smile. The Elite King hurriedly walked over and introduced himself. "Greetings, goddesses. I'm the Elite King. I'm the new Gong farmer." "Hey, that's great. That means we don't have to do this tiring and stinky job anymore," said Dragon happily. "Yes, you can count on me to do the job well." The Elite King nodded and got ready to start work immediately. Nanan smiled and passed the wooden bucket to the Elite King. "You can start by feeding the game animals." The Elite King accepted the wooden bucket excitedly. This was his chance to prove his dedication. However, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw the so-called pig food in the wooden barrel. How can they call something that contains wisdom and origins pig food? And why would they even give it to the game animals? Man, even the game animals' lives are better than mine. I've hit the jackpot by scoring this job. Zhang Lu should have warned me to not eat the pig food instead. "You'll be in charge of feeding the game animals from now on, and you can use this bucket over here to carry the manure up to the mountain. Be careful not to mix them up, okay?" said Dragon as she passed the manure bucket to the Elite King. Then, she took out a fork and said, "Take this manure fork and use it well. This bucket, and this manure fork." The Elite King was in a daze as he accepted the tools from Dragon. He could feel that there was a strong source of power gushing out of the tools. The tyrannical power was even more pronounced when he held the manure fork in his hand. There was no doubt both of the tools were Origin's ultimate treasures and not ordinary ones at that. He was extremely confident that with this bucket and this manure fork in his hands, he would be able to suppress all his enemies. Invincible? Pa, the old me didn't even come close to that. I'm only invincible when I hold the manure fork in my left hand and the manure bucket in my right. Zhang Lu looked at the Elite King enviously. Although he could not tell the grades of the manure fork and manure bucket on account of them concealing their light, it was not hard to imagine that they were very powerful since they came from the expert. After all, even the trash produced by the expert possessed monstrous power. The benefits of a Gong farmer are so much better than mine. Nanan and Dragon left immediately after handing over their work, but before leaving, they said, "We're counting on you. Do your job well, okay? This is quite a technical job." The Elite King patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me, goddesses. I'll work hard to ensure that my work is flawless." 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, because of the mystery and power of the 7th dimension, it was relatively peaceful. The situation in the 4th and 5th dimensions was more chaotic. Many forces had risen and possessed the secret method of absorbing the origins of dimension. Vicious competition for hegemony created boundless killing. The environment in the dimensions began to deteriorate as they absorbed the origins of dimension, pushing it closer to the destruction that was faced by the 3rd dimension. Lord Angel, who was in the 4th dimension, became anxious over the state of the situation. He had taken actions against those forces, but it had reached a point where it was beyond his ability to deal with. In the end, he decided to go to the 7th dimension and discuss the matter with the Heavenly Palace. At the same time, in the 1st dimension where the Eldritches were, an extremely violent aura burst out suddenly from the Eldritch's palace. It rushed straight into the sky, causing the dimension to quake. It was obvious that an extremely terrifying force was gestating. All the faces of the Eldritch showed joy at the same time. Looking at the center of the power filled them with anticipation and a burning passion. The aura is so powerful. It seems that Ancestor Eldritch succeeded. The aura alone possesses enough power to turn the world upside. Ancestor Eldritch's power must have surpassed the peak of the dimension. Ha ha ha, before Ancestor Eldritch went into seclusion, he did say that he'd become the pinnacle of all 7 dimensions once he came out. I'm so proud to be in the same clan as the amazing, brilliant, and peerless Ancestor Eldritch. In the depths of the palace, Gui was immersed in the origins of the 7th dimension. Under his manipulation, the brown lumps orbited around him, covered him, and were quickly absorbed by him. He then began to condense the origins of the 7th dimension as the origins aura flowed into his body. Ha ha ha, Goodbye and the others did well. The last wave brought me so much of the 7th dimension's origins. I have more than enough to condense it into my body. Gui's heart was ecstatic as he entered the last step of the process. At this moment, his strength was elevated to its peak. He had a monstrous cultivation base to begin with. If not, he would not have been able to suppress the 1st dimension, especially since he had already absorbed the origins from there. At the same time, his body bore the origins of the 3rd dimension, and what with the addition of the 7th dimension's origins, he had surpassed the realm of the 3rd step wisdom elite and became a wisdom dictator. Even the old pavilion master from the 4th dimension was no match to him now. In fact, No one was. Huh? However, just when he reached the last step, he frowned. There seemed to be some terrifying impurity in the origins of the seventh dimension which prevented him from condensing it fully. The next moment, his body started shaking and blood spurted out of his mouth. No, the origins from the seventh dimension are poisonous. Gui's pupils shrank rapidly and his heart began to thump violently against his chest. What kind of poison is it that even I can't withstand it? Damn it, the despicable seventh dimension actually poisoned the origins. They must have found out about me and did this to get rid of me. In the next moment, he could not hold it in anymore and puked out a mouthful of blood again. Gui was horrified. What a ferocious toxin. An antidote. An antidote must be found. Huh? Have you been poisoned? A cloud of unknown gray mist surged up from the steely. There was a weird tone in his voice. I never knew there was poison in the universe that can actually harm you. It seems that the seventh dimension cannot be underestimated. Gui stared coldly at the unknown gray mist and said, "Get lost." Are you actually afraid of me? It seems like you're in really bad condition, huh? I can make the poison go away if you just let me into your body, said the unknown gray mist sinisterly. Dream on. I won't fall for any of your tricks, said Gui coldly. Then, he disappeared from where he was standing. The unknown gray mist stared at the place where Gui was just moments before. It then looked down at the steely again and said vehemently, "Damn it, Gui would have been taken down by me if it weren't for you." The steely shook slightly and the man reappeared, slamming into the gray mist. "I'll suppress you." However, the unknown gray mist transformed into countless tentacles, hanging the man in the air before it proceeded to beat him mercilessly. "Your brothers and sisters are all dead. Why won't you just die? Is this fun for you? Do you enjoy being tortured by me so much?" Heaven spoke ruthlessly, its tone full of tyranny. "The fate of the dimensions has already been decided. Give it up and you won't have to suffer anymore." Despite the beating, the man laughed and said, "It's you who should give up. I only wish to suppress you forever." Heaven sneered, "As if you even know what my plan is? I can feel that the outside world has begun to change, and my glory will eventually reshroud the seven dimensions." Ha ha ha. At this time, Gui had already arrived at another hall in the palace. He had summoned the most skilled fighters in the clan together. All of them arrived immediately and looked excitedly at Gui. "Congratulations, Ancestor Eldritch, for coming out of your retreat. We're ready to attack the seven dimensions at your order," said a senior member of the clan. Gui shook his head and said solemnly, "We have more important matters to attend to. I've been tricked by the seventh dimension and ingested some poison from their origins." "What? How dare they? Where are their martial virtues? How could they use such underhanded tricks? We cannot take this lying down. We must annihilate the seventh dimension. This explains why our clan members are dying one after another. The seventh dimension must have used some despicable methods to wipe us out." The Eldritch's angry chorus rose in the room. Gui took a deep breath and said, "I'll open up the portal to the seventh dimension once more so that you can go get the antidote." "Ancestor Eldritch, I'm willing to go. We must get the antidote. Let me go and I guarantee I'll bring it back. I'll get the antidote and make the seventh dimension pay for their insolence." All of them volunteered to go. Silence. This matter is of great importance and failure isn't an option. Therefore, only the most powerful of you will go. "Gu Qingyun, Gu Hongshan, Gu Zhuang, come closer," said Gui. Immediately, the three of them stepped forward. They were all sporting an icy expression on their faces and the aura around them made them seem very imposing. The fact that Gui specifically named them for this mission was proof enough of just how powerful they were. They were all second-step wisdom elites and Gu Hongshan was even the master of the Guzan. Chapter 742, Left Messenger, I'm on your side. Let me lead the way. Gui looked at three of them and said nothing. As he waved his hand, a gush of origins appeared from the center of his palm. It was the origins from the first dimension that he refined in his body. All of the Eldritchs looked at the origins with affection and excitement. Inevitably, it was the ultimate power and strength within the seven dimensions. Even a wisdom elite would become a green-eyed monster when he saw the origins. That amount of origins was able to increase a person's strength in a short time. Gui said calmly, "Take out your weapons." The body of Gu Qingyun and the other two men suddenly trembled. Their faces were showing excitement and anticipation. They took out their weapons without any hesitation. It was a spear, a dagger, and a long ruler. Gui nodded his head, waved his hand, and pointed at their weapons. The space started to distort visibly and a weird power surrounded the three weapons and enlarged their spiritual lights. A strong source of power began to overflow from the weapons. It made the wisdom around them manifest itself as a rainbow-colored aura with extraordinary power. Originally, the three weapons were merely ordinary weapons. After the enforcement from the Origins, the weapons emerged as Origins' ultimate treasures that belonged to the higher-end class. For example, if a first-step Wisdom Elite obtained the weapon, he could possibly win in a fight against a second-step Wisdom Elite. The trio was overjoyed and said, "Thank you for the present, Ancestor Eldritch. You don't have to thank me. This is an extremely important matter which concerns the future of our clan. The seventh dimension is a mysterious place, so I must make sure you all come back safely. Your priority is to seek the antidote. The rest of the matters can wait until the antidote is retrieved. Try not to cause any big trouble to avoid any accidents," said Gui solemnly. It was a matter of his life and death, so he took the liberty to remind them again and again. Gu Qingyun said, "Ancient Eldritch, rest assured. We won't fail you, especially with the upgrade of our weapons. The seventh dimension's nothing now." Gui nodded, and suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at Gu Hongshan. The Origins appeared in the form of a dragon and entered Gu Hongshan's body through his forehead. The aura in his body soared and his robes flapped as if they were being blown by strong winds. The horrible power cracked open the space around him and isolated him from the rest of the people. Very soon, the commotion subsided. Gu Hongshan's face flushed red and his eyes were burning with power. "Thank you for giving me superior power, Ancestor Eldritch. Hongshan, you have the strongest combat power among them. Hence, I've entrusted the Origins to your body to make you even stronger. There's no room for error. You can only succeed and not fail," said Gui. The trio felt the heavy burden they carried and said with determination, "Don't worry, Ancestor Eldritch. Leave now. Don't let me down. I'll wait for the good news." Gui waved his hand again. He used his mana to forcefully open the portal and the three men lead 10 Eldritch men into the seventh dimension. In the seventh dimension, the wind blew and wisdom arrived like the tide. Suddenly, a black hole appeared out of nowhere. A terrifying aura tore apart the space like a knife tearing through paper. After that, 13 Eldritch men arrived. Their faces were cold and their eyes were as sharp as blades. The surrounding space around them solidified because of the terrifying aura. Many monks were attracted to come and watch because of the huge commotion. They looked at the Eldritchs in amazement. Suddenly, an elderly man's pupils widened, and shouted in horror, "Eldritch! They're the Eldritchs!" "What? The Eldritchs entered the seventh dimension? Run for your life! The Eldritchs are going to invade the seventh dimension. What a scary aura! There's no doubt they'll start to kill without any mercy." For the time being, many of the monks fled the scene in fear that they would become the target of the Eldritchs. Gu Qingyun stood steadily and said calmly, "Our mission's top secret and we can't allow anyone to expose that we're here in the seventh dimension. Don't worry. None of them will escape." Gu Zong laughed as he suddenly stepped forward and raised his finger to the sky and said majestically, "Void Cage." Wisdom started to surround Gu Zong's body as the Origins in his body started to revolve. The surrounding environment stood still and the space immediately solidified. Those who were fleeing suddenly stopped moving like fishes being frozen in a frozen river. The monks were shocked and used all of their strength to try to escape. However, it was useless. "It's been a long time since I tasted a monk. This is a good opportunity to remember the delicious taste," said Gu Zong, sneering. Gu Zong raised both of his hands and a powerful suction force spread. One after another, the monks were sucked in front of him, and then, their mana and Origins of life were absorbed by him. The rest of the Eldritch men acted the same. They were like merciless huge beasts hunting for food. Very soon, the area regained its tranquility. The group of monks was sucked empty. Gu Zong licked his lips. He had robbed a part of the monk's memory and said, "The third, fourth, fifth, and seventh dimensions already have portals connecting to each other. If Ancestor Eldritch didn't fall for the trap, we could have easily invaded those 4 dimensions and the Origins would belong to us and our power and strength would grow immensely." Gu Zong's tone was full of regret. If everything went according to plan, Gui would have led the Eldritchs to become the ruler of the 4 dimensions. Gu Hongshan said, "Don't think too much. Don't forget our mission. The priority is to seek the antidote for Ancestor Eldritch." Gu Zong said, "I know. But the 7th dimension is such a big place and we're clueless about where to look for the antidote. Since we're here, we should just have a little bit of the Origins. As long as we don't leave any traces and kill everyone, no one will notice in a short time." Gu Qingyun frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Absorb the Origins as we go and discover the secret of the 7th dimension? This is also a good idea. We should do it discreetly so no one will notice us. Ha ha ha. Of course. As long as we don't create any huge troubles, no one will notice, Guzong laughed and said, then what are we waiting for? I can sense that there's a small world nearby that's full of energetic beings. He then left and crossed the dimension. Very soon, the group of eldritchs descended into the small world. They waved their hand and the small world was isolated from the rest of the seventh dimension. The eldritchs started to devour the small world. Within half an hour, the small world became a deserted planet. The eldritchs were like locusts crossing the borders, devouring one small world after another ruthlessly. When they met a monk on the way, they slaughtered him at will. No one was their match. Ha ha ha. How enjoyable is this? That'll show them how powerful we are. It seems that the seventh dimension is nothing more than that. We're truly the most powerful clan in the seven dimensions. Gu Hongshan said, why would my disciple Gu Zhan die in this realm? He had great strength and was equipped with the extermination demon sword. I must make the person who killed him pay the price. At that moment, they had descended into another small world and were looting it wildly. The sky of the small world faded and wisdom was being suppressed as it descended into purgatory. Every living being in the small world was panicking but they had nowhere to escape. Guzong turned into a giant. He stood tall and opened his mouth and sucked them in like a whale. Numerous monks were sucked into his mouth and he swallowed all of them. Gu Hongshan portrayed his face to the sky. It was as big as the sky and it overlooked the small world as it laughed cruelly. Does anyone know how the eldritchs died in the seventh dimension not long ago? Tell me now. Guzong's voice resounded like thunder and echoed loudly in the small world. In a hidden place, a figure was trembling with fear. She had a half-cry and half-laughing grimace mask. She was the left messenger of the ministry. In the beginning, she had experienced too many occurrences. She watched her comrades around her inexplicably fall, one by one. She even watched the minister whom she thought was invincible drink urine. Her insights collapsed directly and she felt deeply how scary the world was. Now, she had lost all of her will to fight and stayed hidden here. She was a fighter of the heavenly realm and was regarded as one of the influential people in the dimension. Her life was better than good. However, as the changes in the seventh dimension continued to become bigger and bigger, more skilled fighters emerged recently. Hence, she decided to hide. She thought of all kinds of ways to survive without making a scene. Her sole mission was to survive and continue living. Nevertheless, little did she know that no matter how hard she tried, disaster would always find her. She wanted to cry just thinking of how the world was so unfriendly to her. At that moment, she saw that her current world was about to end. There were no chances to survive. She gritted her teeth and took the initiative to step out. She looked at the huge face in the sky. Dear Eldritchs, I'm on your side. I know everything. Left Messenger said respectfully. Gu Hongshan looked at Left Messenger. He raised his hand to grasp and pulled her in front of him and said indifferently, tell me what you know. The rest of the Eldritchs gathered around and looked at Left Messenger with keen interest. Left Messenger said immediately, do you still remember the ministry? We were the pawns that you had arranged and placed in the seventh dimension. I was one of the members of the ministry. Gu Qingyun nodded and asked, so, you're from the ministry? Yes, I'm the Left Messenger of the ministry. After the ministry was destroyed, I managed to escape and stayed hidden here to await for the organization to reappear. And now, I finally meet you. Left Messenger cried but it was because she was scared of the Eldritchs. Gu Hongtian said, tell me what happened. You have no idea. The seventh dimension is very mysterious. At that moment, Left Messenger told them the story while exaggerating parts of it. When she finally finished with the story, Gu Qingyun looked undisturbed. Gu Qingyun said plainly, that group of people with the dog don't look very powerful. At best, they're just wisdom elites. Gu Hongshan said, however, there are obviously strong people behind them. Did my disciple Gu Zhan also die because of this group of people? Yes, it's because of them. They're definitely the scariest existence in the seventh dimension. Although Left Messenger did not see it with her own eyes, she blamed them because she was certain that they were the ones responsible for it. She continued to say, all of you should be careful. According to my experience, there's never a good ending going against the group of people. Guzong smiled contemptuously and said, ha ha. According to your story, it's really weird. But their strength is just average and there's nothing to be afraid of. Gu Qingyun said, looks like we've found the right person. We need to find that group of people to know the whereabouts of the antidote for Ancestor Eldritch. Gu Hongshan asked Left Messenger, do you know where the group of people are? Left Messenger answered, "Yes. I searched for them but never dared to go myself." "Very well, lead the way." After that, Left Messenger brought the Eldritchs to the area of the gods. Along the way, she was feeling very down, constantly weighing the pros and cons. Who should I side with? Left Messenger kept thinking. Left Messenger understood well the quirkiness of the group of people and she did not dare to be their enemy. However, this group of Eldritchs looked very powerful and their spiritual cultivation was very high. She could not predict who would be the winner. However, along the way, she noticed that all of the Eldritchs were smiling confidently. Her heart slightly skipped a beat as she wondered why this scene looked so familiar. "Oh, no. The more confident they are, the more panic I feel," Left Messenger thought. Within no time, they had entered the area of the gods. Guzong checked out the surroundings and said greedily, "This place is full of treasures. Once Ancestor Eldritch recovers, we should invade this place and swallow it." Gu Hongshan nodded in agreement. "Everything's going very well in the 7th dimension. It even surpasses our expectations." Gu Qingyun reminded, "Pull yourself together and stay alert. Don't create any troubles." The group continued at a fast speed. After a while, they followed Left Messenger and arrived at the foot of the fallen Immortal Mountain. When they arrived, they stared at a distance not far away. A person was holding a sword and chopping wood vigorously. Gu Hongshan arched his brow. He stepped forward and asked coldly, "Woodcutter, do you know who is on this mountain?" Zhang Lu glanced at him indifferently while continuing to chop wood. He said calmly, "There are people you can't afford to offend." He, I can tell you're no ordinary man with one glance." Gu Hongshan had a bloodthirsty smile as he ordered cruelly, "Kill him." Immediately, one of the Eldritchs shot toward him. He raised his hand to suppress Zhang Lu. Other than the trio, the rest of the 10 Eldritch men were all wisdom elites. With that attack, wisdom flowed and gathered together to become a killing strike that could kill Zhang Lu. However, when the attack neared Zhang Lu, he twitched a little and turned to chop humans instead of wood. The attack from Zhang Lu was very plain and normal without any fancy movement. However, it was extremely stunning. It easily extinguished the ultimate power of the attack from the Eldritch man and in turn, beheaded him. Chapter 743, There is nothing normal in the mountain. The Eldritch man did not even have the time to scream and was completely defeated and killed. On the other hand, Zhang Lu acted as if nothing had happened and continued to chop more wood with his sword. Chop! 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 All of the Eldritchs were taken aback at the same time. They stared at Zhang Lu with deadly eyes. Gu Qingyun asked solemnly, "Who are you?" Zhang Lu replied calmly, "I'm just a woodcutter. This road leads to nowhere. Please, leave now." At that moment, Left Messenger seemed to have determined something. She left the group of Eldritchs and kneeled in front of Zhang Lu. She began to tell him all the crimes the Eldritchs have committed. "Senior, please, save me. They're a bunch of evil people. They crossed the border and killed endlessly." Left Messenger remembered the fear the group of weird people placed on her and chose to be on their side in the end. Her actions shocked the Eldritchs and their eyes were full of anger and humiliation. "So you think that we Eldritchs aren't good enough to turn yourself into the enemy? It seems that you're insecure with us. A frog will forever be a frog. It can never see the outside world beyond the well. It can't even determine which side is stronger and choose to be friends with the weaker side. How funny it is. Such a great shame. Left Messenger, you'll regret it." The group of Eldritchs was full of vigor and murderous intent and pressurized Zhang Lu with enormous power. "Since you're the wicked Eldritchs, then I must kill all of you." Zhang Lu stopped chopping the woods. He approached the Eldritchs with the sword in his hand and a strong sword aura surrounding him. "You want to kill all of us by yourself?" Gu Qingyun smiled contemptuously. Just before he was about to attack, he saw another figure slowly approaching not far away. The man was carrying a bucket with a bad smell on him and looking very rugged. It was the Elite King who had just gathered the animal's poop. He asked, "Brother Zhang Lu, what's the matter?" Zhang Lu said, "Brother Elite King. They're the Eldritchs and they're looking for trouble." "The Eldritchs?" The eyes of the Elite King suddenly became cold and a violent breath rose from the ground. "How dare you come here again? Since you're here, prepare to be killed." Before he finished his sentence, the Elite King had attacked them with a bucket of poop. Who the hell is this person who's carrying poop with him? How arrogant of him. Does he have a death wish? Gu Qingyun's patience had reached its limits. The murderous intent surged in his eyes. He stepped forward to kill the Elite King. The endless monitor apart the space and wisdom skyrocketed. The two of them had already confronted each other with nearly 10 ultimate spells. The Elite King was still carrying the bucket with both of his hands, so he had difficulty moving freely. He only used his leg to attack, but he managed to suppress Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun had a hard time defending himself. The other Eldritchs looked at them. Although they were unwilling to accept the fact, they were nonetheless shocked. Who is this person? He's so amazing. Strange. The seventh dimension's really a strange place. A woodcutter and a gong farmer have such high spiritual cultivation. It means we're in the right place. There must be a big secret hidden here. Oh, no. Gu Qingyun's no match for the gong farmer. A gloomy glint flashed in the eyes of Gu Zong and he said, "Let's battle together and suppress these two people to interrogate them." Gu Zong attacked first as he headed toward the Elite King and raised his hand to slap the Elite King. This attack made the sky tremble as it stirred the wind and clouds, turning it into the power of heaven and earth and distorting space along the way. The Elite King's movements were inconvenienced. He yelled at the sky and his voice turned into torrents that neutralized the attack from Gu Zong. He's really quite powerful. Gu Hongshan approached with another 9 Eldritchs following behind him, attacking at the same time. Trying to outnumber us? You'll have to ask permission from my sword first. Zhang Lu also joined the battle and slashed down at Gu Hongshan. A terrifying battle began. Between heaven and earth, numerous weird visions erupted. Magical power appeared everywhere and turned into an aftermath of destruction as the space around them was annihilated. Zhang Lu held his sword up as the wisdom of the sword covered his body. Each attack was not splendid. They were as simple as cutting wood. However, it could disarm all kinds of ultimate spells. No matter what kind of ultimate spell it was, he could cut it with a single attack. The Elite King was much more violent. Every attack was to kill the weakest point of his enemy. However, since he was outnumbered and both his hands were carrying the bucket, the Eldritchs finally found an opportunity and knocked over the bucket. "No. You knocked over my manure bucket." The Elite King's eyes widened and his whole body trembled with anger. His mana became extremely irritable. The Eldritch sneered. They thought the Elite King was a lunatic to be carrying the manure bucket all the time, even getting angry once it was spilled. Gu Zong laughed out loud. Could it be that he chose poop as his path to wisdom? Ha! Yet, in the next second, Gu Zong could not laugh anymore. He stared at the poop that was spilled on the floor. His eyes were showing suspicion. What? Why do I smell something familiar? Gu Qingyun was stunned, too. Then, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, I know. This is the origins that Ancestor Eldritch mentioned. Gu Hongshan finally returned to his senses and said, that's right. Ancestor Eldritch cultivated with this poop. And he was poisoned in the end. The rest of the Eldritchs were stunned. They felt their brains buzzing and all of their knowledge was absurd. The origins from the 7th dimension which Ancestor Eldritch consumed was from poop? Oh my gosh, this world's crazy. No. That's impossible. Ancestor Eldritch is undefeatable within the 7 dimensions. How could he consume such a thing? So, not only did Ancestor Eldritch consume it, but he was poisoned by it? I can't accept it. It must be fake. How despicable. It must be a trap that the 7th dimension set up to frame Ancestor Eldritch. All of the Eldritchs did not know how to face Ancestor Eldritch and whether they should tell him the truth. Left Messenger's body suddenly shook and her scalp started to feel numb. What a familiar scene. Left Messenger thought. It was exactly the same thing that happened to her when she saw the minister drink urine. Regardless of it, no matter how powerful and invincible one was, one could only eat poop and drink urine when facing the quirkiness of the 7th dimension. It seemed that the Eldritchs were not as powerful as they said they were. Left Messenger felt lucky that she chose the right side. At the most critical moment, Gu Qingyun stood out and said calmly, this is the greatest shame of the Eldritchs. We must kill all of them so no one will leak this information. The anger of the Elite King exploded, too. It was a big stain on his poop collection career that his bucket was knocked over. How would he explain it to the expert? You need to pay for my poop. The Elite King's eyes turned red and he raised the bucket and attacked the Eldritch. The bucket turned into a heavy hammer that smashed down on one of the Eldritchs. Wherever the bucket passed, wisdom exploded. All of the ultimate spells were knocked away and neutralized. There was no stopping it. The Eldritch man did not even have time to cry out and his head exploded once it got attacked by the bucket. He did not expect that he would actually die because of a poop bucket. How's that possible? Why is that bucket so powerful? Origin's ultimate treasure. The bucket's an Origin's ultimate treasure. It's so scary. Who is this guy? The bucket's an Origin's ultimate treasure and the poop collected contains Origins. This bucket can suppress all kinds of ultimate spells and it has an incredible combat hit. The rest of the Eldritch men were all shocked. They started to be more alert. The seventh dimension is truly unlike the others. Luckily, Ancestor Eldritch had prepared us well. Show them our weapons and the damage we're capable of, Gu Qingyun said solemnly. At the same time, Gu Qingyun raised and waved his hand. A golden spear appeared in his hand. The strong Origin's power surrounded the spear as if it could break everything in the world. Even a child holding the spear could pierce a hole in the sky with it. The spear shot out like a dragon and headed straight toward the Elite King. The Elite King held the bucket in his hand to counter the attack with his power of Origins. The surrounding wisdom was annihilated. Gu Qingyun's body trembled and flew away from the force of the attack. His face was full of shock. The bucket's more powerful than my spear. Guzong flicked his wrist and a black knife appeared. It was also an Origin's ultimate treasure with incomparable power. On the other side, Gu Hongshan's eyes sank as he summoned his long ruler. The wind swelled as it blew against Zhang Lu. Zhang Lui's face was extremely solemn. The long sword was whistling and the monstrous sword intent gathered into a point and illuminated the sky, shrouding the world in the light of his sword. 3,000 visitors are full of flowers, 14 states froze over, with one stroke of the sword. The extremely brilliant sword light pierced everyone's eyes as it was thrust toward the long ruler. With a loud boom, the world faded. The battle has surpassed the limit of the second step wisdom elites. The power of Origin scattered around madly. Once the light dissipated, blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Lu's mouth. His hand which held the sword trembled violently as blood dripped down his fingertips. Gu Hongshan stood in the sky and sneered, "Ha! Boy, you have an extraordinary sword. It also has the power of an Origin's ultimate treasure with extraordinary ultimate spells. However, your spiritual cultivation's weaker than mine. Do you have any last words?" "Last words? There's no saying who the winner is," Zhang Lui said calmly. Then, he turned his head and shouted at the Elite King, "Brother Elite King, if you don't show your hand now, today might be my last living day." Show his hand? All of the Eldritch suddenly felt a chill as they looked at the Elite King with alertness. They did not expect the scary person to be hiding his true power. "Don't worry. I'll kill them now," the Elite King said indifferently as he put down the bucket in his hand. With the raise of his wrist, a manure fork appeared. The manure fork did not have a good appearance and it was stained with a layer of black and yellow stuff. It smelled very bad as well. Once he held it in his hand, there was an indomitable momentum as if he was holding a heaven-defying immortal machine. He stepped forward on wisdom as it raised him into the sky. With a casual toss, the manure fork was launched at Gu Qingyun. Golden Spear breaks the universe. Gu Qingyun held the golden spear with a golden light as bright as the sun and threw it at the manure fork. However, it broke apart once it met with the manure fork. The manure fork continued to fly toward Gu Qingyun before it pierced his body. Gu Qingyun could not believe it as he lowered his head to look at the manure fork protruding out of his chest. He could still smell the bad aroma coming from it. "What a powerful manure fork," Gu Qingyun said with difficulty. His origins of life shattered and so did his life. He fell to the ground. "Qingyun." Guzong and Gu Hongshan were shocked. The other Eldritchs were so afraid that they lost their voices. Their mouth was opened in an O shape. They all thought that what they saw was their hallucinations. The golden spear was broken by the manure fork. It was an Origin's ultimate treasure gifted from Ancestor Eldritch. What a peerless weapon. The manure fork's a peerless weapon. Using that fork to gather poop. What a crazy man. The Elite King held the bucket with one hand and the manure fork with another. His aura was majestical and it attracted everyone's attention. He said with a faint tone and a majestic attitude, "Holding the manure bucket with my left hand to turn the universe, using the manure fork with my right hand to stab through the eternal, who dares to call themselves invincible in front of me?" Guzong had a bad facial expression on his face. He said in a low voice, "Damn, this person's so strong." If Guzong was the target just now, he would have died as well. The golden spear was an Origin's ultimate treasure, blessed with additional Origins gifted by Ancestor Eldritch. It should be indestructible and unbreakable. However, it was now broken by a manure fork. Anyone would have descended into despair after this. "Is this the last resort you have?" Gu Hongshan asked. His eyes regained their calmness. He looked at his enemies like he was a fierce beast looking at its prey as he slowly approached. Gu Hongshan walked slowly. However, with each step he took, his aura grew stronger. There seemed to be some powerful strength awakening in his body. A heavy source of the power of origins gushed out from his body and endless wisdom bowed before him. At that moment, he seemed to have become the master of heaven and earth. Guzong's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "It appeared. The power of origins that Ancestor Eldritch left inside his body has awakened. It's so strong." Master Gu Hongshan suddenly became so strong. Is this the power that Ancestor Eldritch left inside him? Ancestor Eldritch is so powerful. We got this. Master Gu Hongshan's going to show off his power. All the Eldritch smiled. What else do you have? Just the Manure Fork won't be enough to help you now, Gu Hongshan said as he slowly approached the Elite King. His face was calm as if he was in control of everything. He portrayed indescribable confidence and majesty. However, at that moment, a willow branch suddenly appeared, wrapping around Gu Hongshan. What? Gu Hongshan frowned and used the long ruler with supreme power, swiftly slashing at the willow branch. Yet, the willow branch did not break and remained intact. The willow branch continued to drag Gu Hongshan toward a certain place. DMN, what is this? Gu Hongshan panicked a little. There was no time for him to think twice. He used the long ruler and slashed at the willow branch continuously. However, it was like a child playing with his toy. There was no damage done to the willow branch. No. Let go of me. Help. Someone, help me. Gu Hongshan struggled and shouted helplessly. Soon, he was dragged by the willow branch far away before he disappeared. Everyone stared blankly at the place where he disappeared. They felt lost for a while, especially the group of Eldritch men. Their brains were buzzing and they were all stunned. They were all waiting for Gu Hongshan to show his power that was gifted by the ancient Eldritch. In the end, the arrogant Gu Hongshan was taken away at the climax of the battle. Guzong's body trembled and shivered. He screamed in horror, "Oh my gosh! It's too scary. There's a scary existence in the mountains. Nothing here is normal. Run, everyone. Run for your life." Chapter 744, We Want to Be a Gong Farmer Too. The Eldritchs were immediately shocked and lost their fighting spirit. A woodcutter and a gong farmer had just killed everyone. What was even more surprising was that the manure bucket and the manure fork were actually Origin's ultimate treasures. Moreover, Gu Hongshan was the strongest amongst them. He was extremely domineering in mana and had been blessed by Gui. He could induce thick Origins out of this body anytime. However, all these meant nothing in the face of the Origin's ultimate treasures. The seventh dimension was too dangerous. It was not something the Eldritch should covet. "Where do you think you're going? My manure fork isn't done with you yet," shouted the Elite King loudly. With murderous intent in his eyes, he shot out and the manure fork in his hand transformed into a long rainbow. Blurg! Another Eldritch died. Then, his attack shot out in all directions, coldly beheading the Eldritchs one after another, sparing no one at all. The Elite King suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, where's the masked female monk just now?" Jiang Lu glanced around. "She got scared and left when we were fighting. She was so fast. She didn't even look back." Meanwhile, in the backyard of the four-part architecture, the willow branch shuttled across the space with Gu Hongshan bound up tightly. Gu Hongshan was still frightened and dumbfounded, struggling hard. However, he became as still as a statue once he arrived at the backyard, for he could clearly feel a gargantuan pressure pressing on him. There seems to be a terrifying power that can suppress everything in this space here. Where am I exactly? Thought Gu Hongshan as he scanned his surroundings. What he saw shook him. Oh, Origins? His voice went an octave higher with disbelief. What place is this? Why are there Origins flowing all around? Wisdom has manifested into space and the laws of the universe have turned into air. His mind went blank again when he saw the beings in the yard. All the vegetables on the ground exuded Origins. The milk from the cows, the honey collected by the bees, and the fruits growing on the tree were all divine objects condensed from the essence of the Origins. Even a blade of grass contained Origins stronger than the Origin's ultimate treasure in his hand. The Origins of the seven dimensions that the Eldritchs had been searching crazily for were not only abundant but inexhaustible here. His lips trembled and he could not even speak properly. Could it be that I've come to the end of the seventh dimension? The root of the Origins? Or, am I dreaming? In the next moment, he felt a sense of weightlessness, and then the sky was spinning. The willow branch was shaking him up and down wildly, so fast that he was only a blur. After a while, it stopped. Then, he saw the two girls standing in front of him and asked in shock, Who are you?" Nanan and Dragon ignored him and instead asked, "Sister Willow, why did you bring an Eldritch here? They asked curiously. The willow tree used her divine consciousness to communicate with them. Not long ago, I suddenly sensed the aura of fifth brother and discovered that it came from the Eldritch, so I decided to capture him. Then, she asked Gu Hongshan anxiously, answer me this, have you ever come across a steely? What does it look like? Ha, you won't get a word out of me, said Gu Hongshan stubbornly. Immediately, a willow branch whipped him and penetrated his soul, causing him to let out a muffled groan as his body trembled. Where's that steely now? Asked the willow tree in a low voice. My lips are sealed. Gu Hongshan smiled coldly. I advise you to give up. I'll destroy my divine consciousness if you peek into my soul. It might be easier for you to just kill me now. Sister Willow, I have an idea to make him talk. We can use the itching power on him, said Nanan excitedly. Itching powder? The willow tree was taken aback by this suggestion. Dragon smiled devilishly, and she said, we got it from Brother Lee. The powder makes people itch really badly. It's a pity Brother Lee forbids us to try it on the people we know. Itch? Gu Hongshan laughed as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. I'm not afraid of death, nor pain, so do you think I'll be afraid of itching? You two children are really naive, he said contemptuously. Ooh, this just makes me want to try it out of him even more, said Nanan even more excitedly. She quickly took out the itching powder and sprinkled it on Gu Hongshan. Then, she waited eagerly for the powder to take effect. Is that it? Asked Gu Hongshan calmly. He did not seem to panic at all. Suddenly, he frowned and started to rock his body back and forth. In another 3 seconds, he twisted violently like an earthworm. His face was flushed and his lips were trembling. Ha 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 ha. He could not hold it in anymore and pain laughter came out of his mouth. Untie me. Please, untie me so that I can scratch the itch. In an instant, tears began to fall down his face and his body became as red as a cooked lobster. He never stopped shaking and his face became contorted with non-stop laughter. It's so itchy. Please, just kill me now. You monsters. Ah. I can't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha. He alternated between crying and laughing, making him look very insane. The entire backyard fell into silence. Even the wind was gone. Everything was quietly watching Gu Hongshan give the performance of his lifetime. I. Gu Hongshan's voice was weak and hoarse. He was truly at the end of his tether. However, just when he was about to surrender, the willow tree trembled suddenly and quickly dunked him into the pond, almost at the same time Li Nianfan arrived at where they were. What's going on here? What's that sound I heard just now? Asked Li Nianfan curiously. Brother Li, it was just Nanan and I playing around, said Dragon, a little red in the face. Don't be too loud, you hear? Said Li Nianfan. He then wandered around in the backyard for a while. Please, milk the cow and get some honey from the beehive later. Yes, Brother Li, said Nanan and Dragon, nodding obediently. The longer Li Nianfan stayed, the more Gu Hongshan had to suffer. He was twisting like a snake in the water, so much so that every bone in his body was on the verge of breaking. The water rushed up his nose and bubbles gurgled out of his mouth. The itching was driving him crazy. He could not scream and he could not scratch it. During this time, 1 second was equivalent to 1 year to him. It was a fate worse than death. The fishes in the pond gathered around him and looked at him with pity in their eyes. TSKTSKTS, this is what you get for messing with the expert. You'll never win against his unpredictability, said Old Dragon. Finally, Li Nianfan left the backyard and Gu Hongshan was pulled out by the willow tree. I'll tell you anything you want to know, he shouted the moment he was out of the water. Helpless and despairing tears burst out of his eyes. Dragon swiped the itching power away from his body, smiled, and said, I'll make sure the powder stays on you for at least 1 day and 1 night if you lie to us. Gu Hongshan gasped and trembled. His scalp began to crawl at the thought of itching for a whole day and night. He would rather die than go through that hell again. Don't worry. I'll tell you nothing but the truth. The Steely's in the first dimension. It was the one who told Ancestor Eldritch, no, that bastard Gui about the origins of the 7 dimensions. He told them everything he knew, not even daring to pause in between. That's impossible. The Steely's 5th brother. Why would he tell the Eldritch that information? Said the willow tree in disbelief. Everything I say is true and I've told you everything I know. I didn't lie at all. Please, believe me. Gu Hongshan started crying, for fear of having the itching powder applied to his skin again. By the way, that bastard Gui said that it claimed to be heaven. Heaven? Fifth brother must have been contaminated by heaven. But with his strength, it's unlikely he'd go down so easily, said the willow tree sadly. It took her just 1 second to guess what must have happened. Fifth brother must still be alive. I need to go save him, she said anxiously. Sister Willow, don't act rashly. The Steely's in the first dimension and there's no portal connecting our dimensions yet, said Dragon. That Bastardguy had consumed the poison poop and seemed to be at his limit. He'll surely create a portal here, said Gu Hongshan without missing a beat. The willow tree calmed down and then said coldly, as an eldritch, your sins are too great to be forgiven. However, I'll grant you a quick and painless death. Her willow branch pierced through Gu Hongshan's chest, erasing his origins of life. Sister Willow, I'll help you rescue fifth brother once the portal to the first dimension is opened, said Dragon. Nanan clenched her fist and said, yes, we'll wipe out each and every one of the eldritchs. At the same time, Cultivator Junjun and Yangjing were making their way to the fallen Immortal Mountain. They had just discussed with Lord Angel about the various changes that had taken place, and how the fourth and fifth dimensions were facing the crisis of being robbed of their origins. The troubled times were near and they had no idea what to do, so they decided to visit the expert. Along the way, they ran into Jiang Lu and the Elite King who had just finished fighting. Yo, are you guys here to visit the expert? Jiang Lu and the Elite King were cleaning up the battlefield. They smiled casually when they saw them. Are these all eldritchs? Cultivator Junjun's eyes widened slightly. Then, in a shocked and angered voice, he shouted, how dare they make trouble here? There's no need to get all worked up, they're nothing but ants under my manure fork. The Elite King shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, being a gong farmer can be boring sometimes and their visit was a good distraction. Cultivator Junjun and Yang Jing's mouths began to twitch. They could feel the unparalleled terrifying power from these eldritchs. Any one of them could have defeated the two of them and yet, to the Elite King, they were nothing but ants? Was it a compulsory requirement for all powerful fighters to be a show-off? Manure fork? Yang Jing looked at the manure fork in the Elite King's hand and suddenly felt a frightening aura from it. The Elite King laughed and said, yes, I forgot to tell you. From now on, my job is to deliver manure to the expert. This manure fork and manure bucket were given to me by the expert. Ah, so it was given to him by the expert. No wonder they're so extraordinary. The envy in the eyes of Cultivator Junjun and Yang Jing was overflowing. Congratulations. You'll surely rise to great heights now that you have earned the favor of the expert, they said all saltily. The Elite King waved his hand and said modestly, ha ha ha, I'm just an ordinary gong farmer. There's no way I'm as great as you all in the Heavenly Palace. Then why are you smiling so happily? Both Cultivator Junjun and Yang Jing felt emotionally and mentally drained. Not wanting to stay any longer, they trudged up the mountain with a tight feeling in their chests. Am I not good enough? Why didn't I get chosen to be the expert's gong farmer? Asked Cultivator Junjun sorrowfully. Yang Jing was extremely envious and said, that manure fork is so cool. I bet it's even stronger than my three-pointed double-edged blade. Once they reached the four-part architecture, they composed themselves before knocking on the door. Is the Lord Saint home? We, Cultivator Junjun, and Yang Jing, have come to see him. Xiao Bei opened the door and said, come in. Thank you. Cultivator Junjun and Yang Jing nodded at Xiao Bei and stepped into the four-part architecture. Lord Saint, we brought you some pepino to try, said Cultivator Junjun. He had thought long and hard about the gift he should bring. He remembered that the expert liked fruits the best. Sure enough, a smile broke out of Li Nianfan's face. He had eaten a pepino many years ago. It tasted delicious but it was too expensive, unlike the fruits that he grew in his own backyard. He was grateful for the gift. Thank you. I was getting a little sick of eating the same fruits from my backyard every day. This pepino will surely spice things up, he said with gratitude. Then, to Xiao Bei, he said, Xiao Bei, go harvest some fruits for our distinguished guests. Make sure there's plenty to go around. This pepino given by them is worth 1,000 times more than all the fruits in our backyard combined. His words made Cultivator Junjun and Yang Jing blush with embarrassment. They took a seat and then looked at the snow globe on the table. In the transparent ice layer, a cloud of gray mist was flowing like water, changing into various forms. They raised their brows first and there was a hint of doubt in their eyes. Why does this gray mist look so familiar? Could it be? They took a closer look and jerked back at the next instant. That's heaven. Chapter 745, The Sunberry Demons, Origins Fruit. Li Nianfan noticed what they were looking at, smiled, and said, "Little Daji brought this ornament back for me. Isn't it interesting? It's a shame there's only one." "Ornament?" Cultivator Junjun and Yang Jing silently withdrew their gazes from the snow globe and their hands were trembling slightly. How powerful does one have to be to see heaven as only an ornament? "Little Daji, prepare some afternoon tea for Cultivator Junjun and Yang Jing," said Li Nianfan. Not long after, sumptuous afternoon tea was served on the table. There was chilled yogurt, fruit platters, strawberry-flavored tiramisu, and osmanthus cake. All these were perfect for a hot afternoon as they had the effect of dispelling fatigue. Not to mention that eating these would instantly uplift one's mood. Cultivator Junjun and Yang Jing were somewhat surprised and polite at first, but soon, they were immersed in the sweet delicacies. They took a bite of the cake and took a sip of the yogurt and instantly felt contentment washing over them. They would give anything to live out the rest of their lives peacefully and enjoy good food in the four-part architecture. Unbeknownst to them, there was a layer of milk around their mouths, and Cultivator Junjun's beard was also stained, making them seem devoid of the majesty an immortal should have. After finishing their afternoon tea, Cultivator Junjun and Yang Jing chatted with Li Nianfan for a while. They talked about the general trends in the development in the area of the gods and the heavenly palace. They also talked about the status quo of the major sects. After their discussion, they stood up and left respectfully. Outside, Yang Jing could not hold back his puzzlement anymore, so he asked, "Cultivator Junjun, didn't we come here to ask the expert for some solutions? How come it never came up in the conversation?" Cultivator Junjun shook his head, smiled, and said, "It looks like you weren't listening." "What do you mean?" asked Yang Jing quizzically. The expert seemed to say nothing, but in fact, he said everything. Cultivator Junjun's expression was a little dignified, and at the same time, self-blame was revealed in his eyes. He said, "As soon as we entered the place, the expert said he was tired of eating the fruits in his backyard." This was his way of saying that we haven't brought him any new fruits in a long while. Yang Jing's face showed a stunned look. Then, he angrily said, "There will naturally be new fruits now that all dimensions are connected, but we actually forgot to find them for him. We've committed a really big mistake." The expert also said that it was a pity that there was only one snow globe, so he was actually hinting us to capture heaven, said Cultivator Junjun. "I get it now." Yang Jing nodded. The expert was saying in a roundabout way that we should go to the other dimensions and get rid of the forces contaminated by heaven. It's just that I'm afraid that we're no match for them. Cultivator Junjun furrowed his brows in deep thought. Then, his eyes fell on Zhang Lu and the Elite King, who were each chopping wood and shoveling manure at this time. He rushed up to them excitedly and said, "The expert wants some new fruit and for us to capture heaven from the other dimensions." Hearing this, both Zhang Lu's and the Elite King's faces became serious. "We must fulfill his wishes," said Zhang Lu. The Elite King nodded and said, "Zhang Lu, you go with the Heavenly Palace people. I can't leave my post. Call me if you need help and I'll see what I can do." "Okay." Zhang Lu nodded and followed Cultivator Junjun and Yang Jing to the Heavenly Palace. Back at the Heavenly Palace, Lord Angel, War Angel, and the others were waiting for them. "What did the expert say?" asked Lord Angel in a rushed tone. "The expert wants us to go on a crusade," said Yang Jing. "I'm willing to lead the charge," said Lord Angel bravely. Nowadays, the fourth dimension could be said to be riddled with holes. The demons were rampant and the origins were being extracted non-stop. Day after day, the fourth dimension continued to deteriorate, so it was only natural that Lord Angel was anxious about the state of affairs in the fourth dimension. Cultivator Junjun gave Lord Angel a look that said he should calm down, and then explained what the expert had said in detail. "Fruits?" Lord Angel was taken aback for a moment, and then he said without hesitation, "I know of a fruit in the fourth dimension which has been contaminated by the unknown grey mist. This caused it to undergo mutation, making it a force to be reckoned with." The eyes of the Heavenly Palace people suddenly brightened. "We need to get our hands on that fruit. Time is of the essence. You can tell us more about the fruit on our way there," said Yang Jing. Along the way, through Lord Angel's recount, everyone finally knew the origin of this fruit. The fruit was called sunberry, and its grade was almost the same as the flat peach. It was not a top-level spiritual root. However, the reason Lord Angel was impressed by it was that it was the only spiritual root around the area that was contaminated by the unknown grey mist. That was not all. To have a bite of the fruit, many strong fighters had taken refuge with the Sunberry clan, making their clan stronger than ever. Meanwhile, in the fourth dimension, the Sunberry clan was holding a banquet. The forces of all parties had risen, especially the forces of the unknown gray mist. Their strengths had advanced by leaps and bounds because they could absorb the origins of a dimension, and more disciples had come to take refuge. The Sunberry clan used their sunberries as prizes to attract disciples and skilled fighters from all dimensions while the monks came for the origins of dimensions. At this time, a withered old man with tree roots for hair was at the forefront of the banquet. In a booming voice, he began to announce the seating arrangement. "Thank you all for coming. The second step wisdom elites in the first table will each get one sunberry. The first step wisdom elites in the second table will also each get a sunberry if they join the Sunberry clan. Those in the heavenly realm, please, sit further back and you may all get one bite of the sunberry if you join the Sunberry clan. As for the rest of you who don't fall into any of the cultivation levels, you may all take a sniff of the sunberry." At the forefront sat two old men. One was wearing a purple robe and a crown-jaded hat, looking extremely majestic, and the other was wearing a white robe, his white hair fluttering and exuding an aura only he could possess. "That's the young elite over there. He's a true second step wisdom elite. I never expected him to be here." "The other is Ling Yu elite. He's also a second step wisdom elite. He was the strongest solitary cultivator in the fourth dimension. He's always kept his tracks well hidden, so he must be planning to join the Sunberry clan if he showed himself here. There's no getting away with affiliating oneself with another now that all the powerhouses have been established. The weak shall die and the strong shall rule." Yeah. Rumor has it that another two second-step wisdom elites was produced after the Wang family passed on the method of origins cultivation. Gah. I'm so jealous. The origins are precious on account of their limited quantity. I must make sure to get my hands on them before they're all gone. I just need one sunberry to break through to the realm of a wisdom elite. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation and longing as they discussed amongst themselves. At this time, Cultivator Junjun and the others had also arrived at the Sunberry clan's banquet. This time, the group was only made up of Cultivator Junjun, Zhang Lu, Lord Angel, War Angel, Yang Jing, and Xiao Chengfeng. Even so, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. A local inhabitant of the fourth dimension instantly recognized Lord Angel and his face revealed the shock at seeing him there. Lord Angel's here, too. He was one of the pinnacle fighters in the previous fourth dimension. The Angel's palace was so majestic. It's a shame it was turned into dust overnight. Is Lord Angel planning to join the Sunberry clan, too? His friends auras are so overbearing. They must be as powerful as him. Lord Angel ignored them all and sat down irreverently at the first table. Amongst them, only he and Zhang Lu were second-step wisdom elites, but the others did not care and sat down at the first table as well. The tree-root old man's eyes flashed and in a hoarse voice, he asked, "May I know where you all came from?" "Seventh dimension, the area of the gods," answered Yang Jing evenly. The tree-root old man's breath suddenly stopped. He then smiled and said, "Ah, okay, you're qualified to sit at the first table then." Some of the guests were looking at them in awe and those who had heard the weirdness in the seventh dimension did not find this surprising at all. "I heard that there's a really powerful figure backing the seventh dimension, do you know who he is?" asked the tree-root old man. "Yes, of course." Yang Jing smiled and then said, "But you're not qualified to know who he is." The tree-root old man was not angered by this. Instead, he calmly said, "Please, wait here while I go get the sunberries for you all." Then, he got up and went to the back garden. Xiao Chengfeng smirked and said, "I thought he'd flip the tables at us. I was even prepared to draw out my sword. Ha! But it turns out he's nothing but a coward." "Don't act trashly. Let's try the sunberry before deciding what to do," said Cultivator Junjun evenly. The back garden would have looked like a fairyland if it were not for the wisps of unknown gray mist flowing around. Rows of trees made up the sunberry forest, and each tree was groaning under the weight of the sunberries hanging on them. The branches of these trees were shaking. Some of them had transformed into human figures, and some sported human faces on their trunks. It was obvious they had all turned into demons. An old man with green leaves on his head was standing in front of a starfruit tree, his eyes gleaming with majestic light. He said coldly, "I've applied the power of God to your roots, so why aren't you absorbing it? You won't be able to grow sunberries containing the power of origins if you don't absorb it." The slender sunberry tree was not very old. She swayed her branches and said, "Grandpa, we should not absorb the origins for the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension gave birth to us, and it'll be destroyed if we take its origins. I don't want to commit a sin of ingratitude." "Nonsense. Are you really going to throw away your future just like this? Today, you must accept the baptism of God's power, he shouted violently. Then, his pupils became gray with mist swirling out of them. It was a very odd thing to see. He was about to attack when the tree-root old man came over and said to him, "Chief, a bunch of wisdom elites came from the 7th dimension and it seems like they know a lot of the secrets hidden in the 7th dimension." The Sunberry chief's eye flashed and he stopped what he was doing. "Did they tell you anything?" "Nothing, whatsoever. They said I'm not qualified to know and I was scared of getting on their bad side, so I forced myself not to get angry." "Well done." The Sunberry chief nodded approvingly and then said sinisterly, "We must get them to divulge everything since they have so graciously served themselves up on a golden platter for us." He spread his fingers wide and his entire arm instantly turned into a branch on which sunberries began to grow rapidly. Then, he took these sunberries and headed to the banquet. Before he left, he said, "Hold down her roots. She must absorb the power of God today." Suddenly, the other sunberry trees moved and within the earth, the roots of the trees moved like tentacles, suppressing the young sunberry tree and letting the unknown gray mist erode it. "What are you doing?" "No. I don't want that dirty thing to touch me. Let me go. You're all mad. You're no family of mine." The sunberry chief immediately went over to Yang Jing's table as soon as he was back at the banquet. "It's an honor for me to have distinguished guests such as yourself here," he said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the sunberries flew out immediately, floating in the void, bathed in waves of visions. These sunberries were oval, brown, and rough all over. It first needed to be peeled before it could be eaten. "I can feel the Origin's aura. This is so awesome! The Sunberry clan can absorb the origins of the 4th dimension and bear fruit containing it. It must be the most outstanding spiritual fruit in all of the 7 dimensions. It's a shame that I can only get a sniff of it. Chief, I'm willing to join the Sunberry clan in return for a sunberry. From today onward, I pledge my allegiance to the Sunberry clan." Many Heavenly Realm fighters and wisdom elites chose to join the Sunberry clan on the spot and the Sunberry chief did not disappoint them. With a casual wave of his hand, the sunberries fell right into their hands. Seeing this, more and more monks chose to join. "Chief, are there any for us?" asked Yang Jing. "You're my distinguished guests and you've come a long way. I wouldn't be a good host if I didn't save some for you all." The Sunberry chief laughed, waved his hand, and placed the sunberry in front of the Heavenly Palace people. He took the opportunity to ask, "I heard that you all came from the 7th dimension and that you know some of the secrets there. I'm very curious about the 7th dimension. Can you tell me the details?" Yang Jian shook his head. "No. How many times do you want me to say it? You aren't qualified to know." Xiao Changfeng waved his hand impatiently and then said, "Didn't your mother teach you to give and expect nothing in return?